Want a brand new breakfast idea? Then get the Betty Crocker cereal tray, the Betty Crocker cereal tray. Yes, indeed. Try the brand new cereal assortment with 10 individual packages in all. 4 Wheaties, 4 Cheerios, 2 Kicks. All top favorites and all extra fresh. Yes, it's fun to take your pick from Wheaties, Cheerios, and Kicks. Get the Betty Crocker cereal tray, the Betty Crocker cereal tray. Get that tray today.
And now the Betty Crocker cereal tray presents the Green Hornet. He hunts the biggest of all game, public enemies who try to destroy our America. With his faithful valet Kato, Britt Reid, daring young publisher, matches wits with the underworld, risking his life that criminals and racketeers within the law may feel its weight by the sting of the Green Hornet. Ride with Britt Reid in the thrilling adventure of 2 minus 2. Ace, deuce, tray. That's it, tray. The Betty Crocker cereal tray. Tray means 3, and that's what you get in the Betty Crocker cereal tray. 3 top favorite cereals, Cheerios, Wheaties, and Kicks, in 10 separate individual packages, all in the Betty Crocker cereal tray. A trio of flavors, a trio of cereals, a tray full of 3 wholesome grains. Cheerios from oats, Wheaties from wheat, Kicks from corn. All top favorites, all ready to eat. Each morning you take your choice. Each morning you open a fresh new package. Get the Betty Crocker cereal tray today with the 10 individual packages of your 3 top favorites, Cheerios, Wheaties, and Kicks. A police car screamed to a stop at Pier 1. The pier was uncovered, and a white cruiser could be seen tied up at the far end. The men from headquarters piled out and started for a shadowy group of figures halfway out. Sergeant Burke was followed by his pal Michael Axford, who worked for the Daily Sentinel.
Hey, I know that boat. It belongs to Steve Manning. There might be a big story in this after all.
As I got the story, there's been nobody on the boat all evening, only a watchman. He was sound asleep. The shots woke him up.
Yeah, here comes the ambulance.
It'll only be making a trip to the morgue.
Frank was sure the man was dead?
He was.
Did the watchman see anybody making a getaway?
No one at all. No more than Frank did.
Well, Sergeant Burke, I got here fast.
Is this the way you found him?
Yeah.
The watchman didn't touch him?
No, I got here first.
All right, boys, take your picture.
From the way he's lying, he must have been walking away from the boat and not toward it.
Let me through, will you, please?
Let the doc through there. Go on, Doc. He's all yours.
He's dead.
That's no news to us. What did he die of?
Exposure.
Exposure?
Yeah. There's 3 bullets.
Turn him over and let's have a look at his face.
Hey, Burke, it's Big Jim Devlin, the guy that used to be Steve Manning's partner.
I thought it might be. We knew he was in town.
Well, what for? He had a fight with Manning, and he's been all washed up here ever since the DA clamped down on gambling. What did he come back for?
Whatever his reason, it turned out to be a mistake.
Holy crow. I'll bet Manning was behind this. I got to call the Sentinel. Big Jim Devlin murdered on waterfront. Hey, our sir, gangster killing. Hey, our sir, read all about it. Central X Street.
The following morning, Britt Reid sat in his office checking over Axford's report on the Devlin killing. The young publisher looked up as his secretary, Lenore Case, entered.
What do you think the Devlin killing, Miss Case?
Well, I suppose the thing to say is that last night's episode was just another gangster killing. And so, forget about it.
Yeah, but you can't.
No.
Neither could anyone. It's simple arithmetic. 2 less 1 leaves Manning. If it were 2 from 2, the slate would be wiped clean.
Manning's too powerful, Mr. Reid.
A fine commentary on our government. Why call it a democracy when a single man like that can condemn others to death and get away with it?
Do you want to write an editorial?
No, I want to do something.
And are you going to, Mr. Reid?
I suppose not. It's a job for the police. Commissioner Higgins feels the way I do about it.
Have you talked with him this morning?
No.
Well, then you'd better call him. Notice the memo on top.
Oh, well, get him for me.
Yes, sir. Please get Commissioner Higgins.
The memo says he called at 9-1.
The phone was ringing when I came in.
He say what he wanted in this case?
No, just that it was urgent. What's that? Oh, it's Britt Reid calling. Yes. Here you are, Mr. Reid.
Good morning, Commissioner. Yes? Well, of course, right away, but is it the publisher of the Sentinel you want to see? Oh, I understand. Well, perhaps, Miss Case, I'll be doing something after all. I'll be back in half an hour.
Well, hello. You're not due back for another 2 minutes.
That's right. I've got a lot of work to do. Miss Case, what are all these files on my desk?
Oh, everything we have on the Devlin case, Mr. Reid. If you're going to work, I thought you might need them.
You're wonderful, Miss Case. But don't ever get married.
What's that?
You can read a man's mind. It wouldn't be fair to your husband.
It's always possible to pick one without a mind. Are you interested in any of these?
Yes, indeed. This one, Belle Devlin, Big Jim's widow. Offhand, what do you know about her?
Well, she's ex-chorus. Scandal of 1928, I think. She's been married to Big Jim for 10 years. And right now she's staying at the Royalton. She arrived here with her husband the day before yesterday. She's not seeing any reporters, and she has nothing to say to the police.
Anything else?
She's 40 and decidedly blonde. And a tough cookie.
At last, in spades.
Does the commissioner want you to try and see her?
Not me, exactly. His idea was that a mutual friend of ours, being supposedly outside the law, might have more success with her than a detective.
Mr. Reid, I don't like it.
Why not?
The Royalton. Our mutual friend doesn't make a habit of walking through the crowded lobbies of apartment hotels.
He doesn't intend to start. The rear door of the Royalton will be unlocked at 11 o'clock tonight. There'll be no one on the freight elevator. And I have here a passkey that will open the door of Mrs. Devlin's suite.
That's dangerous.
So far, my part's fairly simple.
I have a feeling it won't stay that way.
Well, you're not suggesting I turn down the job.
No, Mr. Reid, I never make useless suggestions. Is there anything I can do to help?
Yes, there is. There's a magazine stand in the Royalton lobby, just around the corner from the desk. I want you to go there about 7 o'clock and browse. You'll have to do a lot of stalling, but you'll be able to hear anyone who goes to the desk to ask for Mrs. Devlin.
And if someone does?
Try to get a look at them. Now, if she doesn't let anyone go up, and the coast seems clear, report to me at 11:15. My apartment's in the same block, you know, practically next door.
I'll be there. You can depend on me.
I always do. Now, let's see what more we can find out about Mrs. Belle Devlin.
Miss Case, not called yet.
No, she hasn't, Cato. We'll wait no longer.
It's 11 o'clock.
Everything ready?
The mask and gun are here, overcoat and hat on chair.
You'll come with me just to keep a lookout. I won't put the mask on until I get in the freight elevator.
We not take car?
Oh, it's less than half a block. We'll go through the alley.
I thought maybe we go someplace else after.
There's no telling about that. But we'll come back here first. There she is now.
Oh, yes, Mr. Britt.
Good evening, Cato. Good evening. I had to wait, Mr. Reid.
What happened?
Well, nothing during the early part of the evening. Quite a few people tried to see her, but they were all turned away at the desk. But then about 10:30, a little fella in a dark overcoat and a slouch hat came in. The shoulders on the coat were way out to here.
The old look.
He told the clerk to say Lefty was there. And after the clerk checked, he went right up. He didn't leave till just a few minutes ago. And then she called down and told the clerk she wouldn't see anyone more tonight.
Miss Case, will you stay here until I get back? Commissioner Higgins may call.
I'd love to. I was afraid I might have to control my curiosity until morning.
No, we'll report to you. Let's go, Kato. You stay out here in the corridor. Warn me if anyone comes along.
Well, I stay here and watch.
She must be in the bedroom.
What?
Don't make a sound, Mrs. Devlin.
What is this?
We're going to have a business talk.
It'll be a one-sided conversation if I don't make a sound.
I want to talk about your husband and Steve Manning.
Yeah. Well, sit down. I've always wondered what the Green Hornet looked like. Not bad.
The mask helps. Have you done any talking to the cops?
I don't see how a hole in the head would help my look.
You're afraid of Manning.
That's right.
Why not hire someone to take care of him and keep out of it yourself?
You?
Yes.
No doubt. 2 reasons, Hornet. If Jim and I had enough money to hire you, we wouldn't have come here. The second reason? Well, I'll ask a question.
Go ahead.
Have they found the Merino boy yet?
So, you know about him?
Sure. I got some friends in town.
You mean the boy that saw the shooting?
Don't stall. Have they found him?
I don't think so.
Neither do I. But when they do, he'll be dead. You can't get Manning. He's too closely guarded. And if you try, and they connect me with it, I'll be dead, too. No thanks.
You're in it too deep to play it safe. I'll give you a chance to change your mind.
I won't.
In 1 hour, you'll get a phone call. A woman will say, "The hour's up." If you want my help, say yes.
Is this for free?
No charge.
Okay. I'll think it over.
Did you see her, Mr. Reid?
Yes, I'm calling the commissioner now. Miss Case, Kato and I may be leaving again almost at once, but I want you to stay here. At exactly 12 o'clock, call up Mrs. Devlin and say, "The hour's up."
That sounds impressive.
Well, she'll say yes or no, that's all. Wait till we get back, and then after we could... Commissioner, did you know a boy named Marino saw the shooting?
We know that Tony Marino locked up his mother's restaurant down on the waterfront at midnight and started for home. His mother reported his disappearance, but we have nothing connected with the shooting.
Well, why didn't you tell me?
You're a newspaper man. With word about him in the papers, we won't find him alive.
Do you have any idea where he is?
Not yet.
Commissioner, I want your permission to look for him.
Britt, you understand that?
I'm not talking as a newspaper man, and I understand everything. Do I have your permission?
Yes.
Good. I'll keep in touch with you. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
All right, Kato. This is where the Green Hornet gets down to business.
We'll continue our story in just a moment. Boys and girls, you'll think you're seeing triple when you get the Betty Crocker cereal tray and open it up. Because right there inside the carton are 3 swell-tasting cereals, Cheerios, Wheaties, and Kicks. Yet all 3 of your top favorites in 10 separate individual packages, all in the Betty Crocker cereal tray. They taste extra fresh and crisp, too. Have an extra brisk edge of flavor that just seems to dance across your tongue. Know why that is? Well, one of the reasons is that the cereals come in special flavor-protecting individual packages. From tip to top, the outside of each package is bathed in wax, a treatment which helps guard against air and dampness. This flavor-saving wax coat is a special heavy one, too. In fact, if you scratch the surface of the package with your fingernail, you'll be amazed at how extra heavy this protective wax coat is. It jealously guards flavor, keeps the cereals crispier, fresher. Another reason for the cereal tray's extra keen flavor is this. Each of the individual packages holds just enough for one good-sized serving. That means your breakfast cereal remains sealed in its wax-guarded package until the very moment before you eat it. Each morning you open a fresh new package. Each morning you enjoy a breakfast cereal at its crispiest, freshest, most flavorful best. Remember, there are 10 separate individual packages of those 3 top favorites, Cheerios, Wheaties, and Kicks, in every Betty Crocker cereal tray. Each member of the family has the fun of choosing the cereal he wants for breakfast. Each opens his own fresh, new package. Ask your mom to get the Betty Crocker cereal tray and enjoy extra keen flavor every single morning. Now to continue our story. It was 12 o'clock when Miss Case dialed the Royalton. She asked for Mrs. Devlin, and then...
Hello?
The hour is up. You're to say yes or no.
I say yes, but don't hang up. There's more to it than that. Tell him Steve Manning shot my husband himself, and he's afraid that... No. It's no good. They're here already.
Hello? Hello? I better call the police. Wonder if I can see anything from this window. Yes, there's a black car out in front of the Royalton. 2 men waiting.
Police headquarters. Sergeant Burke speaking.
Burke, you'd better send some men over to the Royalton Hotel right away. This is Devlin's suite.
Devlin, huh? Who are you?
Just hurry. She's ready to talk. Steve Manning himself shot Devlin. Well, I'd better get downstairs in case they leave. Then I can tell the police which way they... Wait a minute. Where did I see those keys to Mr. Reid's convertible?
Steve Manning's home in the suburbs was surrounded by 20 acres of wooded land. Britt Reid and Kato circled the estate in the Black Beauty.
There were 2 men at front gate, Mr. Britt.
You see what it looks like around in back. Turn left here. It can't be far.
Well, maybe there is no way in from back.
Yes, there is. Those stone pillars. There's just one guard here.
Why, turn in, Mr. Britt?
Turn in and stop. I'll give him a shot of gas, and then we'll tie him up and gag him.
Hey, hold it there. Now, just what's
The idea? You had it. That does it, Kato. Now we'll tie him.
It took but a few moments for Britt and Kato to tie and gag the guard who had been knocked unconscious by gas from the Hornet's gun. Then the Black Beauty moved down the road toward the rear of Manning's home, where another guard stepped out. He, too, was gassed before he could sound the alarm. Leaving Kato to tie and gag the unconscious man, Britt went on alone and entered the house. A short flight of stairs led to the main hall. Light spilled into it from a room toward the front of the house. Britt walked swiftly to the open door. Manning was seated at a large desk, and one of his gunmen stood beside him.
Up with your hands. Both of you.
Hey, what is...
You, come over here. I'll take your gun. Good. I'll go stand in the corner. You're next, Manning.
I don't have a gun.
Stand up.
Satisfied?
Not yet.
Just what does the Green Hornet want with me?
I want to know where Tony Marino is.
Who?
The name is Marino, and I don't intend to waste time. Either you tell me where he is, or I shoot.
Sure, why not? I don't understand, though, why a big operator like you should be interested in a punk like Tony.
You don't have to understand. Is he in this house?
No. Shall I have one of the boys bring him here?
You'll take me to him, Manning, right now.
Anything you say.
As for Jackie over in the corner, this will keep him from putting anyone on our tail.
Hey! You shot him. What kind of gun is that?
A good one. I mean business, Manning. Move.
As the Black Beauty glided down the back road leading to the highway, another of Manning's guards entered the house by the front entrance. He found the unconscious gunman in the office and then searched the house for the leader of the gang. When he was unable to find him, he telephoned one of Manning's hideouts on the outskirts of the city. Meanwhile, the Green Hornet's sleek black car raced on through the night.
That's the building, driver. The small one with the lights. You can swing in and drive up in front.
Pull off the road and stop right here.
What's the idea?
You've come far enough, Manning. Don't move from that corner.
You can't shoot me.
No?
Tony's in there waiting for you.
You sure of that?
Absolutely.
Who's in there with him?
Just Pete, another of my men.
Who's in the next building?
No one, I swear it.
Save your swearing for a judge and jury. This is the end of the line, Manning.
No, no.
Mr. Britt, why you make him unconscious with a gas gun?
I had to, Kato.
Your plan was to take him into building with you. Then his men would not shoot.
Yeah, they'll shoot anyway if they get a chance. By now, some of the other guards at Manning's place have found out he's missing. These men here will have been warned.
Well, I don't understand why you had to shoot him.
We have something else to look into first, Kato.
What, Mr. Britt?
That car parked on the other side of the road.
Oh, I see. It is just like your convertible.
I think it is my convertible. Come on. It's my car, all right.
Keys are in ignition. How does it come to be here?
Wait. There's a piece of cloth on the floor. Oh, it's torn from something.
Why, you'd like the coat Miss Case wear this evening.
It was she who drove this car, but where's she now?
Perhaps in one of those buildings?
We'll find out.
How long are you going to keep me tied up this way?
You want to know too much.
How many times do I have to explain that I'm a newspaper reporter? The only reason I followed you was because Mrs. Devlin was with you.
That's reason enough.
Can't we have some lights in here?
Nope.
It was warmer in that other building.
Ah, shut up.
You're nervous, aren't you?
What gives you that idea?
Each of you at a window, staring out, a gun in your hand. Are you expecting someone?
Yeah, the Green Hornet.
What did you say?
The Green Hornet, the Devlin woman, said she was a pal of his.
Oh. Is she dead?
Can you hear her breathing?
No.
And she's dead.
No, she isn't.
That's too bad.
Is Tony?
Is who?
Tony Marino, the boy over there.
Hey. Just what do you know about Tony Marino?
Well, I only know that's his name. I heard you talking.
Sister, you know too much, but I'm going to take care of that right
No,
now.
no, I'll keep quiet.
You sure will.
Help!
Who's there? Boy!
I'll take this right up. Careful, there's another one.
I have him.
Are you hurt?
Oh, no, sir, he missed. Now he'll not shoot anymore.
Is that all of them, Miss Case?
Yes. There were others, but they left about half an hour ago.
Untie those ropes.
Oh, yes, sir.
You all right?
I never felt better in my life. I can't answer for Mrs. Devlin or for the boy.
Mrs. Devlin.
She's over there. The boy's in the corner.
What happened?
Well, I called her, and she said yes. She told me Steve Manning had shot Devlin himself. And just as she was talking to me, some men walked into her suite, and she hung up.
She's been knocked out, but she'll be all right.
Then I called the police and went downstairs. I saw her coming out of the hotel with a man at her side, holding a gun on her, I'm sure. They got into a sedan, and well, the police hadn't come yet, so there was nothing to do but follow them.
And they saw you?
They must have. No sooner stopped out here than the door was jerked open and I was pulled out.
Please, Miss Case, don't ever do anything like that again.
There. Rope's all off now.
Thank you, Kato. That's Tony Marino. How is he?
I looked him over. He's alive.
He saw the shooting. If he ever takes the witness stand against Manning, he'll convict him.
He'll take the stand. I'll carry him to the convertible, and you drive him to the nearest hospital. Then notify the commissioner.
Well, what about you?
There must be a telephone around here.
In the other building.
I'll call the police, and we'll wait for them.
Well, you can't.
Just long enough to make sure they find everything the way I describe it. We'll move Manning in here, too. Let's go.
Britt Reid made the phone call, then waited until he saw Sergeant Burke and Michael Axford reach the scene in a police car. Another car with uniformed men pulled up in front of the warehouse an instant later.
They'll find Mrs. Devlin as well as Manning and his hoodlums. Belle Devlin will do all the talking necessary, and Axford will get the story.
By golly, Bert,
Hold
Mrs.
it,
Devlin.
Axford. All right. Yeah. Or goodbye. Now, what were you saying?
Burke, Mrs. Devlin is talking to Blue Streak.
Good. That's good, Axford.
What are you going to do with Manning and his hoodlums?
An ambulance will be here in a minute.
None of them are hurt.
They're unconscious, so they go to the hospital till they come to.
You might as well put them in jail because that's where they're going to end up. Now, who was it called you from here?
I don't know.
Well, one of the gang, no doubt. Or maybe one of Devlin's friends. Or maybe even... Holy crow! Would you listen to that? The Hornet!
You're right, Ashford.
That's his car for sure. Look at it go! Why didn't I think of it before, Bert? I've got a hunch the Green Hornet was behind the whole business. Now I'm getting back to the office with my story.
Oh, the trouble with you, Michael, is that you're groggy. Go home and sleep it off.
Here's Reid now. We'll put my theory up to him.
The extra will be on the streets in 5 minutes. Good story, Axford.
Thanks, Reid.
Too bad he didn't include his theory.
Oh, what's that?
Well, originally, Manning hired the Green Hornet to kill Devlin, but there was a double cross.
Oh.
Casey, you make it sound fantastic.
Well, isn't that right?
I'm not going to explain again. You just don't understand the low, base nature of the criminal mind. And that's why you can't understand the Green Hornet. So long. I'm going home to bed.
Goodbye, Axford.
See you later, Reid.
Goodbye, Michael.
So long, Casey.
You know, Miss Case, considering the events of the last few hours, you're looking very well.
Well, thank you. And considering your low base nature, Mr. Reid, so are you.
Thank you.
Catspaw, Steve Manning, charged with murder, missing witness found. Read all about it. Gambler's widow accuses Manning. That's Gillette Street.
Say, if you've got a toy train, here's something you need to go with that train. It's the Model City that comes on the Betty Crocker cereal tray, complete with cutout houses, stores, and buildings. Just think of the fun you can have making your train stop right in the city. Besides the Model City buildings, you also get cutouts of autos, fences, garages, and a lot more things on the Betty Crocker cereal tray. Easy to build, too. There's no gluing needed, and many slots pre-cut. Best of all, different houses and stores come on different Betty Crocker cereal trays. So ask your mom to get a Betty Crocker cereal tray or two from her grocer. It's the handy cereal package with all 3 of your breakfast favorites: Cheerios, Wheaties, and Kicks. You've been listening to The Green Hornet, brought to you by the Betty Crocker cereal tray, the cereal assortment of individual packages of Wheaties, Cheerios, and Kicks.
Ladies and gentlemen, presenting the greatest wild animal trainer in history. He will now enter a cage filled with lions, tigers, and leopards.
He's feeling his Cheerios, that energizing breakfast cereal made from oats. Good old-fashioned, nourishing oats, all ready to eat. Remember, for a breakfast that really helps you keep in condition, always start with Cheerios, the only cereal shaped like tiny, crisp little donuts. Have Mom get Cheerios for you tomorrow. Be with us again next week at the same time when General Mills will again present The Green Hornet. This copyrighted feature originates in Detroit, and all characters, places, and incidents used are fictitious. Hal Neal speaking. Tomorrow night at the same time over most of these same stations, another thrilling story of the Old West when the Lone Ranger rides again. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
Say, want a brand new breakfast idea? Then get the Betty Crocker cereal tray, the Betty Crocker cereal tray. Yes, indeed. Try the brand new cereal assortment with 10 individual packages in all. 4 Wheaties, 4 Cheerios, 2 Kicks. All top favorites and all extra fresh. Yes, it's fun to take your pick from Wheaties, Cheerios, and Kicks. Get the Betty Crocker cereal tray, the Betty Crocker cereal tray. Get that tray today.
And now the Betty Crocker cereal tray presents... The Green Hornet. He hunts the biggest of all game, public enemies who try to destroy our America. With his faithful valet Kato, Britt Reid, daring young publisher, matches wits with the underworld, risking his life that criminals and racketeers within the law may feel its weight by the sting of the Green Hornet. Ride with Britt Reid in the thrilling adventure of Pink Wonderland. You step right up and take your choice. Yep, that's what you do at breakfast every single morning when you get the Betty Crocker cereal tray. It's the swell new cereal assortment, Cheerios, Wheaties, and Kicks, in 10 separate individual packages, all in one handy carton. Every morning you open a fresh new package. Enjoy an extra edge of sharp, brisk flavor. Cereal at its crispiest, freshest, most flavorful best. Try it. Get the Betty Crocker cereal tray with your 3 top favorites, Cheerios, Wheaties, and Kicks. Most amusement parks and carnivals with their merry-go-rounds, Ferris wheels, and games of chance, where a lucky individual might win a doll or blanket, are conducted on a business-like basis to make a fair profit for the operators. But this was not the case with Sneed's Pink Wonderland.
Hey, bring the kiddies for a ride on the merry-go-round.
Pink Wonderland was a deceptive name for a gaudy midway, where the number of legitimate concessions was heavily outbalanced by the gambling devices.
All you have to do is test your strength and win a prize. Right this way, folks. Ring the bell and win a prize. There's nothing.
Hey, it's a game of skill. Yes, sir, folks. Test your marksmanship. Shoot the rifle and win a prize. Everybody wins. Nobody loses here. Hey,
Buy up and buy back. A nickel wins a dollar when the big wheel spins. Hey, what you now? Here we go. Yes.
Here. Toss a ring and win a prize. Toss a ring and win a blanket. Toss a ring and, hey, try your luck, lady. Toss a ring for a blanket. 10 cents a chance, 3 for a quarter.
Well, I don't need a blanket.
Ring a peg and take your choice. How about it, lady?
If I ring a peg, I'll take the prize in cash.
Whatever you want. Customers always right. Pay a dime, ring a peg, and win a dollar.
10 to 1, huh?
Right.
What if I pay $1 for a chance?
10 to 1, that's the rule. Pay a buck and win a sawbuck.
Well, if I can't ring a peg in 3 tries, I'll go back to selling ribbons and the 5 and dime. Here's $3. I'll try.
Just a minute. No play, Joe.
Huh? What's the matter, Mr. Sneed?
What's the idea? Is my money any good?
2 bits, sister. 3 rings for a quarter, and the prize is a blanket if you win. Now, you want to gamble, you go somewhere else.
I don't need a blanket.
Then maybe you better go
somewhere else.
Better go
somewhere else. Yes. You're repeating yourself. But I can take a hint.
Mr. Sneed, what's wrong? That babe had dough to throw away.
Sure, do you know who she is?
How'd I know?
She's a newspaper woman.
Yeah?
Been here all day. Thrown away at least $100.
Yeah? She ought to know by now that she can't win.
She does. She's just getting proof of it. Wish I'd got a line on her a little sooner. Look at her over there.
Who's she talking to?
His name's Lowry. He's from the Daily Sentinel and plenty sharp. He's been tagging her around, even took a couple of pictures.
Pictures? Hey, boss, I don't like that.
Neither do I. And I'm going to do something about it.
Hey, it's a game of skill here. Test your marksmanship. Everybody wins, nobody loses. Just pick the rifle up. Everybody wins here. Hey, all right, buddy. Just step up here.
I think Sneed finally got wise. I'm sorry.
Don't
Lowry.
worry about it, Casey.
Oh, but Mr. Reid is so anxious to smash this gambling
Maybe the
racket.
pictures I've snapped will do it. I wanted a few more, but didn't
Lowry,
have enough.
look.
Huh?
Sneed is coming this way.
Well, lady. So you're a friend of Mr. Lowry, huh?
Is that bad?
Maybe not. Then again, maybe. Depends.
From Sneed's point of view, it's bad.
Didn't like that story you wrote a few weeks ago, Lowry. Then maybe you didn't know much about Pink Wonderland.
I know more about it now, Sneed. The next story will be a sizzler. You won't like it at all.
No?
Sneed, I'm curious.
That's bad.
You run wide-open gambling places in this layout. How much do you pay for protection?
Don't talk careless, Lowry.
I didn't think you'd answer. But that doesn't matter. I didn't expect you to.
There have been other people that got sore when they lost a little cash. Newspaper men, too. But they didn't say anything about it in the papers. Libel suits cost money. And there's other things worse than libel suits.
You can't bluff my boss.
It's all right, Lowry. Stick around. You and the girl have fun while you can.
Yeah, we'll stick around for a while. There's a lot we haven't seen.
Well, don't miss anything.
We won't.
No, I don't think you will.
Of a lifetime. Here we are. Step right up in with a blanket. Toss out. Yeah. What'd they say, Mr. Sneed?
That Lowry, he's tough. And so's the guy he works for, Britt Reid. And then, Mr. Marshke, when I heard about a guy taking pictures of the girl, I went to see who he was. Well, I know him. He's Lowry of the Sentinel. What's that, Mr. Marshke? Oh, yeah, he's still in the park. I got Lefty watching his car, so I'll know when he leaves. I thought I'd better call you. Yeah. What'd you say? Well, you mean that? Well, all right, Mr. Marshke, if you say so. I'll tell Lefty right away. Don't argue with me, Lefty. Get the boys and do just what I say. The orders come from on top.
Okay, Sneed, but it seems like going a long way.
At the car over there?
Yeah.
We'll get the boys and follow it when it leaves. There's a stretch of open road between here and town. That's the place to do it.
Here's the open road. Catch up to that car and crowd it.
Hang on. Here we go.
Hey, that Lowry's driving plenty fast.
Yeah, seems he wants to race with it.
Well, step on it.
We're gaining. Get ready. We're set to pass.
I'm ready. Give him the horn again.
You get him?
Yeah. He's off the road, smashing through a fence. He's on fire!
Let the lights be. Pet man, 2 dying, car, gun killing on highway. Hey, yes, sir. Read all about it. Hey, yes, sir. Let the lights be. Pet man.
The following morning found Miss Case at her typewriter in the room that led to Britt Reid's office in the Daily Sentinel building. She looked up when the door opened and Michael Axford entered.
Hi, Casey.
Well, hello, Michael.
I just came from cops' headquarters. They've identified the couple that was shot and burned in Lowry's car.
Who were they?
The guy was known as Keys Carter. He got a long record as a car thief.
And the girl?
Ducky Vale. She was Keys' girlfriend.
Oh, the poor thing. Oh, what a frightful way to die.
What I don't get is this. Why would hoodlums want to shoot a guy like Keys? He wasn't in with no gang.
Are you being naive?
Huh?
Well, no one wanted to shoot Keys Carter. He stole Lowry's car, and those bullets were meant for Lowry and for me.
Well, what's that?
We had some good photographs of the Pink Wonderland. In fact, I think we had almost enough to prove that gambling runs wide open in this county. Yes, and to make the charges stick in spite of all the influence that Sneed might buy from the county boss.
Oh, golly. You mean Sneed wanted to bump you off? Oh, my, that's awful. You should know better than to go out getting evidence with a guy like Lowry. He's got a way of making people want to take pot shots at him. Why,
Relax, will you? Mr. Reid wanted that evidence against Sneed.
And you got it. You must have had it or Sneed wouldn't have gone so far.
Yes, we had it. And the pictures were in the car.
Oh.
Lowry had a big camera with him. He shot a dozen plates and then went to the car to get some fresh ones. He left the exposed plates in the car. They burned.
Then all the evidence you got is lost?
Oh, that's That's about the size of it. Oh, darn it all. Now Sneed'll be on guard, and we'll never make a case against Boss Marshke.
Marshke?
Mr. Reid is virtually certain that Marshke is the power behind Sneed's gambling. Marshke runs the county. What he says goes.
But, Casey, if Sneed did what you say, he should be indicted for murder.
Try and prove it.
Well, does he have an alibi?
He was in the Pink Wonderland restaurant at the time of the murder.
Oh. Well, what about the guys who did the shooting?
You name them.
Me?
You can guess as well as anyone else. And even if your guess is correct, who'll know, and how can it be proved?
Well, the boss is calling.
Yes, Mr. Reid?
Is Ackford there?
Yes, he just returned from police headquarters.
Please step into my office and bring him with you.
Right.
Oh, he wants to see me.
My, what big ears you have, Michael.
Lowry and I have been talking things over. I thought it'd be a good idea to let you in on our discussion.
Lowry, I didn't know you were in Reed's office.
Well, so what?
Well, I just didn't, that's all.
Sit down, Miss Case.
Thank you.
You too, Axel.
Thanks. By golly, Lowry, I sure was sorry about you losing your car.
That's the smallest part of the loss. The car was covered by insurance. What burns me is my story went up in smoke.
For a long time, the Daily Sentinel has been hammering at the gambling in this county. Lowry has done a lot of legwork trying to prove our statements.
By golly, there's gambling at the Pink Wonderland.
Everyone knows it. But who can prove it so conclusively that a conviction will be assured in spite of all that Marshke can do?
Well, Lowry and I had some pretty solid evidence. Our statements, sworn to and backed by photographs, would have packed a lot of weight.
But Marshke will find a way to discredit us if we can't back our statements with pictures.
Oh, I wish I were a man.
What would you do, Miss Case?
Well, I'd go to Sneed. I'd corner the termite, and I'd work on him. I'd make him confess that he ordered that murder. And I'd make him admit he paid Marshke for protection. And I'd...
It's too bad Lowry hasn't your spunk.
Cut. What was that you said, boss?
Didn't you hear me?
You mean it'd be all right with you if I worked on Sneed?
Lowry, what you do on your own is none of my business.
Well... Axford, would you like to go to lunch with me?
Huh? Oh, sure.
I want to talk to you.
See you later, Reed.
Good work, Miss Case.
Did I give the right cue?
Exactly as I wanted you to.
Well, the foundation is laid. I wish I knew what the Green Hornet plans to build on it.
We'll continue our story in just a moment. Ever notice how extra good, freshly picked roasting ears taste? Why, you just want to keep right on eating and eating. Even the next day they taste good. But, of course, they don't have quite the extra keen flavor as at the first. And that's because the oxygen in the air takes the keen edge off flavor. The same is true of most all freshly opened packaged foods. When first opened, you enjoy an extra keenness of flavor, an extra freshness of taste, food at the very peak of its goodness. And that extra keenness of flavor is exactly what you get in the Betty Crocker cereal tray. Here's why. The Betty Crocker cereal tray contains 10 separate individual packages of Cheerios, Wheaties, and Kicks. Every morning you open a fresh package. Each holds just enough for a single serving. Your cereal remains sealed in the package until the very moment you sit down to breakfast. And packages are heavily waxed, too. This helps prevent air from seeping into the box before open. If you want to see how extra heavy and protective this wax coat is, just scratch the package with your fingernail. You'll be amazed. Remember, you get only top favorite cereals in the Betty Crocker cereal tray. Cheerios, Wheaties, and Kicks. And don't forget that each cereal comes to you with the same wonderfully extra sharp, brisk flavor so noticeable in garden fresh vegetables, fresh picked fruit, fresh roasted food. Get the Betty Crocker cereal tray tomorrow. You buy it fresh, wax-protected packages help keep it fresh, and you never open your cereal until a moment before you eat it. Now to continue our story. Lenore Case, Britt Reid's private secretary, was one of the few who knew that the young publisher was the Green Hornet. She had cooperated with a plan whereby Britt hoped to smash the power of county boss Marshke. and smash the widespread gambling at Pink Wonderland. As part of the Green Hornet's plan, the girl lingered in her office after hours, waiting for Michael Axford.
Hi, Casey. You still here?
Well, I told you I'd wait. I'm anxious to hear what you and Lowry plan to do.
We don't want to act officially as reporters, because we might get the Sentinel in a jam. So Reid mustn't know our plans. What we aim to do is none of his business.
But it will be his business if you make news.
Well, when you put it that way, we're going to call on Sneed tonight.
You are?
We're going to persuade him to squeal.
Really? Oh, golly, I'd like to have that story as an exclusive.
Now, Katie.
What time are you going to call on Sneed?
He gets home from Pink Wonderland about 2 o'clock in the morning. We'll be waiting in his home.
Oh, gee, what a shame.
Huh?
Well, the story has to be filed by 3 o'clock to make the Bulldog edition. You can't possibly get the confession in less than an hour.
That's so.
And if it doesn't make the Bulldog, the Sentinel won't have a beat. The other papers will probably have it the same time we do. Oh, Mr. Reid will be furious if we don't scoop the others.
I might call Reid and tell him.
Oh, you know very well he's gone out for the evening. Michael, sit down there. I've got an idea.
Huh?
Let's write the story now.
Now?
Just as if Sneed had confessed. As if he told all he knew. We can write a couple of sticks for the first flash. They'll do for a headline. Oh, and that'll give us the beat. The second edition can carry a follow-up.
But, Casey, he hasn't confessed yet.
I'll hold the fort, Michael. I'll have the story all set to go. If something happens, well, that is, if you fail, you can call me in time to kill it.
Well, golly, I bet Reid wouldn't like this way of doing things.
Mr. Reid wants his people to use their heads. You don't know where to get in touch with him, so you're doing the Nespex thing. Think of it, Michael. A scoop on the Sneed confession. Mr. Reid, I'm calling from the corner drugstore. Michael is up in his office going over the story. We just finished writing it.
Axford went for the plan, huh?
Yes, indeed. He's to call me in time to kill the story if he and Lowry fail. They're going to be waiting at Sneed's home when Sneed comes in at 2 a.m.
Thanks, Miss Case. That's all I want to know.
It was after midnight when Britt Reid called Kato, his faithful valet, to his room.
There'll be action tonight, Mr. Britt?
Yes, Cato. Axford and Lowry are going to try to make Sneed talk.
You think they succeed?
I'm sure they won't. Sneed can't be bluffed in that way.
Oh, Mr. Britt, you fix it so they go there.
They'd never admit that. Lowry thinks it was his own idea.
Well, what Green Hornet do?
We'll interrupt the conference. Bring the mask and gas gun. And,
What else, Mr. Britt?
I think we'll take one of the gas grenades. Tonight, we'll need a lot of gas.
It's about time for Sneed to come.
Yeah, but don't try to change the subject. You know, sometimes, Axford, I wonder if you've got all your buttons.
Now, see here, Lowry.
You mean to say you let Casey talk you into writing that story ahead of time?
Sure did.
But what if we can't make Sneed talk? And we probably can't. He's plenty tough. He's not going to confess to having a hand in a murder unless we have luck.
Wait. Look, the car's coming. Maybe it's the one we're waiting for.
I'll deal with you later. Get back in the shadows.
It's turning into the driveway.
Sneed. Good. Oh, brother, wait till I work on him. You've put me in the right mood, Axford.
He's got to get out to open the garage door.
Come on. Just a minute, Sneed.
Huh?
We want to talk to you.
Oh, Lowry.
That's right.
And I'm Axford.
The idea waiting here for me.
We didn't want to miss you. Let's go into the house.
For what?
Don't get tough with us or we'll get tough right back.
Come on, Sneed. We're going to show you how to be very smart.
You must think I'm nuts. Why should I admit all the stuff that you've
Sneed,
been...
we know you're kicking in a Marshke. We know he's using his weight to let you run that gambling place, but you're small fry.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Gambling at Pink Wonderland's just a drop in the bucket. It's the big operators that our paper's after, the boys who run the gambling houses. Marshke's protecting them, too. That's why we want Marshke.
I got nothing to say.
We'll get Marshke sooner or later, and he'll throw you and a lot of others to the wolves.
Don't bluff, Lowry. I happen to know you got no evidence.
There will be evidence. Now play ball with us, and the Daily Sentinel will help you. We'll build up the fact that you cooperated to smash gambling and pinning a couple of murders on Marshke. It was Marshke who gave the order to have me shot last night, wasn't it?
I told you I'm
You
not...
probably relayed the order, but he gave it. Isn't that right? Ah, you're all as guilty as the man who fired the shots. Why don't you talk?
Why don't you guys go home and let me get some sleep?
Sneed, you might even get a suspended sentence if you play on our side. We can build you
No!
up to 20... Ah, you're scared. You're scared of what'll happen if you talk. You're afraid Marshke will have you bumped off. Is that it? Well, we can get tough.
I tell you, I don't know nothing.
Holy crow, what's that?
The window.
The bomb. It's gas.
Choking me.
It's all right, Kato. Come in.
Gas is cleared out?
Yes, they're all unconscious. Now we've got to play the cards close to the table.
Well, Lowry not get far with Sneed.
I didn't expect him to. What time is it?
It's 3 o'clock.
Axford can't calm his case. The confession will be on the streets in a few minutes.
Oh, that's right.
We'll wait here until the Bulldog edition is out. And then we'll give these three a shot in the arm.
When Axford did not call, Lenore Case sent the story of the confession to the city room. The night editor raised his eyebrows, but didn't question a story from the publisher's own secretary. Meanwhile, Britt Reid and Kato waited in Sneed's house for the Bulldog edition to hit the streets. Britt administered a hypodermic injection that discounted the effect of the gas, then dragged Sneed from the room as Axford and Lowry regained consciousness.
What the... Where am I?
Axford.
Oh, Lowry. Suffering snakes was still in Sneed's house.
Where's Sneed? What happened to us?
By golly, I don't know. I remember gas.
Let me go, you hear? I didn't squeal. I don't care what Marcy says.
Sneed. He's in the other room.
What's the matter with him?
I tell you I didn't squeal. Don't take me to Marcy. Don't do it. You'll kill me.
Axford, come on. We got to see about this.
Right, you are.
There goes Sneed down the hall.
The hand has got him.
There's a car. The Hornet's putting Sneed into it.
Stop! Stop, do you hear?
Wait, Axford. We get your car and follow. I think the Green Hornet is taking him to Marshke.
Lowry, the Sentinel.
Axford, that's the story you and Casey wrote. It's in print.
Holy crow! I didn't get the collar. I was unconscious.
You can say that again. Come on, let's get to Marshke.
While Kato drove to Marshke's home, Britt kept a gun on Sneed and ignored the gambler's pleading. When the car stopped, he kept a sharp watch for the approach of Axford's car, pretending that he was waiting for someone else.
The boys will be along to take care of you in just a minute, Sneed.
But I didn't squeal. I swear I didn't. Where'd Marshke get the idea I squealed?
He can read. Hear that?
No, that can't be. It can't, I tell you.
Tell Marshke that.
But it ain't true.
And what were a couple of Sentinel reporters doing in your house?
They were trying to make me squeal. They were trying to, but I wouldn't.
What's more, Sneed, you know what the boss thinks of men who drink too much.
Hey, look, I don't touch a drop.
When I found you, you were out cold on the floor. So were the reporters.
Oh, listen, how can I tell you so you believe me? Someone threw a gas bomb through the window. That's what knocked us out.
How'd the Sentinel get that story if those reporters didn't phone it in?
Please, you've got to believe me. Let me go. Don't take me to Marshke. I know what he'll do.
That's probably the boys.
Well, don't let him have me. Please don't.
This is where I check out, Sneed. Get out of the car. The boys will take care
No,
of you.
no.
Get out.
No.
Get going, Kato.
No, please don't.
Come on, Axford. Here, Sneed.
No, wait, listen, please. Oh, it's you two.
By golly, Sneed, that was the Green Hornet you were with. Oh, come here. Let me help you to your feet.
Listen, Lowry, let me talk. The story's in the paper. Marshke thinks I squealed.
Marshke won't like that.
He won't give me a chance. He'll frame me for the murder last night. Lowry, you said you'd help me if I talk.
Huh?
Well, I'll give you the names of the guys that bumped Cheese Carter. I'll talk. I've got to talk to save my life.
Look out the window, Mr. Reid. It's getting light.
I'm sorry you had to work so long, Miss Case. You better go home and take the day off.
I wouldn't have missed this for anything. I want to see Axford when he comes in with a follow-up on the Sneed confession.
You should have put your name on it.
I'll let Axford and Lowry have the byline. They earned it.
They're still wondering which one of the disgruntled losers at Pink Wonderland threw a gas bomb in Sneed's window.
Hey, Reed, Casey, here's the story, and oh, golly, look at it. 8-column banner, and it's got pictures of me and Lowry with Sneed.
Well, what about Marshke and the others who were named by Sneed?
Cops have got 'em all, Reed. Here's the story on it. By golly, the Hornet dumped that crook right into our laps.
Oh, you should be grateful to the Green Hornet.
I gave him a plug in me story.
A plug?
I put in what Sneed thinks of him. When a crook like Sneed talks against a man, by golly, it's a plug.
Catspaw, detailed sneak confession, highway murder solved, Marsky jailed. Read all about it. Green Hornet named it capture such select street. Catspaw!
Say, here's a way to have double fun. I mean eating fun plus model building fun. Just get the Betty Crocker cereal tray, and you'll see what I mean. First comes the eating fun, because each Betty Crocker cereal tray has 10 separate individual boxes of those 3 swell-tasting top favorite cereals, Cheerios, Wheaties, and Kicks. Each morning you take your choice. Each morning you open a fresh new package. This makes breakfast a lot more fun. Now, here's where the double fun comes in. With each Betty Crocker cereal tray, you get cutouts to build a model city, complete with barber shops, drugstores, grocery stores, and houses. Also cutouts of autos, fences, garages, and a lot more things, all true to life. Models are printed right on the packages, together with easy-to-follow instructions on how to build. Best of all, different houses and stores come on different Betty Crocker cereal trays, so you can keep on adding new buildings. Go to your grocer's just as soon as you can and get the Betty Crocker cereal tray, the handy cereal package with all 3 of your breakfast favorites, Cheerios, Wheaties, and Kicks. You've been listening to The Green Hornet, brought to you by the Betty Crocker cereal tray, the cereal assortment of individual packages of Wheaties, Cheerios, and Kicks.
His 6th basket in a row. He's the best forward on the team.
He's feeling his Cheerios. Yes, Cheerios, that energizing breakfast cereal made from oats, the richest of cereal grains in vitamin B1. Cheerios provides whole grain amounts of all known important vitamins and minerals in oats. So help yourself to Cheerios. You'll love its toasted oat flavor, and it's shaped like tiny little donuts. That's Cheerios, the oat cereal that's ready to eat. Be with us again next week at the same time when General Mills will again present The Green Hornet. This copyrighted feature originates in Detroit, and all characters, places, and incidents used are fictitious. Hal Neal speaking. Be sure to listen tomorrow night over most of these same stations for another hard-hitting, two-fisted adventure of the Old West when the Lone Ranger rides again. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
Say, want a brand new breakfast idea? Then get the Betty Crocker cereal tray, the Betty Crocker cereal tray. Yes, indeed. Try the brand new cereal assortment with 10 individual packages in all. 4 Wheaties, 4 Cheerios, 2 Kicks. All top favorites and all extra fresh. Yes, it's fun to take your pick from Wheaties, Cheerios, and Kicks. Get the Betty Crocker cereal tray, the Betty Crocker cereal tray. Get that tray today.
And now the Betty Crocker cereal tray presents The Green Hornet. He hunts the biggest of all game, public enemies who try to destroy our America. With and his faithful valet Kato, Britt Reid, daring young publisher, matches wits with the underworld, risking his life that criminals and racketeers within the law may feel its weight by the sting of the Green Hornet. Ride with Britt Reid in the thrilling adventure of Career at Stake. All right, gang, let's give 3 cheers. Yes, sir, 3 cheers for 3 top favorites. Cheerios, Wheaties, and Kicks, each in the Betty Crocker cereal tray. 10 separate individual packages of your 3 top favorite cereals, all in one handy carton. You take your choice right at the table. Wheaties one morning, Cheerios the next, and Kicks the next. It's fun. You always open a fresh package. Try it. Get the Betty Crocker cereal tray.
Society Beauty ends life. Hazel Paul plunges to death. Here. Read all about it. Set select.
It was a solemn Britt Reid who talked to Ed Lowry in his office at the Daily Sentinel. Lowry, the paper's star reporter, nodded in sympathetic understanding as the young publisher spoke to him.
Lowry, if there was ever a story I've hated to print, it's this one on Hazel Ball's suicide.
I understand, boss. She was a friend, wasn't she?
A very dear friend. But Hazel Ball loved life too much to do what she did without some terrible, overpowering reason. I'm sure of that.
I can believe it, boss.
I want you to dig around and see what you can find out about her life during the past few months. Yes?
Mr. Reid, experts on the outside line.
All right, Miss Case, put him through. Yes, Axford.
Reid, I'm over at Cops headquarters on the Hazel Ball suicide. And what I got is sensational.
Go ahead, Axford.
Police are convinced that Hazel Ball took her life when she was unable to meet extortion demands. They have reason to believe she was a victim of a blackmail ring.
You were right, boss. That's it. Another blackmail case.
Hold it, Axford. I'll switch you over to Gunnigan.
Meanwhile, 2 other men were concerned with Hazel Ball's death. Both of them were seated in the office of Typical Topics, a notorious weekly scandal sheet published by J. Cyril Fraser. Short, nervous, and well-dressed, Fraser was making notations in a small black book, and watching him was a hulking, bald-headed man whose face seemed creased in an everlasting smile. He was Johnny Dunn, Fraser's partner.
Still writing in your little black book, huh, Fraser? You're going to wear your brain out with all the figuring and writing you do. You know, sometime just for fun, I'd like to see what you put in that book.
You wouldn't understand, Johnny. I'm just closing out accounts on Hazel Ball.
You know, it's a funny thing. I was just thinking about her a minute ago. We didn't get too much out of her, did we?
No, Johnny, very little when you count it up.
That's why I can't understand the papers saying she was taken for plenty of dough.
You know the papers.
You've got something new lined up, Fraser?
Yes, and different. Your big job this time is being a father.
Yeah, I can imagine. What did you say? A father? Me?
Yes, the father of a lovely young actress. A girl who's going to make $1 million in Hollywood.
What is this, a gag?
No, Johnny, I'm serious. You're going to be her father, and I'm going to be her personal manager.
Leave it to good old Fraser. Always looking after the books and taking care of the money.
I've been lining this up for a long time, Johnny. Once you're set, we'll be ready to go.
Well, I'm ready now. What's the pitch?
It's a little involved. First, you'll have to visit a small town in West Texas to get some local color. A town called Colby.
Colby? You kidding? Why, that burg was wiped out about 15, 16 years ago. I guess they built it up again, though. You know, I know the joint.
What?
Used to hit there when I was traveling.
Hey, this is better than I thought. You know the town was set without waiting. You know what happened to Colby, don't you? An oil and gas explosion wrecked and then burned it out completely. A few hundred people killed, every building gutted, and every vital and public record destroyed.
Sure.
Well, this actress, your daughter, was born in Colby a few years before that explosion. And that's the basis for the setup I've doped out.
Ed Lowry and Michael Axford were summoned to Britt Reid's office early next morning. He had just come from a conference with Police Commissioner Higgins, and there was deep concern in his voice as he spoke.
It's the same old story. The police can cope with murder and robbery, but when it comes to blackmail, they're stymied. Lowry, we're going to start that blackmail series of yours tomorrow.
Boss, I'm sure of two things. First, most people who pay hush money will die rather than reveal why they're paying it.
Well, worse than that. They die without naming the blackmailers. And what's the second thing you're sure of, Lowry?
What I thought long before I started on this assignment. What the DA and the commissioner have suspected for ages but haven't been able to prove.
You mean that the Fraser outfit's behind the racket?
Behind it? Look at that magazine they put out, and you'd say they're in front of it.
If you knew the facts behind those blind items they run in typical topics, you'd know who was paying or going to be asked to pay blackmail and why.
If you did know, you couldn't get them to testify. That's why the authorities have never been able to make any headway.
Well, maybe this series will accomplish what the police haven't been able to.
If it doesn't, I can think of only one more hope.
You mean you got an ace in the hole, Reid? What is it?
What? Oh, it's fate. Yes, that's what it is, Axford. Fate.
When the others had left, Britt Reid walked into his outer office, where Lenore Case was pounding away at her typewriter.
And, what role is Miss Lenore Case playing at the moment? The secretary or reporter?
Neither, Mr. Reid. I'm setting an outline and a list of questions to ask on my big assignment as a feature writer.
Oh, what's the feature you're working on?
Here's the assignment that Considine sent me.
Oh, Sunday magazine, no less.
Uh-huh.
Great. Uh-oh. Look at whom you're going to interview. Audrey Johnson. I'd like to work on that myself.
If she looks like she sounds, I don't blame you. I talked to her on the phone before. Oh, she was lovely.
She is. And the finest young actress to come along in years. Well, I imagine she's not more than 18 or 19, and yet she has a mature, electric quality about her.
Here.
I promise you, when you see Audrey Johnson, you'll be looking at the future great lady of the theater.
The films, you mean? I understand Hollywood's the next stop after a show closes. That's why we're not printing the story for a few weeks. It'll be bigger then after a picture contract's been signed.
Good for her, if that's what she wants. But I do wish an actress with her ability would remain on the stage where people act.
Oh, snob. You going out, Mr. Reid?
Yes, I'm to meet Axford for lunch in a few minutes. If anything comes up, I'll be at Rico's.
Rico's was the one spot in town where celebrities and the smart set gathered. It was there, about an hour later, that Reid and Axford finished their luncheon. Axford drained his coffee cup, patted his lips with his napkin, and sat back with a contented, well-fed smile.
Reid, that was the best lunch I've had in ages. I want to tell you, Hey, what are you looking at?
Axford, have you seen Always Tomorrow?
You mean the play at the Princess Theater? No, why?
There's a lovely young girl in it, Audrey Johnson. Miss Case and I were just talking about her a while ago. She's going to be one of our great actresses.
For what?
Audrey Johnson is being seated a few tables behind you. She's with J. Cyril Fraser.
Ah, that blatherskite.
What's a girl like her doing with Fraser?
Well, how do I know?
Well, I intend to find out.
You mean you're going over and ask?
No, Axford, not that. I'm going to find out just the same. Waiter. Check, please. I'm getting right back to the office, Axford. I'm going to change one of Miss Case's assignments.
While Britt Reid told Lenore Case about seeing Audrey Johnson at lunch with Fraser, the blackmailing publisher and the young actress were entering the lobby of her apartment house. Standing at the door at the automatic elevator and smiling inanely as he greeted them was Fraser's partner, Johnny Dunn.
Hey there, Audrey. It's good to see you. You made it, huh, Fraser?
Why, who are you? Who is this man, Mr. Fraser?
He's one of the two most important men in your life, Audrey. Don't stand there looking like that, dear. Get into the elevator. We'll all go up for that little talk.
We'll continue our story in just a moment. Ever wonder why the cereals in the Betty Crocker cereal tray always taste so extra fresh and crisp? Why they seem to have an extra brisk edge of flavor? Well, there's a mighty good reason for that super fresh cereal tray flavor. 2 reasons, in fact. First, the 10 separate packages of Wheaties, Cheerios, and Kicks in the Betty Crocker cereal tray each come in special flavor-protecting packages. From tip to top, the outside of each package is bathed in wax, a treatment which helps guard against air and dampness. This flavor-saving wax coat is a special heavy one, too. In fact, if you scratch the surface of the packages with your fingernail, you'll be amazed at how extra heavy this protective wax coat is. It really does the trick. Now, the second reason for the cereal tray's extra keen flavor is this. Each of the individual packages holds just enough for one good-sized serving. That means your breakfast cereal remains sealed in its wax-gutted package until the very moment before you eat it. Each morning you open a fresh, new package. Each morning you enjoy a breakfast cereal at its crispiest, freshest, most flavorful best. Remember, there are 10 separate individual packages of those 3 top favorites, Wheaties, Cheerios, and Kicks in every Betty Crocker cereal tray. Each member of the family has the fun of choosing the cereal he wants for breakfast. Each opens his own fresh new package. Ask your mom to get the Betty Crocker cereal tray and enjoy extra keen flavor every single morning. Now to continue our story. When Audrey Johnson, Fraser, and Dunn entered the girl's apartment, there were a few minutes of meaningless preliminaries. This was long enough to give Audrey the opportunity to get control of herself, so that she was able and ready to talk when Fraser came to his point.
Audrey, I hear you've been signed to play the lead in Madonna of Jericho when they make the picture. It's supposed to be a secret, I know, but you have signed.
Since you're so all-knowing, I won't deny it. I have signed.
You had no right to sign that contract, Audrey.
I had no... I'd like to know why not. I'm over 18.
Aha, there's the rub, my dear girl. You're not 18.
What are you talking about? I ought to know how old I am.
I don't see why. You know very well your age is based on mere hearsay.
You're leading up to something. I know it. What is it?
Audrey, where were you born?
Colby, Texas.
Exactly. Where your father and mother were killed in the explosion that wiped out the town. And when Colby was wiped out, so was every record in that city. Not a birth record or death certificate was saved from the ruins. And as a result, you've never known who your real mother and father were.
Stop it! You can't say
I
that.
can say because I know. You, a baby, were one of the few to survive the disaster. And a short time later, you were adopted by a vaudeville couple, Al and Fanny Johnson. Adoption rules were funny then.
What are you trying to get at?
Where are Al and Fanny Johnson now?
You know they're dead.
They misled you about your age, Audrey. Why? Because their act began to flop. And they needed something novel or they were washed up.
Will you stop and say what you're going to say?
I've found your real father and your birth certificate. Here's the birth certificate proving how old you really are.
Oh, no.
And it proves, too, that this man is your father.
I'm your father, Audrey. I searched for 15 years.
It is absurd. It's a nightmare. Keep away from me. Don't come near me, you...
Sit down, Johnny. And you, Audrey, let's have no scenes. Sooner or later, you'll have to face the facts.
This man is my father?
Yes. And that I am going to be your personal manager.
So that's it. I accept this
Or we sue you and your film company for signing a minor.
Shortly after Lenore Case left for Audrey Johnson's apartment, Axford and Ed Lowry hurried into Britt Reid's office.
Boss, wait till you hear what we got.
What is it, Lowry? Something live?
I think so, boss. First, I've been checking with my bank sources. In the 4 years before her death, Hazel Ball withdrew more than $100,000 with not a trace of where it went.
And during the same time, Fraser banked twice that.
Naturally, she wasn't the only fish in his line. What else, Lowry?
Fraser has a bodyguard and circulation manager named Johnny Dunn. I looked him up.
Get this now, Reed.
He has no criminal record, so the police let him drop. But now I find that Dunn's an almost miraculous penman. He once made a copy of the Constitution and signed every name, almost as they were on the original.
A man like that in league with a blackmailer could... Yes, I see what you mean, Lowry.
It was late afternoon when Lenore Case returned to the office. There was pain and disbelief in her voice as she told Britt Reid the startling climax of her interview with Audrey Johnson.
And I couldn't believe it, Mr. Reid. Well, she stood there in the middle of the living room, just as if it were a lighted stage, yet she told me without the flicker of an eyelid that from now on, Fraser was handling all of her affairs, and that this grotesque Dunn was her long-lost father. Then she phoned the theater saying she couldn't appear this evening.
Britt Reid made an immediate decision when Miss Case told him that Audrey Johnson had phoned the theater. He went immediately home and summoned Cato, his valet and confidant.
Forget about dinner, Kato. Get the Black Beauty ready.
Sure thing, Mr. Britt. What we do tonight?
What we do tonight, Cato, depends on the cooperation we get from the very beautiful and very foolish young girl we're going to visit now. Let's get going right away.
Alone in her apartment, Audrey Johnson was no longer the self-possessed girl who had cynically compromised with J. Cyril Fraser. She was sobbing quietly, so that she did not hear the masked man who entered the room. But she sensed his presence and looked up.
Who's there? Who's... That mask. I know who you are. You're the Green Hornet.
Then we can forego introductions, Miss Johnson. Let's drop the tear act, shall we? I want to talk to you.
A seemingly chastened Audrey Johnson sat back and listened to the Green Hornet. He told her the sordid background of the men who'd forced their way into her life that afternoon. And when he finished, some minutes later, he was dumbfounded to hear her say,
Honestly, I didn't realize what a colorful father, what a fascinating manager I have. Goodness.
What? Are you crazy?
Not at all, Mr. Hornet. And to show I appreciate your story, I'll bring you up to date on the career of these men you dislike so much. I can see your eyes. They're cute, and they look surprised. Like mine did this afternoon, I imagine. I'll tell you what happened then.
And Audrey Johnson did. Britt Reid, accustomed to all types of persons and circumstances in his role as the Green Hornet, sat dumbstruck at this young girl as she told him every dramatic highlight, the story of her encounter that afternoon. When she finished, his words were colored with amazement and indignation.
Of all the preposterous, outlandish shakedowns. And you mean to say you were going to let them get away with a fantastic thing like that?
Were. I am.
Cut out this fooling. Call the police and tell them just what you told me.
No, I won't call the police. And I won't tell them my story. And you can't tell them. Not the Green Hornet. If you did, I'd deny everything. I've accepted my situation, and it's going to stay that way.
You're not as smart as you think you are. Fraser and Dunn couldn't make their story stand up in court. That birth certificate is a fake and a forgery, I'm sure of it.
Maybe it is a fake. And I think it is. But it looks real enough. And their story is logical enough to get some proceedings started.
Don't be an idiot. That's only a threat. They couldn't prove their case.
But they can start litigation. And if I get involved in court proceedings, the movie people will drop me. I'll be finished before I start.
But you can't
Movie
mean
outfits don't want to bother with a lot of lawsuits, especially over unknowns like I am.
You're only 18. You'll have many more chances.
Not in a part like I'll have in Madonna. The only chance you get in this business is the one that's given you today. I'm taking it. Motion pictures can do without me. I'm not going to let them. Me, I've got my chance, and I'm not going to lose it.
All right. If I can't talk to you, perhaps I can talk to Fraser and Dunn.
As the Green Hornet left, Audrey Johnson, selfish in the fear that her career might be harmed, tried innumerable times to get the office of typical topics on the phone. But the line continued busy. Then, with a change of mind and attitude so characteristic of her, she dialed again. This time, another number.
Hello? Police? Hurry. The Green Hornet's going to make trouble. Go at once to the office of Typical Topics.
J. Cyril Fraser had been on the phone for more than an hour, tapping his last sources of information before he started to write the copy for the next edition of his scandal sheet. Neither he nor the unusually serious-faced Dunn were aware that a masked man had made a silent entrance and waited, hidden in the outer office.
Glad that's over. Got a couple of doozies with it. Say, what's that look on your face for?
I'm still thinking about that kid today. I don't think it's a smart play, Fraze. I feel sorry for him.
Sorry enough to pass up $1 million?
You and your $1 million always talking about millions. Like the $1 million we were going to make on the Hazel Ball deal.
Well, $100,000 isn't bad.
Who's it? Masked.
How did you get in?
I locked the door. How did you get in?
I unlocked it.
What do you want?
When I came in, I wanted to talk to you about the Johnson deal. I've nailed you to that one, Fraser. But after what I just heard, suppose we start talking about Hazel Ball.
Look, what was that crack about $100,000?
Well, don't you know? That's what Hazel Ball paid you over a 4-year period.
Paid me? Are you kidding? All I got out of that deal was a filthy 9 or 10 G's.
He's lying, Johnny. He doesn't know what he's
Maybe
talking...
he does know. Maybe he's not lying. I've been thinking lately that maybe you were, Fraze. I'd be sore about that ball cut if it was like the Hornet says. I did a very special pen job in that one.
That's right, Dunn. You did most of the pen work, didn't you?
Sure I did. Fixed those phony letters for him, signed those phony signatures, fixed up the records.
Shut up, you stupid fool. Don't you see what the Hornet's trying to do?
Stupid fool, huh?
Keep away from me, Johnny. Don't touch me.
I won't touch you, Pally. Not till I get a peek at that little black book of yours. The one with the figures. The one you said today I couldn't understand. Let's see if I can, Fraze.
Better give it to him, Fraser.
That's telling him, Hornet. Do I get it, Fraze?
No, don't touch me. It's here in my inside pocket. Take it.
Yeah, it's here. And I'd better take this Johnson birth certificate, too, as long as it's here with the other stuff.
That fake certificate? Good. Go on, Dunn. You know what you're after?
You bet I do. Let's see now. Here it is. Ball. January. 3,000. Huh? February. 1,200. Well,
don't do it, Johnny. Johnny, look. I can explain that. I forgot to tell you.
You forgot to tell me lots of things, Fraze.
Johnny.
4,200 the first 2 months of this year. And I didn't get a dime.
No, Johnny.
Well, here's what you're going to get.
Let go of him, Dunn. Stop right where you are.
What's the idea? What you going to shoot that gun for?
So you'll both be piled up nice and neat when the police come. They'll be interested in that book, and I'll leave a note explaining that birth certificate.
You're not going to get away with a play like that, Bub.
You first, Dunn.
Are you?
Oh, no, you don't, Fraser. Here's your sleeping potion.
Britt Reid heard the police car screech to a halt in front of the building, but he coolly stopped to scribble a note and attach it to Audrey Johnson's forged birth certificate. The sound of policemen running up the stairs sent the masked man hurrying to the rear window of the office. As he climbed onto the fire escape, the outer door burst open.
There he goes, through that window. It's the Hornet, all right.
Hey, look at the two on the floor here.
Never mind them. Get the Green Hornet.
Get after him. Don't let the Green Hornet get away this time.
He is getting away. Down that alley.
When Britt Reid entered his office next morning, he found Axford and Miss Case discussing the events of the previous night.
Fraser dead to rights.
Dead to the world for what Lowry told me. Oh, good morning, Mr. Reid. Did you know that the Green Hornet helped the police again last night?
Yes, and from what I heard, the police have been able to connect Fraser with nearly every blackmail crime of the past 5 years.
No, that's good news. Why,
Where's the boss?
Right here, Lowry. What is it?
Now that this John Fraser case broke, did we run those blackmail stories I wrote?
Sure thing. They may give some people an idea of how they can protect themselves from the dangers of blackmail.
And you can end with a story of how the Green Hornet did it in this case.
I'm so sick and tired hearing about the Green Hornet. Sure, I bet you he didn't have any more to do with it than Reid here.
Set electric pepper, Blackmail plot exposed. Johnny Gunn's real gun partner. Read all about it. Green Hornet leads police to blackmail ring. Set electric pepper.
Boys and girls, listen to this. You get a swell-looking model city when you buy the Betty Crocker cereal tray. A model city that looks just like real. You cut it out and build it yourself. It has all kinds of buildings, houses, stores. In addition, there are cut-out automobiles, fences, storage sheds, awnings, and billboards. All this on just one Betty Crocker cereal tray. Still other houses, stores, and equipment come on other packages. The model city is easy to build, too. There's no pasting or gluing needed, and many slots are pre-cut. It's really easy and really fun. Just ask your grocer for the Betty Crocker cereal tray, the handy cereal package with all three of your breakfast favorites, Wheaties, Cheerios, and Kicks. Get yours now. You've been listening to The Green Hornet, brought to you by the Betty Crocker cereal tray, the cereal assortment of individual packages of Wheaties, Cheerios, and Kicks. America is secure as long as Americans stick together. But America is weak, actually in danger from outside enemies, if we quarrel among ourselves about race, religious belief, or nationality. So play fair with your fellow American, whatever his race, religion, or nationality. There's more fun in life when you do. You're happier about your neighbors. They're happier about you. Most important, in these troubled times, America is secure only when all Americans stick together. Be with us again next week at the same time when General Mills will again present The Green Hornet. This copyrighted feature originates in Detroit, and all characters, places, and incidents used are fictitious. Hal Neal speaking. Tomorrow night at the same time, over most of these same stations, listen to another thrilling adventure of the early West, when the Lone Ranger rides again. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
Say, want a brand new breakfast idea? Then get the Betty Crocker cereal tray, the Betty Crocker cereal tray. Yes, indeed. Try the brand new cereal assortment with 10 individual packages in all. 4 Wheaties, 4 Cheerios, 2 Kicks. All top favorites and all extra fresh. Yes, it's fun to take your pick from Wheaties, Cheerios, and Kicks. Get the Betty Crocker cereal tray, the Betty Crocker cereal tray. Get that tray today.
And now the Betty Crocker cereal tray presents The Green Hornet. He hunts the biggest of all game, public enemies who try to destroy our America. With his faithful valet Kato, Britt Reid, daring young publisher, matches wits with the underworld, risking his life that criminals and racketeers within the law may feel its weight by the sting of the Green Hornet. Ride with Britt Reid in the thrilling adventure of Stone Wall Alibi. Fun doubled and tripled That's the kind of eating fun you get in the Betty Crocker cereal tray. Yep, three-way breakfast fun. Cheerios, Wheaties, and Kicks. All three in 10 separate individual-sized packages, all in one handy carton. That's the Betty Crocker cereal tray. Each morning you open a fresh package. Cheerios, Wheaties, or Kicks. Try it. Get the Betty Crocker cereal tray. The grand jury had been making progress investigating graft in state politics. But the investigation came to an abrupt halt with the murder of a key witness.
3 weeks have gone by and the police haven't gotten anywhere.
Britt Reid, publisher of the Daily Sentinel, was particularly anxious to see the killer brought to justice.
Andrews was one of my friends. Not only that, he was the kind of man who could have done a lot for the state and for the country. Now he's dead, Miss Case. And the killer is probably laughing at the efforts of the police.
And so are Boss Barton and 2 or 3 others who would have been indicted by the grand jury if Andrews had been able to testify.
Commissioner Higgins says the police haven't a lead of any sort.
Maybe a reward would tempt a squealer.
That's a good idea, Miss Case. Get Gunnigan. Tell him to break down page 1 and clear room for a 2-column box. The Sentinel is going to offer a reward.
$5,000 reward offered for Andrew Slayer. Here you are, sir. Read all about it. Here you are, sir. Set select street. Bedford.
$5,000 reward. The news spread throughout the city and the state. The Daily Sentinel, carrying the announcement, lay on the desk of an official in the state prison. It was there when Joe Finnerty, a trustee, came to sweep.
What? $5,000. Oh, that'd sure help Molly. I wonder how much time I got. It's worth a chance. I hope Sinclair don't come in before I get this call through. Listen, sister, make this fast. I want to talk to Britt Reid, publisher of the Daily Sentinel.
Joe Finnerty waited impatiently at the telephone. He couldn't see Sinclair coming down the road from his home some distance beyond the prison gate, accompanied by the prisoner who served as his chauffeur.
Sinclair, you should live closer to the prison. It's a long walk in bad weather.
Webster, I know lots of boys would be glad to walk 5 times as far for a setup like yours.
I earned my setup. You ought to know that, Sinclair. Boss Barton gave you orders about me.
Yes. I've had orders, all right.
You needn't talk that way. You're well paid. Say, what's the dope on that Sentinel reward?
I'll show you the paper when I get to my office.
Good. I want to keep in close touch with things.
Hello. Hello, is this Mr. Reid?
Yes?
I've got to talk fast, so get it right the first time. My name is Finnerty. I'm talking from the state pen. It'll be curtains for me if I'm caught. You listening?
Yes, go ahead.
I'm calling you because I think you're on the level. You know that the warden's been away on sick leave for a long time, don't you?
What about it?
A guy named Sinclair's in charge. Well, there's a long-termer here, a big-shot crook. And he's the one who killed Andrews. The assistant warden let him out so he could do it. He came back right after.
Does Sinclair take orders from Boss Barton?
Yes.
Who killed Andrews?
Mr. Reid, I'll give you his name if you promise to pay the Sentinel reward to my wife.
I will if your information leads to a conviction.
I tell you, there's no... Oh!
Hello? Hello, are you there? What happened?
Close the door, Webster.
Finnerty was squealing to some guy named Reid.
Must have been Britt Reid of the Daily Sentinel.
He's out cold. Must have given him quite a clout with your gun barrel.
I did.
How'd he get into your office?
He comes every day to clean up the place. I'm always here, but I was a little late today.
I was afraid that guy'd squeal if he got the chance. Use your private phone, too.
He was smart. The other phone goes through the switchboard.
You'd better think fast, Sinclair. You've got to cover this up. If I get into a jam, you're in it just as deep as I am.
Don't worry, I know how to cover. I've got something here in my desk. Here it is.
What's that?
It's a sort of a dagger made out of a tablespoon. We took it away from a con in Tier 3.
Well, what are you going to do with it?
I'll put it in Finnerty's hand. Then call in a couple of boys who'll swear I had to shoot him when he tried to attack me. That'll explain Finnerty's death.
But he wasn't shot. He isn't dead.
He'll be both after I talk to Britt Reid. I'll try to imitate Finnerty.
Long distance.
This is 3289. I was talking to Britt Reid of the Daily Sentinel when I was cut off.
One moment, please.
Did I sound like Finnerty?
You get by, but what's the idea?
Reid will wonder about the phone call. I'll give him a story that'll fix things up.
I don't know what to make of that phone call, Miss Case. Oh, hello, Axford.
Hi, Reid.
That fellow Finnerty was just about to give me the name of the man who killed Andrews.
Then what happened, Mr. Reid?
He hung up.
Maybe he's calling again. Hello?
If it's for me, I'll take it on your phone.
Very well. Just a minute, please. It's you, Mr. Reid. I think it's the same party.
Hello? Oh, yes, Finnerty. Cut off, huh? Well, I'm glad you called back, because I told you if your information leads to a conviction, I promise you your wife will receive the reward. Now, give me the name of the man who killed Andrews. Take this down, Miss Case. Langdon? Did you say Randy Langdon? What are you trying to put over on me? Randy Langdon died in the prison hospital over a month ago.
What's that guy Finnerty think he's doing?
All right. Skip it. Oh, confound it. I thought we had something.
Oh, haven't we?
Finnerty was playing a long chance for the reward. He named the man who was dead before Andrews was shot.
Why, the spalpeen. Reid, wasn't it today you were to meet Police Commissioner Higgins for lunch?
Yes, Axford, and it's just about time I started.
Will you be at the Civic Club?
I expect so. I'm going to meet Commissioner Higgins at his office. If he has any different plans, I'll let you know.
Come in, Britt.
Commissioner Higgins, I'd like to talk to you before we go to lunch.
Sit down, Britt. Sit down and fire away.
Thanks. I had a phone call that has me guessing.
Hmm?
A trustee named Finnerty
Huh?
called from the state prison. Said he had information about the Andrews killing.
Finnerty. What'd he say?
Well, I'll quote him. He says, "There's a big shot doing a stretch here. An assistant warden let him out just long enough to bump Andrews." I asked him if the assistant took orders from Boss Barton. He said yes.
Barton's a powerful man. Did Finnerty name the Andrews murderer?
We were cut off. In a few minutes, he called back and said Randy Langdon killed Andrews.
Oh, Langdon wasn't a big shot. Anyway, he died in the prison hospital a week before Andrews was killed.
I knew that. I told Finnerty he was off the beam. He laughed and said you couldn't blame a guy for trying. So what do you make of it, Commissioner Higgins?
Britt, are you sure it was Finnerty who called the second time?
It sounded like the same voice. What?
Here's a flash that came to my desk just 2 minutes before you walked into my office. Now, read it.
Great Scott. Finnerty was shot and killed for attacking Sinclair with an improvised dagger. When did this happen?
Less than an hour ago.
Commissioner Higgins, maybe Finnerty did know who killed Andrews. Maybe Sinclair heard him talking to me and cut him off.
That's why I asked if you were sure it was Finnerty who called the second time.
Well, I'm not sure. Maybe Sinclair called and imitated Finnerty, so I wouldn't investigate any further. If that's the case...
Britt, everyone from the governor down has been suspicious of conditions at the state prison, but investigations have gotten nowhere. Sinclair has managed to keep in the clear.
Yeah, but if he killed Finnerty for telephoning me, if he trumped up a story about Finnerty attacking
Britt,
him...
you may be sure he'll have an airtight story and witnesses to back it up. He's made his position impregnable.
Well, there must be some way to get the truth.
And I wish I could think of it. Of course, the state penitentiary's out of my jurisdiction, but I'd certainly like to see it cleaned up.
I'm sorry about Finnerty. The poor guy didn't want anything for himself. He hoped his wife would get the reward.
She's a swell girl.
If she visited Joe in prison, he might have given her some information.
I doubt it, Britt. Sinclair monitors all conversations with prisoners.
With Joe's death, she might be good for an interview. Yes. It might be a good idea to interview her. May I borrow your telephone?
Yeah, that is.
I'll call my office and ask Miss Case to make a date to interview Joe Finnerty's wife tonight.
Tonight? Is there any special reason for waiting until tonight?
Yes, Commissioner Higgins. There is. That interview is going to be interrupted by the Green Hornet.
That evening, Britt Reid prepared to move as the Green Hornet, with the aid of his faithful Filipino valet, Kato.
Here is gas weapon, also mask.
Did you check on that old boathouse on the waterfront? The one Dad used to rent?
Oh, yes, Mr. Britt. It is unoccupied. I have key to open.
Well, then we're all set. I explained the plan to Miss Case. She's going to interview Mrs. Finnerty at 9 o'clock. Come on, Cato. We'll make tomorrow's headlines.
Mrs. Finnerty, it was kind of you to give me an interview. I hesitated to call so soon after that. Well...
That's all right, Miss Case. I'm glad of a chance to talk. Poor Joe got a rotten deal up there in the pen. Joe wouldn't attack Sinclair.
No?
Take it from me, Miss Case. There was some reason why Joe was killed.
Did you visit him in prison?
Yeah, but he couldn't talk there. There was a guard listening all the...
Oh, what's the matter?
Look! There, at the door behind you.
The Green Hornet.
We'll continue our story in just a moment. Say, pardon our freshness, but if you like your breakfast cereal at its crispiest, freshest best, then get the Betty Crocker cereal tray. It's the new assortment of 10 separate individual packages of your 3 top favorite cereals, Cheerios, Wheaties, and Kix, all in one handy carton. Each of those 10 individual packages holds just enough for one good serving, so every morning you always open a fresh new package. That means your cereal remains sealed in its package until the very moment you sit down to breakfast. You enjoy the extra crispness, extra freshness of cereal at the very peak of its goodness. It's like eating popcorn fresh from the popper, crunchy and frisky with that first flush of flavor. Another reason for the cereal tray's extra keen, fresh flavor is this. Each of the cereals comes in a special flavor-protecting package. From tip to top, the outside of each box is bathed in wax, a treatment which helps guard against air and dampness. This flavor-saving wax coat is a special heavy one, too. In fact, if you scratch the surface of the package with your fingernail, you'll be amazed at how extra heavy this protective wax coat is. It really does the trick. Remember, you get only top favorite cereals in the Betty Crocker cereal tray. Cheerios, Wheaties, and Kix in 10 separate individual packages. Try it. Get the Betty Crocker cereal tray and enjoy extra keen, fresh flavor at breakfast every morning. And now to continue our story. Lenore Case knew when she went to the home of Joe Finnerty's widow that the interview would be interrupted. But when the Green Hornet appeared, she acted as surprised as Mrs. Finnerty.
No, please, put down that gun.
Talking to the press, huh, Mrs. Finnerty?
Well, what if she is?
I'll put a stop to that.
Wait, don't shoot! Don't!
You heel. What's the idea? That girl didn't do nothing.
Take it easy. I've merely put her to sleep.
Why,
Please listen to me, Mrs. Finnerty.
No, let me go.
Listen to me. I need your help.
Let me help you. In a pig's eye. Let me go.
Don't you want to get the man who killed your husband?
Let me... What was that?
I want to trap a couple of killers. You can help.
How can I help you?
When that reporter recovers consciousness, she'll spread the story that you've been captured by the Green Hornet.
Then what?
I have a place where you'll stay in hiding until Boss Barton and the men who follow his instructions stick their necks in a noose.
But what if I won't go with you?
You're going with me, willingly or otherwise.
Lenore Case heard the Black Beauty dash away from the neighborhood while she lay on the floor feigning unconsciousness.
I'll see that you get the headlines you want. Or I hope to goodness they lead to the results you're after.
Convict's widow captured by Green Hornet. Hey, yes, sir. Read all about it. Hey, yes, sir. Hornet cuts in on interview. Sentinel exclusive extra. Pepper!
With Miss Case standing by, Britt Reid read the Sentinel article the following morning.
Mrs. Finnerty dropped hints that she knew of underlying reasons for her husband's death, but before she could disclose any facts, the Hornet appeared. Oh, it's fine, Miss Case. That should make Boss Barton wonder how much the Finnerty woman knows.
Where is she?
In a boathouse on the waterfront. When I told her my plan, she was quite willing to cooperate.
Do you think she'll stay there?
I think so. Cato's watching. If she leaves, he'll keep me posted.
What's the next move?
I've got to know for sure that Sinclair is working with Boss Barton.
How can you find out?
Tonight at 8 o'clock, I want you to go to a pay station and call Sinclair by long distance. Tell him that the boss wants to talk to him. He's to go where it's private and call the boss at once.
Will he know who's meant by the boss?
If he does, my suspicions will be confirmed.
Well, how will you know whether or not he phones Boss Barton?
I'll be in Barton's home as the Green Hornet.
I want to speak to Mr. Sinclair. You can reach him at the state prison.
Mrs. Finnerty dropped hints that she knew of underlying reasons for her husband's death. But before she could disclose any facts, the Hornet appeared. Confound!
What's the matter, Barton?
That's Mask. You're the...
Yes. I'm known as the Green Hornet. I'm acting on behalf of Mrs. Finnerty. She's after a $5,000 reward. Moreover, she's going to get it.
I don't know what you're talking about.
I think you do. You're the one who wanted Andrews knocked off. You made a deal with Sinclair.
Sinclair?
At the state prison. He's working hand in glove with you, isn't he?
I barely know the man.
Is that so?
Yes, that's so. Now, let me tell you something. If you think you can wave that gun and intimidate me into confirming a few of your wild guesses, you're badly mistaken.
Your telephone, Barton.
Well,
No, hands off. I'll pick up the phone. You simply say hello, nothing more nor less. I'll do the listening. Go ahead.
Hello?
Hello, Mr. Barton. This is Sinclair.
So, you don't know Sinclair, huh? And why is he calling you?
Well,
Tell him to hold the line a minute.
Hello, Mr. Barton. What's the matter?
Just hold the line a minute.
Now, listen to me, Barton. I'm going to speak for you, and if you open your mouth, I'll shut it in a hurry with gas and this gun.
Well, you...
Sorry to keep you waiting, Sinclair. I had to close the door to my study. Someone's in the house, so I'll speak low. You've seen the Sentinel, haven't you?
Yes. I wonder if the Finnerty woman knows anything.
She knows too much. She and the Hornet are out for the Sentinel reward unless I can make a higher bid.
A higher bid?
Now get this, Sinclair. I know where both the woman and the Green Hornet can be found.
How'd you learn that?
Never mind my sources of information. The hideout is a boathouse on the waterfront near Spring Street. It's called Miller's Boathouse. You got that?
I have it.
I don't propose to pay $10,000 to keep things quiet. You'd better send a gun to the boathouse between now and tomorrow morning. The sooner the better. You understand?
Okay, Mr. Barton. I'll take charge of it.
See that you do. Well, you heard what I told him, Barton.
But I don't understand. What side are you on, anyway?
Figure it out for yourself when you regain consciousness.
Regain consciousness? No, wait. Don't shoot me. You
take it.
Britt Reid felt the pulse of the unconscious man, then hurriedly prepared a hypodermic needle and injected a colorless fluid into Barton's arm.
I'll keep him sleeping until morning.
He turned out the lights and left the house by a rear door, then ran to a dark alley where Cato was waiting in the Black Beauty. Everything all right, Mr. Britt?
Yes, fine, Cato. Now we've got to give Lenore instructions, then Mrs. Finnerty. After that, we'll see what happens. Get going.
Motivated by Britt Reid, events moved fast during the next half hour. At the state prison, Sinclair sent for the trustee named Webster and told him about Boss Barton's phone call.
Here, Webster, the keys to my car and a loaded gun.
Mm-hmm.
Be sure you get both the woman and the Hornet and get back here before daylight.
Right.
Meanwhile, the Green Hornet took Mrs. Finnerty from the boathouse to her home. and left her with final instructions.
Do exactly as I've told you, and you may be in line for a $5,000 reward. Just call that reporter, Lenore Case. Tell her you escaped from Miller's boathouse where you'd been held by the Green Hornet.
Yes.
A light fog shrouded the waterfront and added to the cloak of darkness to make the Black Beauty almost indiscernible where Britt Reid had parked it after resuming his role as the Green Hornet. His attention was divided between the luminous clock dial in the car and the lighted windows of Miller's boathouse 100 yards away.
We haven't much longer to wait, Cato. Lenore Case followed her instructions.
Yes, sir. Miss Case and X were already in boathouse for half hour.
And Commissioner Higgins is waiting in the darkness next to the boathouse.
He know his part?
We can count on him, Cato. He has Sergeant Burke with him. Cato, there's a car coming.
It's stopping just ahead.
I think that's our man. You stay here and be ready for a fast getaway.
As Webster stopped Sinclair's car, he wasn't aware of the masked man's approach until he heard a voice behind him.
Just a minute, mister.
Hey, what the...
Steady. You're covered. You're Webster.
Now, you've got me wrong.
I haven't got you wrong. Your name is Webster, and you're doing time in the state penitentiary. Now, hold still while I get your gun.
Hey, listen.
There. Now, you'll be more willing to listen to me. I'll dump the shells from this gun and give it back to you.
Now, see here. What is this, anyhow? You're masked. The Green Hornet.
I came here to warn you, Webster. You're being framed.
Framed?
You and Sinclair did a job for Boss Barton when you got Andrews. You know too much, Webster. You're dangerous to those two crooks, so you're scheduled for the same treatment Finnerty got.
Well, I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh, yes, you do. You thought you were to get Mrs. Finnerty and me, but if you go to Miller's boathouse, you'll walk right into a trap. Sinclair will release a story telling how you escaped and stole his car and probably his gun as well. You couldn't deny it if you were sprawled in front of that boathouse with a bullet in your head.
Listen, if you think I'm going to believe that...
You don't have to take my word for it. Come over here and see for yourself.
I thought you were giving me a straight story.
Stop here. Look through that window. You see that girl?
That's not Finnerty's wife.
Of course it's not. It's a reporter from the Daily Sentinel. Now look on the other side of the room. The Green Hornet was supposed to be in there.
Yeah, I know, but that guy...
You know him?
Well, his name's Exford. He's with the Sentinel now, but he used to be with the police. He still pals around with all the blue coats.
If you walked into that boathouse as you planned, you'd probably have found cops coming from all corners.
Why, those dirty double-crossers.
Webster, look out behind you.
Come on, Burke.
Hey, what is this?
I'll get this Valkyrie.
The law, they were hiding behind the boathouse. I'm getting out of here.
Get that one, Burke. I'll get the other one. Go for the gun, eh? He'll show you.
Why, you...
Hey, Burke, what's going on?
I got him, Exford. No! You knocked him out. I got him, all right. There's a car down there. Hey, it's the Green Hornet.
Looks like he got away from the commissioner.
Michael, what happened?
Burke slugged this guy. Stand him up.
He was coming here to shoot Mrs. Finnerty.
Come on, you. Get on your feet.
Dirty double-crossers.
This is Webster.
Here comes the commissioner.
Can't run as fast as I used to.
Well, after what we heard of Commissioner Higgins, maybe it's not so important to get that other guy. Look at what we got here. This guy's name is Webster. Slicker Webster. And he's packing a gun.
And if that Hornet hadn't have dumped the shells, you'd have never have got me.
Did you break out of prison?
No, I didn't. Sinclair can't get away with that story. He let me out. He sent me here to frame me, but I won't take the rap alone.
Come on, Webster. Let's talk it over at headquarters.
Oh, Michael. Well, you're just in time to read my story of the Webster capture before I send it to the desk.
Wait till you see what I brought from the cops' headquarters. You know that gun that Webster had?
Yes.
It was Sinclair's gun, and a test bullet matched the slug that killed Andrews.
Michael, that does it.
Oh, golly, Webster's talking his head off. The commissioner called the governor who'd take charge of Sinclair, and Burke has gone to pick up Boss Barton as an accessory.
I'm going to call Mrs. Finnerty. Well, after all, it was her phone call that started things moving.
But, Casey, it's after midnight.
Oh, do you think she'll object when I tell her that she should claim a $5,000 reward?
Casey, I still can't figure out what the Hornet was doing with Webster.
Did Webster implicate the Green Hornet?
No, I guess he didn't.
Do you have anything against the Green Hornet?
Casey, I've got a hunch that tonight at least, the Hornet was on our side. If he hadn't taken the bullets out of Webster's gun, things might have turned out different.
Police Commissioner credits Green Hornet with disarming killer, Sentinel X3. Paper!
Hey, kids, no matter whether you're a husky farmer or a city slicker, you've never seen a slicker city than the model city that comes on the Betty Crocker cereal tray. It has all kinds of buildings, houses, and stores that you can cut out and build. Besides the buildings, you also get cutouts of autos, fences, garages, and a lot more things. Just on one avenue in the model city, there's a big service station, an ice cream store, a bank, and a hotel. All this plus different style houses. Easy to build, too. There's no pasting needed, and many slots are pre-cut. Best of all, different houses and stores come on different Betty Crocker cereal trays. Just ask your grocer for the Betty Crocker cereal tray, the handy cereal package with all three of your breakfast favorites, Cheerios, Wheaties, and Kicks. Get yours now. You've been listening to The Green Hornet, brought to you by the Betty Crocker cereal tray, the cereal assortment of individual packages of Wheaties, Cheerios, and Kicks. Give the other fellow a break. You know it's impossible for all men to be alike in beliefs, religion, and race. The men who built our country knew it, too. That's why they did everything in their power to guarantee tolerance and freedom for all Americans, whether born in this country or not, whether Protestant, Catholic, or Jew. Give the man who is different from you a break. You are being a loyal American when you protect the rights of all other Americans. Be with us again next week at the same time when General Mills will again present The Green Hornet. This is a George W. Trendle production, directed by Charles D. Livingston and written by Franz Stryker. The part of the Green Hornet is played by Jack McCarthy. This copyrighted feature originates in Detroit, and all characters, places, and incidents used are fictitious. Hal Neal speaking. Tomorrow night at the same time over most of these same stations, an outlaw and his gang meet their match in another thrilling and unusual story of the Old West when the Lone Ranger rides again. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
So long, Dad. I'm going bowling now.
Gosh, what energy. He just finished painting the porch and he's still raring to go.
He's feeling his Cheerios. Yes, Cheerios, that energizing breakfast cereal made from oats. Good, old-fashioned, nourishing oats, all ready to eat. And now, Cheerios presents... The Green Hornet. He hunts the biggest of all game, public enemies who try to destroy our America. With his faithful valet Kato, Britt Reid, daring young publisher, matches wits with the underworld, risking his life that criminals and racketeers within the law may feel its weight by the sting of the Green Hornet. Ride with Britt Reid in the thrilling adventure of Process X. Boys and girls, you'll be knocked galley west when you hear about Cheerios' amazing new offer. It's so terrific you'll hardly believe your ears, and it's all for you. Later in the program, I'll tell you all about it and how you can get it if you act fast. So keep close to the radio, have pencil and paper ready, and get set for action. Amos Jones and his wife Emily were sitting in the living room of their suburban home. Amos was reading the paper. Emily was knitting.
Oh, it seems so quiet with the children gone.
Well, to tell the truth, I think it's a relief.
Amos, you know you like having them here.
Oh, yes, my dear. And I'm just as proud a grandparent as you are. But life would be too strenuous if they were around all the time.
I think it does us good to have them jolt us out of our peace and quiet now and then.
Have we grown stodgy, Emily?
Yes, dear.
Yes. Well, I think we've earned the right. I'll answer that.
I hope it isn't Mr. Channing bothering you about business.
Hello?
Hey, Miss Jones.
Yes?
You're the cashier at Channing Products?
Yes?
This is the Green Hornet.
What?
You heard me. I want you to leave the safe unlocked tomorrow night.
The safe at the office?
Yes.
What? How dare you tell me to do such a thing?
You refuse?
I not only refuse, I'm going to notify the police.
Now, you won't, Jones. If you don't keep quiet about this call and leave the safe unlocked, Channing will hear all about your prison record.
No, I didn't. I haven't.
You can't deny you served a term in California.
It was so long ago.
How long do you think you'll be Channing's cashier when he finds out about it? Leave that safe unlocked, or you'll be through.
Hello. Hello.
Amos, what's the matter?
Someone knows. After 25 years, someone's found out.
Who was it?
He said he was the Green Hornet. I don't know. If it was anyone I knew, he disguised his voice. I couldn't recognize it. I was wrong, Emily. We haven't earned the right to peace and quiet, after all.
Amos Jones received his phone call on Monday evening. On Wednesday morning, Lenore Case, Britt Reid's secretary, and one of the few people who knew of the young publisher's activities as the Green Hornet, was ushered into the office of the president of Channing Products. James Channing rose from his desk to meet her.
Good morning, Miss Case. Sit down right here.
Thank you, sir.
Britt said you wanted to do a story on my new process.
That's right, Mr. Channing.
Well, I'd never guessed you were an expert on electronics.
Well, I'm not.
No? Well, then, how do you expect to do a story on the X process?
Well, Mr. Reid believes that when you put it into operation, it'll be of great importance to the country.
So do I.
And that the general public should at least try to understand the principles behind it. He was hoping that you could explain it to me in such a way that, well, that I could explain it to them.
I see. Well, that shouldn't be difficult. I've already asked my assistant to bring in the blueprints of the process, but they won't be necessary. I'll just draw you a little diagram and you'll...
Mr. Channing.
Oh, Miss Case, Mr. Ellie.
How do you do, Mr. Elliot?
How do you do? Mr. Channing, about the blueprints.
We won't need them, William.
They're gone.
Gone? What do you mean, gone? Why, I put them in the safe myself yesterday afternoon.
They're not there now.
Oh, that's absurd.
Yes, sir.
Amos, those blueprints are on the top shelf at the left.
May I see you for a moment, sir?
Yes, and bring the blueprints in with you when you come.
He can't, Mr. Channing. We can get another set from the laboratory.
Now, don't talk like a fool, William. All my notes and revisions are on this set.
They're gone. They've been stolen.
Stolen?
Utterly absurd. Jones.
Yes, sir.
Where are those blueprints?
I don't know, sir.
I put them in the safe myself.
Yes, sir. They were there when I locked the safe last night. But they were gone this morning when I opened it up. I checked through all the contents and they're gone.
Stolen? Impossible. Had the safe been tampered with?
No, sir. But the night watchman reported finding a window open on the first floor last night. Someone might have entered that way, come down upstairs, and worked the combination.
I don't believe a word of it.
Are you sure you locked the safe last night, Amos?
Yes, I am.
It's perfectly obvious that the blueprints have been mislaid. All this is a lot of hanky-panky to cover it up.
No, Mr. Channing, it isn't. I'm sure now that the Green Hornet stole them.
The Green Hornet?
Oh, but that's impossible.
What did you say, Miss Case?
Well, I mean, what would the Green Hornet want with blueprints of the X process?
Exactly.
He might sell them.
Amos Jones, I never thought you were the kind of a man who'd let his imagination run away with him.
It isn't my imagination, sir. The night before last, the Green Hornet called me up.
He what?
Well, this is hard to say, but it's true. He ordered me to leave the safe open last night. He said that if I didn't, you'd be told about my prison record.
Your prison record? Oh, now, come now, Amos, my friend. You can be well.
I'm perfectly well.
Well, what are you talking about? A prison record?
I have one.
Well, you couldn't have one. You've worked for me for the past 25 years. When could you have found time to go to prison?
It was 30 years ago, before I came east.
And you did what the Green Hornet told you to do? You left the safe open?
No, I didn't. And I warned the outside guard to be especially careful last night. I thought the Hornet would fail in whatever he was trying to do. That Mr. Channing would find out about me somehow this morning. But I'm sure now the Green Hornet got past the guard. I'm sure he opened the safe and took the blueprints.
Shall I call the police, Mr. Channing?
Police? No, well, Oh, Miss Case, as a friend of Britt's, I'm asking you to keep everything quiet that's been said here and confidential.
Aren't you going to notify the police?
Yes, I suppose we'd better do that. I suppose Amos will have to tell them about the Green Hornet's telephone call, but I see no reason why the nature of his threat has to be made public. Do you?
No, sir, I don't.
It would place me in a fine position if it were. An employer who doesn't know more about his employees than I do. An old fool, that's what I'd seem.
I should have confided in you, sir.
You've confided in me now, and that's enough. Amos, if you ever tell anyone else that you've been in jail, I'll fire you on the spot.
When Lenore Case returned to the Sentinel, she reported to Britt Reid in the young publisher's office.
So Mr. Channing came through like a thoroughbred, Mr. Reid. He isn't going to let that early mistake ruin a reputation that Jones took 30 years to build up. He's going all out to protect him, Mr. Reid. I like Mr. Channing.
So do I. He's a friend of the police commissioner's. You'll probably tell him the whole story in confidence.
I think he already has.
But what about the facts we can publish?
Well, I've given them to Gunnigan. They'll be in the next edition.
That takes care of that. From what you've told me, the police will have a job cut out for them trying to find the thief.
Well, they'll be looking for the Green Hornet.
As usual.
I hope you'll stay close to home for a few nights, Mr. Reid.
Well, I don't like the idea of someone using the Green Hornet's name like this.
I was afraid you wouldn't.
The only evidence of someone breaking into the plant was that open window downstairs.
That's right.
And the guards didn't see anyone.
Not a soul.
Which could be explained very easily if no one did break in.
Sometimes the simplest explanations are the best.
Yes. How many people know the combination of the safe?
Just Mr. Channing and Jones. Please don't try to convict either of them.
Oh, what about that assistant of Channing's? What's his name?
William Elliott. Well, he doesn't have anything to do with the safe. Or at least he isn't supposed to.
Still, Miss Case, there's one clue to the person who called up Amos Jones the other night.
What's that?
Whoever it was knew that Jones had served a term in prison.
That's true.
I want you to find Axford and have him contact every private detective agency in town.
Yes, sir.
He's to commission every one of them to check on Amos Jones' life before he came to this city.
Well, we know that
Wait. My hunch is that one of the agencies will have all the details on file. They'll be able to supply them right away.
I see.
And the reason for that will be that they've already looked up Jones for someone else. I want Axford to find out who that someone else was. He's friendly with most of the private detectives in town. He should be able to get the information out of them.
Well, I should think so. I'll find him right away. Hello?
Is the boss there?
Oh, yes, Michael. Hold on a minute. It's Axford, Mr. Reid.
Oh, thanks. Hello?
I've got all the dope on Jones.
So soon?
Jimmy Benson had it. He was the second one I tried. Jones came here 25 years ago. Before that, he lived in California. It seems that he served a jail term.
Well, that's fine, Axford. Just write it up and give it to Miss Case. Did you find out who paid for the investigation?
Jimmy figured it was the firm where the guy worked.
There must have been some individual who hired Benson.
Yeah, I got the name right here. It was William Elliott.
Thank you, Axford.
Anything else?
No, I'll just give you a report to Miss Case.
I will. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Well,
It was William Elliott.
that smooth-talking hypocrite.
But the important thing is to find out who has the blueprints now. What did they plan to do with them? They can only be used by a big corporation. And no big corporation in this country would buy them. You get what I'm driving at?
Yes, Mr. Reid. I'm afraid I do.
Well, Green Hornet's already been involved in this case. I think he'd better pay a call on William Elliott tonight.
That evening, Britt Reid prepared to assume the role of the Green Hornet. and pay his promised call on William Elliott.
Is the gun loaded, Kato?
Yes, Mr. Britt. And I've checked over Carl.
I'll slip the mask on. We'll get started. There. Let's go.
Stepping through a secret panel in the rear of a closet in the bedroom, Britt Reid and Kato went along a narrow passageway built within the walls of the apartment itself. This passage led to an adjoining building, which fronted on a dark side street. Though supposedly abandoned, this building served as the hiding place for the sleek, superpowered Black Beauty, streamlined car of the Green Hornet. Britt Reid pressed a button. The great car roared into life. A section of the wall in front raised automatically, then closed as the gleaming Black Beauty sped into the darkness. Britt and Kato raced through the sleeping city and on to Westport, the suburb that rimmed the shores of the lake. Elliott's home was a gray stone house on the waterfront. It adjoined a wooded stretch of land used during the summer as a picnic grounds. Now it was deserted, and the Black Beauty glided to a stop in the concealment of the trees.
Only one light.
Yes, Mr. Britt.
In front. I'll try to get in around by the lake.
Where you want me to keep watch, Mr. Britt?
Right here, where you can see the front of the house and the road.
Oh, I understand.
Warn me if anyone stops.
Yes, Mr. Britt.
The night was quiet except for the waves breaking on the shore. Britt Reid reached the rear of the house. A low terrace ran across its entire width. There were 2 doors and several windows. Britt tried the first window that opened into the kitchen.
Locked. I'll try them all before I use force.
The second window was unlocked. But at that moment, Britt could hear a car stopping on the road. He waited.
Mr. Britt.
Yes, Kato?
Their car.
I heard it.
3 men get out. They're at the door.
I'm going in.
The men look very dangerous.
You get back to the woods. I'm going inside.
We'll continue our story in just a moment. Extra, extra, read all about it.
Hey, what's all the excitement?
Take a look at this headline. It says, greatest offer in Cheerios history, now ready.
What offer is that?
Why, it's the Lone Ranger Frontier Town. You see, the makers of Cheerios are offering every boy and girl an exact scale model of Lone Ranger Frontier Town.
You mean the very same town we've been hearing about in the Lone Ranger program?
Absolutely. Scale models of the very same buildings and places made famous by the Lone Ranger and Tonto. Same bridges, mines, cabins, forts, and other things you hear about on the Lone Ranger radio program. 71 different models in all. Each stands by itself. Each extra easy to cut out and assemble.
Golly, 71 different models.
You get models of Desert View Lookout Tower, Wells Fargo Express Office, Frontier Stagecoach, Bright Lights Cafe, Slim Saddle Shop, Old Spanish Fort, Judge Knott's House, Union Pacific Railroad Station, and many, many more.
Boy, oh boy, how do you get them?
Tell you in a minute, but first listen to this. You also get a super special model of the Lone Ranger's secret hideout. This hideout has a concealed entrance known only to the Lone Ranger and Tonto.
Oh, jeepers. A scale model of the Lone Ranger's secret hideout. Boy, that's terrific.
No, wait, you haven't heard anything yet. Because in addition to all these swell models, you also get an authentic ground plan and picture map of Lone Ranger Frontier Town. There are 4 different maps, each covering a different section of town. Maps show where to place each model and also show in full color all the different mountains, rivers, and trails. Famous places like Quicksand Gulch, Rushler's Cave, Powderhound River, Hidden Valley, and lots more.
Oh, gee. With those maps, you can follow the action of the Lone Ranger program right in your own home.
You bet you can. And now, here's how you get the first section of your Lone Ranger Frontier Town, complete with picture maps and buildings. Listen. Send only 10 cents together with your plainly printed name and address and 1 Cheerios box top to Green Hornet, Box 900, New York City.
Boy, I want one of those Lone Ranger frontier towns, Bud, quick.
Quick is the way you'd better act, too. You and all the fellas and girls listening, because this amazing offer is going like crazy. So don't wait. Order today. Here's the address again. Send Cheerios Buck Stop, no matter what's printed on top, plus 10 cents, no stamps, please. Mail to Green Hornet, Box 900, New York City. Offer good in USA for a short time only. Send today. Now to continue our story. As Britt Reid, wearing the mask of the Green Hornet, entered William Elliott's home by a rear window, Elliott himself opened the front door. 3 men stood on the porch. One of them, dark, sharp-featured, had just rung the bell. The other 2, burly and menacing, stood close behind him.
Good evening, Elliott. Good evening. I see you brought your bodyguard again.
Always.
Come in.
Come.
Right.
Sure. You are alone?
Yes. I let my housekeeper go right after dinner. In here. Sit down.
I will sit down. My friends will stand. They are more comfortable standing.
Always ready for action. Is that the idea?
Yes.
Well, did you finish checking up?
As much as is possible for me. Everything seems to be in order.
Of course. Did you bring the final installment?
Here you are. Count it.
I intend to. Yes, that's right. That cleans everything up, doesn't it?
I have a suggestion to make.
What?
You are a courageous and competent man. Would you be interested in more permanent connection?
No, thanks.
There would be many inducements, both now and later.
I'm not interested in what you call inducements. I'm only interested in money.
We have money.
If I have anything to offer again, I'll get in touch with you, and you can pay for it. I don't want any permanent connection. You're going to lose in the long run.
Oh, so? We shall see, huh? You say our transaction has been completed, my friend. That is only true if what you have given us is perfectly in order. If it is not, you will receive a visit from my friends here.
Your threats don't worry me.
Oh. I am glad for your sake your conscience is clear. But because you have dealt with us once, it is we who will decide when you shall deal with us again. Is that understood?
You try to force me to...
Yeah. I am sure that I am understood.
Good, Kato. I'm glad you've got the car turned around. Are we go now? I'm going to follow that car. There they are, coming out of the house now.
I see. You not know where they go, Mr. Britt?
No, but we've got to find out.
They start now.
After them. Britt Reid and Kato followed the car back to the city and finally found the end of the trail in a disreputable section downtown. The 3 men parked and entered an old brownstone house on Hosmer Street. Britt made sure of the address, then returned to his apartment and dialed the Sentinel. The city editor, Gunnigan, answered the phone.
City desk. Gunnigan speaking.
Gunnigan, how long before the next edition?
Just about ready to go to press.
Hold it. I've got a story.
Yes, sir.
It's the latest development on those Channing plans.
Oh, yes, the X process.
3 of the key diagrams belonging to the stolen set of blueprints have just been found.
Where? By whom?
Well, you'll have to leave that vague for the time being. Just run a paragraph in a box on page 1. The key diagrams have been found, and the plans that were stolen are worthless. You get it?
Yes, sir.
I'll be right over.
Hello, Mr. Reid.
Hello, Gunnigan.
Oh, Miss Case just came in. She's in your office.
Good. The press is rolling?
Just. Here's a paper with a new front page.
Sorry, Gunnigan.
What's the matter?
You'll have to stop the presses and kill this story.
Why, what's happened?
It's a phony. It's entirely my fault. I'm sorry. Don't let any of these hit the streets.
No, sir. Hello? Hello, George?
Stop him.
Good evening,
I
Mr.
said
Reid.
stop him.
Good
Never mind
evening.
what, boss. The boss is on.
Hi, boss.
Yeah, but give him that
Hello,
boss.
Joe.
Evening, boss.
I can't help it.
Well, Mr. Reid?
I'm sorry to get you over here at this time of night.
Well, that's all right.
You see this story?
Yes. Is it true?
No, Gunnigan's killing it.
Well, he said you were the one who...
I was. And I'm going to use this copy of the Sentinel to put Elliot on the spot.
He stole the plans?
Yes, and sold them.
Well, have you any proof? Are you going to notify the commissioner?
This isn't a case for the local police. I hope to be getting in touch with the federal men a little later on. In the meantime, will you stay here?
Well, of course.
I'll call you if anything breaks.
Mr. Reid, just be sure that... Just be sure it isn't you.
An hour later, Rudo, the agent to whom Elliot had sold the Channing plans, woke from a sound sleep in the house on Hosmer Street. The beam from a flashlight blinded him.
Who is there? Quiet. I've got you covered.
Who is it?
Read this newspaper.
What?
Read it. That item in the box.
Announcement has been made that key diagrams. Fool, why didn't he make sure?
Oh, you can see my face.
Masked. You are the Green Hornet.
Yes. Maybe next time you won't hire an amateur.
He should have checked him. He said he knew all about them.
You still have the plans here?
I have what he gave me. The fool will pay him off for these.
It might still be useful.
How?
He can check through the plans you have and tell you what's missing.
And then what? There is no chance for him now to get the key diagrams.
Why not leave that up to me?
How could you manage it?
How did I know Elliot stole them? How did I know he sold them to you?
Yes, that is right. How did you know? I do not like these.
Too bad. Don't forget you're covered. If you don't want any help from me, I'm getting out of here.
No, wait. I can use you. I must have them complete. What is your price?
5,000.
It is a deal. 5,000 on delivery.
I want to know what I'm looking for first.
I will take it to Elliot. He will tell you.
Why not make him come here?
Yes, that is a better idea. You will let me use the phone?
Go ahead. It's been over an hour since you called. Maybe he took a run-out powder when he heard the news.
He would not dare. There. That is him now. Ah, at last.
I still don't believe it, Rudo.
Read this newspaper.
Never mind the paper. Where are the blueprints?
They are on the table.
I checked through them before I gave them to you.
You can check through them again.
The Green Hornet.
Good morning, Elliot.
What's he doing here?
He is taking over for you. And you had better hope that he succeeds where you failed. Sit down. Tell us what is missing.
All right. It'll only take me a second.
Well?
I haven't finished. I want to make sure.
Out with it.
Rudo, where are your two boyfriends?
They are upstairs sleeping.
You'd better get them down here fast.
What for?
I don't know anything about that newspaper. But this is some kind of a trick. The plans are all here.
A trick? What do you say to that, Hornet?
It's a trick that worked. I'm going to find you and Elliot and the plans all together.
Look out, he's going to shoot.
You first, Elliot. That's enough of that, Rudo. We can do with less light. But I can't leave until I take care of you two.
He's not in here either. He's downstairs. He's downstairs. Hurry.
Turn on the light.
Never mind. You're next. That's better. Now, both of you will wake up in jail. All right, Kato. Swing around into the alley. Hold it here.
Everything is all finished, Mr. Britt?
Almost. I called the police. They should be here in a minute. I took the time to call the Sentinel afterwards.
Was it safe to wait?
Just until we see them. We can cut down this alley to the next side street.
Yes, Mr. Britt.
There they are, stopping out in front. All right, Kato, let's go.
What a story. Aren't you glad that I took you along with me, Casey?
I certainly am, Michael.
But where did the tip about the raid come from?
Well, I told you. Mr. Reid called in.
Yes, but where did Reid get the tip?
Well, I can't say.
Well, I've got a theory about it. You know that information I got from him this morning?
About Elliot?
The same. That gave Reid an idea.
Yes?
And he passed it on to the federal men. So when they decided on the raid, they took him into their confidence.
Yes, Axford. It could have happened that way, couldn't it?
Alexi Pepper, tanning papers found. Foreign agents rounded up. Read all about it. Hosmer Street raid. That's Alexi Pepper.
Hurry, boys and girls. Hurry as you've never hurried before. Hurry to the nearest grocery and get a package of Cheerios, the cereal shaped like tiny, crispy donuts. Then tear off the box top and send it together with 10 cents and your printed name and address to get your Lone Ranger Frontier Town. Just mail to Green Hornet, Box 900, New York City. Offer closes up tight on this program next week. That's Green Hornet, Box 900, New York. Hurry! You've been listening to The Green Hornet, brought to you by Cheerios, the breakfast cereal that's made from good, old-fashioned, nourishing oats, all ready to eat. Be with us again next week at the same time when General Mills will again present The Green Hornet. This copyrighted feature originates in Detroit, and all characters, places, and incidents used are fictitious. Hal Neal speaking. Tomorrow night at this same time, over most of these same stations, the guns of the Lone Ranger blaze forth in defense of justice in another thrilling story of the Old West when the Lone Ranger rides again. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
Say, want a brand new breakfast idea? Then get the Betty Crocker cereal tray, the Betty Crocker cereal tray. Yes, indeed. Try the brand new cereal assortment with 10 individual packages in all. 4 Wheaties, 4 Cheerios, 2 Kicks. All top favorites and all extra fresh. Yes, it's fun to take your pick from Wheaties, Cheerios, and Kicks. Get the Betty Crocker cereal tray, the Betty Crocker cereal tray. Get that tray today.
And now the Betty Crocker cereal tray presents... The Green Hornet. He hunts the biggest of all game, public enemies who try to destroy our America. With his faithful valet Kato, Britt Reid, daring young publisher, matches wits with the underworld, risking his life that criminals and racketeers within the law may feel its weight by the sting of the Green Hornet. Ride with Britt Reid in the thrilling adventure of The Travis Case. Ace, deuce, tray. That's it, tray, the Betty Crocker cereal tray. Tray means 3. And that's what you get in the Betty Crocker cereal tray. 3 top favorite cereals, Cheerios, Wheaties, and Kicks, in 10 separate individual packages, all in the Betty Crocker cereal tray. A trio of flavors, a trio of cereals, a tray full of 3 wholesome grains. Cheerios from oats, Wheaties from wheat, Kicks from corn. All top favorites, all ready to eat. Each morning you take your choice. Each morning you open a fresh new package. Get the Betty Crocker cereal tray today, with the 10 individual packages of your 3 top favorites, Cheerios, Wheaties, and Kicks.
Visitor to see you, Perry. Come on.
Okay, thanks.
As Oliver Perry, once a prominent detective but now a convicted racketeer, walked down the corridor with the guard, the bitterness and hatred that filled his mind was momentarily overshadowed by the prospect of seeing and talking to the man for whom he had sent.
Go on in. You have exactly 5 minutes. That's the visitor over there.
Thanks.
There was only one person in the visiting room of the big California prison, the man who had come to see Oliver Perry. Perry walked slowly to the prisoner's side of the wire screen and sat down without taking his eyes off the hard-featured but well-dressed visitor who had come to see him, Jack Bartow, notorious racketeer.
Nice of you to come, Jack.
Your note said you had something to discuss that was important to both of us, Perry. What is it?
I've thought of a way to get that big shot publisher, old Dan Reid, off your neck. And to get him to help me with the parole board.
That is something.
Now, wait a minute, that isn't all. In spite of Dan Reid, you've managed to have rather a free hand here in Los Angeles with your rackets. Right?
Well, I do all right, if that's what you mean. So far, Reed's campaign against me...
Suppose the Green Hornet should move in on you out here.
The Green Hornet? Well, he's back east as far as I know.
Sure, he is right now. But remember, it was the Green Hornet who came out here at the time of the Rose Bowl game and pulled a fast one on Nick Marvin, Smiley Gray, and me. That's why the three of us are in this prison.
Yeah, I heard about that. Did you get a tip-off that he might come out here again?
No. But it can happen any time. Your fame as a smart racketeer is spread. That's the kind the Hornet likes to move in on.
What's that got to do with this visit?
If the identity of the Green Hornet should be exposed, he'd be through. Even though the police don't seem to want to grab him.
Sure, but lots of people have tried to find out who he is and failed.
That's just it. I know of a way to find out who he really is.
You do?
How? I have reason to believe old Dan Reid's secretary, Linda Travis, knows who the Green Hornet is. If she could be made to talk, for instance.
I see what you mean.
Frankly, I feel reasonably certain I know right now who the Hornet is. But I haven't been able to prove it.
Yeah? Who do you think he is?
I won't say. But I'll tell you this much. It'll be a big surprise to a lot of people. And if you get the girl to talk, you can hold the information she gives over old Dan Reid's head.
Look,
Time's up, Perry. Come on.
I'm coming right away, guard. Jack, get that Linda Travis. Force her to talk, and the sooner the better.
Right. So long, Perry.
So long, Jack. I'll be counting on you.
2 days later, in the city back east, Britt Reid was in his office at the Sentinel building going over the mail when the inter-office communicator buzzed.
Yes, Miss Case?
Mr. Reid, your father's calling from Los Angeles. He's waiting on line 2.
Dad calling? Thanks. Hello?
Hello, Britt. How are you?
Fine, Dad. But I know you didn't call to inquire about my health. What's up?
Plenty, son. Something very serious has happened. Linda Travis has disappeared.
Linda disappeared.
Yes. I found out she left her apartment yesterday morning to come to the office, but she never arrived. Police are searching, but haven't turned up anything yet.
I see. Look, Dad, I'll take a plane out of here tonight so as to arrive there in the morning.
Good. I was hoping you'd say that. I'll meet you at the airport then.
Okay, Dad. See you then. Goodbye.
Goodbye, son.
Yes, Mr. Reid?
Come in a minute, Miss Case.
Yes, sir.
Linda's disappearance is more serious than Dad really thinks.
Is your father all right?
Yes. But he called to say Linda Travis has disappeared.
Oh, that's terrible.
Yes, it is. Get reservations on a plane for me to Los Angeles, leaving tonight.
Yes, sir.
Get 2 reservations. I'll need you out there since you're the only one who can be of help to me as the Green Hornet.
Oh, yes, sir.
Police are stumped on the case. Maybe the Green Hornet can come up with something. One way or another, we've got to find Linda Travis.
The following morning, Britt and Lenore Case landed at the Los Angeles airport and made their way from the plane toward the exit gate.
There's Dad's car out there.
Oh, yes. Look, he's standing beside it, waiting for us.
There we are, Dad.
Well, son, it's sure good to see you. I'm glad you brought Miss Case along. How are you, Lenore?
I'm fine, Mr. Reid. Have you any news of Linda?
No, not a word. Well, let's get in the car. You drive, Britt.
Okay, Dad.
I don't like this business about Linda.
Neither do I.
Plenty of people would like to get certain information from Linda Travis.
Who, for instance?
Don't forget, Dad. Linda helped me crack that case against Nick Marvin and Oliver Perry last December.
But I thought they were in jail.
They are. They made appeals for parole, but I fought a tooth and nail.
Oh? That's interesting.
What do you mean?
Some of their friends on the outside might be trying to force you to lay off. That could be one motive for Linda's disappearance, seems to me.
I didn't think of that.
As soon as we get to your apartment, I'll phone Connors, the Sentinel correspondent here. He may be of help.
Mr. Reid, if Linda should ever be forced to tell what she knows about the Green Hornet...
Don't worry about that, Miss Case. Linda Travis would never tell him anything. I'm sure of that.
That's the way I feel about it, too.
Well, as soon as we get to the apartment, I'll phone the police and see if there's any news. I won't rest easy until Linda Travis is found. Well, here we are. The houseman will bring up the baggage.
Good.
My housekeeper will arrange a room for Miss Case. Yours, of course, is ready, Britt.
After I clean up a bit, I'll get busy.
Excuse me a minute. Hello? Yes, this is he. Oh, it's you, Commissioner. Any news? Well, what is it? You say you... Great heavens. Yes. Yes, I'll come right down. Thanks for calling. Goodbye.
What is it, Dad?
They found Linda Travis.
Oh, thank goodness.
Say, that's good work. Linda can tell us...
Hold on, Britt.
What's the matter?
Linda Travis won't tell us anything. As I said, the police have found her. But Linda Travis is dead.
A short time later, Britt and his father were in the office of Police Commissioner Nillings.
Britt and I went directly to the morgue and identified the body. It is Miss Travis, of course.
I know it's a great blow to you, Mr. Reid.
Yes. Yes, it is.
Now we want the details, Commissioner.
Of course. A passing motorist saw the girl lying alongside the road out on Wilshire Boulevard. He called the police, and our men brought her in an ambulance, though she was already dead.
I see.
We feel sure she was the victim of a hit-run driver. All the evidence points that way.
But she's been gone 3 days. How do you account for the fact that nobody...
We believe she managed to escape her captors and was probably walking toward town when she was run down. It must have happened just before dawn this morning.
And I still can't believe it's happened. Poor girl.
Commissioner, I knew Miss Travis pretty well. I believe she'd have gone to the nearest phone and called the police instead of attempting to walk into town. I personally don't believe her death was an accident at all.
But it's been determined by the medical examiner that the girl died as a result of injuries such as one might receive when struck by a car.
Maybe so. But I'm not going back east until I satisfy myself that it really happened that way.
Our men are hunting right now for the motorist who was responsible for her death. Britt, you can bet we'll do everything in our power to find him.
Meantime, Jack Bartow, the racketeer, looked up from the newspaper as 2 of his men entered his nightclub office.
I've been waiting for you two.
Hi, Jack. You look sore. What's the matter, Jack?
I have a right to be sore. Look at those headlines.
Oh, you mean about the Travis case?
Yes.
When I couldn't get her to talk, I told you Muggs to take her to the cottage and see that she stay there. And I read that her body was found along the road.
So what? The cops think it was a hit-run driver that did it.
You fools, you bungled the job. I want to know what happened.
Well, it was this way, Jack. The car drove near the cottage early this morning before dawn. We got jittery, thinking maybe it was the law, see?
Go on.
I'll tell him, Bud.
Okay, Joe, go ahead.
Like Bud says, we got jittery. We untied the girl and took the gag from her mouth. Then put her in the back of the car, thinking we could get back here with her before daybreak.
That's right.
I sat in the back holding the gun on her so she'd be quiet. No sooner we near town than she starts screaming in spite of the gun. I open the door and give her a shove. Going pretty fast at the time.
Of all the fools I ever met, you're the biggest. Don't you realize if the facts came out, we'd all go up for murder?
Oh, stop beefing. You can read, can't you? The police think it was a hit-and-run accident. They're hunting right now for the car that did it.
That doesn't make any difference. That gives me an idea.
Yeah? What?
Joe, you're the one that shoved her out.
Now, wait a minute.
Shut up. I have enough stuff on you in my files to send you up for life. So you're gonna do what I tell you to do. You may have to take a short rest, but you'll be well paid. And the heat will go off us.
Don't get what you're driving at, but it don't sound good.
Sit down and listen. I'll tell you right now what we're going to do.
That afternoon, Britt Reid and Miss Case returned to police headquarters and were talking to the commissioner.
Commissioner, I'm more convinced than ever that Linda Travis' death was not an accident.
I feel that way about it, too.
Right, but there's nothing to bear out your conviction, Britt.
I want you to go on the theory that she was murdered, Commissioner, and try to find clues to those who did it.
Oh. Well, Britt, perhaps I'd be... Come in.
Commissioner, Travis' case is broken.
What's that?
Yes, sir. A man who calls himself Joe Clark just walked in and gave himself up as a hit-run driver who struck down Miss Travis this morning.
We'll continue our story in just a moment. Boys and girls, you'll think you're seeing triple when you get the Betty Crocker cereal tray and open it up. 'Cause right there inside the carton are 3 swell-tasting cereals, Cheerios, Wheaties, and Kicks. Yep, all 3 of your top favorites in 10 separate individual packages, all in the Betty Crocker cereal tray. They taste extra fresh and crisp, too. Have an extra brisk edge of flavor that just seems to dance across your tongue. You know why that is? Well, one of the reasons is that the cereals come in special flavor-protecting individual packages. From tip to top, the outside of each package is bathed in wax, a treatment which helps guard against air and dampness. This flavor-saving wax coat is a special heavy one, too. In fact, as you scratch the surface of the package with your fingernail, you'll be amazed at how extra heavy this protective wax coat is. It jealously guards flavor, keeps the cereals crispier, fresher. Another reason for the cereal tray's extra keen flavor is this. Each of the individual packages holds just enough for one good-sized serving. That means your breakfast cereal remains sealed in its wax-guarded package until the very moment before you eat it. Each morning you open a fresh, new package. Each morning you enjoy a breakfast cereal at its crispiest, freshest, most flavorful best. Remember, there are 10 separate individual packages of those 3 top favorites, Cheerios, Wheaties, and Kicks, in every Betty Crocker cereal tray. Each member of the family has the fun of choosing the cereal he wants for breakfast. Each opens his own fresh, new package. Ask your mom to get the Betty Crocker cereal tray and enjoy extra keen flavor every single morning. Now, back to our story. When Britt Reid heard the statement that a hit-run driver had given himself up as the one who had accidentally struck down Linda Travis, he realized that either his murder theory was a mistake or a clever gang was covering up. As Britt and Miss Case drove home after leaving the commissioner's office, the girl said,
I can't understand how that could have been an accident, Mr. Reid. Knowing Linda as I did.
I'll never be convinced it was an accident, Miss Case.
Well, if you still think it was murder, how on earth would you go about proving it?
Maybe the Green Hornet could get proof.
Oh, I didn't think of that.
I asked the police clerk to phone me at Dad's apartment the minute a lawyer might appear to arrange bail for Joe Clark.
Oh?
Then I'll make my moves. But I'll need your help, Miss Case.
You know I'm always ready to help the Green Hornet.
Good. Maybe we'll prove to the commissioner that my theory is right after all. You haven't eaten much dinner, Dad.
No, son. I'm still feeling a bit shocked over Linda's death.
It's been a shock to all of us, Mr. Reed.
Yes, I know. Britt, I'm inclined to agree with you on your theory of murder. It'd be some satisfaction to me if we could find the men responsible.
That's what I hope to do somehow, Dad. I'll answer that. Might be for me. Hello?
Hello, is this Mr. Britt Reid?
Yes.
This is police headquarters. The lawyer's here arranging bail for Joe Clark.
Thanks very much.
You're welcome, sir. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
What was it, Britt?
Bail is being arranged for Joe Clark.
Really?
Yes. Miss Case, you can take Dad's coupe. Go down and park near police headquarters. When you see Joe Clark come out, you'll have to look at him today, you know. Follow him. Then phone here when you find out where he goes.
But, Britt, it may be dangerous. Why don't
Dad, if they recognize me as Britt Reid and later I go out as the Hornet, they'd connect the two.
Then the Green Hornet is going into action, huh?
Yes. Your cars are known. I'm going right down and rent a car for my own use at the Green Hornet. Of course, I'll rent it under an assumed name.
I'll drop you off, and then I'll go wait for Clark. I'll phone as soon as I find out where he goes.
The lawyer who had arranged bail for Joe Clark left police headquarters. A short time later, as Miss Case watched from the parked coupe nearby, Joe Clark himself left the station and walked down the street.
There he goes. I'll start up and follow him. Say, what do you think
Move
you're
over,
doing?
sister. I'm driving.
Now, see here. What's the meaning of this?
Move over, I said. I'm holding a gun in my pocket. Now get over.
All right.
Good enough.
Look here, you can't
Shut
get
up.
away with this.
We saw you watching for Joe to come out, and we happen to know this coupe belongs to old man Reed, too.
I don't know what you're talking about.
You soon will, sister. Too bad for Joe. You tried to put the finger on him.
What do you mean?
See that car coming behind us? Now watch.
Oh, they shot him down!
Yeah, they sure did. Now we'll follow that car.
That must be Miss Case calling now, Britt.
Yes, I'll get it. Hello?
Hello, Mr. Reid. This is Connors.
Oh, yes. It's Connors, our Sentinel correspondent, Dad. What's up, Connors?
You know that guy who gave himself up in the Travis hit-run case?
Oh, what about him?
He was just murdered. Shot down by a passing car as he left the police station. I'll call you later with details. Goodbye.
Bye.
Britt, what's the matter? You look rather strange.
Dad, somebody got wise and got rid of our one hope. Joe Clark was shot down in the street as he left police headquarters.
Good heavens.
I have a feeling that Miss Case is in trouble. Otherwise, she'd have phoned me long before Connors got the news. The Green Hornet sure has a job to do now, and without any idea where to start.
Britt paced the floor, trying to think of some way to get a line on those who had shot down Clark. Finally, he went to the phone and called Commissioner Nillings and received certain information. Then, disguising himself as the Green Hornet, he left the apartment by the back way, and in the darkness entered the car he had parked in the alley.
Gotta find Lenore Case. I've got to.
Meanwhile, Bud the gangster drove Miss Case far out Wilshire Boulevard. He followed the other car up a side road to a secluded cottage. Later, inside, Miss Case sat tensely as Jack Bartow questioned her.
So you refuse to tell me why you were waiting for Joe Clark to come out?
I wasn't waiting for him.
Jack, we found out from her handbag that her name's Lenore Case. Now, maybe if we asked Perry, he might be...
Shut up, Bud.
Oh. So Oliver Perry's behind all this.
Clever girl, aren't you? But that slip of the tongue is just too bad for you, Miss Case.
She knows a lot. Maybe we can make her tell what we're trying to find out from Travis.
Things are clearing up fast. Now I know. You're the ones who are responsible for Linda Travis's disappearance. And I'm sure her death.
Keep talking, lady. You're only making it tougher for yourself.
You'll both hang for murder. The murder of Linda Travis and the murder of your friend Joe. And Perry will be implicated.
We got to get rid of this dame quick, Jack.
What are you going to do?
Hold on, Bud. No shooting in this cottage. We'll find an easier way. This place is in my name, you know.
But I don't like having... Hey, who can that be? I didn't hear no car drive up.
It's our signal. Must be that mouthpiece. The lawyer who got Joe bailed out. Open the door, Bud, and keep your gun handy.
Right.
Hello, Bud. I had to come here.
Well, don't stand there. Come on in.
Sure, but I want...
Don't move, any of you.
Holy smoke, look behind you.
I know. He came to my house, forced me to come here. He's the Green Hornet.
The Hornet, eh? Well, I'll show
Don't shoot! You'll hit me!
Squealer, you deserve a bullet. No, you don't. Oh! You can take this, Mr. Lawyer.
You won't get me, you dirty crook. I'll
no?
show you.
Drop that gun.
The Green Hornet grabbed Bud's gun arm, giving it a sudden wrench. But Bud was strong and tough, and his fear and anger gave him added strength. He swung at Britt with his left fist, landing a glancing blow.
So that's what you want, eh?
Still holding Bud's gun arm, Britt landed blow after blow, for he knew both he and Miss Case would be shot down if Bud struggled loose. Once more he swung.
Oh! I have another little gun here for you. Take it.
Gas.
He's out. There's a phone, lady. Call the police. They'll find a good haul when they get here, and you can probably tell them plenty.
Later that night, Britt and his father entered the police commissioner's office, where the commissioner and Miss Case were waiting.
Well, Commissioner, we came as soon as we got your phone message. What's the big news you have? Oh, Miss Case, where have you been? We've been worried.
Miss Case was picked up by the thugs who killed Joe Clark. Seems she was a witness, so they took her along.
Yes, that's right, Mr. Reid.
Great Scott.
Oh, I'm all right now.
Miss Case found out they were the ones who killed Linda Travis. And what's more, the real hand-by-hand, the whole scheme, was that of Oliver Perry.
No. Really?
Yes, it's true, Mr. Reid. Perry seemed to think that Linda could divulge the true identity of the Green Hornet.
The Green Hornet?
Oh, yes, that's another piece of news. The Green Hornet was responsible for the capture.
Well, Britt, do you think Linda Travis really did know anything about the Green Hornet?
Well, that's hard to say, Dad. Of course, now no one can ever find out what she might have known.
You know, I often wonder who he is. But right now it doesn't matter, since he certainly did the police a good turn. Oh, Miss Case, what did he look like? Was he good looking?
Well, yes, I think he was very good looking.
Miss Case, don't say things like that. He might hear you.
Well, what I'd like to know is, what does the Green Hornet think about Miss Case, eh, Commissioner?
Well, if I ever meet him, I'll ask him. Maybe he could fall for a beautiful girl like you, Miss Case.
Well, that, Commissioner, will really be the day.
Say, if you've got a toy train, here's something you need to go with that train. It's the Model City that comes on the Betty Crocker cereal tray, complete with cutout houses, stores, and buildings. Just think of the fun you can have making your train stop right in the city. Besides the Model City buildings, you also get cutout autos, fences, garages, and a lot more things on the Betty Crocker cereal tray. Easy to build, too. There's no gluing needed, and many slots are pre-cut. Best of all, different houses and stores come on different Betty Crocker cereal trays. So ask your mom to get a Betty Crocker cereal tray or two from her grocer. It's the handy cereal package with all three of your breakfast favorites, Cheerios, Wheaties, and Kicks. You've been listening to The Green Hornet, brought to you by the Betty Crocker cereal tray, the cereal assortment of individual packages of Wheaties, Cheerios, and Kicks.
Imagine! He's turned 10 perfect handsprings in a row! He's terrific!
He's feeling his Cheerios! Yes, Cheerios, the ready-to-eat breakfast cereal made from oats, one of the very best cereal grains for energy and endurance. Cheerios provide whole amounts of all the known important vitamins and minerals of oats, give you the kind of nourishment you need for a life of action and fun. And Cheerios is so good to eat. That toasted oat flavor can't be beat. So for breakfast tomorrow, have Cheerios! Be with us again next week at the same time when General Mills will again present The Green Hornet. This copyrighted feature originates in Detroit, and all characters, places, and incidents used are fictitious. Hal Neal speaking. Tomorrow night at the same time over most of these same stations, the masked rider of the plains and his great horse Silver meet another exciting adventure when the Lone Ranger rides again. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
Say, want a brand new breakfast idea? Then get the Betty Crocker cereal tray, the Betty Crocker cereal tray. Yes, indeed. Try the brand new cereal assortment with 10 individual packages in all. 4 Wheaties, 4 Cheerios, 2 Kicks. All top favorites and all extra fresh. Yes, it's fun to take your pick from Wheaties, Cheerios, and Kicks. Get the Betty Crocker cereal tray, the Betty Crocker cereal tray. Get that tray today.
And now the Betty Crocker cereal tray presents The Green Hornet. He hunts the biggest of all game, public enemies who try to destroy our America. With his faithful valet Kato, Britt Reid, daring young publisher, matches wits with the underworld, risking his life that criminals and racketeers within the law may feel its weight by the sting of the Green Hornet. Ride with Britt Reid in the thrilling adventure of A Cable from England. Fun, doubled and tripled. That's the kind of eating fun you get in the Betty Crocker cereal tray. Yep, 3-way breakfast fun. Cheerios, Wheaties, and Kicks. All 3 in 10 separate individual-sized packages, all in one handy carton. That's the Betty Crocker cereal tray. Each morning you open a fresh package. Cheerios, Wheaties, or Kicks. Try it. Get the Betty Crocker cereal tray. The city first heard of a new crime ring when a fortune in jewels was stolen during a ball at the DePeister estate. That was merely the beginning. A week later, thieves struck again.
Thorndike diamond stolen, $50,000 necklace searched by police.
There were other robberies, cut to the same pattern.
Just robbed at Long Island house party. Fortune lost discovered common. Our exhibit disappears and sunset. Old world painting lost in Holman.
In the opinion of well-advised experts in criminology, the recent series of crimes is the work of a single, well-organized group. Police Commissioner James Higgins has been in frequent conference with Colonel Ashton Burley, a retired officer in the British Army and a student of criminal psychology. Colonel Burley has recently become interested in civic affairs. That is...
Colonel Burley.
Oh, Mr. Reid, you put a radio in your office so you might hear the Sentinel News bulletins.
The Sentinel News bulletins would be improved with less mention of Colonel Ashton Burley and his theorizing.
Commissioner Higgins seems to think quite a bit of his opinion.
For some reason or other, Commissioner Higgins thinks quite a bit of Ashton Burley.
Well, the colonel has progressed by leaps and bounds since he bought that old Rumsey place in Millvale.
That, Miss Case, is understatement. He's wangled invitations to most of the important parties. He's met all the right people. And he's joined a number of exclusive clubs.
He came well recommended, didn't he?
Oh, yes. And he's applied for citizenship.
I wonder what England did to him.
What do you mean?
Well, his family is supposed to be one of the finest families in England. The colonel's been with the British Army in India for 20 years. His record is top-notch. In view of all that, one would think he'd go back home instead of coming to live in this country.
I wish he had.
Oh, he can't be that annoying to you.
No?
Or can he?
Perhaps I didn't tell you, Miss Case. He's become a member of the Civic Club.
Oh, no.
Not only that, he's a member of the committee for the annual Monte Carlo night.
You're on that committee, too.
So is Police Commissioner Higgins.
Well, as I said, Mr. Reid, Colonel Burley has done well for himself. And speaking of the committee for your charity party, you're supposed to be at a meeting at noon.
Oh, great Scott, that's so. I'll have to hurry.
You've plenty of time.
But I promised to meet the police commissioner before the luncheon.
Commissioner Higgins was an old friend of Britt Reid's father, and was one of the few who knew that Britt was more than the publisher of the influential newspaper, the Daily Sentinel. He knew that Britt Reid was also the Green Hornet.
Hello, Britt. Glad to see you.
Any new leads on the crime wave, Commissioner Higgins?
Well, no, nothing definite.
That's a surprise. I thought you'd have the whole thing in wraps by this time.
Huh?
I heard the radio commentator this morning. Quote, Police Commissioner James Higgins has been in frequent conference with Colonel Ashton Burley, a retired officer in the British Army and a student of criminal psychology. End quote.
You don't like him, do you, Britt?
No.
He suggested that the robbery's been planned by someone high in social circles. From a study of old clippings, he reasoned that the Green Hornet answers this description.
His theory makes just as much sense as I expected.
Britt, Burley really does have a keen mind. He might be of great help to me. But as long as he thinks of the Green Hornet, he'll ignore other possibilities. That's why I'd like to confide in him.
I think I know what's coming.
I gave my word I'd never tell anyone you're the Green Hornet. I'd like your permission to take Colonel Burley into our confidence.
Oh. Well, I'll check up on him. If he's okay, I'll think about your suggestion.
Well, very well, Britt. I'm sure you'd feel differently if you were better acquainted.
I'll try to become better acquainted with the Colonel.
Thanks. Well, here's a chance to begin.
Huh? Oh, I see. The Colonel approaches.
Gentlemen, cheerio, I say. Cheerio. I dare say I'm a bit ahead of time, but a good thing.
Glad to see you, Colonel Burley.
Glad to see you, old fellow. Mighty glad. And you too, Reid.
We were just talking about you, Colonel Burley.
Oh, nothing good, I dare say.
I heard that you're on our Monte Carlo night committee.
Yes. You know, I've been no little concerned about our charity party. What with the recent criminal activities in the city, we shall have to take extreme precautions.
We'll exercise extreme precautions.
There'll be at least a dozen games of chance, and every one of them will be heavily played. Our guests will throw dollars around like so much chaff before the wind, in the good old name of charity.
We hope to raise over $50,000.
A tidy sum, eh, what? A choice morsel for the unholy to steal. And you know, gentlemen, it occurred to me that it would be easy for thieves to mingle with the guests, the affair being a masquerade, a fancy dress.
We've made plans to check every invitation, Colonel Burley.
The bids will be handled as carefully as banknotes.
Good. Good, I say. Splendid. You'll be on hand personally, won't you, Commissioner?
Yes.
Did you read?
I'm planning to go late.
Late?
The affair will last practically all night. I decided that as long as I'd have to be there at the finish, I wouldn't go until after midnight.
By Jove, fellow, it's a good idea. Go late and have a clear head. I think I'll take a page from your book, Reid. I think I'll wait until after midnight myself.
Why don't you two go together?
Together?
Yes. You haven't really gotten to know each other. It'll give you a chance to get better acquainted.
Well, I say now. How about that, Reid?
Very well.
Tell you what, old boy. You stop by for me. I'd like to show you around the old Rumsey house. Show you what I've done with it since I took over.
Well, you live several miles outside the city.
Well, that's all right. I don't mind.
Good, good.
I'll pick you up, Colonel Burley. I'll call for you around midnight.
It was late afternoon when Britt Reid returned to his office. He was scanning the latest bulletins when Miss Case entered.
No new developments on the crime wave, huh, Miss Case?
Not unless the police are withholding information.
No, the police haven't even a clue.
Mike Axford's still at police headquarters, and I was just about to leave when you came in. Is there anything you want me to do?
No, not a thing, Miss Case. But tomorrow, I wish you'd see what you can learn about Colonel Burley.
Very well.
I promised Commissioner Higgins I'd try to know the man better.
Well, I'll get here early and start digging.
Lenore Case found it necessary to go beyond the Sentinel files for information concerning Colonel Burley. She made use of the newspaper's wire and cable facilities to send requests for data to other cities and even to England. That evening, the men responsible for the recent series of crimes met at the home of their leader.
Colonel Burley? Well, Silk, are the gentlemen assembled?
Yes. They're waiting for you in the library.
Quiet down, boys. Here's the chief.
Gentlemen, you've all received invitations to the Civic Club party tomorrow night.
You've qualified all of us as men of social standing, boss.
The party will feature a Monte Carlo theme with all kinds of gambling games. At least $50,000 is to be raised for the club's charity program.
And with the proceeds going to charity, the guests will throw money around like grass seeds.
It will all be held in the cashier's wicket. Very convenient for us. Now, pay attention to the plan of campaign. This is the most important...
Colonel Burley went into painstaking detail as he outlined every step of the strategy with the precision of a field marshal briefing an army on the eve of attack.
As a member of the committee, I've been able to get a complete layout of the club. I'll show you lantern slides of the floor plan.
He left nothing to chance. Using a pointer, he followed the pattern of the robbery on lantern slides, then spoke of the costumes the thieves would wear.
You'll wear those costumes through the evening as you mingle with the crowd. At each hour, you'll go to room D. Cover your costume with loose clown suits, which I have provided.
Burley spoke for over 2 hours. And when he had finished, his men realized that their leader was indeed a master plotter of crime.
You may go to the party when you choose. We shall not strike until long past midnight.
What time are you going, Chief?
Not until after midnight. It may amuse you to know that I shall go with Britt Reid, publisher of the Sentinel.
Britt Reid?
Interesting, eh? He's calling for me, here. I'll be in company that is beyond reproach. I'll have the best alibi in the world.
Will we know you? What kind of a costume will you wear?
My costume will be ironically appropriate. I shall wear a dark green hat, a dark loose coat, and a green mask. I shall appear as the Green Hornet.
Britt Reid spent most of the next day at the Civic Club, attending to last-minute details for the party. Michael Axford spent the day at police headquarters and returned to the office around 6 o'clock.
Oh, Casey, you still here?
Oh, Michael, what a question.
Yeah, what's all the telegrams?
Oh, come around to this side of my desk and you can read them without twisting your neck.
Is Reid in?
No, and he won't be in. He phoned to say he was going home from the Civic Club and take a nap before the party.
I'm going.
What? Say that again.
I'll be at the Civic Club shindig tonight. The commissioner said I could go along with the special cops who'll be on hand to watch all the cash. Hey, these telegrams are about Colonel Burley.
Yes, Mr. Reid wanted information about him.
They don't say much of anything.
No, he's virtually unknown.
Well, coming from India like he did, and from England before that, I can see why he would be.
I've cabled England. I may learn something there.
You mean to say you cabled England for dope on Curly?
That, Michael, is what I meant to say.
Golly.
Mr. Reid told me to get facts.
As Miss Case spoke, a reply to her request was flashing across the ocean by radio. The reply was destined to bring Britt Reid face to face with danger. We'll continue our story in just a moment. Say, pardon our freshness, but if you like your breakfast cereal at its crispiest, freshest best, then get the Betty Crocker cereal tray. That's the new assortment of 10 separate individual packages of your 3 top favorite cereals: Cheerios, Wheaties, and Kix, all in one handy carton. Each of those 10 individual packages holds just enough for one good serving, so every morning you always open a fresh new package. That means your cereal remains sealed in its package until the very moment you sit down to breakfast. You enjoy the extra crispness, extra freshness of cereal at the very peak of its goodness. It's like eating popcorn fresh from the popper, crunchy and frisky with that first flush of flavor. Another reason for the cereal tray's extra keen, fresh flavor is this. Each of the cereals comes in a special flavor-protecting package. From tip to top, the outside of each box is bathed in wax, a treatment which helps guard against air and dampness. This flavor-saving wax coat is a special heavy one, too. In fact, if you scratch the surface of a package with your fingernail, you'll be amazed at how extra heavy this protective wax coat is. It really does the trick. Remember, you get only top favorite cereals in the Betty Crocker cereal tray. Cheerios, Wheaties, and Kix in 10 separate individual packages. Try it. Get the Betty Crocker cereal tray and enjoy extra keen, fresh flavor at breakfast every morning. And now to continue our story. Lenore Case had sent a query to England. It was nearly 11 o'clock when the reply with information concerning Colonel Burley was delivered to her at the Daily Sentinel. She read it, and her eyes went wide in surprise.
Oh, golly.
She put the message into an envelope, sealed it, and called for a copy boy.
Hey, Miss Case, aren't you working overtime?
Skip that. Listen, Joe, do you have a car?
Well, yeah, sure thing.
Oh, good. I want you to take this envelope to Mr. Reid. It's very important, Joe. Give it to him personally, and then come back here. I'll wait until I know if it's been delivered or not.
Miss Case waited, and as the time passed, she became increasingly uneasy. Finally, she went into the city room.
You still around, Miss Case?
Ed, have you seen anything of Joe?
Oh, he left here nearly an hour ago. You sent him out, didn't you?
I sent him to Mr. Reid's apartment. He should have been back half an hour ago.
Yeah, maybe his car broke down. Let's call the apartment, see if he got there.
I think I shall.
Here, use my phone. I've got an outside line. I'll dial the number for you.
Thanks.
Isn't the boss going to the Civic Club tonight?
Oh, of course.
Nearly midnight.
Well, he'll have to stay until the party's over, so he planned on going late.
Hello, this is the office calling. Is Mr. Reid there? No?
I'll talk to Kato.
Just a minute. Here you are, Casey.
Hello, Kato. Miss Case.
Oh, yes, Miss Case.
Has Mr. Reid left for the party?
Oh, yes. He left to go into country to call for Colonel Burley.
Kato, I sent a very important envelope to him. Do you know whether or not he received it?
Well, the boy come some time ago, soon after Miss Britt leave house. He say envelope to be delivered personal. He go to deliver it at Colonel's home.
Oh, gosh.
What's the matter, Casey?
Kato, I'd better talk to you about this. I'll be right over. Ed, have someone get me a cab, will you?
Right.
I'll be ready as soon as I get my coat.
Britt Reid had been at the suburban estate of Colonel Burley for less than 10 minutes when he was summoned to the door and handed an envelope.
Miss Case said I should give it to you personally, Mr. Reid.
I see.
Needn't have bothered Mr. Reid. Might have handed it to my man.
I got my orders.
Well, thanks a lot, Joe. I'm sorry you had to drive way out here.
Oh, that's okay. I hope you have a good time at the party, Mr. Reid.
Thanks.
So long.
Goodbye, Joe. Will you excuse me while I see what this is? Cable from England.
Replying query about Colonel Burley. Beg to advise Colonel died in India. August 1946. As brother similar in appearance. Discredited after forgery attempt in London. Believed in the United States for past 10 years. Further details in later message.
Burley.
How impolite to read over your shoulder.
Oh, you're not Colonel Burley.
I'm his brother. Disinherited and cut off some years ago. Nasty mess, that.
I suppose, Burley, you know what this means.
Too bad you secured that information, Reid. I shall have to take steps.
Burley, put that gun down.
Duke!
I heard it, boss. I was just beyond the door.
Duke serves as a bodyguard.
The rest of the boys have already gone to the Civic Club.
The rest of the boys?
You may as well know it, Reid. They're waiting for me to come and give them the signal.
Signal? Oh, I get it. The robberies. You were at the DePeister ball when their jewels were stolen. You were out in the island during that house party that was robbed.
Oh, yes. And I shall be at the Civic Club tonight.
You're one of the gang the police have been looking for.
Reid, at the stroke of 3, I'll meet the rest of the gang in a small lounge at the club. The lounge where you and I met for the first time. There we shall change into different costumes. I plan to appear as the Green Hornet. What? Too bad you won't be there to see it.
Hey, boss, you're telling him all our plans.
It doesn't matter, Duke. This is our last job around here. After tonight, we'll move to a new location and take our proceeds with us.
Will I use the gun on Reid?
No.
But he knows everything.
Yes, and so will others in his office, and so will the police. We've got to clear out while we have the chance. And I don't want a murder charge against me. Just chloroform him, and we'll leave him here.
Oh, no, you don't.
Look out! Grab him! Strong as an ox. Get him, Duke. Hit him with your gun.
Fix him. Yeah, that got him. The phone.
Watch him while I answer it. Then we'll chloroform him to be sure he stays unconscious. Colonel Burley speaking.
I'd like to speak to Mr. Reid. Is he there?
Mr. Reid?
He's out cold.
I'm sorry. He's not here. I'll fix this phone so there'll be no more calls. And so Reid can't use it if perchance he does get free.
Lenore Case had telephoned from Britt's apartment. She waited a few moments, then called again while Cato stood by.
Out of order? Thank you. Kato, I'm going to call the office. Perhaps I can talk to Joe. All right, Joe, thanks. Joe said he left Burley's home just a few minutes after 12. Kato, that was just before I called and talked to Colonel Burley.
The Colonel say he's not there.
Kato, something's wrong, I'm sure.
So perhaps I call police?
Well, I'm not that sure, but... Kato, let's go there.
The home of the Colonel?
Yes, as quickly as possible. Take the fastest car. Oh, wait. Take the Black Beauty.
Green Hornet car?
Yes.
But Miss Case, perhaps Mr. Britt be angry.
I'll take the responsibility. Come on, Kato.
Britt Reid regained consciousness in the library of the Burley home. He was surprised to find Cato and Lenore Case bending over him anxiously.
Oh, gosh, Mr. Reid.
What happened? Where am I?
You're in Burley's home. When Cato saw your car, he forced his way in and found you here, unconscious.
Remember.
The room was fairly reeking of chloroform. Well, not only that, but you were tied.
I use special medicine, Mr. Britt. Special medicine?
The same stuff you use when you want to counteract the effect of the gas from the Hornet's weapon.
Burley, the Civic Club. Miss Case, what time is it?
It's after 2:30 in the morning.
The police commissioner. I've got to call the Civic Club.
You can't, Mr. Reid. The telephone's out of order. It's been pulled from the wall. That's why we came here. Burley lied about you being here,
Save
and then...
the explanations. Cato, what car did you bring?
Oh, Mr. Britt, Miss Case, she say, well, that is, perhaps you'll be angry.
Answer me.
I bring Black Beauty.
You were inspired. I've got to get to the Civic Club before 3 o'clock. Seconds count.
For your mask, weapon, and coat in Black Beauty.
I never wanted that disguise more than now.
But, Mr. Reid...
You two follow in the convertible. You'll find the Black Beauty in the alley next to the Civic Club. Park there. I'll see you later.
Britt dashed from the house, leaped into the car of the Green Hornet. An instant later, the throttle was opened wide as the Black Beauty pointed toward the city. The Civic Club party was a huge success. The cashier's money drawer was fairly bulging. As the hour of 3 approached, a man wearing a mask and wrap like that of the Green Hornet noticed several of the guests move toward a small private lounge. Then he turned and spoke to the police commissioner.
I wonder how Britt Reid is feeling.
You said he expected to join us later, Colonel.
Yes, I've telephoned my home and had no answer. He may be on the way. I hope so. I'd like to have him see me in this costume of the Green Hornet.
He'd probably get a kick out of it.
I think I'll go to the lounge and relax for a few minutes. See you later, Commissioner.
Right.
By golly, Commissioner, this sure is a party.
Yes, Axford, it sure is.
Every time I see that guy with the Hornet costume, I feel like I should be collaring him. By golly, you know, it's a slick get-up, even to the black hat.
The black hat? Burley's wearing a green hat.
Huh? Green? Well, by golly, look over there at the door. Tell me if that's black or green.
Huh? Why, I thought the
Don't
Colonel...
anyone move. Huh? Hey, is this a gag?
I'm taking over.
It's a robbery.
Give me that tag.
Expert.
Suffering snakes, it is a stick-up. Hey!
Before the startled spectators could recover from their surprise, the Green Hornet had seized a tin cash box from behind the cashier's wicket, gassed the cashier, and raced across the floor.
Get him! Stop him!
He threw his weight against the door to a small private parlor.
Hey, what is this?
You, the Hornet. It's the real Hornet.
They're after me. Take the cash.
Wait, get him! Stop him! Hang on to it!
Try it.
Leaving the cash box in the parlor with Burley and his henchmen, Britt Reid went through a window and hit the ground running. Kato and Lenore saw him stripping off his coat as he approached them while they waited in his convertible.
I think we've done it. Here, Kato, take this coat. Lenore, take the hat and gun. Get into Black Beauty and get away.
Oh, but Mr.
No
Reid,
time
what-
for questions. Just get out of here. Take the car home and I'll join you later.
Where you go, Mr. Britt?
Back inside to make sure the Burley gang has been trapped. Axford, looks as if something happened here.
Oh, Reed, you're just too late for the excitement. Suffering snakes. Colonel Burley's a phony.
You're telling me. He tried to keep me away from here tonight.
What?
Britt, what did you just say?
Oh, hello, Commissioner Higgins. Wait until I tell you about Burley. A cable from England came to the office. Miss Case sent it to me while I was at Burley's house. It exposed him as a fraud. He had me chloroformed.
Why, that... You know, of course, what happened here.
He don't know, Commissioner. He just got here. Reed, Burley stole the cash box while posing as the Green Hornet. Now, me and the rest of the boys were hot after him when he ducked into a private parlor where his gang was waiting. We got him before they had a chance to use their guns.
And found the loot of several robberies in a handbag Burley had checked.
You have them all?
Yeah. Burley tried to say it was the real Green Hornet that took the cash box and went out a window from the parlor. I don't know why he tried to tell a story like that.
Well, it wouldn't matter anyway. We have him cold for the other crimes.
Say, Axford, hadn't you better call the Sentinel?
Holy crow. I almost forgot I'm supposed to be a reporter.
Britt, that other Green Hornet.
Yes, Commissioner.
You win, Britt.
Huh?
Burley certainly had me fooled.
And me, until that cable from England.
And to think I wanted to tell him... But I guess he's learned all he wants to know about the Green Hornet.
Let's select the Catspaw crime ring smash when Green Hornet appears at Civic Club. Read all about it. Colonel Burley exposes fraud. Let's select the
Hey, kids, no matter whether you're a husky farmer or a city slicker, you've never seen a slicker city than the model city that comes on the Betty Crocker cereal tray. It has all kinds of buildings, houses, and stores that you can cut out and build. Besides the buildings, you also get cutouts of autos, fences, garages, and a lot more things. Just on one avenue in the model city, there's a big service station, an ice cream store, a bank, and a hotel. All this plus different style houses. Easy to build, too. There's no pasting or gluing needed, and many slots are pre-cut. Best of all, different houses and stores come on different Betty Crocker cereal trays. Just ask your grocer for the Betty Crocker cereal tray, the handy cereal package with all three of your breakfast favorites, Cheerios, Wheaties, and Kicks. Get yours now. You've been listening to The Green Hornet, brought to you by the Betty Crocker cereal tray, the cereal assortment of individual packages of Wheaties, Cheerios, and Kicks.
Look at him take that high jump. 6 feet, 11 inches. What an athlete.
He's feeling his Cheerios. Yes, Cheerios, the ready-to-eat breakfast cereal made from good old-fashioned oats. The kind of nourishment you need for zooming energy. You know, Cheerios provides full-grain amounts of all the known important vitamins and minerals of oats. And Cheerios is so delicious. Everyone goes for that fresh toasted oat flavor. Try it. Cheerios, the only oat cereal shaped like crispy little donuts. Be with us again next week at the same time when General Mills will again present The Green Hornet. These are George W. Trendle productions, directed by Charles D. Livingstone. The story was written by Fran Stryker, and the part of the Green Hornet is played by Jack McCarthy. This copyrighted feature originates in Detroit, and all characters, places, and incidents used are fictitious. Hal Neal speaking. Tomorrow night at the same time over most of these same stations, the great Stallion Silver and the Masked Rider of the Plains meet another thrilling adventure when the Lone Ranger rides again. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company. For a breakfast corn cereal you'll really go for, eat Kix, crunchy puffs of real energy-rich corn. And now, Kix, that winning American corn cereal, presents... The Green Hornet. He hunts the biggest of all game, public enemies who try to destroy our America. With his faithful valet Kato, Britt Reid, daring young publisher, matches wits with the underworld, risking his life that criminals and racketeers within the law may feel its weight by the sting of the Green Hornet. Ride with Britt Reid in the thrilling adventure of Murder at Lighthouse Mary's. To keep going, to keep winning, you need plenty of that good old American energy. Corn helps give you the energy that makes you the pacemaker, the front runner in the day's race. So every breakfast, eat Kix, that winning American corn cereal. Kix is not flakes, but crunchy puffs of energy-rich corn. No wonder Kix stays so crisp in milk or cream. You can pour plenty on and get those important milk vitamins, plus real corn energy. Yes, for that head start you want on a power-packed day, try an accelerating, Kixalating breakfast. Enjoy super delicious, nourishing corn Kix. Kix is a winner. The woman called Lighthouse Mary was elderly, leathery-faced, and usually blurry-eyed. The sensationally lurid cafe to which she had given her name had become a waterfront rendezvous, the most notorious and most popular after-dark spot in town. But there were times when Lighthouse Mary pondered this new public acceptance, and today was one of them. She sat at a table in the now-empty cafe, fingering a glass of colorless liquid, and looking sourly at the foppish man opposite her. He was Lundy Bertie Linden.
Bertie, I was running a nice, easy-going skid joint till I let you sell me the idea of turning this place into a boob trap.
Darling, is there no pleasing you? I'm only making you a fortune.
So what? We can't keep going on like this without somebody getting wise.
Who are usually here when we make our plays, Mary? Smart people. These smart people slumming. Have they suspected anything? No. Instead, we've been using them as a cloak.
Yeah. We're smart, too. You are. That's no reason you gotta bring a party of newspaper guys in tonight, just when we're expecting a shipment.
The bunch from the Daily Sentinel? Oh, precious, they're only composing room workers, giving a bachelor dinner for one of their own. They'll just be looking for fun.
They're still newspaper people. Looking for fun or anything else? Besides, that Reid fella's gonna be here, too. You said so.
Oh, Britt Reid's the publisher, my sweet. Has to do the Lord of the Manor act, you know. Drop in when the menials have their frolic, cheer them with a pip-pip and a toast, then take off and...
Lay off the phony English line and pass the bottle.
Oh, my adorable. Reid won't be here long, I promise. I'll dog his path every second he's here tonight and chase him. Besides, you worry about reporters, not publishers.
In his office at the Sentinel, Britt Reid was preparing to leave for the day.
There, Miss Case, that does it. No more letters?
No, sir. Oh, look at Axford over there, asleep.
That's right, Cassie. I was just resting a spell. I'm going to the composing room party tonight, and I'm storing up me string.
You're going to that party, aren't you, Mr. Reid?
Yes, and with no pleasure. At Lighthouse Mary's. Why couldn't they hold it at one of the hotels?
Because Lighthouse Mary's the most popular place in town, that's why. It's got color.
So is a black widow spider or poison ivy.
I've been told it's a real exciting place.
It is. Excitement from the time you come in till you leave. When the customers don't fight, Mary and her bouncer gorilla start things ripping and then...
Oh, maybe I've seen too many gangster movies, but I'd love to visit a place like that.
You'd really like to go, Miss Case?
I hope you don't think I'm silly, but I would, sometime.
Well, then we'll make it tonight.
What?
Don't say no. The boys will feel honored to have you drop in on their party. So, what do you say? The three of us go together?
Sounds great to me. Okay, Casey?
Oh, yes. I'm speechless. Thank you, Mr. Reid.
I'll call for you at home about 9, Miss Case. You be ready before then, Axford?
If I button me vest, I'll be ready now. Better wear your storm clothes, Casey. It looks like a bad night tonight.
10 miles from the city and a few miles offshore, a motor-driven lobster boat tossed fitfully on the crest of the towering fog-capped waves. Its ghost-like outline could scarcely be seen in the fog that poured over it. 2 men in charge of the small crew stood at the stern of the vessel, peering intently, not at an object, but at something expected.
John, this trip is no good. Augie, all I know is we got orders. We're off the right part of the channel. We stay here till the Rexonia passes.
But the Coast Guard...
Forget about the Coast Guard. They got other fish to... You hear that?
The giant ocean liner, Rexonia, plowed through the mountains of water and a field of fog, slowly but relentlessly. Searchlights stabbed the murky grayness. Suddenly, they picked up a lobster boat to the starboard. For a few fleeting seconds, they held the vessel within their frames, then reached out to grab the darkness ahead. As the magnificent greyhound of the sea plunged forward through the night, the 2 men on the lobster boat, John and Augie, held tightly to the side rail and peered once more into the swirling, rolling fog clouds.
Augie, if our man was on that ship, he saw us. Yeah, but I didn't see anything go over the side. Who could see? Wait. It'll take minutes yet before the flares light up. And this sea's plenty...
There's a flare. 20 degrees off the port side.
John, get to the package as quick as you can. We gotta get it back to the motorboat so we can take it to Lighthouse Mary's tonight.
Here we are. That's Lighthouse Mary's over there.
Why, you give it.
Oh, what's happening over there?
Here, Miss Case. Stand beside me.
Don't get excited, Casey. Stand to the side.
And I'm telling you for the last time. If you come back, I'll beat your head in with a blame pin. I won't be back. No! Now get out of here.
Gorilla! Hey, Gorilla!
Yeah, Mary?
I'm throwing you another dime motion barnacle. Swab his whiskers and send them payment.
Get your handouts at some other port, me. And stay away from here.
Oh, how awful. Oh, that brute.
That's Grilla the bouncer. And don't give it a thought, Casey. That act goes on every hour. They're making atmosphere for the uptown people. You'll see. Don't look like Mary's at the door.
Lighthouse Mary, after the frenzy of words and fists outside, had come back into the cafe and was standing near the bar when Reid, Axford, and Miss Case entered. Bertie Lyden hurried over to her.
Mary, that's Britt Reid coming in the door with a girl and another man.
And Axford. I know him. I thought you said there'd be no reporters.
I didn't expect any. I'll get rid of him, too. Mary, that fellow over by the window. There's something funny about him. Tell Grilla to watch him.
Grilla is. I've been watching that guy myself. Bertie, you see that Reid gets out of here in a hurry. If the Rexona is on time, John and Augie ought to be due here any minute now.
John and Augie had changed from the lobster boat to an outboard. And at that minute, they were leaving the bay and heading into the mouth of the river.
John, you sure you know where we're heading? Forget the fog, will you? I made this trip 100 times. Where are we now? At the foot of the river. I'm going to slow the motor now on account of the police boat. You suppose Mary and the gang will put on a big riot tonight for a cover-up? Yeah, I guess so. They most always do.
Britt Reid had made a speech, toasted the guest, exchanged a few words with the men at the party, and now that Miss Case had done the same, they and Axford prepared to make their departure.
Mr. Reid, who's that Bertie person? He's been on our necks all evening.
I can't make out who he is.
Oh,
Oh, what's the matter, Miss Case?
that man over there. The one Grilla's pushing. He was trying to... Oh, that brute Grilla.
I told you to get out of here. Now get and stay away from the window.
That man was on his way over here to us. I know.
Go and stay with the rest of
There's something in his
freaks.
eyes and manners that made it...
Oh, I say, more fun, huh? It looks like another set to, what? Grilla's cracking another skull. Oh, strong, quaint Grilla. Oh, say, Reid, must you be leaving?
Very happily. You ready, Miss Case?
Oh, yes. Please, let's go before anything...
Hey, that's motorboat. Yes? You don't expect the sound of one on a night like tonight.
Look, there's a fight starting back by the window.
What? Another?
I don't see any fight.
But there is. Fight! Mary! Grilla! Fight! I love this. Hit him, Grilla. Hit that one and don't let him...
I think that Bertie man is crazy.
I don't like this, Axford. This is a free-for-all. Come along, Miss Case.
Please get me out of here.
Stop the glare! The lights! Stop
I can't see with the lights out. Mr. Reid, where are you?
Here I am, Miss Case. I'll lead you out. Axford, you there?
Back here, Reid.
I'm going to put on my pocket flashlight. Follow me and keep close to the wall. There's a side exit. Can you see?
Yes, Mr. Reid. Just keep the light played on the floor.
This way, Miss Case. Here's the side door. You all right, Axford?
So far I am. Casey, I take back what I said about an act.
Axford! Axford! Oh, there you are. We better get around the front. I think we'd better hurry.
Mr. Reid!
What? That's Casey. I thought she was right behind you.
Mr. Reid! Back there!
Oh, Miss Case, what's the matter? Easy now.
That man, the one I told you about. I must have turned the wrong way and I tripped over him. He was dead.
Dead? The man Grilla was just pushing around?
Yes. He's back there. Back by the door.
Give me that light, Reid.
Here.
Thanks. I'll take a look and see what happened to him.
The knife is sticking. Oh, that poor man.
Steady, Miss Case.
In his eyes. Oh, you should have seen his eyes.
How's Casey getting along, Reid?
I'm all right. Did you find it? I mean him.
You must have been imagining things, Casey. There's no sign of a body back there.
We'll continue our story in just a moment.
One more shot, Mac. You've got a chance for a perfect score. Bullseye. That makes you the champion pistol shot of the police department. Nice going.
Thanks, Pat. Say, it's almost time for chow. Come on, I'll buy your lunch as a consolation prize.
Swell. Let's go to Joe's. He's got the best corn chowder in town.
Yes, most every American working at every kind of job has a favorite corn dish. Of all the fine foods on the American menu, in fact, energy-building corn is the most truly American food of all. Know why? It's because corn, the corn you get for breakfast in Kicks, is the only native American grain. Why, look back as far as Indian days, and you'll find that corn was the fighting energy food of the Indians. and later the winning energy food of tireless pioneers. Of course, you want corn, too, as an important part of your diet. So start your day with a bowl full of Kicks. You'll really go for corn sweet Kicks. Kicks, you know, isn't flat, soggy flakes. Kicks is corn popped into roasted, toasted puffs. Crisp, crunchy, delicious. Why, Kicks stays crisp no matter how much milk or cream you pour on. And a bowl of Kicks topped with dewy, fresh raspberries, for instance, is a breakfast you'll want every day. You can eat and let the youngsters eat all they want, too, because Kicks is rich in corn energy. Try Kicks for breakfast soon and often. You'll get a kick out of Kicks. Now to continue our story. There had been no sleep for Britt Reid that night. When he got to the office next morning, he didn't expect Miss Case to be present, but she was, as usual. They were in Britt's office now, reviewing the events of the night before.
That man's face impressed me the first minute I saw him. You remember? And then I know I saw him. He was dead.
There's no sign of a body anywhere. The police even dragged the river around Lighthouse, Mary's.
Why haven't they closed that place before this?
There's not much against it. Just a nuisance charge.
Well, isn't that enough?
Mary has important customers who go to bat for her.
Men like that Bertie Leiden, I suppose. Oh, what a weird character he is. The way he plunged into that fight.
I keep thinking of that myself. There's something about it I've been trying to figure out.
Well, Axford.
Commissioner Higgins.
Come in, Commissioner. Reid, get your ears ready for what we got to tell you. You too, Casey.
Well, what is it, Axford?
We found your man, Casey. I identified him. It was like you said, all right. He was dead. Stabbed.
Well, where'd you find the body, Commissioner? In the river?
No, Reid, in the woods, up near Raven Park. 18 miles from Lighthouse Mary's.
One of her men, Grilla maybe, must have taken it there.
That wasn't possible, Miss Case. Everyone in that gang, Murray and Grilla included, were in cells 20 minutes after the fight started. They couldn't have made Raven Park and back in that time.
But that's not the important thing. That fella looked like a down-and-outer, the dead one, I mean.
Well, wasn't he?
No, he was in disguise. His name was Phillips.
And he was a government agent.
What?
That's right, Reid. An undercover man. On a case involving international gem smugglers.
When Commissioner Higgins had left and Axford had gone to the city room, Lenore Case turned immediately to Britt Reid.
I was right, Mr. Reid. That man Phillips was coming over to us when Grilla got hold of him. You know, he might have known you by sight, or maybe realized that we were from a newspaper. And Grilla or Mary must have known or sensed who he was.
So that's why they grabbed him. That makes sense. But it was Bertie who took us over while that happened.
That's right. Just before the fight started.
But in this case, there was no fight before Bertie began to yell.
What? You mean that was a cue to start one? A yell?
Yes. Let's see now. I heard a motorboat. Right after that man Phillips. There it is. That's what's been jiggling around in my brain. I wonder... I'm going to discuss this with Commissioner Higgins. Commissioner, Bertie Leiden's the man you're looking for. Question those prisoners about last night's riot, but meanwhile, get out a warrant for Leiden and have him picked up.
It's too late, Reid. He just put up bail for Lighthouse Mary and Grilla. They walked out. Bertie Leiden, he went directly to the ship.
To the ship? What ship?
The Rexonia. It arrived last night and sails again at midnight tonight. Bertie Leiden has passage on it.
We've got to keep him from sailing.
I wish we could, but we can't. The Rexonia is not an American ship, Reid, nor is Leiden American.
Well, can't we phone the State Department to do something?
On what concrete evidence? No, Reid. Maybe if you get the evidence, extradition will be possible. Later.
But what about now?
Reid, at this point, the police are handcuffed. When that happens, I know only one person who might help them.
I was thinking the same thing.
That person might know Bertie Leiden was on the Rexonia. He might like to know that our men trailed Lighthouse Mary after she was bailed out. If he did, he'd learn she's back at her cafe. The building is closed to the public. But she's there.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Britt Reid was at home a short time later. When he came out of his room, attired in a black suit, Kato handed him a slip of paper. Kato, his valet, and co-worker with the Green Hornet.
Well, here are the telephone numbers you want, Mr. Reid.
Oh, thanks, Kato. Let's see. Lighthouse Mary's, and the shore-to-ship number of the Rexonia. I say, Kato, old thing, would it tickle you if I were to speak like this?
Oh, say, well, that's good, Mr. Britt. Like an Englishman on stage.
That, I hope, is like Archie sounds. But, what if I was to change my voice and beat your ears with a delivery like this?
Why you do this, Mr. Britt?
Rehearsing for 2 telephone calls, Kato. Here goes the first. It's to Lighthouse Mary. Our 2 calls are finished. And, Kato, I think we got away with them. We'll have 2 keys to our mystery at Lighthouse Mary's in half an hour. Now to find out what they unlock.
You make good voices, Mr. Britt. Will you go now?
Yes. I've got my mask and gun. Come on, Kato. Remember, Kato, put your call in exactly 10 minutes after you hear the motorboat.
Yes, Mr. Britt.
Patrolman Ed Kelly, standing in front of Lighthouse Mary's, heard the faintest sound near the door behind him. The fog was thick, but he walked unerringly to the spot where a voice, seemingly from nowhere, spoke as a gun pressed against his ribs.
Stand right where you are, copper. Don't move. Let's take your gun. Now step inside this door.
Mask. You're wearing it. You're the Green Hornet.
Right. And believe me when I say I'm on your side.
Oh, sure you are. Pulling a caper like this.
I'm going to tell you what I plan to do. You'll get your gun back after you promise your cooperation.
The Green Hornet told Patrolman Kelly exactly what he planned. His sincerity and the promise of a good arrest convinced the policeman.
Okay, Hornet. I'll go along with you. You say you'll prove your story in 10 minutes. We'll do that. But when the 10 minutes are up, I'll be after you, too.
That's fair enough. It's a deal. Here's your gun.
Lighthouse Mary, standing at the trellised window in the rear of her cafe, heard the sound of the muffled motor nearing the piles below. She reached out and unfastened a hook on the side of the trellis. As the trellis unlatched, the extension slid from behind it and descended sharply towards the water to stop short of the crest. It formed a perfect ladder. A few seconds later, Bertie Leiden climbed up and entered the room through the window.
Feel like a deuced monkey climbing that.
Better than a trap door like the cops always look for.
Oh, don't I know? I laughed so last night during that fight. Everyone swinging or running, and no one paying the least attention to you and me helping John and Augie through the window with the loot.
Yeah, but skip it. What is it you want?
Me? What is it you want? I couldn't make out what it was Grilla was saying over the phone.
Grilla? Why, the big ape's afraid of a phone. What is this? When you called me, you said something...
I didn't call you tonight.
Huh?
What are you up to? You got me off the ship. What for? You expect more money? Or do you have an idea?
Oh, cut it, Bertie. I got no ideas, and I don't want more dough. You're the suspicious guy. Think I'm gonna cop the ice they brought in last night?
You don't know where it's stashed.
I wouldn't have to guess twice. Leaving that body up in Raven Park was a giveaway, Bertie. And it's right near that cottage of yours.
Then what is this balderdash about my calling you? Mary, you think perhaps someone's pulling a fast one?
Yeah, who could?
I could, for one.
But, Masked Man, who are you?
I'd say it was the Green Hornet.
You're right, Mary. So, Leiden, you're the guy who bumped Phillips last night, eh? And dragged his body way up where they found it?
You're only half right, Hornet. I took the body away, certainly. But the killer's behind you. Right, Grilla?
Tell him, Bertie. Here's a mug I killed.
Oh, that's it, Gorilla. Hold the Hornet, Gorilla, so Gorilla can stick his knife into him. That's it. Hold him.
I've got him, Grilla. Knife him.
Tell me, shoulder. A shot.
Thanks, Copper. Nice shot.
Flatfoot. No Flatfoot's gonna get me. Come on, Bertie. We can get out of this place.
I just made that close. Now, both of you stop right there or I'll plug you two. And you, Hornet, over there. Where do you think you're going?
Away from here. Take them over, Copper. They're yours. They've a couple of pals in a boat below.
Stay right there, Hornet. I'm taking you. Your 10 minutes are up.
Yeah, but my hands aren't. You've got them. Look at them. Point your gun at me, and they'll jump you. Bertie's packing a rod.
I'll take the lot of you.
He's trying to out-talk you, Bobby. Go after him.
Keep him covered, and I'll escape. But I won't shoot you. You know that. Now, which is it?
Well, I'll show you, you fish-headed swab.
That was my gun, Copper. See?
What did you... Don't move, you, or
No, I'm not. I'm here. My hands are up.
I'm going, Copper. You've got help coming. I can't wait.
Patrolman Kelly made one spasmodic jerk of his arm in the direction of the Green Hornet, but his eye caught Bertie's movement at the same time.
That settles it. Keep your hands up. Stand over that dame. Now stay there. One thing I found out, you can trust the Green Hornet.
All right, inside, boys.
Hey, look, Kelly's got a pinch.
Hey, who's that running out the side door?
Look, it's the Green Hornet.
Get down to Kelly, you two. Rescue after the Green Hornet.
It was Axford who led the conversation next morning when he and Lenore Case rehashed the sensational story with Britt Reid in his office.
London Bertie Leiden he was, huh? I'm glad they got him.
So is Scotland Yard. And a lot of other governments. He really wasn't British, you know.
No one with an exaggerated accent like his could be. I see the captain of the Rexonia provided the link about the jewels being transferred from the ship.
Yes. His mate saw one of the gang on board throw the jewels over in a lifebuoy to that Augie and John pair.
Well, how did they work?
It was this way, Miss Case. Augie and John and their crew would pick up a floating package dropped by a Confederate on an incoming ship. Then they'd run it in under cover of darkness to Lighthouse Mary's place.
And as soon as they were due there, Mary and Grill'd get a fight started to cover up the pair's entrance through the window. That's when the lights would go out.
Phillips had gotten wise to that and showed it that night. That's why they killed him.
Oh, what's this about the customers helping?
They wouldn't know they were helping. You see, the best way they had of getting the stuff out was in the pockets of those tramps and derelicts that hung around the place.
Oh, you mean those men who provide the atmosphere, whatever it is? Like the ones who were getting out when we went in?
Exactly, Miss Case. Axford was right. It was an act. The police were so used to their being put out, they'd send them along instead of arresting them.
So when the jewels came in, a fight would start again. The gems would go into the pockets of the tramps who were kicked out.
I see. And the police would shoo the men away with the smuggled jewelry.
That's the idea. They'd go away, leave the jewels at a nearby hideout. Bertie'd pick them up later.
And about using the customers. That brazen Bertie do that when he was with the most important people. He'd just walk out with them, carrying the stuff, and no cop would go near them, even if he suspected.
Which the police didn't. And to think we had the story right there in front of us the other night, but didn't realize it.
I wonder how the Green Hornet did. That's quite a story Patrolman Kelly tells about him, isn't it?
I'm ashamed of that Kelly. Him letting the Hornet slip away. Reid, it's a bad day for the Irish when one of their own gets so close to the Green Hornet and does nothing about it.
Select Street, Bedfast, smuggling ring smashed, Lighthouse Mary caught, government agent killer arrested. Read all about it. Green Hornet escapes after helping police. That's Select Street, Bedfast.
You've seen pictures of the sick, hungry people in Europe, I know. People who barely get enough food to live on. You've often wished you could help them, I'm sure, and you can, through an organization called CARE. For $10, CARE will send a generous package of food to any one of 15 countries in Europe. You can specify to whom it is to be sent, or CARE will choose a needy family for you. Simply send $10 to CARE, C-A-R-E, in New York, with your name and address. You'll receive a signed receipt showing the food has been delivered. Send $10 to CARE, today. You've been listening to The Green Hornet, brought to you by Kix, the ready-to-eat roasted corn cereal. Try it. Kix is a winner. Be with us again next week at the same time when General Mills will again present The Green Hornet. These are George W. Trendle productions, directed by Charles D. Livingston and edited by Franz Streicher. The part of the Green Hornet is played by Jack McCarthy. This copyrighted feature originates in Detroit, and all characters, places, and incidents used are fictitious. Hal Neal speaking. Tomorrow night at this same time over most of these same stations, the Great Horse Silver and the Masked Rider of the Plain meet another thrilling adventure when the Lone Ranger rides again. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company. For a breakfast corn cereal you'll really go for, eat Kix, crunchy puffs of real energy-rich corn. And now, Kix, that winning American corn cereal, presents... The Green Hornet. He hunts the biggest of all game, public enemies who try to destroy our America. With his faithful valet Kato, Britt Reid, daring young publisher, matches wits with the underworld, risking his life that criminals and racketeers within the law may feel its weight by the sting of the Green Hornet. Ride with Britt Reid in the thrilling adventure of the Curtin Money Plot. You know, those seagoing hijackers, the Barbary pirates, didn't just pounce on cargoes of gold. They also went after ships loaded with corn. Yes, that was treasure, too, because then, as today, corn was precious food, food rich in energy. Now, don't you go hijacking that next bushel of corn you see. The Green Hornet will buzz after you. Help yourself to real corn energy for breakfast with Kix. Here's a corn cereal you'll really go for. Crunchy puffs, not flakes. Crunchy puffs of corn that stay crisp in milk or cream. You'll enjoy. You need the corn energy Kix gives you. So eat a good Kix breakfast every day. Kix is a winner. The man who walked toward the Daily Sentinel building might have been a former prize fighter, judging by his face and ears. But otherwise, his appearance was nondescript. No one paid him the slightest attention until, just as he was about to enter the building, another equally nondescript man leaped from the doorway and fired 3 shots. As the gunman pushed through the startled onlookers and fled from the scene unmolested, the man who looked like a prize fighter slumped to the ground, blood pouring from his wounds, and the glaze of death filtering into his eyes. Three hours later, Britt Reid, the young publisher of the Daily Sentinel, and his secretary, Lenore Case, listened as Michael Axford reported the information he'd collected about the dead man.
Reid, his name was Artie Gluck, and they think he's a guard out at Gordell Sanitarium. Lowry's gone out there to check.
That's Dr. Nelson Gordell?
Yeah, the quack that runs his place for millionaires only.
I've often wondered about that fellow.
Me too. But, Reid, what's this you were saying about Gluck's dying word?
Oh, yes, Axford. Well, when I heard of the shooting, I hurried down the street. The man was dying. Yet when someone mentioned my name, he beckoned for me to bend down to him. And then he gasped one word. Curtin.
Just that, huh? Curtin. Now, what do you think he meant?
We can't figure it out, Axford. We've been trying ever since that... Oh, here's Ed Lowry now.
Hi, boss. Just got back from Gordell's place. Gordell wasn't there, and his staff gave me a runaround. But I learned Gluck was a guard there, and they say he was fired yesterday. I thought I'd learn why when who should walk in but that society babe, Deidre Curtin.
What was that name?
Deidre. D-E-I-D-R-E. You know her. She's the one that... What's the matter, boss?
That could be it. That must be it. Curtin.
What is this?
Gluck's dying word. But what
I
connection
asked myself the same thing, boss. What's a dame like Deidre Curtin doing out at Gordell's? I didn't pick up anything on Gluck. They gave me a quick brush. But then I stopped downstairs in the morgue and got out these clips on the Curtin family.
Oh, good. Good. Let's have a look at them.
Here you are, boss.
Curtin. Deidre Curtin. 25. Rich in her own right. Sole living relative of Galen Curtin.
Oh, those people. Well, he's the millionaire.
Sure, I know him. He went away for his health last year and
For
then
his health. Whether it links up with Gluck's death or not, maybe you've stumbled on a story, Lowry. Do you think it's possible old Galen Curtin is a mental case?
He'd have to be out at Gordell's, wouldn't he?
Well, sort of, I imagine.
I'll get the name of the Curtin lawyer.
I know that, boss. He's Lawrence Jonigan.
Why, that's the man Deidre Curtin's going to marry. We ran a story on the society page a couple of months ago.
All right. Miss Case, it's 3 o'clock. I'm going to drop by the court. Call this Jonigan, will you? Tell him it's important that I see him at once. I'll get to his office by 5 o'clock at the latest.
Britt Reid arrived at Lawrence Jonigan's office in little more than an hour.
Have a seat, Mr. Reid. It's a rare privilege to have the publisher of the Sentinel drop in. Some way I can help you?
Perhaps. You represent Galen Curtin in the affairs of his estate, don't you?
Yeah? Why?
Mr. Curtin is an inmate of Gordell Sanitarium, isn't he?
Uh-huh. Why? How did you find out?
By going through the court records. The story of his confinement was never made public.
Why should it? It's a family matter and a very delicate one, as you can well realize.
Still, a man of Curtin's wealth and importance is a public figure. And though his confinement is a family matter, it could be news.
Now, just what do you mean by that?
The court records show he was placed in the sanitarium because he's mentally incapable of handling his affairs. They show, too, that his niece Deidre signed the papers of commitment, that you filed them after attesting to the legal aspects, and that Dr. Nelson Gordell was the medical authority.
What are you getting at, Reid?
Facts, that's all. I've stated them?
Yes, substantially. The confinement was made necessary by Galen's, well, let's say, excessive habits. They were well known, and there's no reason why the public should know all this.
Up to a certain point, you're right.
What point is that?
Other court records show new papers have been filed to declare Deidre Curtin administratrix of her uncle's affairs. This was in closed session, too.
Well, why not? That's perfectly legal.
I grant you that. And even the faintest suspicion can be without grounds.
Suspicion?
A man was murdered as he entered the Sentinel building this morning. A guard from Gordell's Sanitarium.
What? Well, what has that got to do with me?
A lot, perhaps. Your client, Curtin, is in Gordell's Sanitarium.
Listen, Reid. Say what's on your mind or get out.
I'll be leaving now. That man today was murdered because, to use his words, he had a story about Curtin. For your client's sake, I thought you should know.
Britt Reid had a strong hunch, and he headed once more for the Sentinel office after leaving Jonigan. Jonigan, baffled by the interview, made a telephone call to Nelson Gordell. An hour later, they were in secret session at a secluded cabin near the grounds of Gordell's Sanitarium. Gordell, short, dark, and bewhiskered, was curious.
Look, Jonigan, what makes you think this fellow Reid knows more than he told you?
I don't know. It was the way he asked and said the things that he did. As if he were holding back a lot in order to hear what I had to say.
He hasn't seen Deidre?
Oh, no. Not when I called her 15 minutes ago. I warned her against him.
A warning I trust she'll heed.
She always pays attention to me.
Your hypnotic influence, I take it. Who else would have accepted your word and mine that her uncle was incompetent and must therefore be put away?
I did handle that well, didn't I?
Yes. But who did the little job with needle and pills? The job that actually made Curtin the way he is? Oh, don't pelt me with flowers. I bruise easily.
You're right, Cordell. If you hadn't treated old Galen, he'd have had me in jail the rest of my life. It was that close.
Just make sure you have enough money left in the estate to turn over to Daedra when the court orders you to.
Oh, I have. The books are fixed beautifully. And the cash will stand up. I can get that back when I marry her.
You realize that Fargo will expect a decent-sized fee for getting rid of Gluck today?
Oh, it was Fargo, huh? Well, he drew it a little fine shooting Gluck in front of the Sentinel.
But he got away, and he's back guarding the old man again.
Then he'll get his money. Smoke?
Thank you.
But, to get back to Reid, Gordell.
Right?
Hmm? Suppose he does unearth something.
What, for instance? Your books can stand scrutiny, you say. Fargo isn't suspected, and I'll keep him under cover. Daedra? She'll stick by you and swear her uncle's mad, if that's the way you want it. As for me, well, if Reed's not too confident of my competency, suppose we forestall him now.
How can we do that?
Tonight, instead of our regular dose, I'll give Curtin that secret preparation of mine that'll really set him balmy for a day or so.
The stuff you used before his commitment.
What else? It served well enough to convince the court and the committing board, and again when we brought him up for re-examination. Well, here's how we checkmate Reed. I'll ask and arrange for a special examination of Curtin tomorrow. There'll be no traces of barbiturates, and
we'll have another verification of his mental incapacity.
Exactly. Then let's see what Reed or anybody else can do.
Meanwhile, back at the Sentinel office, Lenore Case was just finishing the rewrite that Britt Reid had done on the early edition stories of Artie Gluck's killing.
Mr. Reid, this is dynamite.
I meant it to be.
Well, it's that at the very least. If you added a word or two, it'd be, well, downright libelous.
Yeah, but it's not. I merely take Gluck's last words, tie them up with the fact that Galen Curtin was placed in a sanitarium secretly.
And blandly give the impression that Daedra Curtin and Jarnigan put him there so they could get his money.
Exactly. But it doesn't say that. I've been wondering whether any or all of the facts I put in that story will add up to the real truth.
Well, they could, but still...
Let's see what happens.
Britt Reid didn't have long to wait. By noon the next day, he had a positive reaction from the people concerned. The news was brought to him by Axford, who had just come from the courthouse.
Reid, I hate to say I told you so, but I told you so.
About that Gluck Curtin story?
Yeah. Boy, what a mess this is. Why, they had...
Mr. Reid. Pardon me, Axford. Mr. Reid, here's a bulletin for the City News. Galen Curtin was given a re-examination this morning, and the court has recommitted him.
That's what I was coming to tell you.
What prompted that action, I wonder?
For your story, Mr. Reid. They wanted to prove
Wanted to prove, they did. But you haven't heard the worst.
Oh, something else happened?
I'll say, as soon as the decision was handed down, Jarnigan filed suit for I don't know how many hundreds of thousands of dollars against the Sentinel and you personally, Reid. On behalf of himself, Daedra Curtin, and Dr. Gardell.
I told you, Miss Case. Good or bad, things are stirring.
Daedra Curtin was troubled as she talked with Jarnigan that evening after dinner.
I hate to see you show any sympathy towards this Reid fellow.
If that poor Gluck man came to him with a story about Uncle Gay and was killed for doing it, I don't
That
see...
didn't happen, Daedra. Reid's lying. Gluck was probably killed for some stupid or tawdry reason.
Well, he's dead, and I feel sorry for him.
You should feel sorrier for your Uncle Galen.
Oh, Lawrence, he is more dead than living, isn't he? I can't get over his condition today.
I know, dear. But you saw how far he's gone.
Yes. Yet when I saw him yesterday, he was different, more alive. There were so many things about him that made me remember what he was like. And I don't think Uncle Gay has long to live, Lawrence.
I think maybe you're right.
We'll continue our story in just a moment.
Got that story ready, Tom?
Yeah. The evidence as disclosed by this newspaper shows that the so-called Smith suicide is a plain case of murder. There it is.
Oh, boy, is this a scoop or isn't it?
Hey, do you know it's almost time for the night staff to come on? And it's way past dinner time?
Okay. I'll take you home with me for dinner. See how you go for my wife's corn fritters.
And with that, our reporter friend says, lead me to it. After all, who wouldn't go for such a typically American dish? Why, there's no food more truly American than corn. Corn is the only native American grain. That's why Kix is such a popular breakfast cereal. It's made from corn. Corn roasted into delicious, crunchy puffs. That's right, puffs. Kix isn't flat, soggy flakes. Kix is crisp, and it stays crisp. Sure, you can pour on the milk, lots of it, yet Kix stays super crisp, super enjoyable. Try a bowl full of Kix topped with ripe red raspberries, maybe. You'll say that's a breakfast that starts the day right. It's a breakfast that's good for you, too. You know the corn that goes into Kix is rich in energy. Why, corn was the fighting food of the Indians, the food that helped our pioneer forefathers win a nation. So start your day every day with Kix, those roasted, toasted puffs of corn. You'll get a kick out of Kix. Now to continue our story. The suit against Britt Reid and the Sentinel didn't discourage the young publisher. It only convinced him that his hunch was right. As he said to his faithful valet Kato at home that evening.
Cato, there's one thing stands out in so many of the brushes we've had with crooks.
What that, Mr. Britt? I think of many things.
Well, I'm talking about the so-called smart ones. When they're cornered, their thought is a good offense is the best defense. So they attack in a hope to save themselves.
Oh, you think these people make suit in court because they think like that?
I'm going to believe that till it's proved otherwise. Tonight, anyway, as the Green Hornet.
Good to hear you say that, Mr. Britt. Where we go?
Well, the core of the situation is Galen Curtin. They turned down Lowry again today at the sanitarium, but he did find out that Curtin's in room 24. So we'll go to Gordell's first, Cato. Get my mask and gloves.
The Green Hornet entered the rear door of the Gordell Sanitarium using a special key and went to the second floor. There was no one in the corridor, but there was an empty chair in front of one door. The door that led to room 24. Quickly, the Green Hornet inserted the key into the lock, turned it quickly, and entered.
Ah, there you are again. Every time I wake up and start to remember things, you come and... You're not the one with the needle.
The speaker was a white-haired, slim old man sitting on the edge of a hospital bed.
No, I'm a friend. You're Galen Curtin?
Certainly I am. But it's been a long time since... Oh, I don't know. Am I Galen Curtin? You say that you're a friend, and yet you wear a mask.
Never mind that. There's a reason for it.
A friend? Then I have two friends. One I met long ago when I remembered. He used the needle on me, too, but he was a friend. He's going away and tell people who put me here.
Is that Gluck, the guard?
I don't know. I just remember. But I'll go to sleep again, I suppose, and I'll never know.
Who did put you here? You said you know.
Jonathan, of course, he had to. He stole almost $1 million from me, back when I could remember. He did.
I'm going to take you out of here. Quiet. Someone's coming in. I'm your friend, believe me. I'll take you away. I'll stay behind this screen. Don't say I'm here.
You're talking to yourself, you old goat, or what's I hearing things?
I like to talk to myself in these moments when I can remember. You're going to give me the needle, so I'll forget again?
Yeah, gonna give you the needle. Good old Fargo likes to give you the needle. What's the matter? You don't look scared like always.
But I am scared.
Sure, yeah. If you wanted to see a scared guy, you should have seen Artie Gluck when I gave him the works yesterday.
Gluck? I've heard that name. He was my friend.
Was is right. I give him the business. Boom, boom, right in the middle. Boom, boom. Little old Fargo gives him... Ah, but I'm a dope to be telling you this.
I'll say you are, Clement, but I'm glad you did.
That mask, the Green Hornet, that...
What a strange gun. Kills him without bullets.
It didn't kill him. The state'll do that. Here, get into your bathrobe. We got to get out of here.
But in a bathrobe.
We haven't time for anything else. Get it on while I leave a note on top of this fellow for his boss, Gordell. I think he'll come after us when he sees the seal of the Green Hornet. You ready? I'll have someone call the police, too, after we get you to your home.
Daedra Curtin was at home. When her front door opened suddenly and a masked man stood confronting her, she wavered for a moment in bewilderment. But when her Uncle Galen, hazy-minded but lucid, walked past the masked man and came toward her, there was pathetic confusion in her words and actions.
Uncle Gay, you here? What's happened? What has this man done?
He has helped me.
You, who are you? Wearing a mask, carrying a gun, taking my poor uncle away?
Forget the poor uncle stuff, Miss Curtin. If he's poor, it's you and Jarnigan who've made him that. It's you who've held him captive, so you could loot his estate and squander his money.
You rotten, contemptible beast. To say a thing like that...
I've told you Daedra isn't responsible. It's Jarnigan and that doctor friend of his. I can remember things now. I know.
What are you saying? Uncle Gay, Lawrence has been kind to you.
No, he hasn't, Daedra. You don't know. Lawrence is a thief. He stole money from me, a fortune. He's put me away so I couldn't prosecute. He'll steal your money, too.
Poor Uncle Gay. Your mind is bad, isn't it?
Miss Curtin, you're stupid. If you're not in on this plot and you haven't realized what those men have been doing to your uncle, it's time you found out. Get over to that telephone and have Jarnigan come here.
I will not.
You'll do as I tell you.
Don't come near me. All right. I'll call him. Oh, what is this?
And unless I'm mistaken, we'll have Gordell as a visitor before long, too.
Daedra Curtin placed a shaky finger into the dial and began calling Lawrence Jarnigan.
Hello? Lawrence? Lawrence, get over here to the house as quickly as you can.
When Lawrence Jarnigan appeared at the Curtin home 15 minutes later, Daedra wasn't there to greet him. As a matter of fact, there was no one there. The door opened as if by itself.
Well,
Jarnigan stepped inside.
Step right in, Jarnigan. But walk into the living room.
all right.
Walk.
But that mask, you're the Green Hornet.
Yes. And this man over here in the chair...
Curtin. Galen Curtin, what are you doing here? Where's Daedra?
Locked in her room. I found I can't do business with her.
I've started to remember things tonight, Jarnigan.
Shut up, Curtin. Jarnigan, what am I bid for Curtin's future?
What do you mean?
Jarnigan, if Curtin remains away from Gordell's tonight, he'll never go back. I promise you that. He'll have doctors who'll prove he's sane, and that his supposed condition has been produced by pills and injections given by Gordell. He'll send you to jail for robbing him.
I doubt that he can prove those things. What are you getting at?
He's to pay me $50,000 for getting him out.
$50,000?
Shut up,
Why,
I said, Curtin. Jarnigan, a better bid than that will send Curtin back to Gordell's at once. You can make sure he never gets out again.
I won't fall for this. It's a frame-up of some kind.
You ought to know all about frame-ups, you and Gordell. You might be interested in knowing, too, that Fargo is ready to tell the police why he killed Artie Gluck, if I say so.
Oh, yeah. You know he did the killing.
I told you that. You can have Fargo back with Curtin, too, if you're willing to come high enough. If you don't, I'll figure it out, Jarnigan. You're cooked.
But this is a...
Well, come on.
All right, I'll bid $60,000.
You can't, Jarnigan, you can't.
Who said I can't? I'll have your money for you as soon as the bank's open, Hornet. Only keep Daedra in her room till we get Curtin back. I'll play ball. But don't let her know. Whatever you told her...
I didn't tell her anything much.
Good. I can handle it then. I'll tell her that whatever took place here tonight
She doesn't
was
have to be told anything.
Deidre!
For the first time in my blind, stupid life, I know what's going on. I heard every word. Lawrence, I'm going to make you pay for this if it's the last thing I do. Oh, Uncle Gay. Poor Uncle Gay.
Don't cry, Deidre. You didn't know.
That'll be Gordell, I hope.
Gordell?
Yes, he must have found Fargo. But he'd have come here anyway after Curtin's escape. The police will be here, too. By now, they've been called.
I'll answer the door.
Deidre, is your uncle here? He's Johnny.
Gordell, you fool! You let him out. The police are coming. Do you hear them? Let's take this man.
The Green Hornet. All right, Jonathan.
Oh, no, you don't. Either of you. There, Jonathan. Too late, Gordell. Yeah, that'll hold him. You keep remembering, Curtin. And you, Deidre. You know the truth now. Make sure the police know it, too.
I will. I'll tell them everything, and Where are you going?
Ask that question of yourself and answer it.
I'm going to try to make up to Uncle Gay for all the horrible things I've done to him. Why, Uncle Gay, he's going through the window.
Gordell here. Where's Gordell? Somebody phoned us. Look. Going out the back window, the Green Hornet. Hold! Look after these bodies. The rest of you get after the Hornet.
He's a good man. I hope they don't get him.
I don't think they will.
Lenore Case, Michael Axford, and Ed Lowry were all in the city room next morning, waiting for the special edition of the Sentinel to come off the presses.
So we solved that little murder we had in front of the building the other day, don't we?
Little murder? Did you ever hear of a conspiracy like the one Jarnigan and Gordell are involved in?
Sure I have, but not lately. That Gordell. What a quack he turned out to be. What is it, Lowry?
Here's Reid now. Hi, boss. You hear they indicted Jarnigan and Gordell in that Fargo?
Yes, I've got all that. They say Gordell's been involved in a lot of shady cases at the sanitarium, and that he'll turn state's evidence so he can get off with 1,000 years.
He'll be getting off simple if that's all he gets. Can you imagine the brazenness of that bunch suing the Sentinel?
And killing people in front of our doorway.
We don't have to worry about the suit. Jarnigan's and Gordell's cases are out the window already. As for Miss Curtin, she not only withdrew hers, she sent a note apologizing and, get this, congratulating us on our story.
Boss, I sure thought you were setting us up for a libel loss, no matter how cleverly you arranged that story.
Oh, you don't appreciate what a good newspaper man Mr. Reid is. But what's this about the Curtins offering to give the Green Hornet $50,000 if he'll appear and claim it?
Well, it seems he mentioned that amount as a sort of fee for helping Galen Curtin escape. They think he earned it.
But the police got to the house before he could collect. Imagine him wanting money to free an innocent man.
It might have cost him at least that much if he went through honest legal and medical channels.
Oh, he'd never had that chance without the Hornet.
But where did the Hornet get wise to what was going on? From Reid's story, I bet you. And who dug up the facts for the story? Me and Lowry. Why, if he collected 50,000, I could claim a commission. Huh. Imagine him. Why, it was me that found out about Fargo. And that left everything.
Central Extreme, Petba, Fargo confesses Gluck murder, Gordell and Jarnigan implicated. Read all about it. Green Hornet refuses reward. Money goes to charity. Sentinel Extreme, Petba.
Great detective work, Mac. You'll get a reward from the museum for discovering this gold image. Odd little thing. Wonder what it's for.
An Indian good luck piece. They were buried in the cornfields to ensure a good crop.
Yes, corn was a precious grain to the Indians, just as it is to modern Americans. For corn is rich in winning American energy. Want energy-rich corn for breakfast? In a cereal form you really go for? Try Kix. It's not flakes, but crunchy puffs of corn that stay crisp in milk or cream. You need corn vitamins and energy. So every day, eat a good breakfast. A Kix breakfast. You've been listening to The Green Hornet, brought to you by Kix, the ready-to-eat roasted corn cereal, Try it. Kix is a winner. Be with us again next week at the same time when General Mills will again present The Green Hornet. These are George W. Trendle productions, directed by Charles D. Livingston and edited by Fran Stryker. The part of the Green Hornet is played by Jack McCarthy. This copyrighted feature originates in Detroit, and all characters, places, and incidents used are fictitious. Hal Neal speaking. Tomorrow night at the same time over many of these same stations, ride the adventure trail with the Lone Ranger in the roaring drama of the Old West. This is ABC, your network for the Lewis Walcott fight, the American Broadcasting Company.
The Green Hornet. He hunts the biggest of all game, public enemies that even the G-men cannot reach. The Green Hornet. Adventure, words, and music. The events and characters depicted in this drama are fictitious. Any similarity to actual persons, living or dead, is purely coincidental.
Let successful radio, talkie, and recording artists show you the glamorous road to fame and fortune. Write the words and music for a song hit. Let the 3 J's, Joe, Jack, and Jim, do the rest. We publish and distribute. We guarantee to put your song in the hands of leading movie producers, orchestras, and radio stations. Get out of the rut. Write a song. How's that sound for an ad?
Joe, you ought to quit music publishing and go in for ad writing. That'll get them.
Sounds good, Joe. But you ought to have something about send for our free booklet and full details. Oh, I got that here, right down at the bottom. Now, the idea is that we'll run this in all the cheap magazines with a blank to be sent in. We've fiddled around with this racket long enough. Now it's time to branch out.
That's the idea. Get into a nationwide business.
Hold on, Jack. Maybe we should get a lawyer to look things over. We'll be using the mail, you know.
I talked to the lawyer, Jim. We aren't breaking any laws.
What about that line, submitting songs to radio stations, dance bands, and all that?
We will. We'll submit them. If they toss them in the wastebasket, that's not our worry.
Okay.
Another thing the lawyer said.
What's that?
We ought to protect each other. I got some contracts here, see?
Contracts for what?
We all sign them. It's a partnership agreement so we don't break up.
Break up?
Yeah. Suppose one of us lands a job with a radio sponsor or something.
None of us could. You know that, Jack. We worked as a harmony trio. We're washed up as far as that stuff goes.
Maybe your pipes were never good for solo stuff, but Jim can do a good tenor.
Oh, not me. I'm for the publishing racket. There's big dough in it. And we don't have to worry about commercial contracts running out.
Just the same, we should have an agreement. If one of us pulls out or dies, the other two get his share of the work.
That's fair enough, Jack. Sounds all right to me.
I thought it'd be okay with you two. If we're going into big business, we might as well be organized right.
And what about this ad? Is it okay with you two to go ahead and run it?
Sure.
The sooner we get started, the sooner the dough will begin rolling in. The advertising for the 3 J's was widely circulated throughout the country. And a few weeks later, cash came pouring into the publisher's office with every mail delivery. Hundreds of hopeful young people awaited the verdict of the racketeer trio, just as Waldo Fielding did.
Any mail for me today, Mother?
Yes, Waldo. There's a letter from that song publisher.
Where is it? Gee, I can hardly wait to hear what they say about my poem. Wouldn't it be swell if they put music to it and publish?
There's the letter, Waldo.
Gosh, if I could just get the start. Why, look at what some people make out of songs. I heard that sometimes a guy makes as much as... Ma!
What is it, Waldo?
They'll accept my poem.
They will?
Yeah, they like it. They'll have one of their best men write the tune, and then they'll publish it and see that it goes to all the radio stations and the movie studios and the dance bands. Oh, boy, I knew I could do it.
But, Waldo, won't they expect a lot of money for doing all that?
No. They say here that they'll take the chance on royalties. If I don't make anything, they won't make anything either. All I have to do is pay for the copyright and the printing cost and mailing.
But how much is that?
Well, I suppose it'll seem like a lot to you, Mom. It's about $50. $50? But that's not much, really. Why, I'll bet a lawyer would charge almost that much just to get the copyright for me. And it might bring me in as much as $500,000.
But, Waldo, $50, we haven't got that.
Well, I'll get it. I'll sell my camera, and I can get something for my banjo. The chances are that Steve will pay a little for my shotgun. I'll get the money. Don't you worry about it, Ma. You just wait. I'll be rich one of these days. I'm going to start on another song poem right away.
Several more weeks elapsed, and Joe, Jack, and Jim found a veritable gold mine in their venture. They expanded in their advertising, moved into larger offices, and then one day...
Hey, Joe. Jack.
Yeah, Jim?
The better business people have been checking up.
So what?
They don't like our way of doing business.
Oh, they don't, huh? Well, isn't that too bad? What are they going to do about it?
They'll probably publish some warnings about us.
The suckers that send lyrics and tunes to us won't listen to warnings. They're so convinced that their stuff is good, they'll believe whatever they want to believe. That's the psychology of this business.
Well, just passing on what that bird from the Business Bureau told me. He claims we're running a racket.
It isn't a racket at all. We take a certain fee for publishing a song, agree to secure copyright, furnish a tune or lyric, whichever is required, and have a certain number of copies printed and distributed.
And we do all those things.
Certainly. We fulfill our part of the contract to the letter. There isn't a law in the country that can touch us.
But it won't do us any good to have newspaper ads calling attention to our way of doing business.
Well, we can't stop it, can we?
Well, I thought if it was agreeable to you two, I'd make a few promises and stall things off for a while. We're really just getting a foothold.
An ad in a paper in one city isn't going to hurt us much. Our business is nationwide. Let them advertise. Can't hurt us.
Okay, Jack, it's up to you. And Joe?
I agree with Jack. Now, what about the tunes for this batch of stuff that came in today?
You got it all sorted according to meter, haven't you?
Yeah.
Okay, then let's have it. I'll rap out a few little jingles and give them some music.
Seems to me it's kind of risky using the same tune for half a dozen different songs.
Nah, the stuff never amounts to anything. Nobody will ever hear it. What's the difference? I can't think of 150 new tunes every day.
You keep the stuff pretty well scattered, though, don't you, Jim?
Sure. For example, I'll use that tune, Moonlight Love, on the poem of a guy in New York, one in St. Louis, maybe one in Omaha, one on the West Coast. That saved me writing 4 different tunes, see?
It'd be kind of tough if the fellas ever got together and found they had the same tune.
Fat chance of that.
Well, what would happen if one of the songs became a hit?
A hit? That's a good one, Joe. How can any of this stuff ever be a hit? We'll see to it that it isn't.
I wanted to speak to you.
We're in conference.
What do you want here?
My name is Fielding. Waldo Fielding. I sent you a song a few weeks ago. Remember the name?
Sorry, Fielding. We're in conference now. We can't be disturbed.
I've been trying for 4 days to see you. I spent all my money.
What do you want to see us about, kid?
My song.
Did you get your copies of it?
Yes, sir, but I wondered if there hadn't been some sales made.
Where are you from?
Simmons Corners.
Well, what are you doing here in the big city?
Well, I thought my song would be selling, so I came here. I thought I might be able to do better if I was working closer with you.
You see the girl in the outer office and ask her to check up on the sales of your song. But I doubt if it's had any sales yet. You know, it takes time to put the new things over.
Well, I thought I might make a personal appearance with an orchestra or something.
Well, we'll send for you when we want you for that, kid.
I did speak to the girl.
What'd she tell you?
She said that there hadn't been any sales yet.
Well, that's the answer then.
Why don't you go back to Simmons Corners or wherever your home is and stay there till we send for you?
Well, Look, there must be some sales. If you sent that song out to all the people you claim you did, I haven't eaten in 2 days. I gotta have some money.
Well, what do you want us to do? Dish it out of our pockets? We're running a publishing house, not a traveler's aid.
Yes, sir.
We sent you 50 copies of the song. Why don't you go out in the street corner and try to peddle them or something? That's one way to drum up business.
Yes, sir. You want to buy a song? Say, mister, do you want to buy a copy of my song?
Not today.
Buy a copy of my song, lady.
Get out of my way, please.
Look, mister, do you want to take a copy of the newest song hit home?
Hey, you. What are you doing there blocking the traffic?
Oh, officer, I didn't mean anything.
What's this you're trying to peddle? Music?
Yes, sir. I'm trying to sell a song.
Maybe you'd better find out something about the laws of this town. You can't stand on street corners interfering with pedestrians, peddling music. Got a license?
License? No, sir, I haven't.
You'd better come down to the station house with me, I guess.
No, please, I didn't know.
Come on, kid. You can't get away with this sort of thing. Hey, suffering catfish, the kid's passed out.
What have you got there, Doyle?
Lowry, why is it that you're every place I am?
I learned when I first started in as reporter for the Sentinel, Doyle, that if I keep close enough to you, I see things happen. Yeah, what's the matter with the kid? You crown him with your nightstick?
No. I just started to take him in for peddling music on the street, and he passed out cold on me.
The kid looks half starved.
He does at that.
How long is it since he's eaten?
I don't know. Here, Lowry, stay with him till I call the wagon.
Yeah, maybe I'll get a story here. This looks like human interest stuff.
Ed Lowry, the star reporter of the Daily Sentinel, came into the office of the young publisher Britt Reid a couple of hours later. Miss Case, Reid's secretary, said,
Mr. Reid's not in now, Lowry.
But I gotta see him about a special story.
He's still out.
Where?
How the dickens do I know where he goes? I'm the last one he tells. It's discouraging.
Discouraging? Hey, now listen, Casey. Don't get ideas that the boss is interested in you. He travels with the 400.
Don't be idiotic.
As far as Britt Reid is concerned, you're just part of the office furniture.
But I do wish he'd settled down long enough so I could write to his father with some feeling of confidence.
What's the trouble?
Oh, just as soon as I write Mr. Reid and tell him that Britt's taking an interest in the Daily Sentinel, he disappears.
Lady, if I had his dough, I'd never come to the office.
During the past week, he's been out to some affair almost every night. He's bored with the office again.
Well, he'll get his fill of nightlife and then settle down again.
Yes, until he gets his fill of the newspaper business again.
Oh, here he is. Say, boss, I ran into Doyle, the big cop, today.
Oh, yes?
And he had a kid in tow. The kid had passed out from hunger. But when Doyle spotted him first, he was trying to peddle a song he'd written.
A song?
And it ties right in with the racket we've been working on.
What racket was that, Lowry?
Music publishing. You know, those wildcat publishers that call themselves Joe, Jack, and Jim, the 3 J's?
Who are they?
A broken-down vocal trio that hit a good racket. I got a first-hand story from one of the victims of the racket. The poor kid got just enough encouragement from them to quit his job and leave home. Here's the song he wrote. I brought a copy for you.
I'll leave it with Miss Case. I'll take it with me when I get home.
Well, what about my story? I got pictures of the kid.
I'll speak to the city editor about it. He's paid to handle that sort of thing.
But maybe there's editorial meat in it.
Gunnigan's the best judge for that.
Oh, hang it all.
What's the matter, Lowry?
Well, look here, boss.
Take it to Gunnigan, Lowry.
Okay. I'll take it to Gunnigan. There's the words and music.
Mr. Reid.
Yes, Miss Case?
I'm going to stick my neck out again. Isn't there something we can do to make the office more attractive for you?
Oh, no, it's quite all right, Miss Case.
Then why can't... Why won't you...
Oh, I understand, Miss Case. You're concerned again because I'm spending too little time around here.
Frankly, I am, Mr. Reid. I hate to keep writing your father that you...
I'm sorry. But you'll have to admit the newspaper work hasn't a great deal of adventure.
It might have.
Oh, yes, Miss Case, it might have.
There was plenty of excitement while the Green Hornet was so active.
There was, wasn't there?
I wonder if the Hornet has been killed.
Killed? Why, Miss Case?
We haven't had a story about a Hornet adventure in quite a while.
That's true.
He may have been killed, or he may have, retired.
I doubt if the Green Hornet would retire, Miss Case.
Well, perhaps then the police and public have been so greatly aroused that the Hornet doesn't risk making another appearance.
That's quite possible.
I never saw you more interested in the newspaper than while the Green Hornet was running wild.
Well, you must admit the Green Hornet furnished news.
He certainly did. Mr. Reid, there's just as much excitement in everyday life if you could only realize it.
For example?
For example, that lad that Lowry tried to tell you about. Waldo Fielding. Now, there's human interest. Poor chap that falls for racketeers, quits his job in the little home community, comes to the big city, goes hungry, is misled and victimized by these fake music publishers.
Isn't there something the law can do about publishers of that sort?
If there were, the law would be doing it. But they stay inside the law, Mr. Reid. According to Lowry, they have a contract, and they fulfill the terms of the contract. So the law is helpless.
I've heard about the racket, Miss Case.
Aren't you going into your office?
No, I think I'll leave for the day. It's after 4.
But, Mr.
I'll take
Reid...
the song along with me just to satisfy Lowry.
Very well.
See you sometime tomorrow.
You will stop in then tomorrow.
Oh, yes, I'll probably stop in.
If the Green Hornet would only start up again, and perhaps Britt Reid would become interested in the publication of news.
The curtain falls on the first act of our Green Hornet adventure. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments. Now to continue our story. Britt Reid went directly from his office to his apartment. He was uneasy and restless, and only Kato, his faithful valet, realized the real cause of the uneasiness.
You're right, Kato. I do feel handcuffed, hampered, tied down. If there only some way the Hornet could get at this music publishing racket, I'd go out.
But the risk, Mr. Britt.
Risk be confounded. There's a risk in anything, Kato.
Yes, Mr. Britt.
I can't find any way it can be broken up. Not even if we do use the role of the Green Hornet to get at them.
Is it big?
It's nationwide. Those 3 crooks, Joe, Jack, and Jim, have thousands of people all over the country sending money to them. Money that won't bring a thing except false encouragement and heartbreak.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, look at tonight's Sentinel. Look at that warning from the Better Business Bureau. They wanted to buy a few inches. I gave them a quarter of a page. But do you think that'll stop people from being made victims? Not on your life. I even ran one of the songs, a typical song, copyrighted and published by Joe, Jack, and Jim, to show the stuff they called good. Kato, why haven't it just occurred to me?
What is it?
I have an idea, Kato. Life's going to be exciting after all. This may be the entering wedge. Maybe this is what the Green Hornet's been waiting for. The ad for the business bureau, Kato. It shows a typical song published by that firm of Joe, Jack, and Jim.
Yes, Mr.
And the music for this is the same tune that was used by that young chap Lowry brought in a story about.
It is.
It definitely is. I don't know a great deal about music, but I do know that much. Did I have an engagement for tonight?
May I call, Mr. Britt?
Cancel it, then. We're going to make other plans.
What are they?
This may give me the lead I need to smash that publishing firm. Joe, Jack, and Jim. Eh? Well, we'll see if they're staying within the law.
Well, what can you do?
Go to the office. I want to look around there for a while. And if my suspicions are correct, we'll hold a meeting of the firm.
The firm?
Joe, Jack, and Jim. Come on. We're taking out the Black Beauty.
Britt Reid went through a secret panel in the rear of his clothes press, and then by means of a passage between the walls of the apartment building, he reached a small door that opened into the loft of an old, supposedly abandoned livery stable. It was here, unknown to everyone, that the sleek black car of the Green Hornet was housed.
Is the car ready, Kato?
Yes, sir.
All right, get in. Mask?
Here, in compartment.
Gas weapon?
Here.
Good enough. I want to telephone Joe, Jack, and Jim, but I can do that from their own office later on this evening.
Yes, sir.
Now, let's get going. There's the night watchman, Kato. Standing at the entrance to the building.
Yes, sir.
You take the car onto the rear. I'll handle him.
What are you going to do?
I'll have to knock him out and get him out of the way. Can't take chances on him. Take the car now. You know where to meet me?
I know.
hat brim pulled low over his eyes, almost hiding the mask, the Green Hornet approached the entrance of the office building where a man stood smoking a pipe.
Offices are all closed now, mister.
I don't want to hurt you.
What have you done, Hornet?
That'll hold you for an hour. If I need more time, I'll give you some more gas.
Dragging the unconscious form of the watchman inside the building, the Green Hornet left him in a corner, then ran the elevator to the 10th floor. Half an hour later, the three Jays had a phone call at their apartment.
I suppose that's just another one of these would-be writers calling for information on his song hit. Answer, Jack.
Hello? I wish we'd given that Fielding kid a little dough.
Oh, stop harping about him, Jim.
Well, but passing out in the street like he did, hunger, that won't do us any good.
Well, it won't hurt us any.
Yeah?
For the love of Pete, forget him. He just won.
Yeah.
He should have come to the city in the first place.
Maybe you're right, Joe. That'll be swell.
Who's he got on the phone?
I don't know.
Looks as if it's something pretty good.
Yes, sir. Right away. Hey, fellas, we're set to really go places.
Who was that?
A publisher.
Publisher?
Magazine publisher. One of those cheap picture mags. He's in town for the evening and wants to talk to us about running a picture story of our business.
Yeah? Hey, that would be swell publicity.
Wouldn't it, though?
That'll offset what the Sentinel ad has done.
Won't offset it. It's a national magazine.
When do you see him?
Right away. He asked if I couldn't meet him in our office tonight.
Tonight?
Yeah, and let him see what sort of picture story could be run.
Good, we'll go with you. Yeah, come on, let's start.
This is the break of a lifetime.
Joe, Jack, and Jim rushed in a cab to their office building and found the front door open.
The watchman must be on the first floor.
Yeah, that'll save us waiting for the elevator.
Hey, Larry! Where are you? He isn't on the first floor. The elevator just coming down now.
Shouldn't leave the front door open like that.
Don't worry about it. Well, Larry,
You're covered.
What in place?
Mask! The Green Hornet!
One of you can run this elevator. Get in there or I'll fold you up where the night watchman is.
You killed him, murder.
Get aboard.
Don't shoot, don't shoot. Well, what are you after?
Up to your office. Get going now. Your 10th floor, you know.
Stop waving that gun around.
I'll stop by letting you have it at the first sign of any rough stuff.
I'll show
Take
you.
it.
Oh, Jim.
Let that warn you two.
Oh, shot him in cold blood.
Yeah. How do you like it? Leave him right where he is. You open that door and get to your office.
What are you going to do?
You'll find out. Step along there.
There's a light there.
I left it. You needn't think about the magazine publisher because I was the one who phoned you. I took the liberty of using your own telephone.
I have keys.
You won't need them. I've unlocked the door and everything else that needs unlocking.
Now what?
Sit down in there.
What's all this stuff?
Your so-called song hit.
Yeah, I see.
A couple of them have possibilities, haven't they, Jack?
Why, sure they have.
Suppose the Green Hornet were to steal one of them. Not just suppose there would be a lot of publicity about the Green Hornet shooting two men, maybe more, to get possession of one specific song. What would happen to the sale of that song?
Hey, that's right.
It would become the hit of the week. Every band would use it, every radio station would be featuring it, and the song would bring thousands and thousands of dollars in royalties.
Maybe we can make a deal.
Before I finish talking to you crooks, you won't want that sort of thing to happen.
What?
Why not? Look here, Hornet.
You two are going to be broke. You're going to be smashed to a finish.
Broke?
Smashed.
I've already addressed a few envelopes, and I'll see that the rest are addressed. There they are. Take a look at them.
I don't understand.
You will. Take a look at those 3 sheets of music I've laid out for you.
What about it?
Who wrote that music?
We did. What of it?
And who secured copyrights?
We did.
Every one of these songs can be made into a hit tune with the right promotion. I think I can see that it gets that promotion. I've already explained how.
Well, a hit is what...
We can't afford a hit. Suppose, for example, this number becomes a hit. What do you suppose the authors of these other songs with the same music would do? They'd sue, wouldn't they?
Yeah, they'd probably sue.
There were probably a dozen other poets who've been given the same melody for their song. They'd all start lawsuits. You two'd be dragged through every court in the country. Your whole racketeering business would be laid out in the open. Can you stand having a sensational song hit?
I don't know.
You know you can't. That's why I came here.
It was a mistake.
That's it. It was a mistake.
Mistake?
The printers made a mistake. They got the words and music.
That's too thin. I could go through your files and show you plenty of the same sort of mistakes. Sit down at that desk.
What do you want?
Money, lots of money. There's your checkbook. I happen to notice your bank balance there. You can write a lot of checks.
Checks?
I said checks.
For who?
Make out the first to Harvey Dale, D-A-L-E. According to your records, he's paid in $150. That's the amount you'll send him.
And who else?
Start writing.
I'll do it.
Oh, no, we'll have Jack do it. He's the one whose signature makes those checks worth something. Go on now. Start writing.
Now, you see here.
Right.
How far are you going?
As far as your bank balance will allow. There's 200 to go to Mrs. Hacknew, 100 to each of the people on this list, 75 to these people. And there's a list of those who'll get $50 each.
I'll be broke. I can't afford all
You
that.
can't afford not to pay up. You'll afford it a whole lot better than these people contributed to your success. And there's another thing, Jack.
Robbing, stealing.
Shut up! I said there was another thing. We may have to overdraw your bank account considerably.
I can't.
You better convert some of the bonds you hold to cover the checks you make out tonight.
I can't.
You might even have to trade in some life insurance. If you don't cover those checks, you'll mighty soon find yourself not only in court, but eventually in jail. What would a jury made of people who read all about your racket in the magazines and newspapers give you? Take your choice, Rat. Go broke and stay free, or go broke and go to jail. And make out checks until you get the writer's cramp. And see that those checks clear the bank.
By first one threat, then another, the Green Hornet compelled the publisher to make out checks to refund money. And then...
That's as far as your cash will go. I'll see to it that these envelopes are mailed.
You can't get away with it.
No? Now, let me explain that I can still make one of your songs a hit. The song that Jim gave his life to keep from the Green Hornet. A song that has some hidden significance to the Green Hornet. One small bit of the song torn and found in the clenched fist of the latest victim of the Hornet's weapon.
Well, Jim.
I'm taking them with me. I know whether or not those checks clear the bank. If they don't, Jim will be found with this emblem plastered to his forehead. The mark of the Green Hornet. And this part of this song clenched in his fist.
Wait. If we don't stop payment, if those checks go through...
Then you'll have nothing but poverty to worry you. And don't try another racket like this one. The Green Hornet can make one of your songs a hit at any time. Only the next time, it might be one of you who furnishes the clenched fist.
Leaving the two racketeers in their office, the Hornet took the elevator to the first floor, dragged the still unconscious man to the rear door of the building, and put him into the car.
That'll do, Kato.
What do we do with him?
We'll have to keep him under cover until these checks clear the bank. And then, Kato, we can let him go.
Lowry, have you heard the news?
Which news? That Fielding kid got a refund from Joe, Jack, and Jim. That's news.
Yes, and the mark of the Green Hornet was on the letter that went with it.
Yeah, that's a page one story. The Hornet has stepped out again. I wish I had all the details.
But that's not the biggest thing. Mr. Reid was in bright and early this morning. He's a newspaper man again. He's been working like a Trojan all day, trying to run down some leads on the Hornet from what information he gathered.
He is?
Yeah, but it won't last. I'm certain that he'll lose interest again if the Green Hornet goes back into seclusion.
But what if the Green Hornet was to be captured?
I'm afraid Britt Reid would lose interest in the Sentinel in that case, too.
Pepper! Green Hornet mails check! Exclusive Green Hornet story! Green Hornet still alive!
just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Green Hornet, Incorporated.
He hunts the biggest of all game, public enemies who try to destroy our America. With his faithful valet Kato, Britt Reid, daring young publisher, matches wits with the underworld, risking his life that criminals and racketeers within the law may feel its weight by the sting of the Green Hornet. Ride with Britt Reid in the thrilling adventure of Road to Ruin. The Green Hornet strikes again. Judge Lamont had been on the bench for many years, but never in all that time had he been confronted by a situation as difficult as the one that concerned a 19-year-old boy named John, who stood before him. The boy would have been good-looking if the sallowness of dissipation had not been so firmly stamped on his face.
John, the officer states that you drove 50 miles an hour, went through a stop street and 2 red traffic lights. He pursued you for 10 blocks before he caught you. How do you plead?
Well, I guess I plead guilty.
I'll not say anything about your companions in the car. According to the officer's testimony, they had been drinking. Now, you've been warned repeatedly about your friends and your nightlife. This time, I deem it my duty to give more than a warning or a fine. I therefore sentence you to serve 10 days in the county jail.
Jail? But, Judge, Dad, you can't put me in jail.
Michael Axford was bubbling over with excitement when he came into the office of Miss Cates, secretary to Britt Reid, the young millionaire publisher of the Daily Sentinel.
Something snakes, Casey. Did you hear the news?
Oh, what's the latest, Michael?
I was just over to the court, to Judge Lamont's court. His own son was on the docket for reckless driving.
You mean to say John Lamont came to trial in his father's court?
I guess the judge asked for the case to give the kid a lesson. But anyhow, he handed out 10 days in jail.
Oh.
Well, what's the matter? That all you can say?
I'm awfully sorry for the judge. He's one of the finest men I've ever known.
Well, the kid had it coming to him. He's been in one jam after another since he busted out of college. You should hear what the cops at headquarters have to say about him.
About John?
Yeah. That lad is traveling with a bad crowd. He's been seen at a half a dozen gambling places.
I wonder if Mr. Reid knows that.
Well, maybe not. All the lads at the cops' headquarters have been trying to soft-pedal John Lamont's activities because of the judge.
Well, Judge Lamont has had a lot to say about organized crime in the city. He's been leading a crusade against gambling.
Well, that I know.
As a matter of fact, Mr. Reid's working on an editorial right now that has...
And he's in his office. Maybe I better tell him about what happened.
Mr. Reid.
But, hey, Reid.
I thought I heard your voice, Axford.
I was just telling Casey the news. Judge Lamont has sentenced his son to 10 days.
Yes, I know. Gunnigan just phoned me from the city room.
By golly, impartiality like that ought to go a long way toward re-electing the judge.
He's not going to run for re-election.
He's not?
But he's been on the bench for years.
He feels there's a more important job for him. He wants to devote full time to his fight against the gambling syndicate.
But can't he work on that and still be judge?
Apparently he thinks not.
Hey, Reid, all the boys at the cops' headquarters know that Sammy Harris runs the gambling ring. As a matter of fact, there's talk that he's expanded into handling narcotics.
Just knowing that doesn't mean a thing, Axford. Someone has to get proof against Harris.
Is that what Judge Lamont is going to try to do?
Yes.
Well, it's too bad there isn't some way that we could help him.
We'll let him know that the facilities of the Daily Sentinel are at his disposal. Miss Case, if you'll come into my office, I'll dictate some changes in the editorial I was writing.
John Lamont served his 10-day stretch. And on the day he was to be released, Britt Reid called a meeting of several members of his staff.
Larry, sir. Hawks, Benny, Axford,
yes, sir.
All of you. You're to get new assignments. A secret one.
That's right up my alley.
You've all seen our editorials about Judge Lamont.
Sure have, boss.
Now, his son is to be released after a 10-day term in the county jail.
That kid ought to be spanked for hurting the judge like he is.
I want to know what he's doing in the future.
Come again, boss.
Keep an eye on John Lamont. Find out where he spends his time in the evening. Get a line on his acquaintances. Bring me all the facts you can gather.
What's he going to do with them facts, Reid?
Axford, you said the police knew quite a bit about young Lamont.
That they do, Reid.
I want to know more about him than they do.
Feature story, boss?
No, Lowry. Judge Lamont is a good friend of mine. I'd like to prevent trouble if possible.
Okay, boss.
That's all for now. See you all later.
All right.
Lenore Case and Britt Reid had exchanged significant glances. The girl was the only one in the room who knew that Britt was also the mysterious Green Hornet. She had rightly guessed that he was using the facilities of his newspaper in the hope of getting information on which the Green Hornet might act to smash the gambling syndicate. The next day, reports began to come in.
Last night, Reid, I saw young Lamont at the Sunrise Club. He was dancing with a smooth-looking redhead who sings in the play.
I saw Lamont at the Lucky Seven with Blaze Peterson. I think he'd been gambling, and I think he lost.
I couldn't get into the back room, Mr. Reid, but I saw young Lamont go in there. It was 2 hours before he came out. He certainly looked unhappy.
All right, Joe. Thank you.
It's all there in the written report.
Stay on the job and keep me informed.
Mr. Reid.
Oh, come in, Miss Case.
I'll report again tomorrow, Mr. Reid.
Right.
Well, John Lamont is right back in the groove, isn't he?
He certainly is, Miss Case.
I've seen the report since he finished his 10-day jail term.
He's either losing a lot of cash or using up a lot of credit.
Mr. Reid,
Yes?
well, I guess it was too much to expect.
What are you talking about?
Oh, it's just that I rather hope the Green Hornet might do something about John Lamont.
Don't give up hope, Miss Case.
And you're planning something?
No, I'm trying to think of something that might be done. But so far, I have no plan. Miss Case, call Judge Lamont. Get him on the phone for me. I'm going to ask him if he'll see me this evening.
An interview?
No. The judge and Dad have been friends for many years. This is just a social call.
The sad-faced judge was in his library that evening. He sat at a large desk, his head resting on his cupped hands. He wasn't aware of his son until John spoke.
Dad, I thought you were expecting company.
Oh, hello, John.
Is Mr. Reid calling?
Yes, he'll be here presently. Sit down, my boy.
I can't. I have a date.
Again tonight?
Why not?
Well, this would be the 4th night in succession.
Yeah. Before that, there were 10 nights in succession when I didn't go anywhere.
John, I had hoped that would be a lesson to you.
Lesson?
I wonder where I've failed with you, my boy. I've tried to do everything for you, but somehow I seem to have failed as a father. Perhaps if your mother had lived, or perhaps if you had different friends.
What's the matter with my friends? Fellow's got to have some fun, hasn't he? There's the door. Must be Mr. Reid.
The maid will let him in.
I'll run along. See you in the morning.
Can't you wait and meet Mr. Reid?
I've met him. Give my regards. Good night, Dad.
Good night, John. I wish I knew where I've failed as a father.
Judge Lamont, Mr. Reid is calling.
Oh, yes.
Good evening, Judge.
Britt, I'm very glad to see you. Sit down.
Thanks. John around?
Well, he just left. I wanted him to stay, but he had an engagement.
Oh.
I'm worried about him, Britt. He's traveling with people who gamble and drink.
Oh, you know that?
Well, I hear things.
Yes. So do I.
Britt, that's a pointed remark. You have something to tell me?
Well, Judge Lamont, I don't know that John is doing a single thing that's out of line. But I can tell you this. The sooner you smash the Sammy Harris outfit, the better it'll be for John.
I see.
Are you getting anywhere in your campaign to smash the gamblers?
As a matter of fact, I think I'm nearly at the end of the trail.
Really?
Yes. I suddenly came into possession of very important information.
Concerning Sammy Harris?
That's right. It may be enough to send him to a federal prison.
Not on gambling charges.
On narcotic traffic.
Well, does Harris suspect you have any information?
I hope not. If he suspected it, he'd do anything to get it away from me. Anything up to and including murder.
same evening, John Lamont was seated at a table in the Sunrise Club, one of a number of places operated by Sammy Harris and his syndicate. The attractive red-headed girl at the table was a singer. She was known as Blaze Peterson.
Oh, sit still, Blaze.
I've got to go, Johnny. I've got to go and dab on a little powder before my next number. But I'll hurry back when I'm through.
Hey, Blaze. Better hurry to your dressing room. The big boss is waiting for you.
Sammy Harris?
Who else?
Thanks. Must be something important if Sammy comes here at this hour.
Now, listen, Blaze. Is young Lamont here tonight?
Yeah, he's out front right now. What's up, Sammy?
He doesn't know you're my girl, does he?
Oh, of course not. He thinks I'm his girl.
Good. Now, get this, baby. I had you promote the kid because I thought he might be useful.
Well?
He's needed right now. You remember Trigger Bates, don't you?
Sure, he's in a penitentiary out in Kansas, isn't he?
No, he got out, the little rat. He squealed his way out, signed affidavits, and told everything he knew. Gave names and dates and places.
Why, that little...
I got the tip-off from a pal of mine who has an in with one of the guards.
Trigger could tell plenty about you.
He did. And everything he told was sent to Judge Lamont.
But Sammy, how did you learn that?
It cost plenty to find that out. Did you give young Lamont the story I told you to?
Oh, sure. I told him my father was an important man in town, and for that reason I used an assumed name. He's been trying to figure out who my father is.
Good going, baby. We've got to use that kid tonight. He doesn't know it, but he's in for a tough time.
After Blaze Peterson received her instructions from Sammy Harris, she spoke to the orchestra leader, canceling her song, then rejoined John Lamont at a ringside table in the Sunrise Club.
Intermission, Blaze?
Yes, Johnny, and I'm glad.
But I thought you were going to sing.
No, not tonight. I'm too worried.
Worried?
Oh, I can't tell you that there's no use worrying you with my personal problem.
What's a friend for if not to help?
Well, you see, Johnny, I might as well tell you everything. You know that place where we bet on horses?
Yes.
Well, I lost some money there. And I gave them a check for $500, and the check wasn't good. Oh, I didn't mean to pass a bad check. I knew I could get the money and put it into the bank the very next morning, and I got the money. I sold some of my stock. Then I didn't get a chance to go to the bank. I put the money in Father's safe at home.
Is it there now?
Yes, but the trouble is, Johnny, the man who has the bad check is here. He's watching me, and I just know it. Well, he's very angry. I can't leave here to go and get the cash. He wouldn't let me. He'd think I was trying to run out on him.
Can't you phone your father?
Oh, there's no one at home. Father and Mother went away for a few days and closed up the house. Oh, if there were only some way I could get that money.
I should think someone could go and get it for you.
But who could I trust with $500? Johnny, you. I trust you, of course. Would you go there and get the money for me?
Well, yes, but... well, I don't know where you live. You've kept that a secret.
Oh, I guess I'll have to give you the address. And I'll give you the combination to the safe and the key to the house. You can be back here in an hour or less. Then everything will be all right.
John Lamont drove to a suburban home, the address given him by Blaze Peterson. He fitted a key into the lock, opened a door, and stepped inside, without suspecting that instead of being the home of Blaze's father, it was the home of Sammy Harris, head man of the gambling syndicate. Following the directions given him by the girl, John found a small den, and in one corner a safe. He crouched, pressed the button of a flashlight, and began operations on the dial.
22, back to 35, twice a...
In his concentration, young Lamont was unaware that two others had entered the house. They stood behind him at the doorway to the den.
Now open.
He gripped the handle to open the safe, but at that moment a switch clicked, and the room was flooded with light.
What? Hey. Fella, hoist him. Oh, what? What you with the goods, huh? Cracking my safe. No, you... Blaze, you here, I don't understand.
The acting's ended, Johnny.
Acting? Is this your father?
Our father.
I'm her boyfriend. The name is Sammy Harris.
Sammy Harris? You're the man, the head man. That is the man, Dad.
Yeah, the man your father'd like to get. This is my home. And that's my safe.
Please, you told me. I thought that...
Get it, Johnny.
But you sent me here. You gave me a key.
Let me tell you something, Johnny. If anyone checks, they'll find that was a brand new key. Made from a wax impression by Joe the keymaker on 10th Avenue. It was ordered by a guy named Lamont. And Joe will identify your father as the man who bought it.
What is this, a frame-up?
Oh, you guessed it, Johnny. Now, let me tell you some more about it. An investigation will show that the judge talked to Mike Miller and paid him to tell you the combination of my safe.
That's an outright lie. My father'd never do a thing like that.
Well, Mike's testimony would stand up in court, Johnny. He'd swear to anything for me. On top of everything else, your fingerprints are on that box. Besides that, you're up to your ears in gambling debts. If I call the cops, you and your father will get 10 years.
You leave Dad out of this.
All I want from you is a little favor. You go home and open your father's strongbox. Bring me the papers that are in it.
What? I can't do it.
Well, you'd better, Johnny. Because if you don't, I'll put you and maybe your father behind bars.
You must be afraid of the documents my father has.
Well, maybe. Maybe not. The point is, he has documents that I want. Now get going. And I'll wait here until 2 a.m. If you're not back by that time, I'll call the cops. When they get here, they'll find the safe empty. I'll report a robbery. The law can take it from there, starting with your fingerprints.
I guess you win, Harris.
Shove off, kid. But be sure you're back by 2 a.m.
Britt Reid had enjoyed the evening with his father's friend, old Judge Lamont. It was around 11 o'clock when the servant notified him that his office was calling. The judge showed Britt to a telephone.
Take it on that phone, Britt. I'll close the door for you.
Thanks, Judge Lamont. Hello?
Mr. Reid, I thought I should notify you.
Oh, yes, Miss Case. What's happened?
Well, Ed Lowry called in about John Lamont. He saw John at the Sunrise Club with Blaze Peterson.
Well, that's no news.
But Blaze wrote something down and gave it to John with a key. John left alone and Lowry followed him.
Where'd young Lamont go?
To the suburban home of Sammy Harris.
Sammy Harris?
Yes. Lowry said the house was dark, and Lamont unlocked the door and went inside. And then a couple of minutes later, Sammy himself drove up with Blaze Peterson. They entered the house through the side door. And that's when Lowry went to a drugstore nearby to call the office. He said he'd call back.
Well, I don't know what to make of it, Miss Case, but it doesn't look good to me. You see, Judge Lamont has possession of evidence to smash Sam Harris and his gang. If Harris knows it, there's no telling what he might do.
Any orders, Mr. Reid?
When Lowry calls back, tell him I said he should give me a report as usual in the morning. I'll take over from here. Goodbye.
Britt Reid said goodnight to Judge Lamont, then hurried to his apartment. He found Kato, his faithful Filipino valet, waiting up.
Kato, I'm glad you're up and dressed.
Mr. Britt, is something wrong?
I don't know. We're going to find out. Come with me.
Well, where do we go?
We're going to find out why John Lamont had a key to the home of Sammy Harris. We're going out as the Green Hornet.
Britt secured the mask and weapon, as well as the hat and coat that he used in his role as the Green Hornet. Then, in the Black Beauty, Britt circled the block around the Harris home and saw nothing of Ed Lowry's car. So he decided that the reporter had left the neighborhood. He parked the Black Beauty and left Kato at the wheel. Moving like a shadow, the Green Hornet used a special key to let himself into Sam Harris's home through a rear door. As he crept through a corridor toward the front, he heard two people in the reception hall.
You see, Sam, there's no one here.
I guess you're right, Blaze. But I was sure I heard a door squeak.
Lamont couldn't get in. You took the key away from him. Sam, is it necessary to kill him?
Yes.
Even if he has the evidence from his father's safe?
I've got to do it, Blaze. I've opened my own safe without disturbing Lamont's fingerprints. I'm going to shoot him and tell the cops I caught him in the act of looting the box.
But you've got him in an airtight frame-up.
I'm taking no chances.
Oh, there he is now.
I'll let him in. Hello, Lamont. Come on in. Did you get those papers?
I have them. Here they are.
Come into the den.
Hey, what's the gun for?
I said into the den. Come on, Blaze, you too. I want you where I can see you.
I wouldn't double-cross you, Sam.
Did you open your safe?
That's right. After you left. But the story will be that you opened it, sonny boy. And I shot you in self-defense.
Shot me? You mean... No.
Stop it, Sam.
What? The Green Hornet.
Hey, get it.
Hey, Sam, shoot him. What's the matter? Pick up your gun.
You too.
You...
Now you're dealing with me, Lamont. So you robbed your father.
Wait, listen.
I know some of the facts and I can guess the rest. Are these the documents that came from your father's safe?
Yes.
Listen to me, John. Get this straight. I've got to have the facts. Were you seen by anyone when you stole these documents?
No, but I heard Dad coming down the stairs. I went through the back window. He must have found the safe open. The paper's gone.
I'm going to try to save your neck, Lamont. This is going to be a job for the Green Hornet, and don't you tell anyone otherwise. I tricked you into coming here. Stand still while I look out the window. It's a police car.
Police?
Did they follow you here?
I don't know. You're wiping my fingerprints off that safe.
Of course I am, you fool. I'm putting the papers you brought from your father inside the safe. Now, pay attention to what I'm saying. Here's your story. You came here, I gassed you. That's all you know. That's your story, and you stick to it.
While John watched wide-eyed with bewilderment, the masked man finished wiping fingerprints from the front of Sammy Harris's strong box, then placed the stolen evidence inside the open door.
I don't understand. Why are you helping me?
The reasons are my own. But from now on, you go straight. Or else.
Wait. What are you going to do with that gun?
I'm going to gas you to save your neck.
No.
Hey, look! There goes someone toward the back. Open the end of the door! It's the Green Hornet. Let's look at the room the Hornet came out of. All right, come on. There's three of them sprawled on the floor. And the safe wide open. I'm going after the Hornet. I'm with you. You boys see about things in here. Hey, this fella here is Sammy Harris, the big shot. And over there's Johnny Lamont, the judge's son. There is no use of chasing the Green Hornet, Reid. His car was waiting for the getaway the same as usual.
But, Axford, you said something about John Lamont.
No, his story don't make no sense. He says he was tricked into going to the Harris place by the Green Hornet and gassed when he got there.
Well, what about Sam Harris's story?
Oh, golly, is he talking in circles? He's trying to say he was framed and double-crossed and trying to involve young Lamont and the judge and everyone else.
Did he deny sending the Hornet to steal those documents from the judge's home?
He sure did deny it. But what's his denial mean when we found the stolen documents in Harris' safe, together with a lot of other stuff to make a case against the gambling syndicate?
Britt.
Oh, Judge Lamont, good morning.
Britt, I want you to be the first to know it. My case against Sam Harris is complete.
Oh, that's fine. I'm glad to hear it.
There's a lot I don't understand, most of it pertaining to the Green Hornet, but I'm not going to try to understand it. I think my son had a scare he'll never forget. I think he'll be different from now on.
Hey, Judge, did you say the case against Sammy Harris was complete?
He and his whole gang are headed for the federal penitentiary.
Suffering snakes! That's a story for the Sentinel!
Take back, crime syndicate exposed, shots recovered, lost evidence. Read all about it during Green Hornet escape. Set select Street. Take back!
The Green Hornet. Hunts the biggest of all game, public enemies who try to destroy our America. With his faithful Filipino valet, Kato, Britt Reid, daring young publisher, matches wits with racketeers and saboteurs, risking his life that criminals and enemy spies will feel the weight of the law by the sting of the Green Hornet.
And now, tonight's episode of The Green Hornet.
Lenore Case, secretary to Britt Reid, publisher of the Daily Sentinel, looked up as Michael Axford warily entered the office and sank with a sigh of relief into a chair.
Oh, me poor feet are killing me, that they are, Casey. And they caught me such a cold I could hardly talk.
What on earth have you been doing all afternoon, Axford? What made you so tired?
Oh, walking, Casey. Walking me legs off trying to check up on them 20 neediest families the Daily Sentinel took care of last Christmas. It was Reed's idea that we should find out how they're making out this year.
Well, what did you find out about?
Well, that's just it, Casey. Would you believe it? I went to 9 of them places. Most of them are better off than I am myself.
Well, what do you mean?
Well, just that. 6 of the families I visited were living in solid comfort, with the houses fixed up, plenty of food and stuff like that.
Really? Well, it's strange. As I remember, each of those 20 families was in dire need a year ago. Most of them have been on our list for several years.
You're sure you're not telling me a thing I don't know, Casey? But someone seemed to have struck it lucky somehow during the past year. So they won't be needing our help any longer.
Well, I'm glad they've been so fortunate, even if I can't understand how it happened.
Yes. And go down to the city room. If Reed wants me, he can let me know.
Oh, wait a minute, Axford.
What do you want?
Do you have a list of the families you visited?
Oh, sure. They got it right here. There you are.
Oh, thanks.
The ones with the little crosses beside them were the families that seem to have plenty of dough to get along on.
Oh, good. I'll give this list to Mr. Reed.
Do what you like with it, but I'm through trapping around. If he can't take it.
Oh, that's too bad. They're such nice big ones, too.
You and your corny jokes. You get that, Casey? Big teeth, corny jokes. That's a snappy comeback for you.
You get out of here. Oh, what a guy. Well, I'll take this list into Mr. Reed. Mr. Reed.
What is in the case?
Ashford came in and brought this list with him.
A list?
Yes. Mr. Gunnigan sent him out to investigate the 20 neediest families. The ones from the Sentinel helped last year.
Oh, yes.
And this is a list of the families that Ashford visited this afternoon. 9 of them. There's something about that list that was peculiar.
Well, what do you mean?
Well, those names marked with little crosses seem to have struck it rich, according to Ashford. At least they're all living in solid comfort.
Really? Let's see. Oh, yeah. There's 6 names marked that way.
That's right.
Now, tell me, do you still have the case histories on these families?
Yes, sir. I have them in my files.
Well, leave them on my desk in the morning. I'll go over them when I get a chance. Oh, by the way, you might as well read out those Axford found in good condition. They won't be needing our help this Christmas.
All right. You know, it seems strange to me that 6 of the neediest families a year ago managed to come out so well this year.
Well, personally, I'm glad to know they could do it.
Oh, I am, too. I was just surprised, that's all.
Well, they probably had more gumption than the rest. Some of those families have been on our list for several years.
I know. And I'll be interested to find out if any of the fortunate 6 have been on our list for any length of time.
Oh, so will I. Well, I'm going to call it a day in this case. I'll see you in the morning.
Yes, sir. Good night.
Good night.
Spencer. Was in the modern edition.
Ray Spencer, the big shot racketeer? Now, what about him?
Well, you know, the cops picked him up for questioning about that payroll holdup.
Yeah, I know.
For a while there, it looked like they had the goods on Spencer. There was a witness who took the numbers and description of the holdup car as they left the scene, and it was traced to Spencer.
Sure, he claimed his car had been stolen. No one believed that, Chief.
That is, no one believed it till last night, Reed, when the cops were tipped off that some bum was slashing a big roller door in a Water Street bar.
That's right, Chief. When they picked up the bum, the cops found some of the payroll checks on him. He confessed to the holdup.
Sure, and that let Spencer in the clear.
After all, if Spencer was innocent...
Innocent ain't the word to use for that guy, Reed. Maybe he didn't pull the holdup job, but to my way of thinking, he's done a lot he's managed to get out of. He's a smooth one, that Spencer.
He sure is, Mike. He came out of prison with nothing. Yet within a year he buys a big nightclub and seems to have money to burn. Where it all came from is a mystery.
The city could do well without men like Spencer. There doesn't seem to be anything that we can do with him. Seems to keep within the law.
Well, he'll make a slip someday, mark my words. Well, I'm going on down to cops' headquarters. Later. So long.
Meanwhile, in another part of the city, Ray Spencer sat at his desk in the office of his nightclub, talking to one of his henchmen.
Well, Virgil, we put it over again.
I must admit you're smart enough at times, even though you do talk like a dope.
Oh, Chief, boss, thanks for the compliment.
Don't mention it.
No, I won't tell nobody if you say so. I never tell nothing you don't want me to.
Give it, Virgil. Give it. Here. Take this over to Maggie Hooker.
Yeah, sure.
Tell her she'll get the same amount this time next week.
Okay.
How about the others? You get their dough to them all right?
Yeah. They all meet me like I was Santa Claus or something every time I go with the dough. Hey, do you have to pay out all that moolah every week, boss?
Absolutely, Virgil. If I don't keep my bargain with them, they might squeal, and that would be the end. Both of us.
Yeah. Yeah, I see what you mean. That wouldn't be so good, would it?
What do you think? You already did a stretch in the pen, so you ought to know.
Yeah. You know, somehow I didn't like it. I couldn't do what I wanted to. And they wouldn't let me go no place either.
That happens to be the policy of prisons, Virgil. Get going before Maggie Hooker thinks we're giving her husband the double cross.
I don't trust dames nohow. I ain't never had no luck with them.
Really?
Yeah.
I just can't imagine why, Virgil. Go on, get started.
Sure, okay, boss.
Hurry back. I have other things for you to do.
I'll be right back, boss.
I brought in the letters you dictated this morning, Mr. Reid, and if you'll sign them now, I'll get them right out.
All right. I'm glad you finished them. I'd like to have you do something this afternoon.
Well, what is it?
Well, since Axford gave up on those neediest families, I thought perhaps you could visit a few of the ones he didn't get to. Take a cab and turn in an expense account.
Oh, fine. I'd like getting out for a while. Is there anything you want me to do here before I leave?
Well, no. If you see 2 or 3 this afternoon, we'll have someone else finish the visits tomorrow. You'd better leave right away.
Yes, sir. I'll leave right now. And I'll be back before 5 o'clock.
Wait for me, please. Okay, lady. Looking for somebody, lady?
Yes. Mr. and Mrs. Marty Hooker live in this building?
Yeah, right down them steps. They live in the basement flat. Oh, you won't find Marty there.
No?
No, he got picked up for pulling that big payroll hold-up. Filling all the papers. Confessed he done it. I'll get this old lady's home, though. Right down them steps like I told you.
Thank you.
Yeah. Hey, good ball, yeah. Look, lady, the boys down the street today.
What can I do for you, dearie? Are you Mrs. Hooker? Who wants to know? I'm from the Daily Sentinel. About the Christmas donation, you know. You were on our list last year.
That. Come on in, dearie. Things are kind of mucked up a wee bit, but here's the baby and all, and the old man being in trouble.
I understand. I'm sorry about your husband. You can count on the Sentinel to
Bless your heart, dearie, but we won't be needing to take your help.
This place is terribly cold, and, well, with the baby and all, I'm sure you'll
Things aren't as bad as they look, that they ain't. Before the week's out, I'll be leaving this hovel for a nice flat on the west side. From now on, Maggie Hooker and her baby will be living in comfort. That we will, dearie.
I'm glad to hear it, but I
can see it in your eyes. You think I'm talking a bit of blimey. She prays to the truth when I say we'll be living better without that no-good Marty than we ever lived with him around.
Someone's offered to help you, then?
Well, there's a weekly income that's been arranged. A distant relative who came into plenty of money.
Oh?
Now, don't you worry your pretty head about Maggie Hooker, dearie. And you can tell your newspaper we'll be needing their help no longer, thank heaven.
I see. Well, thanks for seeing me, Mrs. Hooker, and I'm really glad things are going to be better for you.
Well, and after I get settled in the new place, look me up and drop in for a cup of tea. Thankful I am for what you did last year. Goodbye, dearie. Goodbye.
Miss Casey, now, Reed.
Hello, Axford. I guess I'm later than I intended to be, Mr. Reid.
We were just beginning to worry about you, Miss Case. It's almost 6 o'clock. How did you make out?
All right. I went to 4 places. 3 of them are in just as bad condition as they were last year. The other one, though, won't need help this year.
Well, that's another one to cross off the list, then. What's the name?
Hooker. The family of Marty Hooker. Mrs. Hooker says she's comfortably fixed from now on, and she intends to move to the west side.
Her husband's in jail, I understand.
Marty Hooker, did you say?
Yes.
Say, Reed, come to think of it, 'twas Marty Hooker who confessed to that payroll holdup they tried to pin on Ray Spencer and his gang.
Really?
Marty Hooker's his name, sure as I'm sitting here.
In this case, did Mrs. Hooker say where she was getting the money?
Well, she was rather cagey about it. She said a distant relative decided to arrange a weekly income for her and the baby.
Well, let's see that list. Well, according to this, Hookers have been among the neediest families for the past 3 years. This windfall from that distant relative is rather sudden, it seems to me.
It is that.
Moreover, I've been checking this afternoon on those whom Axford reported as being in comfortable circumstances.
Well, what did you find out, Mr. Reed?
I discovered that in each of those cases, the husband is in prison, each one having confessed to a crime.
You don't say. That's sure a coincidence, isn't it?
Well, it seems mighty funny to me.
Yes. It might not be a coincidence, actually.
What then?
Well, if I knew, I'd tell you.
Say no. Maybe I'd better tip Sarge off to do a little investigating. To my way of thinking, all them guys that went to jail were in the same gang. And their wives know where they left some hidden stolen money.
Oh, there you are. That settles the whole thing.
Well, not exactly. As a matter of fact, though, there may be some connection between all those confessed crooks and some one man or some group on the outside.
You got something there, Reed?
Well, maybe.
Mr. Reed, I was just thinking.
Go on, Miss Casey.
Well, wasn't that racketeer Ray Spencer involved in the payroll holdup case before Hooker confessed?
Holy cow. Do you think Spencer's pulling something, Reed?
Well, what I think doesn't matter. The main thing is that the police get proof. And from what I've learned about Ray Spencer, if he is connected with Hooker and the others, getting proof against him is not going to be easy.
We'll continue our Green Hornet adventure in just a moment. After finding out that several men from the neediest families in the city had confessed to crimes and gone to prison, with the result that their families began receiving money, Britt Reid, young publisher of the Daily Sentinel, waited patiently for the result of the police investigation. It was several days later when Axford phoned from police headquarters. Hello?
This is Axford.
What's up?
I'm down at Cops headquarters. I was just talking to Sarge about that investigation.
What's the result?
Reed, I can't get anything out of any of those people. And Ray Spencer is laughing in their faces when they question him.
Well, Spencer may not be involved, but if he is, as I said before, getting proof will not be easy.
Sarge says he thinks there's something funny about the whole setup, too. But it's all so tight they can't break it.
I see. Well, if they do get any sort of a lead, let me know.
Sure, Reed, that I will. See you later. So long.
Goodbye, Axford. Looks like it will take unorthodox methods. I'll call Kato on the private line.
Mr. Reed, Department.
Kato, I have a job for you to do.
Oh, it's you, Mr. Reed. What I to do?
You know Ray Spencer?
Ray Spencer? I see his picture in paper open. The old Nightingale Club.
Right. And he has his office there. I want you to take the small coupe and go over there, shadow Spencer. Get to know by sight the men close to him. Be careful.
What I tried to find out.
Find out if Spencer or one of his men pays a weekly visit to the slum district.
Yes, sir. I watch carefully.
Good. Report to me as soon as you find out anything. Goodbye, Kato.
Goodbye, Mr. Britt.
It was almost 6 o'clock the following afternoon when Britt Reid returned to his office from a board meeting at the Civic Club.
Any messages for me, Miss Case?
Yes, sir. Kato phoned and said to tell you that he had a very special dinner waiting for you tonight and wants you to be sure and come home.
Oh, fine. Anything else?
These letters are to be answered.
Well, they can wait.
And Axford phoned with a brilliant idea.
Well, let's have it.
Well, he wants money to buy toys and to hire a Santa Claus outfit so he can appear as Santa at the settlement house on Christmas Eve.
That I'd like to see. His way with children will make up for the Irish bros, though. Tell him to go to it.
And last but not least, Gunnigan's been asking for you. He wants to discuss a new setup for the city page.
Well, tell Gunnigan to work it out to suit himself. I'm tired. I'm going home. I'll see you in the morning, Miss Case.
Yes, sir. Good night.
Good night.
Britt Reid went to his apartment where Kato, his faithful Filipino valet, and the only person knowing his identity as the Green Hornet, was waiting. All right, Kato, let's have it. What did you find out?
I find out big man who have flat nose and big ears always with Spencer.
Bodyguard, perhaps?
That's what I think. This afternoon, this man, whom I learn go by name of Virgil, leave office and go to slum area. I follow.
Good. Where did he stop?
He go 2 places. I have names and addresses here. The last place he go is out on west side of city.
Let's see those names. Mrs. Tony Coretta, Water Street. And Mrs. Marty Hooker, West End Avenue. Kato, you really did get something.
You recognize names, Mr. Britt?
Yes. Both of these names were on our neediest families list last year. Both Tony Coretta and Marty Hooker are in prison. And both their families are living comfortably.
What all that means?
It means Ray Spencer is involved in a deal somewhere. And I have a pretty good idea about the part he plays. The police can't go around the law to force the issue, but the Green Hornet can. Let's go. Stepping for a secret panel in the rear of the closet in his bedroom, Britt Reid and Kato went along a narrow passageway built within the walls of the apartment itself. This building led to an adjoining building, which fronted on a dark side street. Though supposedly abandoned, this building served as a hiding place for the sleek, superpowered Black Beauty, streamlined car of the Green Hornet. Britt Reid pressed a button. The great car roared into life. A section of the wall in front raised automatically, then closed as the gleaming Black Beauty sped into the darkness.
Where we go, Mr. Britt?
But first we'll go to Mrs. Coretta's and Mrs. Hooker's.
Well, Mrs. Coretta live in middle of next block.
Turn off into the back alley. Then we'll head for Hooker's. If they react the way I think they will, Ray Spencer will be stopped once and for all. Mrs. Coretta?
Maria Coretta, that's me. It's dark in the hall, but why you asking for me?
Come inside.
No. You never come in like that. The mask keeps you not good. Please, you're not
I won't
worth
hurt you if you do what I say. Give me the money you received this afternoon.
Oh, you're making a mistake. I know how to get the money.
Give it to me.
Oh, sure, I give it. It's in our bag. You just not good money. I get it.
All right, give it here.
Maria, she not having the money for us to live.
If you have any complaints, tell them to the man who sent me. Mr. Ray Spencer.
Spencer? He sent you here?
You heard me. I'll leave now.
That's a big Spencer. He pulled the double cross. Double on my Tony. I make him sorry. I'll go tell him I put it tonight.
You've got nothing to be crying about this night. Hush. Sure, now. You've got to understand every word I've been saying. I'll be thinking... Glory be. Now, who can be calling at a time like this? Praise to the devil himself. Lost our clothes and what will you be sitting in the house?
I'm already inside. Close the door.
Sure, and I know you're that Green Hornet, but there's Maggie Hookie you're backing up against her.
Give me the money you received a while ago.
So that's it, is it? Well, not a penny will I be given to the like for you, so you can be taking yourself out of here right now.
I'd hate to use this gun on a woman. But if you don't...
Merciful heavens, I believe you would.
I'm waiting.
All right. I'll be giving it to you.
Hurry.
Quiet, you foul team. You can have the money. But if you're scared, that innocent little babe, I'll be tearing you apart, gun or no gun. Here's the money, you thieving devil.
Thanks. Spencer said it would be easy to get.
Hold on. Did I hear you speak of Mr. Spencer?
Yes, you heard me.
So he sent you here. It is a filthy game to be playing on me poor husband. But to St. Pat who bear me witness, I'll turn that Spencer into the law. And you're with him, that I will. I'll call me St. Pat to your headquarters right now. Do what you will.
Time for me to go. Good night, Mrs. Hooker.
My plan's working out. Let's get moving. Where do we go next? I have a few more places to visit. Tomorrow, Kato, after things quiet down, you can mail the money I'm taking back to each of those women. After that, the Sentinel will see to it that none of them are suffering. Come on, through one dark back street of the city after another, the sleek car of the Green Hornet moved like a great purring shadow. Frequent stops were made until finally, each of the places listed on a paper in Britt Reid's pocket had been visited. Then Britt and Kato returned to the apartment to await results. It was after midnight when Sergeant Burke entered the press room at police headquarters.
What's the news, Sarge? Is there anything to it all?
Plenty, expert. You did well to hang around instead of going out with the other seat.
Give it to me, then.
Hold your horses. I got to send a couple of the boys out. Cassidy. Yes, sir? Take one of the boys with you and pick up Ray Spencer. Okay, right away.
Ray Spencer? Why are you picking him up?
We got a call from several women who claimed the Hornet came there and took back money Spencer was paying them. This is a bargain he made with her husband.
What do you mean?
Spencer pulled jobs like that payroll holdup. Then got some poor starving guy with a family to take the rap. In return, he promised to pay a weekly sum to the wife. Get it?
Holy crow.
We got word that several of the guys have already seen the prison warden and retracted their confessions, putting the blame on Spencer.
Wait, I got to call Reid. Wait till he hears this. Boy, I got his scoop this time. So he thinks I don't bring in any news, huh? He'll find out.
I bet he's sleeping.
So what? Reid, this is Ashford.
I might have known. Just when I get to sleep, you answer.
Hold on, Reid. The cops are picking up Ray Spencer. He paid a lot of guys to go to jail for him. You know, those poor guys whose families were on our list.
Well, what do you know?
It was the Green Hornet working with Spencer who broke things open. He went to take back the dough from the families, the women squashed, and then the cops found out that the guys were...
story to rerun.
Well, not yet, but I'm going...
Santa Claus, you're wasting time. Get the story in.
Sure, Reid, but I'm trying to...
Did they pick up the Hornet yet?
The Hornet? Now, hold on, Reid. Don't you know it's a tough thing?
Call me when they do. Good night.
Reid, I want to...
Hang up on you.
Did they pick up the Hornet yet, he says. Then call me when they do. Boy, sometimes I think Reid's losing what little part of mind he has. That I do.
You'll lose what little job you have if you don't get that story into the Sentinel.
Holy crow. Give me that phone, quick.
Story of the Green Hornet.
X3, X3, Sentinel X3. Now the most refreshing drink in the world, Orange Crush, presents the Green Hornet.
ORANGECRUSH. Ice cold Orange Crush. It sparkles, it tingles. It makes you feel fresh again. It's the most refreshing drink in the world. Try it and see. Next time and all the time, ask for and be sure you get Orange Crush. And now,
the Green Hornet. He hunts the biggest of all game, public enemies who try to destroy our America. With his faithful valet Kato, Britt Reid, daring young publisher, matches wits with the underworld, risking his life that criminals and racketeers within the law may feel its weight by the sting of the Green Hornet. Ride with Britt Reid in the thrilling adventure of Face in the Television. The Green Hornet strikes again.
The adventures of the Green Hornet are brought to you recorded by the most refreshing drink in the world, Orange Crush. Delicious ice-cold Orange Crush is made with real fresh oranges, with all its wonderful fresh fruit flavor sealed in that sun-proof Orange Crush brown bottle. The exclusive brown bottle that keeps light out, keeps flavor in. Always look for that exclusive brown bottle and enjoy the one and only Orange Crush.
seedy-looking man whose armband bore the word usher could hear the fight crowd cheering inside the arena. But after looking at his watch, he turned his attention to the rear door of the auditorium, the one that led into the alley.
Philly said they'd be here right on the dot. Now they... Golly, they are on the dot.
We're here, Pop. Is everything okay?
It should be. I'll look again, Phil. Just a minute. Yeah. If it's okay, there's nobody around.
Good. All right, boys. Come right in.
The man called Phil stepped inside, followed by three figures, well-dressed, yet fitted in their movement. The collars of their expensive overcoats were turned up, half covering their faces, and their hats were pulled down over their eyes.
You're sure everything's set, Pop?
As far as I know, all the dicks are in the front of the house. Nobody's around the entrance to your box.
Which entrance do we use?
You go right past the dressing room there. The next one marked in section 43.
You can relax, boys. Everything's okay. Here you are, Pop. Now, let's go, Pop.
$50, golly. Thanks, Phil. You better wait for the next round to start before you go in.
Britt Reid, young publisher of the Daily Sentinel, looked up as his private office door opened. His secretary, Lenore Case, entered.
Mr. Reid, there's a woman outside with Axford who says she's the wife of Mickey Madigan. You know, the old rum runner and racketeer? Well, Axford says you might be interested in hearing her story.
Oh? Well, I thought Madigan wasn't allowed in this town. He's supposed to quit the rackets and settle down at some resort out west?
Yes, but you see, he and his wife have been separated for years. Or so she says. She seems to be a little upset, Mr. Reid. Well, I'm just telling you what Axford said.
Well, maybe she has a story. Send her in, Miss Case.
Michael Axford led Judy Madigan into Reed's office and sat her on a chair beside the publisher's desk. There were traces of faded beauty in her troubled face, but the tone of her voice had a coarseness that had evidently always been there.
Well, here's what it's all about, Mr. Reid. I could swear I saw Mickey on television last night.
On television?
Yeah.
Mrs. Madigan was looking at the fight, Reid. Tony Carpote and Joey Shevlin fought last night, you know.
Yeah, it was a good scrap, too. What a sawbuck on it.
Now, tell Mr. Reid what you saw, Mrs. Madigan, or what you think you saw.
Yeah, I'm just gonna. It was like this, Mr. Reid. I'm sitting there in this juice parlor thinking how if that no-good Mickey had sent me some of the dough he's supposed to send me, I'd be right there at the ringside instead of getting the fight on the second bout.
Yes, and...
Yeah, well, right before the beginning of the last round in the semifinal, the camera sort of moves around the place. You know, instead of keeping pointed at the ring.
They were showing that there was a full house there.
Yeah. And who do I see walking into a box down on the end of the place but that heel husband of mine?
Are you sure?
Well, I said before I'd swear to it that maybe... Well, it could have been some other guy. And I don't think so. Well, that's why I thought maybe you could help me find out.
Well, what do you want me to do, Mrs. Madigan? And why?
Well, I was going to leave the doing up to you. And the reason why is because if he's in town, I'd get a lawyer to hit him with a court order and get some of that money they said he should send me, but which he don't.
And I thought if Mickey Madigan was in town, Reid, we could make something big out of it. Now, he beat the law, you know. But as far as this city's concerned, he's still sort of a public enemy. Now, I thought maybe we could look over some of the pictures they took at the fights last night and see if they show anything.
I doubt it. Most of them are action shots in the ring. I think if Madigan were there, the police on duty in the lobby would have seen him enter or leave the place.
That heel could disguise himself as a snake and crawl in. And he likes his fights so much, he'd chance a brush with the law to see a step too like last night.
I can take her over to the photo morgue if you say so, Reid.
Well, let's all three of us go. Maybe we can find something. Well, there you are. And that about completes what we have.
And there wasn't a sign of him in any of them, was there?
No. But that's on account of he wasn't sitting at the ringside. He was in a box at the end of the arena.
Well, you've seen them all, Mrs. Madigan. Joe, there aren't any more pictures on the fight, are there?
No, Mr. Reid, not on the fight. I do have a couple, though, taken in and outside Capote's dressing room. Do you want to see those? They're right here.
No, thank you, Joe. I don't about... But wait. We may as well look through them as long as we're here.
Sure. Let's see him, Joe.
Yeah, here you are.
Well, this is no good. Now, this. What an eye that fella has. And this shot outside the dressing room...
Wait a minute, Mr. Reid. That next one there, let's see it.
What is it? What do you see?
Look. That guy back there at the edge of the crowd, heading for the exit sign. Well, I can only see part of this
Well,
thing.
that's all you can see of any of them. They're putting their coat collars up, it looks like.
Well, don't forget it was cold last
Oh,
night.
Mr. Reid, Mr. Actor, that's him. That needle nose of his. That's Mickey, all right, I know.
You can't be sure in a picture that size, Mrs. Madigan. There are a lot of persons in it, too. Joe, take this picture, will you? And this other one, too. It's almost the same shot as the first. Give us the biggest blow-up you can on this one section of the picture. You see? All right, mark the circle with this pencil. There.
Uh-huh.
Now do it fast as you can.
Right.
And you, Axford, get Miss Kirby to give you whatever pics we have on Madigan in our file.
Okay.
We'll soon have an idea how right you are, Mrs. Madigan.
Well, there you are, Mr. Reid. They come out very clear.
Let's see then. Yeah, there you are, Mrs. Madigan.
Yeah, that's him. That's him, all right. See, in this other picture, right by the door. That's him, all right, believe me.
Hey, you know, she's right, Reid. Look at this one old shot here in profile. He's a little fatter,
Mr.
don't he?
Reid. That guy right behind him. Believe me, that guy is Yaya Lazuli.
Did you say Yaya Lazuli? Glory be, let me get a look.
Oh, but he was deported. He's somewhere over on the Riviera.
I know these lugs better than you, Mr. Reid. I was married to one of them. That's Yaya, for sure.
A short time later, Britt Reid and Axford, bearing the blown-up pictures, were at police headquarters in Commissioner Higgins' office.
What's the answer, Commissioner? You agree they're Madigan and Lazuli, don't you?
Yes. This is more than a surprise, Reid. It's in the nature of a shock. Because I can see you're more than right.
More than right?
Because that third man, the one a little behind Lazuli, that, Reid, is Darrell Brisson.
You mean Pretty Boy?
Yes, Pretty Boy Brisson. I had the pleasure of seeing him go to prison, and of seeing him put on a plane for Mexico when he got out a few years back. But there he is.
Oh, foodly-oodly-dee. The three greatest racketeers of our time back in town here.
And the police have never been aware of it. Reid, don't break anything on this story, will you? Let's see what we can find out first. Well, Reid, thanks to the telephone and the speed in which it connects you with Europe these days, we know this much. That none of those three crooks are where they're supposed to be. I think there's no doubt about it now. They're here in this town.
Maybe that accounts for those recent killings. And the talk we've been hearing that the rackets are on their way in again.
I can't understand, though, why the arena's management hasn't been able to trace the tickets.
Well, we've only the approximate position of the box they occupied. Mrs. Madigan said that they're... Well, go ahead.
Higgins speaking. Oh, yes, Schultz. What have you got? Oh, yes? Yes? We'd better remember that. Trying to hold out, huh? I see. Good. What did you find? What? Thanks. Yes, that's very important. Thanks. Keep following up. Well, the agency tried to hold out and say they didn't know who bought the tickets for those 4 boxes in that section Mrs. Madigan pointed to.
But Schultz found out, didn't he?
Yes. One of the clerks, he'll get fired probably, blurted out who got them. It was Phil Stefanos, Big Tom Morton's secretary.
Reid, did you hear that? Morton. I told you time and time again that he was no different than any other politicians that ever took over that first and second ward center.
Hold your horses, Axford. I think the three of us have discussed Tom Morton in the past. I think, too, we've agreed he's just as deep in the rackets as he was back in the 20s.
Him and his charities, it is supposed to be doing good. Why, anybody can see the way he lives, he's got to be a crook.
Well, we've seen how he lives, Axford, and we've seen how he works. But we've never been able to get anything on him. The Treasury Department says he pays his taxes, so...
You're going to face him with this right away, aren't you, Commissioner?
I most certainly am. I'm getting a couple of my men, and I'm going to ferret out Tom Morton right now. The police interrogation of Tom Morton was handled by the big political boss with an air of outraged dignity.
I told you about them. I bought 4 boxes and put them at the disposal of the men attending the convention of the Ancient Society of Camels as a gesture on the part of the city. I don't know who got them.
And as most of the delegates went home last night or this morning, it'll probably take us a few days to make contact with them all and find out who got the tickets. For 3 boxes.
Let's do that. And you'll find when you check that there were 4 boxes used by them. And that the ghost your men saw in the 4th... Oh, you're going? Why don't you... they were seen, huh? That stupid Madigan and his prize fights. I should have known it. Hello, Phil. Now, listen hard. You filed things up last night. You did. Now, shut up. Tell the boys to stay where they are, and I'll join them tonight. We'll get the syndicate set up in a hurry. Get them out of town till things quiet down. Yeah. But, we've got a character we'll have to bump. Pup Gandy. That usher who let them in and out of the arena.
We'll continue our story in just a moment.
Partners, I can't think of anything I'd rather do right now than open up a refreshing ice-cold bottle of Orange Crush. Cooling, refreshing Orange Crush. It sparkles, it tingles. It makes you feel fresh again. Say, have you tried it yet? If you haven't, you're missing the most cooling, the most refreshing, the most delicious drink in the world. And listen, do you know why it's the most refreshing drink in the world? Do you know why Orange Crush is one drink that's actually good for you? It's because Orange Crush is one drink that's actually made with fresh oranges. Fresh, juicy, tree-ripened oranges. Yes, sir. Real fresh fruit flavor and goodness. That's why it's the most refreshing, the most delicious drink in the world. And that's why you can drink all you want. Orange Crush is really good for you. Good for youngsters, good for grown-ups. So next time and every time you want a delicious, cooling, refreshing drink, be sure you ask for Orange Crush. But remember this, be sure you get the real thing. Orange Crush in the exclusive sunproof brown bottle. The bottle that keeps light out, keeps flavor in. If it isn't in that famous brown bottle, it just isn't Orange Crush. It's OrangeCrush, the most refreshing drink in the world. Orange Crush. Now, back to the Green Hornet.
Britt Reid turned to his secretary, Lenore Case.
That was Commissioner Higgins.
Judging by your end of the conversation, he didn't do so well.
No. Morton won't admit to anything, not even distribution of the tickets. There's some story about sending them to the Camel Convention for distribution to delegates on the last day.
And no other information about those three gangsters?
Not a thing. They questioned all the attendants at the arena, too. Nobody admits even the trio come in or go out. The usher in charge of the section said they weren't in the box when the semifinals started. And that he got so interested in that and the big fight that he never did look to see if the box was filled later. I think I'll call Higgins again and find out who that usher was. Just in case we want to follow up later.
At home that evening, Britt Reid was walking into his room, followed by Kato, his faithful valet.
These men didn't come to this city just to see that fight last night. There's the odor of brackets in the air of late, Kato. And it comes to you by way of your newspapers if you read what's been happening lately.
And you think these men are behind what goes on?
If they're not, they're the kind who'd take over from any newcomers. I don't know what the answers are at all. But the Green Hornet's going to try and find one or two.
Oh, we do nipping in pudding. Is that it?
Something like that. So first, the Green Hornet will go and visit that fellow who ushered in the section where that box of Madigan's is located.
Well, what is his name? Where he live?
His name's George Docherty. He lives in a flat at 991 East Jackson.
That very run-down neighborhood.
Which is good. People won't notice us so readily in places like that. And another thing, the doors in those flats open easier than others. If you've got everything, kiddo, let's get going.
George Docherty was frightened into a panic by the sudden dramatic appearance of the Green Hornet. Within a few minutes, cowed by the Hornet's threats, he was gibbering his tale of the previous evening.
I didn't want to lose my job, because I would if the boss knew I went out before the fights were over. I took the $10 Pot gave me and went out like he said. He come down from the gallery where he works and he covered for me. I told the cops what I did because both me and Pop would have been canned if the boss knew.
So this fellow Pop gave you $10 to leave your post. Why? Why'd he do it?
I tell you, I don't know. $10 is $10, and I just ankled out like he asked. Come back after the fights to get my salary.
Yeah, you would. Now come clean. Where does this Pop live?
Don't touch me. I tell you. His name's Pop Gandy. That's all I know him by. He lives a few blocks from here, at 1031 Fair.
The Green Hornet had left Cato and the Black Beauty on the corner of the street in which Pop Gandy's house was located.
What's Britt? What happened?
Let's get out of here in a hurry. Pop Gandy is dead.
What?
His body's still warm. And I saw the man who murdered him running out just as I came in.
Golly, I see that man run out just as you go through alley before. Was he man who wore a check cap?
Yes, but neighbors came in and saw me looking at the old man's body when I found it. I had to go through the window and down the fire escape. Where'd the man in the check cap go, did you see?
Oh, sure thing, Mr. Britt. He jump in car. Car start at corner for traffic light. Then turn right under viaduct. We follow him?
If you can, certainly.
Car can't be too far away. I know it if I see it. We catch it, don't worry.
We're going out in the country now, Cato. Evidently, they don't suspect we're behind them.
No, sir. The way they slow down prove that. Maybe we call police now and tell them?
Not till we know where they're leading us, Cato. If Pop Gandy was killed because he might say he saw Madigan in his crowd last night...
That's why he's killed, I think.
So do I. If that's the case, the killer may be leading us to them. And if they ordered his death, we can't take the time to stop and call Higgins now, Cato. Not till we're sure of what's taking place and where they're going.
Well, yes, I know that. Besides, people see Green Hornet run away from place where Pop is killed. Maybe Hornet get blamed.
That's the other and selfish reason for my not wanting to lose him, Cato. We'll have to clear the Green Hornet in case he is blamed. And he will be.
But they pick up speed again. We must too, Mr. Britt.
Wherever it is they lead us, I'll handle the situation at that point. While I do, you call the police, direct them to the place, and then come back for me.
There were 4 men seated around the table in the living room of the cottage, which was located in a woods off the main road. Seated at the head of the table was Big Tom Morton. To his immediate right and left were Yaya Lazuli and Pretty Boy Brisson. Opposite him was Mickey Madigan. Each was reading one of the many sheets of paper in front of them. Morton was talking.
So you see, boys, the setup is fair to every one of you. Now, if there's anything in your copies of our arrangement that needs changing, let's do it now. If not, I think it'll be a good idea if we get out to Bayview so you can get aboard that yacht. Yeah, what is it, Yaya?
Wait a few minutes, Morton. I've got to bring a good report back to my partners. If we're going to handle the machines and the handbooks down south, why don't we get a bigger cut on the hotels you're buying up?
Well, that's easy, Yaya. I'm shelling out plenty of extra money to get these places. My own money.
Sounds right, Yaya. Don't you think so, Brisson? Yeah, look, I'm getting my extras on the dope. And you, Mickey, you're getting your extras on the numbers. We all have our own pet rackets. We should get extras. So, Yaya, if Tom can handle these hotels the way he wants...
I'll put in the best gaming rooms in the country. We'll get floor shows to bring the people in.
Okay, I was just saying.
I've given years of thought to this, boys. And you'll find these agreements we just signed short. You'll have to stay undercover again for a while.
I wanted to see that Kaufman Durgan fight out at Olympic Stadium tomorrow night.
You and your fights, Mickey. That's why we got to hustle out of town in such a hurry now.
What do you mean? If I didn't know...
Boys, no debating. Let's get this thing to a close, huh?
Hey, who's that?
Put your gun away, Brisson. That's Phil.
What's he doing here?
I told him to come here. He took care of the old guy tonight. We hope.
Hate to see an old guy like that get him. But...
Hi, boy. Hello, boys.
Hello, Phil.
Phil?
Perfect, boys. We croaked him.
That's good. You hear that, boy?
Yeah, it's all right. Were you the cannon on this job, Phil?
No, Mickey. Your finger did the job. But wait till you hear this. You have the radio on tonight during the past hour?
No, why?
What's so funny? It came over the air. We were listening to the car on the way out. They're blaming Pop shooting on the Green Hornet. People saw him come out of Pop's after doing it.
What, the Green Hornet?
Yes, the Green Hornet. If you move your hands, any of you, you'll join Pop Gandy. Hey, where'd he come from?
He came through the bedroom window.
I don't think that gunman of yours will sneak in on me. I took care of him out in the car just now.
Why have you come here, Hornet?
To show you up for what you are, Morton, and to round up these public enemy friends of yours.
What do you mean, Hornet? You want to muscle in?
Shut up, Yaya.
Oh, don't, Yaya. Tell me more. I do want to muscle in. I want to take over. What are these papers here?
Oh, that's the setup we got.
As Lazuli started to talk, Brisson swung and hit him flush on the jaw.
You talk too much, you won't.
When Brisson's arm came back, the Green Hornet's gas gun had gone off in Pretty Boy's face.
That's for you, Brisson. The gas will keep you quiet.
As the Green Hornet spoke, the three men suddenly fanned out and converged on the Hornet. Madigan was first.
Only gas, no bullets. I'll take that gun, Hornet. Take it.
Madigan went down. Big Tom Morton closed in on the Green Hornet, ducking beneath the gun and grabbing him about the waist with his arm.
Got him, Phil. Take his gun.
But the Green Hornet's arms and hands were still free. As Phil Stefanos rushed from the side, the Hornet's fingers closed on the gun trigger, sending a spray of gas into the gangster's face.
I got him. Now I can concentrate on you, Morton. I'll welcome the chance to knock you around a bit before the police come for you.
The Green Hornet's knees bent, and with a judo trick, he brought his arms up beneath those of Tom Morton and sent the giant of the man crawling backwards.
I'm going to use my fists, not gas, to put you to sleep. Now stand up and fight. That's it.
You dirty...
And here. How do you like that? And there. This one is for killing an old man, Pop Gandy.
Oh, my jaw's broken.
Your writing hand better not be. Get up again. I said get up.
Yes, I am.
Now walk over to that table. That's it. Now sit down. I'll start writing a confession. One that includes the story of how Pop Gandy was killed. If you don't...
Don't hit me again, all right. I'll tell everything. About the boys, too, only...
Go ahead. We've only a minute. While you're doing that, I'll go through these papers here on that table. Go ahead.
As Morton wrote a confession, naming the man's finger as Pop Gandy's murderer, the Green Hornet heard the police car stop in front. His eyes blazed above his mask as he read the criminal contracts signed by the racketeers.
So that's the setup. Oh, thank heaven that's been nipped in the bud. Are you finished?
Yes. Where are you going?
I'm going to be back here by the bedroom so I can get away when the cops come in. Read that to me.
I don't have to. Okay. Don't come back. I'll read it. Finger Flanders was the one who shot Pop Gandy. He did it because I told him to. Hornet. Where are you? He's gone.
Yes, the police are here. I heard that confession, Morton. Don't try to tear it up. Come on in, men. Who's that moving, Lazuli?
That guy in the floor's reaching.
Well, get him.
I got him.
That'll hold you, Lazuli. All right, take this man and that paper in his hand.
All right, come on, you.
The Green Hornet was trying to frame him.
Come on.
We'll see about that.
He was here. Must have gone through the other room.
All right, go after him, a couple of you. Rest, tie up this bunch. Now, let's see what's in this mess of papers here.
Judy Madigan was in Britt Reid's office shortly after the Sentinel Extra hit the street next morning.
You see, I was right. I did see him on the television.
And a good thing you did, Mrs. Madigan. You got the police started on something that prevented this country from being taken over by the biggest crime syndicate ever assembled. Those contracts they signed have never been equaled for criminal audacity.
Yeah, maybe so, but I don't care about that. What I want to know is how do I get some dough from that heel husband of mine now that he's in the clink?
I think you'll wait a long time, my dear woman.
Well, Mr. Reid,
Yes, Miss Gates.
Commissioner Higgins just called. There's no doubt now about Finger Flanders shooting Pop Gandy. When he was shown Morton's confession, he thought they were trying to railroad him. So he told the truth. And with the hope of leniency, he told of a lot of other killings that have taken place lately. It was all Big Tom Morton's doing. So he could take over the small gangs and have them ready for the syndicate.
Well, that should send Morton to a warmer place than the cell he's in now. And it clears the Green Hornet, too, doesn't it? Of Pop Gandy's death, I mean.
Oh, yes. He must have gotten there right after Pop was killed.
He must have, must he? I have me grave doubts about that. I'll bet he was the one that thought of getting those racketeers back into this country and into the driver's seat again. He was too smart to put his name on paper, that's all. He don't sign anything. Which reminds me, Reid. Will you sign this expense voucher for me? It's for taxi fare out to the country looking for the Green Hornet.
Police expose criminal plans. Public enemies indicted. Read all about it. Green Hornet cleared of murder charge. Select Street.
the Green Hornet story for today. Another exciting story brought to you by the most refreshing drink in the world, ice-cold Orange Crush. It sparkles, it tingles, it makes you feel fresh again. Now, a special announcement. Please listen carefully. Beginning next Sunday, June 29th, the Green Hornet will come to you on a new day and a new time. The new day will be Sunday. So remember, beginning next Sunday, June 29th, tune in the exciting adventures of the Green Hornet each Sunday afternoon. For the time when it will be heard in your locality, consult the radio columns of your local newspaper. This program is a recorded feature of the Green Hornet Incorporated, created by George W. Trendle, produced by Trendle Campbell Muir Incorporated. This copyrighted feature originated in Detroit, and all characters and incidents used are fictitious. The Green Hornet is brought to you by the most refreshing drink in the world, ice-cold Orange Crush. Remember, listen for the Green Hornet again next Sunday afternoon, when you will hear the story of danger entitled Diamonds and Murder. And now, till next Sunday afternoon, so long from Orange Crush. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Say, want a brand new breakfast idea? Then get the Betty Crocker cereal tray, the Betty Crocker cereal tray. Yes, indeed. Try the brand new cereal assortment with 10 individual packages in all. 4 Wheaties, 4 Cheerios, 2 Kicks. All top favorites and all extra fresh. Yes, it's fun to take your pick from Wheaties, Cheerios, and Kicks. Get the Betty Crocker cereal tray, the Betty Crocker cereal tray. Get that tray today.
And now the Betty Crocker cereal tray presents... The Green Hornet. He hunts the biggest of all game, public enemies who try to destroy our America. With his faithful blooded Kato, Britt Reid, daring young publisher, matches wits with the underworld, risking his life that criminals and racketeers within the law may feel its weight by the sting of the Green Hornet. Ride with Britt Reid in the thrilling adventure of The Funeral Spray. All right, gang, let's give 3 cheers. Rah! 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 Yes, sir, 3 cheers for 3 top favorites, Cheerios, Wheaties, and Kicks, each in the Betty Crocker cereal tray. 10 separate individual packages of your 3 top favorite cereals, all in one handy carton. You can take your choice right at the table. Cheerios one morning, Wheaties the next, and Kicks the next. It's fun. You always open a fresh package. Try it. Get the Betty Crocker cereal tray.
Johnny Brasco, parole. Ex-headers, Southside Gang wins freedom. Hey, yes, sir. Johnny Brasco, parole. Read all about it. Central X Street, Bedford.
Lenore Case, Britt Reid's private secretary, and one of the few people to know that the young publisher was also the Green Hornet, pointed an accusing finger at Michael Axford in the city room of the Daily Sentinel.
It's a shame, Michael.
I agree with you, Casey.
The state spent thousands of dollars to put that hoodlum in jail. He was sentenced to 20 years, and in less than 3, he's out.
It's just a little more than 3.
Well, it doesn't matter. It's disgraceful.
Oh, well, there's nothing to be done now.
That isn't the right attitude.
And what course of action would you suggest?
Well, for one thing, the Sentinel can keep public opinion stirred up.
Well, for how long? If Raggio lays low, the people forget about it.
We shouldn't let them.
Oh, that is. Some of the people will forget about him. There's some who can't. There's some who won't have a minute of peace now that Braggio's free.
I don't care about his gangster enemies.
I'm not talking about them. There's others. For instance, there was a little woman who came into police headquarters just after the news of his release hit the headlines.
Who was she?
Her name was Roberts, Amy Roberts. A nice little thing. It was her husband, Ted Roberts, who was the key witness for the state when Braggio was sent up.
Was he a member of the gang?
He was not, and he is not. He's a decent young architect that only got involved by accident. But he had the nerve to do his duty as a citizen and testify against Braggio.
And now his wife is afraid that Braggio will try and get even.
She is that. She was asking the police for protection.
Well, they'll give it to her, won't they, Michael?
They will. Though there's probably no need for it.
How can you say that?
I'm thinking that Ted Roberts is no real danger. Braggio's mean, but he's smart, too. He'll get even just by destroying the young people's peace of mind.
How?
Well, different ways. Now, Mrs. Roberts had an anonymous phone call. There was some mug at the other end who said, "We want you to be the first to know that Johnny's out." That's all. But it put Mrs. Roberts in a diddle.
Well, I should think it would.
I felt sorry for her.
So do I. You know, Michael, I'd like to meet her.
What for, Casey?
Well, I think there should be a story about the Roberts in the Sentinel.
A phone call like that isn't news. You can't even come out and say it was a threat.
You can imply it. Where do the Roberts live?
Well, I can find out from Burke.
Will you do that, Michael? And will you come with me to see them this evening?
Oh, that I will, Casey. Even if we can't do much for the young people, it'll be something for them to know folks are on their side.
Miss Case, I appreciate your interest in us, but I don't know whether I like the idea of anything about us appearing in the Sentinel.
There's nothing wrong with it, honey.
Ted, we're quiet, ordinary people. Why can't we live quiet, ordinary lives?
We can and we will. Just the same, there's no sense in hiding our heads in the sand.
I agree with your husband, Mrs. Roberts.
He tells me not to worry, and then he says something like that. Ted, you practically admit...
Braggio's only trying to get your goat.
Do you honestly believe that?
I do?
It was Ted who sent him to prison, and this afternoon...
No, dear.
Oh, Ted, I can't talk about it calmly, as if it didn't mean anything at all.
But don't you see, Amy? If he really meant to do anything, he wouldn't telegraph his punches that way.
What happened this afternoon?
Some flowers were sent here. That's all.
That isn't all.
Flowers? Well, I don't understand.
I'll tell you exactly how it happened. I'll show you how it happened. I still have them out in the kitchen. We kept them to show to the police. Excuse me.
Mr. Roberts, does your wife mean that Braggio sent some flowers here?
There's no way of telling who sent them. There was no name on the box, and there was nothing inside. Special messenger brought them. He'd gone before Amy realized what it was.
Here's the box. This is just the way it was handed to me.
It's a big one, isn't it?
Yes. Go on, Miss Case. You open it.
Very well. Why,
We're suffering snakes.
This is the funeral spray.
The next morning, Lenore Case laid her story on Britt Reid's desk and watched him as he read it. When he had finished...
Well, Mr. Reid?
I'm sorry, Miss Case.
Is it libelous?
With a capital lib.
I was afraid it would be. I just couldn't control my choice of words.
The Sentinel's always fought Braggio, but if we ran this, it'd put us on the defensive. He'd sue for sure.
Yes, I know. Still, it seems to me that destroying a person's peace of mind is just as much a crime as murder. There must be something we can do.
Not and stay within the letter of the law.
Is that absolutely necessary, Mr. Reid?
What are you suggesting?
Nothing. I wish you could have talked with Ted and Amy Roberts, though. Two nice, decent young people. Ted had spunk enough to risk his security for the sake of everyone in this town. He hasn't lost any of his courage, but his wife's frightened, and he's worried for her sake. It isn't fair.
No, it isn't.
Well?
Lenore, the commissioner's burned up about this parole, too. Off the record, he's called Dean a crook.
He believes the head of the parole board took a bribe?
Off the record.
Well, so do I. The governor should remove him.
He won't without some proof.
Mr. Reid, If Brogio were to break his parole, then at least Dean would be convicted of bad judgment. The governor might take some action, and then...
And how can Brogio be persuaded to cooperate?
Well, Michael says that associating with known hoodlums would constitute a parole violation.
It would.
Brogio's going to do that sooner or later. Couldn't it be sooner?
I've been considering the possibility.
You have?
Very seriously. Let's suppose that Brogio were to get mixed up with, well, shall we say, the Green Hornet.
Oh, I wouldn't want that to happen.
Why not?
Well, I mean, I don't want the Green Hornet to be caught associating with Brogio.
Neither do I. But the idea has possibilities. I have a conference with Commissioner Higgins this afternoon. He might be persuaded to lend a helping hand.
At 3 o'clock that afternoon, Britt Reid was seated in Commissioner Higgins' soundproof office at police headquarters. The commissioner had given orders that he was not to be disturbed.
Now, what's on your mind, Britt?
Sonny Edgar.
Sonny Edgar? I thought it was something to do with Brogio.
Edgar's a member of his gang, isn't he?
He's in jail. Comes up for trial next week, and we're certain of a conviction.
What's the use of convicting him, Commissioner Higgins? He'll only be paroled.
We have to keep trying, Britt. We may be able to get rid of Dean before he has a chance to do any more dirty work.
Wouldn't it be a good idea for Dean and Edgar to meet?
What are you talking about?
Well, they'll meet eventually. Why not arrange for it tonight?
That type of humor doesn't appeal to me, Britt. I'm not saying you haven't a right to be bitter, but you must realize that what's happened isn't our fault.
Commissioner Higgins, Dean is at his home here in town.
Is he?
I've checked. Came down from the capital yesterday.
Well, what of it?
Suppose he paid a call on Brogio this evening.
He wouldn't.
And suppose Edgar paid a call on him at the same time.
Edgar's in jail.
What would the police do if they walked in and found the three of them together?
The police can't simply walk in any place they care to him. The three of them together.
Yes. You like the idea?
Oh, it's impossible.
It might be arranged.
I don't see how.
Shall I explain?
Definitely no. Dean go to see Brogio?
That's only a possibility. But if you were to have Edgar brought over from the jail to this office at 10 o'clock tonight, well, let's see, that's about a block and a half along a dark side street, something might happen.
It's impossible.
Actually, if he were to get away, you'd have men on his trail immediately, and he'd be brought back.
He wouldn't go to Brogio's.
He would, if he didn't have a choice.
I can't agree to anything like that, Britt.
Of course not.
It's too dangerous. Even for the Green Hornet. Sonny Edgar's a killer.
He wouldn't be armed. And I think he'd like the idea of escaping.
The guards would be armed.
Would the guards have to be plural?
10 o'clock.
Yes.
It would be nice if Dean were there, too.
Yes, Commissioner Higgins. Wouldn't it?
At 9 o'clock that evening, Britt Reid telephoned Miss Case.
Kato, is the car ready?
All ready, Mr. Britt.
Hello?
It's all set, Miss Case, for 10 o'clock.
Well, good. But you'll go to Dean's place first?
We're leaving for there right away.
Well, Axford and I'll be out in front in 15 minutes. He's on his way from the Sentinel now to pick me up.
I hope I'll be leaving by the back way in 15 minutes. You haven't told Axford anything?
Just that I want to try and get an interview with Dean.
That's fine.
But how can you hope to trap him?
But he accepted a bribe from Brogio. It must have been given to him in cash. He wouldn't take a chance on depositing the money, so he may either have it on him or in the house.
You'll take it?
Temporarily. I want to give him the idea that Brogio has double-crossed him.
And if Dean leaves the house, we follow him.
That's right. Goodbye, Miss Case.
Good luck.
Let's go, Kato.
"15 minutes later, The Black Beauty was waiting silently in the rear of Everett Dean's home, and Britt, wearing the mask of the Green Hornet, was entering the house through one of the rear windows. Beyond the kitchen, he found a large center hall. A streak of light could be seen beneath the closed door of the study.
Good evening, Dean.
What? Are you masked? You're the Green Hornet.
Correct. You seem to be alone. Were you expecting me?
No, I'm not alone. There are servants upstairs.
I thought they approve of lights.
I'm not alone.
You're alone in this room.
What do you want?
I've come for the money.
What money?
Don't stall. You wouldn't deposit it. And if you've put it in your safe deposit box...
Yes, that's where it is.
That would mean I'd have to call again. Open your safe.
No.
Hurry up.
All right, don't shoot.
Hurry. I can't waste any time here.
There. It's open.
And we'll see what's inside. Why did you try to lie, Dean? This is the envelope I want. It's all here. $5,000.
You can't get away with this.
Did you really expect to keep the money long? Braggio's free now.
What? He sent you here?
You can congratulate him for me on settling 2 debts for the price of 1.
Why, that miserable double-crossing...
Save it. The next time you see him, just say thanks from the Green Hornet.
We'll continue our story in just a moment. Ever wonder why the cereals in the Betty Crocker cereal tray always taste so extra fresh and crisp? Why they seem to have an extra brisk edge of flavor? Well, there's a mighty good reason for that super fresh cereal tray flavor. 2 reasons, in fact. First, the 10 separate packages of Cheerios, Wheaties, and Kicks in the Betty Crocker cereal tray each come in special flavor-protecting packages. From tip to top, the outside of each package is bathed in wax, a treatment which helps guard against air and dampness. This flavor-saving wax coat is a special heavy one, too. In fact, if you scratch the surface of the packages with your fingernail, you'll be amazed at how extra heavy this protective wax coat is. It really does the trick. Now, the second reason for the cereal tray's extra keen flavor is this. Each of the individual packages holds just enough for 1 good-sized serving. That means your breakfast cereal remains sealed in its wax-guarded package until the very moment you sit down to eat it. Each morning you open a fresh, new package. Each morning you enjoy a breakfast cereal at its crispiest, freshest, most flavorful best. Remember, there are 10 separate individual packages of those 3 top favorites, Cheerios, Wheaties, and Kicks, in every Betty Crocker cereal tray. Each member of the family has the fun of choosing the cereal he wants for breakfast. Each opens his own fresh, new package. Ask your mom to get the Betty Crocker cereal tray and enjoy extra keen flavor every single morning. And now to continue our story. Michael Axford picked Lenore Case up in front of her apartment house, and together they started for Everett Dean's home. It was 9:15 when they turned into his street.
This is going to be a wild goose chase, Casey.
You think so, Michael?
He won't make any statement to you.
He may.
You're sort of new at this reporting game. When you get to be an old hand like me, you'll realize that sometimes politicians like to talk, and that sometimes they make a clam seem talkative by comparison. It's one of those times for Dean.
I suppose so.
You have any campaign mapped out?
Well, I want to tell him about the Roberts.
What good'll that do? Surely you're not expecting any sympathy from him.
No, just a reaction.
Holy crow, what was that?
What did you hear?
I thought I heard that Hornet's car.
Really?
I guess not.
That's Dean's house on the corner.
Okay, Casey. You want me to come in with you?
Of course, but, well, let's wait here for a minute. I want to figure out exactly what I'm going to say.
Hey.
Oh, what's the matter?
Somebody's coming out of that house.
Isn't that Dean himself?
That it is. Too bad, Casey. Your bird has flown.
Oh, he's getting into his car. Can't we follow him, Michael?
Well, what for?
Well, we think he might have taken a bribe. It'd be interesting to find out where he goes and what he does. There's no telling where it might lead. Let's go. Follow him. that his car up in the next block?
It is?
Well, can't we stay a little closer?
No, Casey, we can't.
Michael, he's stopping.
We keep on to the corner and stop in front of the drugstore, as if we were going in for some cigarettes.
He's going into that house with all the shrubbery around him.
Well, talk about beginner's luck.
What?
Your hunch is paid off, Casey.
It has.
That house belongs to Johnny Braggio.
Really?
Now, you'd better let me direct operations from now on.
Are we going after Dean?
What would be the use of that? What would be the use of trying? No, indeed. We wait for him to come out.
And then we stop him and try and get a statement.
Who cares about a statement? We've got to get a picture of him coming out of Braggio's house. I'll into the store with you. Call Gunnigan and have him send Lowry out here on the double.
Right.
I'll hold the fort. You won't have to explain the slant to Gunnigan. He'll get it. Just put your call through in a hurry.
Come on.
Gunnigan speaking.
Gunnigan, this is Lenore Case.
Yes?
Expert and I followed Dean to Johnny Braggio's house.
Roger's house?
That's right. We want a picture of him coming out. Will you send a man right away? It's the corner of 4th and Vineland.
I can't send a man.
Well, you must.
I haven't got one.
But Gunnigan.
Now listen. Just a few minutes ago, we got a flash from headquarters that the Green Hornet was captured trying to help Sonny Edgar make a getaway.
Oh, no.
What?
I said, is that so?
No, it isn't so. The report was a phony. Both the Hornet and Edgar got away.
Oh.
The dragnet's out, and we've got every man on the story.
Well, this story's important, too.
There are enough photographers here, Casey.
Oh, send Curly.
The copy boy?
He has a good camera. He'll do. Send him and tell him to make it as fast as he can.
All right, all right. But you and Axford report back here as soon as you finish.
We will. Michael.
Casey, I've just been listening to the radio. There was a news flash.
I know. Gunnigan just told me. Sonny Edgar's escaped.
With the Green Hornet. That's the important part.
Yes, it
Now,
is.
I can't stay here. I've got to get down to headquarters. I'll shut the door. I've got to get in on this manhunt.
But Michael.
Please, Casey.
Oh, all right.
The minutes dragged as Lenore Case waited in the shadow of the trees and shrubbery in front of Johnny Braggio's house.
10:15. Of course, Britt couldn't come here directly. But with every radio car in the city after him, will he be able to get here at all?
An old coupe drove up and stopped behind Dean's car. A man stepped out.
Is that you, Curly?
No.
What? Why, it's Ted Roberts.
That's right. Who are you?
Lenore Case from the Daily Sentinel.
Of course. What are you doing here?
Well, I'm working on a story. And you?
Maybe I can add something to your story. I'm going in there and have a showdown with Braggio.
Oh, no, Ted, you can't.
I've made up my mind. The only thing to do is face him and get it over with.
Not now, Ted. Think it over. Come back tomorrow night if you must.
There was another funeral spray this afternoon, Miss Case. See, I brought it with me. I've got to do something about it, or Amy's going to end up in a hospital.
Will you believe me if I tell you that tomorrow everything will be all right?
No, Miss Case. I have to make sure of that for myself. I'm going in.
Ted, please.
Braggio?
Yeah.
Got a package for you.
Okay, hand it over.
Mind if I come in?
Hey, what's the idea?
Here. This box is for you.
Listen, punk.
Take it.
Why?
Go on, open it up. They're flowers. You sent them to me this afternoon, but I haven't any use for them, so I'm giving them back.
I haven't any use for them either. You must be Robert. It's a long time. I sort of forgot you.
I'm warning you, Braggio. You're going to lay off me and my wife, or I'll break your...
what?
I'm getting out of here.
Suit yourself, Mr. Dean.
I have no intention of being mixed up in your hoodlum activities.
Oh.
You have my ultimatum. Either you make restitution or suffer the consequences.
The last time I got nothing to do with the Hornet.
I don't believe you.
Oh, now what? Sonny.
Yeah, let me in. That's the Hornet's car out there. That's proof that you were here.
Shut up. Come on, Sonny. Phyllis, what are you doing here?
I was on my way from the jail to the commissioner's office with a cop. The Hornet drives up, knocks out the guard, and hustles me into his car.
What's the idea?
He doesn't want me to stand trial. Thinks I might put the finger on him.
You got anything on him?
No, I tried to tell him that. He just said to get out of town.
You shouldn't have come here.
I don't argue when somebody's holding a gun on me. He dumped me here, told me to get a car from you and scram.
Okay, here's the keys to the coupe. Now, what about money?
He gave me $5,000. Got it right here.
Wait a minute. That's my money. That's the same envelope he took from my safe.
What are you talking
Give
about?
it to him, Sonny. Here's some more for you. You're going to have to take out Roberts with you.
What?
That punk, Roberts. Put me on the spot once, and he'll do it again if he gets a chance. See that he don't.
Okay. I'll need a gun.
Yeah. Here.
Listen. That's the police. They're after you, Edgar.
They're after the Green Hornet. Nobody spotted me when I came in here.
I'm leaving.
You'll wait till they get past.
They're stopping out in front.
That's right. Miss Case spotted you, Edgar, and she stopped the police cars. In another minute, they'll be breaking the door down.
Come on, Sonny. I'm leaving with you. Out the back way.
We got him, Commissioner. Both Braccio and Edgar. We got him climbing into a car out in the back.
Here they are.
Let's go.
Well, Braccio, helping a prisoner escape breaks your parole wide open. You'll have a few years added to your stretch when you go back.
This was a frame.
You were here, Roberts. How about that?
He gave Edgar money and the keys of his car. I saw it.
Is that true, Mr. Dean?
Why, well, yes, it is. I made a great mistake. I should never have paroled him.
Ah, you make me laugh. I paid him $5,000 to parole me, and he's got the money on him right now.
That's an outrageous lie.
And what's more, I got the serial numbers of those bills. If I go back, you're going to keep me company.
Commissioner, I can explain everything.
You'll get your chance, Dean, before a grand jury. Let's go, men.
All right.
That does it, Michael. Sonny Edgar captured, Johnny Braccio on his way back to prison, and Everett Dean accused of taking a bribe.
Oh, Casey, think of an old hand like me walking out on the payoff.
Oh, don't feel too badly. After all, I wouldn't have been there if it hadn't been for you, would I?
No, that's right. But talk about beginner's luck.
Hello? Oh, Mr. Reid, where are you calling from? Are you... Oh, good. I always say that when the police are looking for the Green Hornet, there's no place like home.
How right you are.
I've just finished a follow-up story. The first extra is already on the streets. Have you heard the headlines?
Of course, and congratulations. They make a nice ending to your story about the funeral spray.
Yes, Mr. Reid. A nice ending for two nice people. Ted and Amy Roberts will live happily ever after.
Select 3 papers. Sonny Edgar captured. Braccio breaks parole. Read all about it. Everett Dean accused of taking bribes. Let's select 3 papers.
Boys and girls, listen to this. You get a swell-looking model city when you buy the Betty Crocker cereal tray. A model city that looks just like real. You can cut it out and build it yourself. It has all kinds of buildings, houses, stores. In addition, there are cut-out automobiles, fences, storage sheds, awnings, and billboards. All this on just one Betty Crocker cereal tray. Still other houses, stores, and equipment come on other packages. The model city is easy to build, too. There's no pasting or gluing needed, and many slots are pre-cut. It's really easy and really fun. Just ask your grocer for the Betty Crocker cereal tray, the handy cereal package with all 3 of your breakfast favorites, Cheerios, Wheaties, and Kix. Get yours now. You've been listening to The Green Hornet, brought to you by the Betty Crocker cereal tray, the cereal assortment of individual packages of Wheaties, Cheerios, and Kix.
My mother, your mother lived across the way. 1617 North Broadway.
What a rope jumper. She never gets tired. She's feeling her Cheerios. Yes, Cheerios, the ready-to-eat breakfast cereal made from oats, richest of all cereal grains in vitamin B1. For energy-building nourishment that really helps to keep you going, start your breakfast every morning with Cheerios. They're so crisp, so tender, have such a grand toasted oat flavor, and they're shaped like tiny little donuts. That's Cheerios. Be with us again next week at the same time when General Mills will again present The Green Hornet. This copyrighted feature originates in Detroit, and all characters, places, and incidents used are fictitious. Hal Neal speaking. Tomorrow night at the same time over most of these same stations, the Lone Ranger fights for justice in Frontier Town in another thrilling adventure of the early West. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company. Look at him streak down that track. He's crossed the finish line in 10 seconds flat. He's feeling his Cheerios. Yes, Cheerios, that energizing breakfast cereal made from oats. Good, old-fashioned, nourishing oats, all ready to eat. And now, Cheerios presents... The Green Hornet. He hunts the biggest of all game, public enemies who try to destroy our America. With his faithful valet Kato, Britt Reid, daring young publisher, matches wits with the underworld, risking his life that criminals and racketeers within the law may feel its weight by the sting of the Green Hornet. Ride with Britt Reid in the thrilling adventure of Double Play. Boys and girls, don't you be a put-it-off, or you may miss out on getting your Lone Ranger Frontier Town. Orders are pouring in by the thousands, and tonight is definitely and positively the last time we can tell you about this amazing Cheerios offer. So have pencil and paper ready, and I'll tell you all about it in just a few minutes. Commissioner Higgins was one of the very few people who knew that Britt Reid, owner of the metropolitan newspaper, the Daily Sentinel, was the Green Hornet. And from time to time, he called on the young publisher for assistance. The two had finished a pleasant luncheon at the Civic Club. They stood at the entrance waiting for Britt's car to be brought around from the garage.
I'd rather take a beating than go back to headquarters this afternoon.
Because of a petty hoodlum like Marty Thurber?
Yes. Little rat gets under my skin. We're virtually certain he's the one who tried to steal the Nettleton jewels. We can't make a case against him, and he knows it.
You've picked him up before, haven't you, Commissioner Higgins?
4 times. We've had to let him go for lack of evidence.
What happens to the witnesses?
Intimidation. Thurber has influential pals with persuasive ways. I can just hear him laughing at me when we turn him loose. You know, I'd give a month's pay to put that crook behind bars.
Is he that important?
He is to me. It's a matter of pride. I don't like it, Britt, when a character like Thurber laughs in my face, and he's done it 3 times.
I wish there was some way I could help you.
Well, there isn't. We won't get Thurber until we get him in the act with no opportunity to furnish an alibi and a witness who can't be intimidated. Hey, look out there! Hey, look, that man. He's hurt. Come on. He stepped right in front of the car. All right, make way there. Let me through.
The guy's hurt bad. He's not moving.
Where's the driver of the car?
Here I am. It wasn't my fault. He stepped right in front of me.
Get back. Give the man some air.
Oh, who's talking?
It's the police commissioner. Do as he says.
Oh, I couldn't stop. I didn't have a chance. He's right. I saw the whole thing.
I'll take your name as a witness.
Let's see how bad the man's hurt. Someone had better send for an ambulance.
Here's the doorman from the Civic Club. Hey, Sam. Call police headquarters and tell them to send the ambulance right away.
Yes, Mr. Reed. 15 years of driving, never an accident. I tell you, it wasn't my fault.
Stop whining and get the names of witnesses. You'll need them.
Yeah. Well, I saw the whole thing. Hey, here's my card.
Badly hurt, isn't he, Commissioner?
Yes. Regaining consciousness.
Letter in my coat. The only way.
Take it easy, brother. Ambulance is on the way. You'll be taken care of.
Letter inside coat pocket. Get the letter.
He's passed out again.
He said something about a letter in his coat pocket. Maybe it'll tell who he is.
Time enough for that after we get him to the hospital.
It was late afternoon of the same day when Britt Reid told his secretary, Lenore Case, and Michael Axford about the accident.
It was obviously suicide, Miss Case. The name is Andrew Clark. Here are my notes. Hang on to them.
Shall I do a follow-up on the first edition story?
Not just yet. Wait till I hear from Lowry. I've asked him to get some information on a man named Edward Bixby.
Bixby? What's he got to do with Clark's committing suicide?
Clark had a letter in his pocket. A suicide note in which he blames Bixby for everything that happened to him.
Well, here's Lowry now.
How about it, Lowry? Did you get the facts I wanted?
Yeah, boss. Bixby deals in real estate. He offers loans on property, buys up land contracts, and so forth.
Is the firm legitimate?
It is on the surface.
What's under the surface?
Well, in the first place, if a man wants to borrow money on his property, he goes to Bixby and fills out an application, which is also an order for an appraisal. Bixby charges far in excess of the usual appraisal fee, then tacks on a lot of extra service charges.
I see.
The victim pays that whether he gets the loan or not.
Even if Bixby's charges are excessive, there's a limit to how far he can go. I don't see how he can make much of a racket out of that.
But wait, boss. That's only the beginning.
What's the rest?
The ones who pay through the nose are the ones who actually borrow cash from Bixby.
Oh, how?
Interest. Outrageous interest discounted in advance.
Oh.
Some fellow who's badly in need of a certain amount of cash goes to Bixby, says he wants to borrow $3,000 or $4,000. After he's paid the appraisal fee and all the other charges, he signs notes for, let's say $4,000. But he'll only get about $3,200.
Well, how does Bixby get away with that?
Just shows interest figures and charges and tells them to take it or leave it. In most cases, they have to take it.
But golly, Lowry, don't they squawk?
Sure they squawk. Better Business Bureau has a file of complaints, but nothing can be proved. Bixby's too smart to show any illegal dealings in writing.
Well, what's the connection between Bixby and Andrew Clark?
In his letter, Clark confesses to taking cash from his employers. He lost it gambling. He went to Bixby hoping to borrow $6,000 to replace the money before the theft was discovered. He stole a little more to get the appraisal fee and signed notes to Bixby for $6,000. Then he found out he was getting only $5,000 in cash.
Gosh, what a shame.
$5,000 wasn't enough to keep Clark from being exposed as a thief.
And he was about to be exposed?
Right.
So Clark jumped in front of that car.
Yes, he did that rather than go to jail.
Poor man. I'm sorry for him.
Bixby does that all the time. The real estate board and everyone else has been trying to put him out of business.
And perhaps we can't put him out of business, but we can at least warn the people. Lowry, write this story up and give it both barrels. Here's a copy of Clark's suicide note.
Right, boss.
Miss Case, tell Gunnigan I want a new lead on the Clark death. I want to keep the story on page 1 for several editions.
I'll tell Gunnigan.
Lowry, that suicide note will take care of the next edition. Get a story from Clark's widow for the final.
Okay, boss.
And, Miss Case, as soon as you've called the city desk, come into my office and I'll give you an editorial.
Very well, Mr. Reid. Hello, Sally. Give me the desk, will you, please?
I wonder if there isn't some way to get a crook like Edward Bixby.
Given your message to Gunnigan, Mr. Reid.
Oh, all right, Miss Case.
You said you wanted to dictate an editorial about Bixby.
I've been thinking about it. I don't know what approach to use. It's another one of those situations of a crook who stays within the law.
Well, it doesn't seem to matter.
Huh?
It doesn't seem to matter whether a man breaks the law or not. The police can't do anything about it.
What do you mean, Miss Case?
Oh, I guess I'm just reflecting Mike Axford's mood. He was talking about Marty Thurber.
Oh, yes. Police Commissioner Higgins was talking about him.
Apparently he breaks the law all to pieces and gets away with it.
Yes, I know. Lying witnesses and faked alibis.
Gosh, Mr. Reid, what chance do decent, honest people have? If there were only some way to short-circuit all the red tape and throw men like Bixby and Thurber into jail and keep them there.
They throw Thurber into jail, but they can't keep him there.
That's what I mean. Are you ready to dictate?
Just a minute, Miss Case.
What are you thinking about?
I have the beginning of an idea.
You have?
Yes.
Oh, do you want me to make the call for you?
No, I'll do it. If I can just get Police Commissioner Higgins on his private wire. Commissioner Higgins.
Oh, it's you. Hello, Britt.
Commissioner, this noon we were talking about Marty Thurber.
That's right.
I thought this was to be about Edward Bixby.
You expected you'd have to release him.
And so we will.
Then he hasn't been released yet?
No, but it won't be long.
Commissioner Higgins, you said you'd give a month's pay to put him behind bars and keep him there.
I said it, and it still goes.
Well, I don't want a month's pay, but I do want a concession.
Let's hear it.
Can you hold him until 9 o'clock tonight?
Yes, but not much longer.
That'll be long enough. Let him go at 9 o'clock on the nose.
9 o'clock sharp. You can count on it. But, Britt, what's the angle?
I can't tell you any more right now, but I have an idea. Maybe it'll work, and maybe it won't.
Britt, I had a hunch you'd think of something. Is there any way I can help?
There might be. Will you wait in your office until 10 o'clock tonight?
Glad to.
Good. You may hear from me, directly or indirectly. Goodbye.
Well, this is a surprising turn of events. It sounds like an active evening.
It may be.
What can I do?
Well, now, let me see. According to this report, Edward Bixby's office is on the top floor of the Gramercy building.
Yes, Mr. Reid. It's the top floor.
As I remember that old building, the only elevator is operated after hours by the night watchman.
That's right.
Telephone Edward Bixby and make an appointment for tonight.
Very well.
I want to be sure he's in his office. Give some phony name. It won't matter because you're not going to keep the appointment anyway.
Oh? Who is going to keep it?
A man who wears a dark topcoat, a dark hat, and a mask.
Uh-oh.
The Green Hornet.
Well, Mr. Reid, it's a little confusing. Just who's the enemy? Edward Bixby or Marty Thurber?
Both. I'm hoping to turn one against the other.
Is this Mr. Bixby?
Yes, Bixby speaking.
Mr. Bixby, I've got to see you. It's very important.
Well, my office is...
I know where your office is, Mr. Bixby. But the trouble is I can't possibly get there until after hours. I know it's asking a lot, but Well, might I see you in the evening?
Why, of course.
At 9 o'clock tonight?
But, Reid, I can tell you right now that Marty Thurber will be turned loose. I don't have to go to the cops' headquarters to find that out.
Of course you don't, Axford. But I want to know what's said when he walks out of there. I want the dialogue.
All right, then, Reid. I'll go to the cops. And stick until that crook is let go.
With the preliminary preparations completed, Britt Reid was ready to act as the Green Hornet. It was shortly before 9 o'clock when he and his faithful valet Kato moved out of the publisher's apartment. We'll continue our story in just a moment. On your mark, get set, go! Yes, sir, boys and girls, it's a race for time now. It's hurry, rush, full speed ahead. For today is the very last time we can tell you about the greatest offer in Cheerios history. I mean the amazing Lone Ranger Frontier Town offer.
You heard right. Today is the deadline. You won't be hearing about Lone Ranger Frontier Town on this show after tonight.
So if you'd like to get everything you need to build an exact likeness, a perfect scale model of the same famous Wild West cow town you hear about in the exciting Lone Ranger programs, then, partner, you'd better get cooking, and fast.
Man, what a town. Looks just like the real old-time West. Bridges, mine, fort, log cabins, old-time Western stores, even an authentic old Western train, even a stagecoach and a covered wagon.
71 different Wild West models altogether. 71 different models, all in full color.
And they are the very same buildings and places made famous by the Lone Ranger and Tonto. Powderhorn Courthouse, Grubstake Outfitting Store, Town Meeting House, Two-Gun Tailor's House, County Jail, they're all here.
Including a special model of the Lone Ranger's secret hideout.
And get this, besides all these models, you also get official ground plan picture maps of the town. These maps show you where to place each model, and they also show in thrilling color all the scenic wonders surrounding the town. Famous places like Powderhorn River, Wild Horse Mesa, Sawtooth Mountains, and lots more.
It's really terrific. And big? You bet. Almost 3.5 by 4.5 feet in size. Models are easy to put together, too. Most of them you simply press out and assemble. They're all three-dimensional. They all stand by themselves.
Now then, how do you get Lone Ranger Frontier Town? Well, listen carefully. The town itself comes in 4 different sections. Each section consists of a ground plan map and a number of Western models. If you hurry, you still have a chance to get your first section for only 10 cents and 1 box top from that famous cereal made from nourishing oats, all ready to eat. Cheerios!
Send Cheerios box top, no matter what's printed on top, and only 10 cents. No stamps, please.
We'll mail your first section, including some of the best models and 1 ground plan picture map. Also, we'll tell you just how easy it is to get all the other models and picture maps.
Be sure to print your name and address and send immediately. 10 cents and 1 Cheerios box top to Green Hornet, Box 900, New York 8, New York. That's Green Hornet, Box 900, New York 8, New York. Offer good in USA only. Hurry! Now to continue our story. In accordance with his promise to Britt Reid, Police Commissioner Higgins held Marty Thurber until 9 o'clock in the evening. Michael Axford was on hand at police headquarters when the hoodlum was about to be released.
By golly, you're walking out of here again, eh, Thurber?
Save the gab, Axford. And as for you, Commissioner, thanks for the free meal.
You better get out before we change our mind and hold you overnight.
Britt Reid and Kato were parked in the shadows across the street from police headquarters.
It's 9 o'clock, Mr. Britt.
Look over there, Kato. Thurber's coming out right on schedule.
Oh, that Thurber?
Yes. Open the door on your side and get into the back seat.
Oh, yes. I keep a mask on, please?
Yes. Thurber, come over here.
Keep coming, Mr. Britt.
I don't think he'd be able to see this mask until he gets into the car.
Hurry up, Thurber. I can't wait all night.
Who are you? Who's calling me?
Save the questions. Get in here. We got things to do.
Hey, listen, mister. That mask.
So you're walking out of headquarters and another phony alibi.
You're the Green Hornet?
That's right. Get into the car. We have a lot to talk about.
Now, wait a minute.
Get in here. I'll go to the cops with evidence that'll smash your alibi to smithereens.
Who's that in back?
My friend. He's holding a gun on you in case you get hard to handle. We can't talk here. One of the men's watching from the door of police headquarters.
That guy?
Who is he?
Reporter. His name is Axford.
He's done a lot of talking about catching the Green Hornet. He's eyeing this car. I've got to get away. Come on,
Hey,
get in
let
here.
go of me.
Get in here.
Hey.
We'll get going. I'll tell you the plans while I drive. When Axford hears that horn, he'll blow his top.
Hey, Commissioner! Commissioner Higgins! Suffer a snakes. What do you think?
Axford, what's the matter with you?
Thurber got into a car across the street, and I recognized the horn. He's gone with the Green Hornet.
Now, look here, Hornet. My pals will take care of you.
Be quiet until you hear what I've got to say. Your pals gave you an alibi that put you in the clear on the Nettleton job. But you and I both know you pulled that caper. And I can prove that some of the boys lied about your alibi. The cops would like that, wouldn't they?
You can't prove any such thing.
You think you're the only one who has a hold on those chief hoods? Look at these, Marty. Sworn statements from some of the boys you depend on.
Let me see them.
Not so fast.
If I find anyone's double-crossing me...
Maybe I had more pressure on them than you have. But don't worry. I'm not hard to get along with.
If I knew who gave you statements...
You can have these statements after we finish tonight's job.
Tonight's job? What do you mean?
Trevor, I need your help on a sweet proposition. Your pals can see to it that there's no squawk from the men we're going to call on.
What if I don't want to play?
These statements will go to the cops, and the cops go for you. You help me, and you'll get a share in the payoff, and these papers.
What's a job?
We're calling on a man named Bixby. Ed Bixby. Ever hear of him?
The name's familiar.
His front is a real estate business.
Oh, that guy. Yeah, I've heard of him.
There's a lot of cash in his safe. He'll be a pushover.
You've cased the setup?
Everything is set. Bixby will be in his office waiting for us.
Where is his office?
Right down the next block.
What's your plan?
Direct action. We go right into Bixby's office, make him open his safe, take the cash, and clear out.
And then he calls the cops and I'm identified.
That's a laugh. When your pals get through talking to Bixby, he won't identify anybody. Furthermore, I have a mask for you. Here, put on.
Is this like yours?
Just the same. Have a gun?
Of course not. You saw me walk out of headquarters.
Here. Take this one. Can't be traced.
Okay. What's your pal gonna do while we're inside?
He stays with the car. Here we are. That lighted window is in Bixby's office. We should have no trouble. Get out. That mask tight?
It's all right.
Bixby's office is on the top floor.
Do we walk up?
I'll ring for the elevator. There. The night watchman handles it.
So he sees us.
Don't worry, I'll take care of him.
Look here, I don't like this.
You don't have to like it. Just play it along and see what the payoff amounts to. And here's the elevator.
You'll have to sign the... Hey, what's this?
Sorry, mister.
You, that mask.
Take this and go to sleep. When you come to, we'll be out of your way. Hang on to him. I'll run the elevator up. Up we go.
Hey, the watchman's passing out.
Of course he is. That's why I gave him a shot of gas from this weapon. We'll leave him in the fourth floor corridor.
Yeah, okay. What kind of stuff did you use in that gun?
Gas.
I know that, but what
It's
kind...
effective. That's all you need to know. Look here on the register. Bixby's upstairs waiting for us.
Yeah. Been there for over half an hour.
Fourth floor. Put the watchman down there. We'll leave the elevator right here so we can get down in a hurry. Bixby's office is down this way.
Now, look here, fella. Get this straight. Don't try any funny tricks on this deal.
Funny tricks? What are you talking about?
Just remember, I've got plenty of friends, and they do as I say.
I know all about your friends. Here we are. You have that gun ready?
Yeah.
Then we'll go right in.
Good evening, gentlemen. Masked, both of you.
And armed. Get him up, Bixby.
You see here, if this is a robbery...
That's just what it is. You're going to open that safe for us, Bixby.
No.
Oh, yes, you are. Because if you don't, we'll use these guns. Then open it our way.
Kato, waiting at the curb, watched the fourth floor window until he saw the signal of a drawn shade. Acting on instructions from Britt Reid, he drove home in the shortest possible time, put the car away, and telephoned Police Commissioner Higgins.
Hello, Commissioner Higgins speaking.
I have a message for you, Mr. Commissioner.
Yes?
You call me Mr. Bixby.
Bixby?
Thief with hornet mask in Gramercy billing office. Send police at once.
Right. The first time Edward Bixby's voice has sounded like a Filipino. Hey, Sergeant. Send a squad car to the Gramercy building right away. There's a robbery in Bixby's office.
Something, Snake.
Something about the Green Hornet.
Come on, Patrol. Let's get going.
You needn't think you'll get away with this, huh? I'll have the law on you, both of you.
Bixby, keep still while we see what you have in this safe.
I won't keep still.
I've heard enough from you. Take this.
No.
Hey, you gave him the works.
He'll sleep until we're finished.
There's a lot of dough in that safe.
Clean it out. Here, put it in this bag while I keep an eye on the street below.
You better raise that window shade. Someone might see in across the street.
I don't need to raise it. I can look under the edge. Hurry up with that cash. We want to get out of here.
You're telling me.
While Marty cleaned out the safe, Britt Reid kept a sharp watch on the street below. Presently, he saw a police car pull to the curb. Then he turned from the window.
Snap into it, Marty. What's taking you so long?
Got all the cash. I was just looking through some of these record books. Maybe there's some stuff we can use.
Never mind them. Take the cash and let's get out of here. Come on.
I'm ready. What about his nibs?
You don't want him to testify against us, do you?
How can he? We both wore masks.
I don't take any chances.
What are you going to do with him?
If you don't know what happens to him, you can't answer any questions. Now listen, Marty. Take the cash and go downstairs. Tell my pal in the car to come up here on the double.
Then what?
I'll give him instructions about Bixby, then I'll join you in the car. I'll get going.
You trusting me?
You won't double-cross me.
With all this cash?
If you're inclined to run away with it, just remember I still have documents to smash your alibi. You'll get them when we're through.
Okay.
You can run the elevator, can't you?
Sure.
And get going.
On the ground floor, Michael Exford was with the men in uniform who entered the building and approached the elevator.
Don't ring the bell, Exford. The elevator's coming down.
So it is.
Now get to one side. You fellas get over there and be ready to jump when the door opens. This might be the Hornet.
Yeah, sure.
Now get ready. Take him!
Right. Holy crow!
Cops!
He's mad!
Nail him! Why, you...
Well, what's going on, us, sir?
It's empty. I've been double-crossed.
No, you don't!
I'll fix the spal peen. By golly, I've been waiting a long time for this.
Oh!
Good work, Exford.
Holy crow, I got him. Hold him up, Cassidy, while I pull off that mask.
Right.
Now we'll see who this lug is.
What? Why, it's Marty Thurber.
He's not the Hornet.
You're telling me.
But he was with the Hornet. I saw him pull away from the cops' headquarters.
Maybe the Hornet is still upstairs. Let's go find out.
Come on.
You guys keep an eye on Thurber.
Is that all you can tell me, Mr. Reid?
That's all there is to tell in this case. While the police were on their way up in the elevator, I went down the fire escape and came directly here at the office.
Well, then you don't know how anything turned out.
No, but I think you'll find you haven't waited in vain. Axford will have the story.
Hey, is anyone here?
Speaking of the devil.
He's in the outer office.
Come in, Axford.
Oh, golly, Reed, I'm glad you're here. You too, Casey. Who actually heard the news?
What is it, Michael?
By golly, we got Marty Thurber for keeps. He and the Green Hornet teamed up to rob Ed Bixby.
Bixby, of all people.
Someone called the tip into cops' headquarters. We got Thurber as he was getting off the elevator, and he had a sack full of Bixby's money with him. What's more, he was masked like the Green Hornet. He tried to shoot his way out, but the jughead forgot to load his gun.
What about the Green Hornet?
Nah, he got away again, leaving the night watchman unconscious in the fourth-floor corridor and Bixby unconscious in his office.
I wonder if Thurber's gang will intimidate Bixby and make him leave town rather than testify against Thurber.
Yeah, wouldn't surprise me if they did. But even so, it won't matter. The cops have got Thurber this time. They got him good. And as for Bixby, his records were spread all over the office. When they're made public, he'll be washed up even if he don't leave town.
What does Thurber have to say, Michael?
Oh, golly, is he mad? He's raving he was framed, but no one's paying any attention to him.
I see.
But by golly, Reed, on the other hand, I'm wondering. Someone called the cops' headquarters, and it wasn't Bixby, and it wasn't the night watchman. Maybe the Green Hornet did put Thurber behind the 8-ball. If he did, by golly, he sure done a swell job of it.
Let's select me, Pepper, Marty Thurber, caught in act. Read all about it. Public enemy blames Green Hornet for capture. Let's select me, Pepper.
Hurry, boys and girls. Hurry as you've never hurried before. Hurry to the nearest grocery and get a package of Cheerios, the cereal shaped like tiny, crispy donuts. Then tear off the box top and send it with 10 cents and your printed name and address to get your Lone Ranger Frontier Town. Mail to Green Hornet, Box 900, New York, 8, New York. Offer now closing on this program. Send for yours today or tomorrow, sure. That's Green Hornet, Box 900, New York, 8, New York. Hurry! You've been listening to The Green Hornet, brought to you by Cheerios, the breakfast cereal that's made from good, old-fashioned, nourishing oats, all ready to eat. Be with us again next week at the same time when General Mills will again present The Green Hornet. These are George W. Trundle productions, directed by Charles D. Livingston. The story was written by Fran Stryker, and the part of the Green Hornet is played by Jack McCarthy. This copyrighted feature originates in Detroit, and all characters, places, and incidents used are fictitious. Hal Neal speaking. Tomorrow night at the same time over most of these same stations, the Great Stallion Silver carries the Lone Ranger on a thrilling ride for justice in another exciting story of the Old West. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
Say, want a brand new breakfast idea? Then get the Betty Crocker cereal tray, the Betty Crocker cereal tray. Yes, indeed. Try the brand new cereal assortment with 10 individual packages in all. 4 Wheaties, 4 Cheerios, 2 Kicks. All top favorites and all extra fresh. Yes, it's fun to take your pick from Wheaties, Cheerios, and Kicks. Get the Betty Crocker cereal tray, the Betty Crocker cereal tray. Get that tray today.
And now the Betty Crocker cereal tray presents... The Green Hornet. He hunts the biggest of all game, public enemies who try to destroy our America. With his faithful valet Kato, Britt Reid, daring young publisher, matches wits with the underworld, risking his life that criminals and racketeers within the law may feel its weight by the sting of the Green Hornet. Ride with Britt Reid in the thrilling adventure of The Woman in Black. 1, 2, 3. Yes, 3 Cheerios, Wheaties, and Kicks. You get all 3 in the Betty Crocker cereal tray. 10 separate packages of your 3 top favorite breakfast cereals, all in one handy carton. Each package holds just enough for 1 good serving. You open a fresh package every morning. Cheerios, Wheaties, or Kicks. Try it. Get the Betty Crocker cereal tray. Britt Reid, the youthful publisher of the influential paper, the Daily Sentinel, had reached his office earlier than usual to dictate another in a special series of articles opposing a man named Rupert.
And in our editorial opinion, Dr. Rupert's stubborn refusal to deny the accusations that have been hurled against him is a tacit admission of guilt. Type it up, Miss Case, and let me read it before you send it to the composing room.
Check.
Anything else calling for immediate attention? Letters, phone calls?
No, but Mike Axford's still in the outer office with Mr. Jackson.
Tell him to come in. Let's see what Axford's up to.
Very well.
Just a minute, Miss Case. Who is this fellow Jackson?
Well, I don't know, Mr. Reid, but he's young and, well, he looks capable.
All right. Let's have him.
All right, Michael, it's your turn.
Come on in, Jackson. We'll see what Reid has to say. Reid, this is Jim Jackson.
Hello, Mr. Reid.
Glad to know you, Jackson. Sit down, both of you.
Thanks, Reid. Jackson, tell him everything you told me and show him them clippings.
Mr. Reid, I've been around. I've been a private detective, a newspaper man, and a professional soldier.
You're looking for a job?
Yes and no. I've picked my job. I'm after a story. But I want to be sure I can sell it before I stick my neck out to get it.
I thought you'd be interested, Reid. It deals with that Dr. Rupert we've been writing about.
Your paper has taken the stand that he's not to be trusted in a government position where he'll have access to confidential records.
Yes, we've taken that position.
Why?
Dr. Rupert himself may be all right, but he's been seen in company with people who are known to have associated with international troublemakers, foreign agents, and saboteurs.
Mr. Reid, how would you like proof that Dr. Rupert is in direct contact with foreign agents?
Proof?
That's what I said.
How can you prove that Rupert's in contact with enemy agents?
Photograph?
Jackson, if you have anything like that, you'd better take it to the federal authorities.
Wouldn't you like to turn it over to the federal authorities after you've scored a beat with your Daily Sentinel?
Let me see the photograph.
I haven't got it yet. I'll have to risk my neck to get it. Yeah. And after I've proved I can deliver the goods, I'd like to talk about a steady job.
How do you expect to get such a photograph?
Dr. Rupert is taking guests aboard his yacht for a weekend cruise. For a member of his crew, I know he's to have a midnight rendezvous a couple of miles offshore.
I see. All right, Jackson. Go to it. If the picture's what you say it is, I'll buy it and pay what's fair.
That's okay, Mr. Reid. I know you'll be fair. That's why I want a job with your newspaper.
That night, Jackson guided a small outboard toward a large white yacht that lay at anchor. When he was still some distance away, he cut the motor, fitted oars into locks, and proceeded as silently as possible. Meanwhile, aboard the yacht, Dr. Rupert and a well-dressed woman walked through a companionway and paused at a stateroom door.
Is this discrimination, or do you plan to have all the guests confined to staterooms?
My dear Pamela,
It's all right, Doctor.
you know, my dear, I'm involved in top secret affairs. This meeting...
Don't apologize. I'll wait in my stateroom until your meeting is over.
Thank you, Pamela. Thank you for understanding.
There you are, Rupert.
I was just telling Miss Gordon she would have to remain in her stateroom for a few minutes.
I wish you wouldn't mix business and pleasure. I don't like having your friends on board during a meeting as important as this.
But, Croydon, by having guests, the cruise becomes a harmless pleasure trip. Without guests, the newspapers might wonder why I put to sea.
Guests are all right as long as you stick to the stupid ones. But Pamela Gordon is smart.
You're right, Croydon. She is smart. She's too smart to make trouble for me, even if she did suspect the truth.
I hope so. Let's get to the main salon.
Did Tarleton and Derek get aboard without difficulty?
Yes, they're waiting for you. Here's Dr. Rupert.
Ah, good evening, gentlemen. Glad to see you. Close the door, Croydon.
Right.
Have you any documents to turn over?
I have. I think you'll find they're even more valuable than the last ones.
Dr. Rupert, according to the newspapers, there's a likelihood that you will lose your post with the government.
Don't worry about that, my friend. In my position, a man cannot be dismissed because some of his acquaintances are of questionable character. As long as my personal record is above board, I am secure. Here. See what you think of this document. It's top secret.
Rupert, look, that other door.
Who's that?
He has a camera.
I'll get him.
You've missed. Get after him.
As Jackson ran, clutching his camera, he knew that he'd be shot before he could possibly reach the end of the long companionway. He halted abruptly at a door, jerked it open, and stepped into a cabin.
I have no gun, but this camera case is heavy enough to crack your skull if you try to yell.
Mercy, you are an abrupt individual. Did I hear a shot?
You did. I don't know whether your friend saw me come into this room or not.
Obviously, you were seen.
Listen to me. You're Pamela Gordon. You're Dr. Rupert's friend. Maybe you're lined up with him, but maybe not. Did you know that he's working with foreign agents selling out the United States?
No, I didn't know that.
Maybe you're telling the truth. Maybe not. In any event, I have nothing to lose by trusting you. I took a long chance to come here and get a picture. It's in this camera. I'll toss it under your bed.
Rupert means that. He will shoot.
I know it. I'm a gone goose, but I won't mind so much if Rupert is smashed. You can tell him I threw the camera through the porthole. Then deliver the film to Britt Reid of the Daily Sentinel. He'll know what to do with it.
What makes you think I'd turn against Rupert?
You probably won't. But I'm telling you what you can do, just in case.
Now get your hands up.
Don't shoot, don't shoot. He's not armed.
Pamela, you know this man?
I never saw him before a minute ago. He rushed in here and made threats.
So you thought you could hide, eh?
Who are you? What are you doing on this boat?
I came to get a photograph.
You thought you could get away with such a
I gambled
boat?
with long odds, and I lost. That's all there is to it. If you want my camera, you'll have to follow it through that porthole. And down to the bottom of the sea.
Who sent you here?
Now, wait, Curtin. Take him to the salon for interrogation. I'll join you there.
You heard what the doctor said? Get going.
Oh, Rupert, I was so frightened.
You, Pamela, frightened.
Well,
I thought nothing could shake your poise.
Well, after all, he threatened to crush my skull if I made an outcry. Who is he? What was he talking about?
I'll tell you all about it later, Pamela. You stay here in your room until I've finished questioning our uninvited guest.
Later, in her stateroom, Pamela Gordon took the camera from beneath the bed. She removed the exposed film and concealed it. Then, in the case, she found an unused film and tossed the wrapping through the porthole. She placed the unused film in the camera. And then, without warning, the door opened.
Oh, Rupert, I'm glad you're here.
What is that?
A camera. His camera.
He said he threw it out the porthole.
He threw it under the bed.
Why didn't you tell me this before?
Dear boy, I wasn't sure. He came in here so suddenly, slammed the door, and made threats. I knew that he threw his camera somewhere, but I didn't see where it went. I thought it was beneath the bed, but I couldn't be sure.
I'll take it. We'll have the film developed when we reach shore.
Might a girl ask questions about the camera's owner?
No.
Oh, Rupert.
We have returned him to the small boat in which he came from shore.
Oh, then he's gone.
Yes, Pamela. He's gone.
What a shame. He might have been interesting.
It was the following Monday afternoon when Lenore Case entered Britt Reid's private office with a copy of the Daily Sentinel in her hand and a curious expression on her face.
Yes, Miss Case?
Mr. Reid, in this edition, there's an obscure item on page 2. Right here.
Oh, that. I saw it.
An unidentified dead man found drifting in a rented outboard motorboat.
Oh, what about it, Miss Case?
Michael just came in with a follow-up.
Yes?
The man had been killed by a heavy blow with a blunt instrument. Mr. Reid, he was working for you.
What?
It's the man who called himself Jackson.
He was going to get evidence against Dr. Rupert.
That's right.
Murdered, huh? Well, someone's going to pay for that.
Dr. Rupert's yacht came into port this morning, and one of the weekend guests is waiting to talk to you.
Oh, is that so? Who is he?
It's a she. Her name is Pamela Gordon.
All right. Send her in.
We'll continue our story in just a moment. If you like your breakfast cereal at its crispiest, freshest best, then just you get the Betty Crocker cereal tray. That's the swell new cereal assortment, Cheerios, Wheaties, and Kicks, in 10 separate individual packages, all in one handy carton. Each of the 10 packages in the cereal tray is especially treated with an extra heavy coating of wax, a protection which helps seal out air and dampness, thus guarding flavor and freshness. That way, each cereal stays extra crisp and has an extra brisk edge of flavor. Another thing, each individual package holds just enough for one good-sized serving. That means your breakfast cereal remains sealed in its crispness-protected package until the very moment you eat it. Each morning you open a fresh, new package. Each morning you have the extra pleasure of breakfast cereal at its crispiest, freshest, most flavorful best. Enjoy this extra keen, crisp breakfast cereal flavor. Get the Betty Crocker cereal tray with 10 separate packages of 3 top favorite cereals, Cheerios, Wheaties, and Kicks. They're extra good, extra crisp, extra fresh. Now to continue our story. Britt Reid leaned back in his chair and faced the sophisticated woman in black, who had recently been one of the weekend guests on Dr. Rupert's yacht.
While I was aboard the Rupert boat, Dr. Rupert had a meeting at sea.
Yes?
The guests were given the impression that the meeting was in connection with Dr. Rupert's confidential work for the federal government. We were asked to remain in our cabins. During the meeting, I heard a shot. Then a man burst into my room, locked the door, and threw his camera and case under the bed.
Then what?
He told me that Dr. Rupert was working with enemy agents and said something about a film that was in his camera and asked me to deliver it to you.
Where is it?
While your friend was being questioned, I had a chance to substitute an unexposed film which Dr. Rupert got.
Where is the film?
In a safe place. I'll give it to you for a price.
Miss Gordon, a man gave his life to get that evidence to prove that Rupert is working with foreign agents.
What do you think my life would be worth if Rupert learns I double-crossed him?
With the film and your testimony, he can be put where he'll hurt no one.
I'll testify if you'll promise to get Rupert picked up.
It's a promise.
With my testimony, there'll be a murder charge against him. And, Mr. Reid, I shall expect $5,000 for the film.
How soon can you deliver it?
Within an hour.
I'll be at my apartment. The address is...
I know the address. Also, the phone number.
A car stood at the curb in front of the Daily Sentinel building. With Croydon, there was a man whose face was cold and hard.
Start the motor, Gus. Here she comes. Right.
I'll get out so she can sit between us.
Miss Gordon.
Why, Mr. Croydon. Fancy meeting you here. What a coincidence. What's the game, Croydon? Am I being followed?
We're going your way. Get into the car.
Dear old Rupert mightn't like it when he hears you threaten me with a gun in your pocket.
Dear old Rupert gave us orders.
Might I ask where we're going?
Your apartment?
What fun.
Get this, Pamela. There's nothing funny about it. The doc had Gus watch you from the time that you left the cruiser. Meanwhile, he had that film developed.
Oh, yes, the film. How were the pictures?
The film was blank.
Oh.
When Gus called to report that you'd gone into the Daily Sentinel building, Rupert sent me to meet Gus and wait for you. With instructions.
What kind of instructions?
Where to get the film that you took out of that camera.
Film I took out?
Don't be evasive, Pamela. It's out of character. You removed the exposed film, put in a new one. You made two mistakes. You didn't put the film in right, and you left some of the tinfoil wrapping in the stateroom. Now, Rupert wants that film. He'll pay for it. He'll top any deal that you've made with the Daily Sentinel.
How do you know I've made a deal?
Because I know you. With you, money talks louder than anything else. You've never missed a chance to cash in, and you wouldn't miss this chance.
Rupert must be desperate.
He'll pay to get the film. You don't give it to him, well, you'll never enjoy the cash you hope to get from the Daily Sentinel.
You and Rupert win. I'd like to give it to you, but...
But what?
I haven't.
You've already given it to the newspaper?
Not exactly. You see, I checked the film in the railroad station where it would be safe.
Then give me the claim check.
I can't do that. My friend has it.
Your friend?
Britt Reid of the Daily Sentinel.
Why, you
Calm down, Croydon. I'll phone and ask him to bring the check to my apartment.
Britt Reid was in his apartment. He had just finished telling Kato about the woman in black and the camera film in her possession.
Her name, Kato, is Pamela Gordon. An opportunist if I ever saw one.
Yes, Mr. Britt.
I'll get the phone. Hello?
Hello, Britt. I'm so glad I caught you at home.
Huh?
This is Pamela.
Oh, yes.
Darling, when I was in your office, I gave you a claim check. Remember?
A claim
The
check?
claim check for a certain camera film. Britt, I must have it back as quickly as possible.
I see.
Be a dear and bring it to me, won't you? You know where I live, the Carlton Terrace.
I think I understand.
I hope you do.
I'll be there as soon as possible. You heard my end of that conversation, Kato?
It not mean much.
It was Miss Gordon. She was speaking for the benefit of someone in her apartment. She was giving the impression that I had a claim check for the camera film. Wants me to bring it to her apartment right away.
Well, what you do, Mr. Britt?
She's in a bad spot. Rupert must have learned that she has that film.
Well, perhaps the trouble is of her own making.
Even so, we've got to play the game if we hope to get that film. I'm going to her apartment.
You go as Green Hornet?
I can't do that. I've got to go with Britt Reid. But the Green Hornet may have a part in the program. Let me see. Got to have a claim check. Almost any kind will do.
Well, I have old one from Waiters and Butlers Club.
Get it. Then get out the mask and equipment of the Green Hornet.
Well, Mr. Britt, you say
I'm going as Britt Reid, but you'll be close by with the Black Beauty. I'll give you instructions while we get ready.
A few moments later, Britt Reid and Kato stepped through a secret panel in the rear of the bedroom closet, then went along a narrow passageway built within the walls of the apartment itself. This passage led to an adjoining building which fronted on a dark side street. Though supposedly abandoned, this building served as the hiding place for the sleek, super-powered Black Beauty, streamlined car of the Green Hornet.
You'll take this car, Kato, and follow instructions.
I park in rear of terrace and wait.
Yes. I'll go in my convertible.
Kato pressed a button. The great car roared into life. A section of the wall in front raised automatically, then closed as the gleaming Black Beauty sped into the night. Britt returned to his bedroom, and a moment later left the apartment.
I'm tired of waiting. Pamela, if you're stalling...
Britt Reid will be here, Croydon. Give him time. He had to come from the other side of the city.
He's published some pretty strong stuff against Doc Rupert. Wait till the Doc hears that you and Reid are on a first-name basis.
Don't be a square. Reid means nothing to me. Oh,
Maybe that's him.
I'll see.
Now, wait. Gus, you stand over there. I'll stand here. We'll both cover him when he steps through the door. You give a tip off Pamela, and you will regret it. Now open the door.
Britt, hello.
I came as quickly as possible.
Oh, you're a dear. Step in.
Stand still.
What's this?
Just what it looks like. Keep him covered, Gus. I'll search him.
A double cross, huh?
Mr. Reid, you stepped right into it.
I came as you asked me to.
Yes, but I
Keep
thought
their
you...
hands up.
If it's the claim check you want, it's in my vest pocket.
I have it.
What?
You needn't have had gunmen here, Pamela. I'd have given you the claim check. After all, it is yours, you know.
Has he got a gun? Nope.
Why should I carry a gun?
There's nothing but a number on this. Where's it for?
Pamela can tell you.
But
Give out, Pamela, and be quick or I'll...
It's the railroad station, the West End.
Thanks.
Look, that window.
Watch him, Gus. He's trying an old...
That mask. It's the Green Hornet.
Oh!
What the... Hey, Croydon!
The light!
Look out!
Oh!
Kato wore the mask of the Green Hornet as he fired through the window to smash the light. An instant later, there was wild confusion in the darkness. Britt Reid went into action with his fists swinging like a sledgehammer. Kato came through the broken window and brought the Hornet's gas gun into play. Pamela fell unconscious. Then Croydon and a man called Gus.
That does it. I'll give you the mask and coat.
Wait, right here. I threw it through the window.
Keep an eye on those two. Better give them another shot of gas to keep them out for a time.
Yes, sir.
I'll carry Pamela into the next room. When she wakens, I'll talk to her as the Green Hornet.
Where?
Snap out of it.
That mask. The Green Hornet.
I'm after a film, and you know where it is.
But I...
Your boyfriends are out cold in the next room. You'll not kid me as you did them.
But how did you
Rupert
know?
talked in the wrong places. The film, where is it? Well, shall I get rough?
You win. It's here, beneath this mattress. Here you are.
Thanks. You may go back to sleep.
No, don't shoot me again.
Sorry, I can't have you interfering with my escape. I have it, Kato.
Oh, that's good.
Take the Hornet's gear and the film. Put the film in an envelope and send it to me at the office.
Would you...
I'm staying here until Pamela regains consciousness. You get going.
Oh, dear.
You'll be all right, Miss Gordon. Here, drink this.
Mr. Reid.
I opened my eyes a few minutes ago.
Those two, Croydon and Gus.
They're still unconscious in the other room. I tied them and called the police.
The police?
You tried a pretty shabby trick.
But, Mr. Reid, I thought you'd understand. I thought you'd do something. You must have understood that I was fibbing when I said I'd given you a claim check. I thought you'd know that I was helpless.
I did. And I brought that phony claim check in the hope of stalling until I could learn more about the situation. I didn't know the Green Hornet was working with you.
But he's not. He's working independently. He came here while you were unconscious. He made me give him the film.
The real one?
Yes, he has it. I couldn't bluff him.
Oh, Dr. Rupert won't like that.
The police. I hear them.
They can take Croydon and Gus. I'll file charges, and you'd better back them up.
It was the following day when Lenore Case came into Britt Reid's office with a photograph in her hand.
Here it is, Mr. Reid. And it's a Lulu.
The picture that came by mail, Miss Case?
Uh-huh, by mail. Those two who are talking to Rupert in the ship's cabin are rather notorious.
Oh, Derek and Carlton. They were deported a year ago. This will cook Rupert's goose.
Hey, Reid, the woman in black is here.
Mr. Reid, I received a letter this morning. It said the film was being sent to you.
It came, and here's the picture that was on it.
Oh.
Now, I suppose you expect the cash we agreed upon.
No, I don't. Mr. Reid, my letter came from the Green Hornet. He's the one who sent you the film, even though he might have collected thousands of dollars by selling it to Dr. Rupert. He sent it to you because the welfare of this country was at stake.
Rupert will be picked up within an hour.
I'll keep my word. I'll testify against him. I'm pretty mercenary, but if the Hornet can work for free, I guess I can. I can be as big as the Green Hornet.
That's what you think.
Here, Miss Case. You know where to send this picture. Then send another copy to the composing room. We'll be ready to smash the story when the Federal Bureau gives us the go-ahead.
The Gillespie Catspaw photo proves Rupert in league with enemy agents. Hornet sends film to Sentinel. Read all about it. Girl makes murder charge. That's Gillespie Catspaw.
Boys and girls, your eyes will really pop when you see the swell-looking model city that comes with the Betty Crocker cereal tray. It has all kinds of buildings, houses, and stores that you cut out and build. There are many different style houses, one-story, two-story, old-fashioned, modern, brick, all kinds. Some houses even have separate garages with automobiles. All this on just one Betty Crocker cereal tray. Still other houses, stores, and equipment come on other cereal trays. The model city is easy to build, too. There's no pasting or gluing needed, and many slots are pre-cut. Just ask your grocer for the Betty Crocker cereal tray, the handy cereal package with all three of your breakfast favorites, Cheerios, Wheaties, and Kicks. Get yours now. You've been listening to The Green Hornet, brought to you by the Betty Crocker cereal tray, the cereal assortment of individual packages of Wheaties, Cheerios, and Kicks. Gosh, that jockey sure can ride. That's his fourth winner today. He's feeling his Cheerios. Yes, Cheerios, the ready-to-eat cereal made from oats. Cheerios provides full grain amounts of all the known important vitamins and minerals of oats. Gives you the kind of energy-building nourishment you need to be a winner. And Cheerios taste simply grand. Its toasted oat flavor can't be beat. So for a better breakfast, have Cheerios, the only oat cereal shaped like little letter O's. Be with us again next week at the same time when General Mills will again present The Green Hornet. This is a George W. Trendle production, directed by Charles D. Livingstone. The story was written by Fran Stryker, and the part of the Green Hornet is played by Jack McCarthy. This copyrighted feature originates in Detroit, and all characters, places, and incidents used are fictitious. Hal Neal speaking. Tomorrow night at the same time, over most of these same stations, the Great Horse Silver helps the Lone Ranger solve a mystery in another thrill-packed adventure of the Old West.
This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
For a breakfast corn cereal you'll really go for, eat Kix, crunchy puffs of real energy-rich corn. And now, Kix, that winning American corn cereal, presents... The Green Hornet. He hunts the biggest of all game, public enemies who try to destroy our America. With his faithful valet Kato, Britt Reid, daring young publisher, matches wits with the underworld, risking his life that criminals and racketeers within the law may feel its weight by the sting of the Green Hornet. Ride with Britt Reid in the thrilling adventure of The Hornet Bats for a Pitcher. And now, let's slip back to the days of an earlier America, when the fight for law and order was made in the wilderness. Those were the days when the Pilgrims made a discovery important to their country's fighting, winning energy. They learned to plant and grow corn, the fighting energy food of the Indians. Today, there's a new super delicious way of eating energy-packed corn for breakfast. It's Kix, K-I-X. What a way to start the day, with a heaping bowl full of delicious Kix. You can pour on twice as much milk as you would with ordinary cooked cereal, because those crunchy puffs of corn Kix stay crisp as a nut. Think of the vitamins, minerals, and corn energy you'll get with a winning Kix breakfast. You'll get a kick out of Kix.
Why don't you give up, Denon? Whoever called you a bastard? That's in that bush is a big lion.
Attention, please. Ransom, number 16. Now pitching for the Eagles in place of Denon.
Frank Denon walked back to the Eagles clubhouse, knocked out of the pitcher's box for the 5th time in a row. The Eagles were a minor league team, but they were the principal farm club of the former world's champions. Located directly across the river from where the parent club held sway, the interest in their fortunes was as great in the big city as it was locally, especially in the case of Frank Denon. Sent to the Eagles to acquire experience, he had been touted as a coming great star of the game. He had been sensational early in the season, but on the Eagles' last road trip, something happened, and he had gone to pieces. And now, home once more, he had shown no improvement. It was the aftermath of this last game that brought Vince Cooney, sports writer of the Sentinel, into Britt Reid's office next morning.
Mr. Reid, you hear the news? The Eagles suspended Frank Denon.
I heard it, Cooney. I'm surprised and disappointed.
I don't blame you. I'm disappointed myself.
You saw him lose those 4 on the road, didn't you? What's the matter with him, Cooney?
That's what I've come to tell you. I know you got him started in baseball, and that you're a friend of his family and that Waring girl he's going to marry.
What's that got to do with it?
Mr. Reid, Denon's suspension may be only the start. His manager and the guys on the team are sore at him, plenty sore. Not because he's lost some games. That happens to the best. It's the way he lost them. So when one of the players said yesterday he thought Denon was letting down, I started digging around.
Oh? What'd you find?
Mr. Reid, did you ever hear of Louis Gordon?
The gambler?
That's the guy. Has a string of gambling houses all over. Controls most of the baseball pools, too. And he runs that Gordon Associates outfit.
They set the odds on most of the sports contests, don't they?
All of them. But besides these, Gordon has agents in every state and big city, handling bets and laying them.
So what has all this got to do with Frank Denon?
Too much, I'm afraid. The day he lost his first game, one he figured to win easily, Gordon's men cleaned up. And on each of the nights preceding the games he lost, Denon received long-distance calls from this city.
Does anyone know from whom?
I don't know if anyone else does, but I do. I traced them. The calls he received came direct from Louis Gordon's office at Gordon Associates.
There was a deep frown on Britt Reid's face as he walked into his outer office and over to the desk of his secretary, Lenore Case.
That's Case. Coney saw a pitcher lose a few ball games, heard one ball player say something, and has apparently stumbled on what might well be a sports scandal.
Do we have a beat on it?
It looks that way. And yet I'm holding back.
Well, if you are, then I'm sure there's a good reason, Mr. Reid.
I don't know whether there is or not. The reason in this case is Frank Denon.
Oh, no. Don't say he's done something else.
Something else? How do you... Say, what else has he done?
Truthfully, I don't know. Except that he broke Phyllis Waring's heart. Alice Curlin told me. Phyllis is living with her now, you know, at the Greystone.
No, I didn't know. You didn't tell me this before, Miss Case.
Well, I didn't learn it until yesterday. That's when Phyllis sent back her engagement ring to Frank Denon.
Britt Reid traced Frank Denon to the hotel where he'd registered after leaving his teammates in the town across the river where they were playing ball. It was a haggard-looking Denon who parried Britt's questions in a manner that was bitter, unrevealing, and often insolent.
Now, look, Mr. Reid, I don't want to hear any more. As far as I'm concerned, I'm through with baseball and Phyllis Waring. Haven't I made that clear?
I don't understand your attitude, Frank. But you won't talk baseball. Tell me, why did Phyllis break your engagement?
Why don't you ask her? If you can find her. I've tried and I can't. Joe doesn't answer the phone either.
She's no longer living with her brother.
She's not. Well, that's funny. Joe told me... Forget it.
She moved into Greystone. She's with a friend named Alice Curlin.
It doesn't matter. Now, please go and leave me alone, will you?
All right, Frank. Sure, if you know. I feel sorry for you. But I feel sorrier for that girl who's suffering so much because of whatever you've done to her. You're giving her heart quite a kicking around, Frank. Just as you're doing to your life and your career. Nice going, fellow.
Suffering. Me kicking her heart around. What was he talking about? I wonder it... Hello. Joe, where have you been? I've tried to reach you. Yes, I am, and I want to see you. Well, it's about your sister. Right away? Good, where are you? The All Sports Restaurant? Yeah, I know the place. I'll be there in 15 minutes. Yeah. So long.
Joe Waring was waiting for Frank Denon at the entrance to the main dining room of the All Sports Restaurant, meeting place of the sporting and betting fraternity. Greeting Denon effusively, Joe hustled him to a table and introduced him to a dark, flashily dressed man who remained seated.
Frank, I want you to meet Mr. Fagan. You two might find a lot to talk about. Be back in a couple of minutes, Frank. Stay right there. Won't finish.
Now, hey, wait,
he'll
Joe.
be back. Sit down and take a load off your feet, kid. Save your strength.
As Ziggy Fagan pulled Frank into a chair, Joe Waring approached a nearby table.
Got your camera all set, Harry?
Yeah, right here under the newspaper. You want a shot of that guy with Ziggy?
Yeah. Make sure it's a clear shot. Print it right away and take it to Louis' office.
Joe did not return to Denon's table, and the young pitcher squirmed uneasily as long minutes passed.
What you squirming around like that for?
I wonder where Joe went. I wanted to talk to him.
Nothing so important it can't wait.
I don't see him.
He went out the front door a little while ago.
What?
Hey, where you going?
I won't wait for Joe. I'll see Phyllis and have this out. Taxi! Hey, taxi! Yeah, the Greystone. And get me there as quick as you can.
Frank, you...
Bill, I want to talk to you.
During the next few moments, a few questions and answers made many things clear to Frank and Phyllis. The fog of misunderstanding that had clouded their every moment during the past weeks began to lift as the light of truth brought out facts that neither of them had known or suspected.
I keep telling you, Phyllis, I received only that one last letter from you. I wrote to you every single day.
You wrote? And phoned me?
Of course I did. But you wouldn't answer. You had Joe tell me off for you over the phone.
Joe. Joe, that's it. Those calls were from you. And he... Oh, why didn't I realize it? You say you received one letter from me, Frank. Do you have it?
Do I? Here it is. Not even a salutation.
Why, this isn't a letter. This is just a note. I can't go on like this any longer. It has become evident more and more each day that your way of life is... Frank, I wrote this to Joe.
To Joe? A letter like that?
Yes, when I moved in here. I couldn't stand it any longer the way he was living. Drinking, gambling, everything. And when you went away, he seemed to watch me every minute. Now I realize he had a motive. But he kept telling me things about you and other girls.
Why, that dirty...
He made me believe him. Then when he started bringing home those terrible friends of his, I just had to leave. That's why I wrote this note to him.
What is Joe's game? What's he trying to do?
It's not Alice. I wonder who it could be. Joe.
Hello, Philip. I want to tell you this. Frank, how did you get here? How did you...
Never mind that, Joe. The important thing is you're here.
And you've an awful lot to account for, Joe.
Oh, no, you don't, Joe. You're going to stay here and talk. Talk fast now. Tell us everything, everything.
I don't know what you're talking about.
No, you don't. Well, maybe this will help you.
Don't hit him so hard, Frank.
It's the only thing that'll make him talk. Another one on the chin, Joe. It'll give me pleasure.
Frank, Joe. No, please, Frank. I'll tell you, I had to do what I did. I had to do what they told me. If I didn't, they'd kill me.
Who'd have killed you?
I don't know. Louis Gordon's mom.
Louis Gordon's mom?
That's right. The gambler. You see,
And Joe Waring went on to sob out his sordid confession. He'd taken to gambling and lost heavily. Lost until he was in debt to the Gordon outfit for more money than he could hope to repay. His association with Denon through his sister was a perfect one for their purpose. And so the gamblers, under threat of death, forced him to carry out their scheme. To date, they had cleaned up great sums.
I figured you'd go to pieces if Phyllis let you down. I intercepted the letters you sent her and told her lies about you.
I didn't think anyone could be so rotten.
That big play came when I phoned you saying Phyllis had asked me that you were to stop writing and trying to get in touch with her. They had me call you in the middle of the night, always before the games you were scheduled to pitch. They thought that'd upset you, too.
Upset me? I'd go out in the mound next day, not sure I was alive, much less playing ball.
Oh, my poor darling Frank.
The rest of you figured hanging around Phyllis till she'd write to you, then saying I'd mail a letter, getting to the phone before she did all the time, fixing that note she sent me, and...
My brother. Joe, didn't you realize you were ruining our lives? And Frank's career?
I didn't want to think. I couldn't think. All I knew was I didn't want to die. But I don't care what happens now. Frank, I've got to tell you this. They're out to get you good. I've made that possible, too.
What do you mean?
That fella I introduced you to this afternoon. Mr. Fagan. That was Big Ziggy Fagan.
Ziggy Fagan? What? Why, if I was seen talking to him...
That was the idea, Joe. You were seen. And Louis Gordon had someone planted to take a picture of you and Fagan together. I don't know what he's up to.
Let this hold you while you figure it out.
Oh. Where are you going, Frank?
First, I'm going back to the restaurant to get Ziggy Fagan.
As Frank Denon rushed to the street to hurry back to the All Sports restaurant and Big Ziggy Fagan, Vince Cooney was in Britt Reid's office, telling him incredulously,
Your boy Denon sure did it this afternoon. He'll be barred from organized baseball by morning.
What? What'd he do now?
I saw him in the All Sports restaurant with Big Ziggy Fagan. Posing.
Huh? Fagan? Fellow who tried to fix the basketball games and who was tried for bribing?
That's the sweet character. He's barred from every ballpark in America. And when this thing today comes out, Denon will be too.
Still there?
They were when I left. Say, where are you rushing?
To the All Sports restaurant for a showdown with that All-American double-crosser, Frank Denon.
We'll continue our story in just a moment.
Ready to order, sir?
I certainly am. I'll start with a shrimp cocktail, chicken soup. And I'll have the sirloin steak, medium, carrots and peas, and, mashed potatoes. Coffee later with apple pie and cheese for dessert.
Oh, boy, there's a top favorite American meal for you. But, that menu he's reading probably lists a few other dishes still more truly American than those he ordered, like corn on the cob, corn fritters, hot buttered kernels of corn. Sure, they're all corn dishes. And there's no food more American than corn, the only Native American grain, the very grain that goes into kicks. Corn, is the energy-rich food that gave the Indians a lot of their hard-fighting endurance. The food that helped give the pioneers the energy that won an empire. And today, the way to eat corn for breakfast, in a way you'll really go for, is kicks. It's not flakes, but roasted corn, popped into crunchy, mouth-watering puffs of real corn. No wonder Kix stays crisp no matter how much cream or milk you pour on. So think of the well-rounded supply of minerals, vitamins, and corn food energy you get with a daily breakfast of Kix and milk. Try it soon. Kix is a winner. Now to continue our story. Britt Reid and Frank Denon converged on the All Sports restaurant, each intent on his purpose. The first to arrive, Denon entered the dining room to find that Big Ziggy Fagan had departed. Uncertain for a moment, he reached a sudden decision. He headed for the telephone booths in the lobby and thumbed through the pages of the phone book. And at that moment, Britt Reid entered the front door and saw him. Frank Denon didn't notice Reid's entrance. And when he found the number he sought, he entered the phone book. Nor did he notice, as he placed a coin in the box and dialed, that the young publisher had quietly slipped into the adjoining booth and pressed his ear to the wall.
Gordon Associates? I want to speak to Louis. To Louis, I said. Oh, yeah? Well, he'll have to see me. The name is Denon. Frank Denon. He'll know me. It's, about an arrangement I made with Big Ziggy. Yeah. Yeah, that's right. Thanks. He and Ziggy will be at the main office in an hour? Where's the main office? Second floor of the Grand Building, huh? Thanks. I'll be there.
With an hour in which to get to Louis Gordon's office, Frank Denon had another sudden thought. And this, too, led to a phone call. This time, he called the hotel across the river, where his teammates were stopping. Pete Whitty, his catcher and former companion, didn't want to speak to Denon at first. But finally, Frank got his story across. And when Whitty replied, a wide grin spread over the young pitcher's face.
Oh, gee, that's great, Whitty. You don't know what this means to me. As many as you can get, yeah. You'll be able to make it in 15 minutes if you come through the tunnel. You got the address? Good. When I get there, give me about 10 minutes before you break in.
Why, Mr. Britt, you late for dinner.
Kato, get ready for a trip in the Black Beauty.
What is wrong, Mr. Britt? You angry?
Yes, I am. When I think of the chances Frank Denon has kicked over. Kato, the crooks that wrecked Frank's life have got to pay. This is a job for the Green Hornet. Get my mask and gun, Kato. We're going to Louis Gordon's office.
Louis Gordon rose from the chair behind his oversized desk, lit a cigar, and looked at Big Ziggy Fagan, who sat admiring a photograph.
Admiring yourself, Ziggy?
Yeah. You know, Louis, I'm not as bad looking as I thought.
Ziggy, that's a swell picture. With a picture like that, we can make this kid Denon do whatever we want when we want it.
Yeah. It's a sweetheart.
Now, the first thing we do is... Yeah, chick.
Fella Denon's out here to see you, boss.
Yeah, phone call was on the level. I wonder, is he alone?
Yeah, he's alone.
I can't figure this. Okay, send him in. And look, better keep a few boys around out there. Ziggy, stick around and see what the play is.
Sure thing, Louis.
That's Denon, Ziggy. Let him in, will you?
Yeah, sure thing, Louis.
When Frank Denon stepped inside Gordon's office and saw Big Ziggy Fagan, he started toward him, then reconsidered, and went on to Louis Gordon's desk. The gambler greeted him with a bland smile and penetrating stare.
Denon, I'm Gordon. Call me Louis. What's on your mind?
Plenty. But first, I want to get a good look at a chiseling crook. Meaning you.
Is that all you have to say?
No. Joe Waring told me everything you and your pals made him do. So you could win your baseball bets and your crooked baseball pools.
It was Waring that told you, What else, Denon? Go on.
I am going on. Where's that picture you had taken today? When I was framed in a sitting with that crook.
Hey, looky here, kid. You'll get the little
Keep
too
your
big.
shirt on, Ziggy. Here, Denon, here's the picture. We got the negative. It'll blow up swell. Make a nice, glossy print for the newspapers.
Some picture, eh, kid? It can knock you out of baseball like no hitters ever could. On account of I'm in it.
Ziggy's right, Denon. And, of course, I don't want to give it to the papers. But I could. Unless.
This is the part I want to hear. Unless what?
Unless you play ball the way we tell you when we tell you.
Gordon, your psychology was good up to now. Perfect, as a matter of fact.
Yeah. Had you pegged right, didn't I? Fellow in love hears his girl's left him, gone to pieces because there's nothing he can do. Yeah, you're right, Denon. My psychology was good, and it still is.
No, it isn't, Gordon. You don't think you're going to threaten me into throwing games with that picture, do you?
Sure I do. But I'm going to let you win the next few, if you can. Got to butter up the odds again.
But you can't, Gordon. Because after I get through punching you around, I'm going to make Joe Waring tell the police every rotten detail of your frame-up.
Oh,
and then
you are, huh?
What are you doing?
Going to give orders to put Waring where he'll never be able to talk.
You're not going to do that.
Fire! Back here, you. Get him off of me, Ziggy. Take your hands off him, kid.
Zick, come in here. Break his arms, Ziggy. Kill him. We got to kill him anyway. All right, gang, take him. Beat his head in. Finish him. Get him to the car. Bring it down the road somewhere.
So they'll think his murder was an accident?
Hey, what the...
Oh, no, they don't, Gordon.
He came through the window. Look, he's got a mask on.
Angel Johnny. It's a Green Hornet. Get him.
I've got him. I got the mask guy.
Oh, no, you haven't.
Nice going, Hornet. I'll take care of this bunch.
Hey, no, Ziggy. Got the whole gang coming in. Big guy.
Here they are, team.
Hey, what's going on here?
This is going right on your jaw, Ziggy.
Big Ziggy Gordon crashed to the floor unconscious as the Green Hornet's fist banged into his face. He never did see the full onslaught by that dozen men, young, hard, suntanned, and ablaze with fighting fury. They were Frank Denon's teammates, led by Pete Whitty.
We're with you, Denon. Oh, so you want to fight, huh, Big Nose? Well, here.
The Hornet's on our side, boys. Lay off him.
Hey, break for it, gang. It's the cop. The cop. I'm going out the other door.
You're going out, period, Gordon. I owe you this. No.
You've got the situation at hand, boys. Hold on to him. The police are here.
Britt Reid smiled beneath his mask as he viewed the havoc wrought on the crooks by the ball players who had heeded Frank Denon's summons. When the first policeman entered the outer office, the masked man sped down the fire escape and dropped lightly to the ground.
What happened, Mr. Britt? So much fighting and yelling, it sounded like a war.
It is, Kato. The start of a war against the crooks and gamblers who are trying to ruin baseball and every other sport Americans love. We'll call the Sentinel as soon as we get away from here.
You learn all about Frank Denon?
Yes, Kato. I've learned that Britt Reid was all wrong in his snap judgment this time. I'm glad the Green Hornet found out the truth. I remained hidden outside the window and heard Denon tell off Gordon and Fagan. He's a great boy, Kato. When this story breaks, it's going to make him greater than he ever was.
Back in the wrecked office, a bunch of mussed-up but jubilant young ball players laughed and patted Frank Denon's shoulders as the police carted off Gordon, Fagan, and the rest of their gang.
Gee, thanks, fellas. And you, Whitty, for bringing him here.
Oh, the fight was worth it. And boy, are we proud of you. And glad for you, Frank. We'll see you don't lose another game all season.
That right, guys? And I'll pitch my arm off to see that I don't. And I'll pitch tomorrow if they'll reinstate me. I thought I was a goner for a while when you fellas didn't show.
Some goons downstairs tried to stop us. We had to finish him before we got up here.
Well, I'll never understand how or why he came here. But I'm sure glad the Green Hornet was there on the fire escape. He's the one who saved my life. I wonder who he is.
There was a big league atmosphere in the minor league ballpark across the river that day. Frank Denon, who had been reinstated immediately when his sensational story was revealed, and he had asked if he might start the game that day. He was told he would. In a grandstand box as Frank warmed up were Britt Reid, Lenore Case, and Phyllis Waring. A different Phyllis than the one who had accompanied her brother when he went to the district attorney's office the previous night.
I don't feel sorry for Joe. I almost feel glad now that he's told everything. At least he had enough moral strength to do that.
They'll be able to send Gordon and his mob to jail for a long time on Joe's testimony. On federal, state, and local charges.
I see you're wearing Frank's engagement ring again, Phyllis.
Yes. Now I'll have to hope that he'll marry me in spite of my brother and my lack of faith.
He's a born big leaguer, Phyllis. When he comes up to the majors
He's
next
waving
year...
up here, see?
Oh, hi, darling. You know, he was telling me that the masked man who saved him last night was the Green Hornet. That Green Hornet, I think he's wonderful.
I think he is, too.
The batteries for today's game for the Gray Sox, Zimmerman and Layton. For the Eagles, Denon and Whitting.
The selection, Catspaw, gamblers indicted Louis Gordon to stand trial. Green Hornet saves young pitcher. Read all about it, Denon hurled, shot out in big test. That selection, Catspaw.
You know, when lawbreakers were hauled before a pilgrim judge, their fine was often paid in corn. Yes, sir, those old judges knew that corn was more precious than money. It was the food that gave the red man a lot of his fighting energy. The food that helped give the pilgrims themselves their hearty energy. Now, don't you hand the judge a box of kicks if you get fined for parking too long. You eat your kicks for breakfast and help yourself to a delicious serving of real corn energy. Kicks is not flakes, but crunchy, delicious puffs of real corn. Sure, Corn Kicks stays crisp in plenty of milk. So pour it on and help yourself to milk as well as corn, vitamins, and minerals, too. Try it. You'll go for a winning Kicks breakfast. You've been listening to The Green Hornet, brought to you by Kicks, the ready-to-eat roasted corn cereal. Try it. Kicks is a winner. Be with us again next week at the same time when General Mills will again present The Green Hornet. This copyrighted feature originates in Detroit, and all characters, places, and incidents used are fictitious. Hal Neal speaking. Tomorrow night at the same time over most of these same stations, the Great Stallion Silver carries the masked rider of the plains on an exciting rescue in Frontier Town when the Lone Ranger rides again. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company. For a breakfast corn cereal you'll really go for, eat Kicks, crunchy puffs of real energy-rich corn. And now, Kicks, that winning American corn cereal, presents... The Green Hornet. He hunts the biggest of all game, public enemies who try to destroy our America. With his faithful valet Kato, Britt Reid, daring young publisher, matches wits with the underworld, risking his life that criminals and racketeers within the law may feel its weight by the sting of the Green Hornet. Ride with Britt Reid in the thrilling adventure of Taxi Dance to Murder. Perhaps the Indians didn't know the value of land when they sold Manhattan for a few dollars worth of trinkets. But they knew the food value of corn, their fighting energy food. Today's modern way to eat corn in this energy-rich way for breakfast is Kix, K-I-X. Yes, here's a breakfast corn cereal you'll really go for, because Corn Sweet Kix isn't flakes, isn't shredded. Kix is energy-building corn, popped into crunchy, delicious puffs that really stay crisp in milk or cream. Kix gives you all the important vitamins and minerals of corn. Try it. You'll get a kick out of Kix. It was generally known to both police and press that marijuana, otherwise known as loco weed, was being widely distributed in the city. The traffic was expanding despite all efforts of authorities to find the men responsible. It was virtually impossible to trace the distribution of the marijuana cigarettes. A few arrests had been made, but these led nowhere. No evidence pointed to Waxy Lucas, operator of a taxi dance hall known as the Palace. Lucas was in his office with his right-hand man.
Bonnie, all I ask is another 6 months of this, and we'll be on Easy Street.
You'll be on Easy Street, Lucas. What about me?
I'll be generous when I declare the dividends.
When?
You just play along, I'll take care of you. Just be sure that none of the peddlers gets too talkative.
Things are getting pretty warm, boss. Daily Sentinel's been running some blistering editorials.
Our editorials can't hurt us.
Yeah, but suppose some reporter or cop gets a line on one of the peddlers. Then where are we?
Don't worry, I know it.
Yeah, the door.
Come on in. What's the matter, Maisie? Some of the taxi dancers squabbling again?
No, it's not that, boss. I want to speak to you about that girl you hired a couple of weeks ago.
What about her?
You know who she is?
I don't keep track of the girls. That's your job. I don't even remember her name.
You mean the quiet-looking brunette?
Yeah, that's the one. Called herself Yvonne something or other.
What about her?
I was looking through her street clothes in the locker room. Found a wallet there.
So what?
Here, see for yourself. You'll find a driver's license and some other identification. Her right name is Jennings. Betty Jennings. And here's the card that'll interest you particularly. A Social Security card. She's working for the Daily Sentinel.
A reporter?
Why, that little...
Yeah, nice, huh?
What's she know?
She's been mighty chummy with a lot of the girls. I don't know how much she knows, but I bet it's plenty.
Bring her in here.
Looks like this is a job for me, huh, boss? Maybe a little accident.
I'll go find her right away. Hey, kid. Have you seen Yvonne anywhere?
She's over there, Maisie, at the phone booth.
Who's she calling?
Well, you got me.
I'll soon find out.
Hello, Mr. Reid? I'm sorry to bother you at home, but I had to speak to you before it was too late. This is Betty Jennings. I've been working at the Dance Palace the past 2 weeks trying to get a line on the... Oh, you know about it. Well, then that saves time. Listen, Mr. Reid, there may be trouble. I left my wallet in the locker room, and it's gone. If those people find out I'm a reporter, things will get hot. I've made a list of places where the stuff is being sold, and I dropped it in the mail. You should get it in the morning. What's that, Mr. Reid? You mean I'm to leave right away?
That'll do, dearie.
Well, you cut me off.
You said it. Now hang up the receiver.
What's the idea? Had a girl even call
Give
her
me that
boyfriend?
receiver.
Fine thing. I was just fixing things for
Waxy, you'll give you your nickel back, dearie. But first he wants to talk to you.
Well, I don't want to talk to him. I'm fed up with this place.
Don't get tough. I don't like it.
A gun.
That's right. Jennings. A gun. Now just walk straight to Waxy's office and keep your trap shut.
This is the end of the line, Miss Jennings. Just step out.
You mean you're going to leave me here on the state highway?
You heard the boss. Get out of this car and hurry it up.
All right, if that's the way you want.
That's it.
That did it.
Is Barney coming?
Yeah. I can see his headlights.
Okay. He'll finish the job.
Run driver starting killing. Here you are, sir. Sentinel reporter found on highway. Here you are, lady. Read all about it. Central X-Street. Bedford.
Britt Reid, youthful publisher of the influential newspaper, the Daily Sentinel, was keenly hurt by the death of a member of his staff. He was in his office with his secretary, Lenore Case, and Michael Axford.
I tell you, that girl was murdered. And it's my fault.
No, Reed, you can't say that.
It wasn't your idea to have Miss Jennings take a job as a taxi dancer in that palace. It was her own suggestion. You were opposed to it.
That's right, Reed.
She was so eager to get the big story. I let her persuade me to okay the assignment.
Oh, she'd have gone anyway. She was sure there was a connection between the marijuana racket and the palace dance hall.
By golly, it looks like she was right.
I wonder what's keeping the police commissioner. He said he'd be here in a few minutes.
He will be.
If we could only prove that Miss Jennings got something on those crooks.
We can't even prove she worked at the palace. She used an assumed name.
Did you talk to Lucas?
Of course. He denies knowing her.
Oh, Britt.
Oh, Commissioner Higgins, come in. I'm glad you're here.
Hello, Axford.
Hello, Commissioner.
Hello, Miss Case.
Good morning, Commissioner.
I didn't see anyone in the outer office.
We've been talking about Betty Jennings.
Commissioner, it's our theory that it wasn't no hit-run accident that killed Betty Jennings.
The accident theory went out the window when I talked to Britt on the phone.
Oh.
Oh, Britt, you said you'd give me a rundown on the details if I came here.
Well, Betty Jennings had a few leads in the marijuana racket. A couple of taxi dancers she thought might be persuaded to talk.
Taxi dancers?
Yes. So she used an assumed name and got a job in the palace.
Waxy Lucas's place. I've had men watching Lucas, but they got nothing at all.
Well, Betty got something. She got a list of names and addresses. She dropped them into a mailbox yesterday afternoon just as a precaution. Last night, she phoned me. Said she thought the heat was on. She was cut off. That's the last I heard from her.
A list of names, huh?
Yes.
Here it is, Commissioner Higgins.
Oh, thank you, Miss Case. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Marijuana cigarettes are being distributed in each of those 7 places.
Anything other than the dead girl's word to verify that?
No.
But she gave her life for that list.
Well, I can get warrants and send squads out on surprise raids.
You'll find something. I'm sure of it.
Probably a small stock of local weed cigarettes, a cheap peddler or two, and a few fool kids that buy the stuff. The trouble is, Britt, a dragnet like that never catches the men on top. But we'll raid. We'll stage a roundup tonight. That's the least we can do for Betty Jennings.
A dozen police cars went into action that night with carefully picked men, acting on direct orders from the commissioner himself. Armed with warrants, tear gas, and sawed-off shotguns, the squads fanned out from police headquarters and struck at several places simultaneously.
All right, stop the music. All of you stand where you are. Stop the music, you hear?
It's a raid. I gotta get out of here.
Now, take it easy. All the doors are watched. You can't get away. Don't make no resistance, and you won't get hurt. Come here, you. What are you trying to get rid of?
No, wait, let me go. Let me go, mister.
Trying to duck the cigarettes, huh? All right, come on with us.
Another squad swept down on a beer garden, entering both front and rear doors at the same time. Another dance hall was suddenly thrown into disorder by the appearance of the determined man in blue uniform. Car after car, loaded with protesting prisoners, headed for police headquarters in a series of raids that brought 8-column headlines in all newspapers.
Set the Lex Street, Red police dragnet catches peddlers, surprise raids in all parts of the city. Hurry and paper, marijuana found in police raids, read on.
According to the latest reports, over 30 prisoners have been taken to police headquarters, along with seized marijuana in the form of cigarettes. This is your Sentinel radio reporter.
Seated in his apartment, Britt Reid turned off the radio, then turned to his Filipino valet, Kato.
It's a beginning, Cato. And that's all it is.
Oh, yes, Mr. Britt.
I'm dubious about the results.
Well, how is that?
The prisoners fall into two groups, the sellers and the buyers. Most of the buyers are misguided people, many of them young, who have no criminal record. They'll probably be given a suspended sentence.
What of the others?
Police have caught other peddlers from time to time. They're all small fry.
Well, they might name the important men in the racket.
They haven't in the past, and they won't now. They'd rather take a short jail term. They know what'd happen if they squealed. As soon as they finished their jail terms, they'd meet with an accident, just as Betty Jennings did.
Well, Mr. Britt, is there nothing we can do?
There might be, Cato. We'll see how things develop.
We'll continue our story in just a moment.
Chief of Detectives.
That you, boss?
What's up, Mike? You sound excited.
I've cracked the case. Yeah, I tailed their torpedo for 3 days, but it was worth it. He led me right to their headquarters, picked up the whole gang, and recovered the jewels, too.
Great work, Mike. You must be dog-tired. Better take a few days off and get some sleep.
I sure need it, but I'm starved. Haven't had a leisurely square meal in weeks. First thing I'm going to do is tie into an inch-thick slice of rare roast beef, mashed potatoes, the whole works.
Yes, whatever their jobs, when the inner man calls, you'll find that a lot of Americans will rate a plate of roast beef as just about tops. Mighty popular eating, all right, but it's still not the most truly American food you can think of. Take foods like corn fritters, corn on the cob, tasty dishes like that. They're the most American dishes of all. Sure, they're made with corn, the only native American grain, the fighting food of the Indians. Yes, the energy food that helped give our pioneer forefathers their get up and get. Modern Americans need the energy of corn foods, too. So start in with breakfast and eat corn in a way you'll really go for. It's Kix, naturally. Kix isn't flat flakes, but crunchy puffs of real corn that stay crisp in milk or cream. Talk about a winning American cereal. Kix gives you all the important vitamins and minerals of corn. Eat Kix every breakfast. Corn Kix with plenty of milk or cream and the season's fresh fruit gives you a breakfast treat that's downright good, that starts you off on a power-packed day. Try it. Kix is a winner. Now to continue our story. The majority of those who had been captured in a series of police raids were charged with purchase or possession of marijuana cigarettes. These, for the most part, were youthful people from good families, people who had no criminal record. They appeared as a group in Judge Carvel's court.
I am deeply shocked to see before me representatives of fine families, some of whom I know personally. I know you're not criminals, neither are you vicious. I feel that you have been victims of bad companions, that leniency and another chance is indicated. So I'm going to issue a warning and a probationary period.
Britt Reid left the courtroom while the kindly white-haired judge lectured those who stood before him. He was in his office when Lenore Case entered with the final word from the trial.
Suspended sentence for every one of them, Mr. Reid.
That's about what I expected. Oh, well.
Perhaps the judge will crack down when the peddlers go on trial.
I've been checking past records, Miss Case.
Yes?
Other peddlers have gone on trial. They pleaded guilty and got 60 to 90 days.
Oh, Mr. Reid, if that's all Judge Carvel gives these dirty rats... Oh, pardon me, but I don't think Betty Jennings would feel that her work had been worthwhile.
I agree with you, but... Miss Case, I'd like a list of the people who were in court today.
The suspended sentences?
Yes.
Very well, but... Well, it's the peddlers who should be made to pay the limit.
Well, perhaps this is a case where the indirect approach will get the best results.
The indirect approach? You mean you think there's a chance for best results?
I think I know how to influence Judge Carvel.
Oh, but he can't be influenced. Why, he's as honest as the day is long.
Therefore, Miss Case, the indirect approach.
I'll get that list of names.
Waxy Lucas sat in his office and laughed when he heard the results of the day in court.
Suspended sentences right down the line. Oh, that's good.
Judge Carvel's an old dear, huh, boss?
Lenient as ever.
Boss, maybe you're laughing too soon. Our boys haven't gone to trial yet. Today it was only the guys that got caught for possession.
It's all right, Bonnie. Judge Carvel is running true to form.
You think the boys will get the same as usual?
Sure they will. 90 days. Bonnie, you see that they've got all lawyers and that they're ordered to plead guilty and take the rap.
Okay, Lucas.
If any fines, they'll be paid.
I just hope those boys keep their traps shut.
They will. They know what'll happen if they squeal.
For 90 days and a fine, they'll keep quiet. But if the judge hands out a stiff jolt, things might be bad.
Don't worry about it, Bonnie. Carvel's all right.
Look, the Daily Sentinel's had a lot to say about the leniency in that court. Carvel might be influenced.
He and Britt Reid are on opposite sides of the political fence. Carvel is just cussed stubborn enough to go against Reid whenever he has a chance. Don't worry, Bonnie.
Britt Reid spent the afternoon studying the names of the people who had been given suspended sentences by Judge Carvel. Then, that evening, he sat down at the phone in his apartment.
Well, here is first name, Mr. Britt. It is John Hawkins.
Now, let's see. Telephone number. All right. His father's a fine old man. I hope I can imitate his voice.
We also hope Judge is at home.
Judge Carvel speaking.
Carvel, I paid your agent the price you demanded to get my son a suspended sentence. But I simply had to phone and tell you what I think of you.
What's that? Who is this?
The name is Hawkins. My son was in your court.
Hawkins?
Words can't express my contempt for anyone who'd send a solicitor for a bribe. Carvel, don't you ask me for any more support. Goodbye.
That should make Carvel start thinking.
Mr. Britt, he may phone man you imitate to ask questions.
He can't reach Hawkins. He's out of town.
Oh.
So is Andrew Barnes.
So now you call and speak like Andrew Barnes?
Yes.
You're welcome to the money, Carvel. I'm glad to know that anyone who gets into trouble can get a suspended sentence from you for a stinking $100.
A little later, Britt Reid called the judge again, and this time spoke in another voice. And the judge was furious.
Now, wait a minute, and listen to me. I don't know what you're talking about. I have no agents. I've never taken a bribe in my life. Hung up. Oh, confound it, what's happening? What is all this talk about bribes solicited by an agent of mine?
After the final call, Britt went to his bedroom, followed by Kato. He took some cash from a wall safe, then a mask and weapon of the Green Hornet. Then, stepping through a secret panel in the rear of a closet in the bedroom, Britt Reid and Kato went along a narrow passageway built within the walls of the apartment itself. This passage led to an adjoining building which fronted on a dark side street. Though supposedly abandoned, this building served as the hiding place for the sleek, super-powered Black Beauty, streamlined car of the Green Hornet. Britt Reid pressed a button. The great car roared into life. A section of the wall in front raised automatically, then closed as the gleaming Black Beauty sped into the night. Midnight found Judge Carvel at the telephone, exhausted after hours of trying to call back one of the men from whom he thought he had received a call.
Hawkins, Barnes. If I could just get a few words with one of them. Something is confounded strange. Oh, thunder, still no answer.
Hang up the phone and keep quiet.
What the Green Hornet.
Take it easy.
Where did you come from?
The lock on your side door doesn't amount to much. Steady. Don't reach under that bookshelf. You don't need a gun for me. I just came to give you a present, that's all. Here.
Money.
Nice chunk there. It's yours.
Mine?
The boys will help you out tomorrow. And they're in your court. They'll all plead guilty.
Court tomorrow? What do you mean?
You can find them, that's all right. And they'll take any rap up to 6 months without a squawk. If you can get by with a 90-day stretch, it'll be even better.
You mean the marijuana peddlers?
Who else?
Why, you...
Don't reach for that gun. And don't cross this up, Judge Carvel. If you do, we'll expose you for taking bribes from men like Hawkins and Barnes.
Hawkins? Barnes? I didn't take bribes.
What do you suppose they'd think if after paying me as your representative, their sons won suspended sentences in your court?
What? So you're the one. You called on them. You took that cash. I'll kill you for that.
Oh, hold it.
I'll shoot you.
Give me that gun.
I'll get you.
Here, try gas from this gun.
As the judge staggered and fell unconscious to the floor, Britt hurried from the house, clutching his side as he ran to the Black Beauty. Cato, waiting in the car, opened the door as the masked man approached.
Mr. Britt, I hear a shot.
Cato, he was fast and got a gun.
You hit.
I gassed him. But his bullet... Drive, Cato. Get me home.
Britt Reid clung tenaciously to a slender thread of consciousness until he reached his home. Then oblivion engulfed him. When Judge Carvel walked into court the next morning, he found it crowded. He listened with a stony face as one after another of the marijuana peddlers came to the bar and pleaded guilty. Then he eyed the spectators while he considered his verdict.
Lucas, are you sure everything's okay?
Of course it is, Barney. I'm not worried.
Judge, don't look soft to me.
Don't let his look scare you.
Each of the accused has pleaded guilty as charged. In doing this, you have simplified the process of justice.
You see what I mean?
The discretionary powers of a judge in a case like this are very broad. The maximum penalty is very heavy. This case has extraordinary conditions.
I guess you were right, Lucas.
Conditions that are known by the men involved. Now, there seems to be an impression that this court is, maybe influenced. To dispel any such idea, it is the sentence of this court that each of the defendants serve the maximum penalty provided by law. 10 years of hard labor.
I won't take it! I'll squeal, listen!
Your Honor, I appeal. This is wrong.
I want to talk. I want to make a deal.
I'm getting out of here.
I'll tell you about the top guys. I'll tell all you wanted. I'll answer your questions. Tell who killed the girl. Your Honor. I want to talk.
Confusion reigned in court, but Britt Reid knew nothing about it. He had been unconscious through the entire day. When evening came, he lay motionless in his apartment. And at the side of his bed sat the three people whom he had trusted with the secret of his dual role. Kato, Commissioner Higgins, and Lenore Case.
He's moving at last.
Betty Jennings. You know.
Steady, Mr. Reid.
I hear you, Betty.
Mr. Reid, I'm not Betty. I'm Casey.
Huh? Oh, Case. Commissioner. Kato.
Miss Britt, I worried. I sent for Miss Case and Police Commissioner.
Oh, yes. Funny, I thought I heard Betty Jennings. She seemed to be telling me everything was all right.
Everything's under control, Britt. My personal physician took care of your wound. He thinks you had an accident cleaning a gun.
What time is it?
It's 8 o'clock.
Oh, Miss Case, we've got to cover the trial of those marijuana peddlers. This is their day in Judge Carvel's court.
Mr. Reid, it's 8 o'clock in the evening. The trial's all over.
Oh, all over?
I don't know what you did, Britt, but Judge Carvel told me about a caller he had last night. The Green Hornet. And some cash that was left with him.
Cash?
A bribe. He's waiting for someone to try and claim it. If it's not claimed, he'll give it to charity.
That's fine. It won't be claimed. I hoped it... Well, Commissioner, what happened in court?
Britt, you should have been there. Carvel cracked down hard. He gave those rats the works, and they squealed their heads off. They named the ringleaders of the marijuana racket and identified Maisie Barney and Waxy Lucas as the murderers of Betty Jennings.
Gosh, that's good.
Yes, Mr. Reid, it is good. And the assignment you okayed for Betty Jennings
has been completed by the Green Hornet.
Set the Lex Street, Catspaw, crime ring smashed, Carvel here's confession, murder solved. Read all about it, just mention Green Hornet and cracking crime ring. Set the Lex Street,
Boy, am I tired.
If that's you and the morning's hardly begun, better check up on your breakfast. Try Kix, made from corn, the fighting energy food of the Indian. Now at breakfast time, you can take on the energy-building vitamins and minerals that corn gives you, and in a way you'll really go for. Kix, you see, is not flat flakes, but crunchy, delicious puffs of power-packed corn that stay crisp in milk or cream. So pour it on for those extra milk vitamins, too. Enjoy a super delicious Kix and milk breakfast every day. It's powerful good. Kix, that winning American corn cereal. You've been listening to The Green Hornet, brought to you by Kix, the ready-to-eat roasted corn cereal. Try it. Kix is a winner. Be with us again next week at the same time when General Mills will again present The Green Hornet. These are George W. Trendle productions directed by Charles D. Livingstone. The story was written by Fran Stryker, and the part of the Green Hornet is played by Jack McCarthy. This copyrighted feature originates in Detroit, and all characters, places, and incidents used are fictitious. Hal Neal speaking. Tomorrow night, at this same time, over many of these same stations, there'll be roaring action of the Old West when the Lone Ranger rides again. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
His faithful valet Kato, Britt Reid, daring young publisher, matches wits with the underworld, risking his life that criminals and racketeers within the law may feel its weight by the sting of the Green Hornet. The Green Hornet strikes again. A large car moved through the night along the state highway a few miles east of the city. The driver had the front seat to himself. One of the two men in the rear kept a close watch on the driver. The other sat half-turned so he could look out the rear window at the dimmed headlights of the car that followed.
Is the other car still back of us, Dykeman? Yeah, about a quarter of a mile.
Hey, Mr. Coleman, what's cooking?
You don't know the plans, Eddie. It's time you were informed. So,
Hate to be spotted by the cops. This car's plenty hot.
Eddie, do you see the bridge ahead of us?
Yeah, sure.
Stop on the bridge.
On the bridge?
You heard what the boss said, on the bridge.
All right. Who's arguing?
Keep the motor running, Eddie.
Okay, now what?
Eddie, you've been one of the best men in my outfit. You know that, don't you?
Oh, thanks, Mr. Coleman.
You should have been satisfied with what I paid you. You were doing all right. Other cars stopped right back of us, boss. Good.
Well, now listen to me, Mr. Coleman. Give me a
Say,
chance.
Eddie, I don't want to hear it. Go ahead, Dykeman. Let him have it.
No, wait. I can explain it. Oh.
Yeah. That did it. I hope he didn't leave a mark on his head. Not a chance, boss. Not with a sandbag. Now get the front door open. Turn the wheels toward the side of the bridge before we put the car in gear.
Yeah, I know, Mr. Coleman.
All set to let it go? Yeah. Be sure you jump clear.
Let's go!
Mr. Reid's office?
Who's calling, Britt Reid?
No, he isn't in yet. Do you care to leave your name?
Very well. Wouldn't leave no name, eh, Casey?
No, Axford. No name.
You know, there's something interesting here in the last edition. The cops found Eddie Rick in a stolen car.
I read that. Dead, wasn't he?
Yeah, drowned. Went off the bridge on the post road.
Did you know him?
I knew who he was. You know, Casey, stealing cars is different than it was.
Well, how's that?
I got the dope from Burke over to cops' headquarters. Oh, it's a big racket, Casey. Burke and the cops know about it.
Then why don't they stop it?
Proof. That's what they need and don't have and can't get. The guy at the head of the racket is too smart.
Don't tell me you know who heads the racket.
All right.
What?
Well, you said not to tell you I know who heads the racket, so I won't.
Oh, Axford. Do you know?
That I do. He's a slick termite by the name of Coleman. Crimp Coleman, they call him. He's got lawyers that know how to use the red tape of the law.
Oh, the old red tape again.
Ah, by golly, there was only some way. Hey, Kate.
Oh, no, Axford. Please don't have an idea.
Listen, is that Hilton dame still working here?
Doris Hilton? Yes, she's in the city room.
I promise you that sometime you'll let her help me on the story. Maybe this is
Hey, now, wait a minute. You'd better ask Mr. Reid before you make any plans.
Where's he at?
At the Civic Club. He's having lunch with the police commissioner.
I can't wait. This is too good to keep.
Let's get to the point, Commissioner. You have a reason for asking me to meet you for lunch.
Well, yes, I did, Reid.
What's the trouble? Need a little publicity to build up your ego?
Not exactly. But I may want some cooperation from your newspaper. Britt, Oliver Perry's back in town.
That inflated egotist?
I know you don't like him, Britt, but he is a brilliant detective.
He's a windbag.
Now, wait. For a long time, the Green Hornet's had us chasing in circles.
What does Oliver Perry propose to do about that?
He spent a lot of time and his own money preparing a trap for the Hornet.
That's interesting. What are his plans?
I can't divulge them just yet, Britt, but take my word for it, they're good.
What do you want me to do?
Nothing right now. I would, however, like your assurance that you'll not use your paper to ridicule Perry. I know your personal feelings, but
Daily Sentinel can serve justice. I'll not let my personal feelings interfere.
Good.
That's a promise. But, why don't you ask this mastermind to do something worthwhile and get evidence to smash Crimp Coleman?
Britt did that very thing. Perry came here a few days ago, and I asked him to investigate Coleman.
Did he get proof that Coleman's the head of a gang of car thieves?
No.
Did he confirm the fact that Coleman has the stolen cars brought to his garage where the appearance is altered?
No, he didn't.
Did he tie the Coleman chain into a used car lot where the stolen cars are sold?
Britt, those are mere suppositions based on what your reporters tell you. Oliver Perry has decided that Coleman's on the level.
Coleman's a crook. And Perry's a bungler. Commissioner, did you know Eddie Rick?
Or the chap who drowned in the river near Post Road?
Yes.
I didn't know him personally, no.
Well, I did. He used to travel with the gang. And he reformed and went straight. He joined the army and made a swell record. He come out and then he went to work for Crimp Coleman. Now he's dead.
Yes, but the evidence...
Eddie Rick was murdered.
The evidence showed that he lost control of the car. A stolen car at that.
He didn't lose control of that car. I tell you, he was murdered. If Oliver Perry can prove that, I'll put his picture on page 1 of the Sentinel.
Now, you just do like I said when we get to Cream Coleman's house. You got it, Miss Hilton?
I'll try, Mr. Exford. I'll try very hard. I do want to make good. I think your plan's just wonderful.
They call me the man of action. By golly, when there ain't no news, I go out and make some.
Hey, let's go!
Wonder why everybody's honking a horn.
Maybe they want you to move. The lights changed.
Huh? Oh, golly, so it has. Here we go. Hang on.
Crimp, did you see this copy of the Sentinel?
Yeah, I saw it.
The police think Eddie Rick died by accident.
The boys in my outfit no different.
Give me a cigarette, will you?
Yeah. It'll teach him it doesn't pay to hold out cash on Crimp Coleman. All right?
Yeah.
Here.
But, Crimp, you never had to go as far as murder. I don't like it.
You don't have to like it, Muriel. You just keep out of my business and we'll get along swell.
I'm scared, Crimp. Someday you'll make a slip. Then they'll have your neck in a noose.
Don't worry about my neck, honey. I'll take good care of it. It's the only neck in the world that means more to me than yours.
Oh?
Just so we understand each other, I want you to know that I'd put your neck in a noose to save my own.
Nice, loving husband.
Nice and loving. As long as there's no double cross. You get it, sugar?
Yeah, I get it.
What's the matter with you? Just the doorbell?
I am getting the jitters. Still we are. I'll see who it is. Coming? Yeah?
Mrs. Coleman, I came here as the wife of Eddie Rick. May I speak to you?
What about?
Eddie was killed last night.
That's tough, but why come to me?
He worked for your husband.
At the garage?
No, not at the garage. He was in the gang. You know what I mean.
I don't know what you mean. What gang are you talking about?
Oh, look, Mrs. Coleman, I'm in on the know. Eddie didn't keep things to himself. He had a hunch that he might get rubbed out. Maybe he deserved it. I don't question that.
Yo, this girl.
Oh, Mr. Coleman, I'm glad you're here. Eddie left me flat broke. I need some
Crimp,
cash.
you didn't hire anyone named Eddie Rick.
Right.
I know you didn't. You see, kid, you've made a mistake.
Oh, I doubt it. I'm sure.
I said you made a mistake. Goodbye, Mrs. Rick.
Who was she, Muriel? What did she want?
She wanted to confirm a few suspicions, that's all. Crimp, the working press is trying to peg you.
Yeah. The kid looked all right to me.
Yeah? Well, look out the window. She's getting into a car. See who's driving?
What? Mike Axford. He used to be a headquarters dick.
Sure he did. Now he's working for the Daily Sentinel. That little tomato thought she'd pull a fast one. I knew she was a phony as soon as she tried to pose as Eddie Rick's wife.
Well, I got to hand it to you, Muriel. How did you know it?
The little fool should read her own newspaper. Mrs. Rick's picture was on page 5, and she's in Florida.
Miss Hilton, I saw the picture of Mrs. Rick while you were at the door. I knew we'd made a mistake.
Well, anyway, Mr. Axford, it was a good idea. Even if it didn't work out as we hoped.
We learned one thing, by golly.
What's that?
Mrs. Coleman is mighty smart. She knows how to cover for her husband.
Golly, that car went by us in a hurry.
What's the matter with that guy? Suffering snake!
What's the matter?
Hold your seat! I gotta get that car.
No, wait.
Did you see it? Did you see the shape of that car? Look at it up there ahead of us.
It's a new model. What about it?
Hang on. If I catch that car, you'll get a story of a lifetime.
Stop waving that gun around. What's the matter with you?
Don't you know who we're chasing?
No, I don't care. Axford, there's a cop chasing us.
So what? That's the car of the Green Hornet.
That does it. Let me out. Let me out or I'll jump. I don't want to tangle with the Green Hornet.
$25,000 reward. Oh, golly. Here, Judy. Slide over this way and take the steering wheel.
No.
Smash up. I'm letting it go.
Come back here.
I gotta get out on the running board. When we get alongside, I'll hop to the Green Hornet's car and get the gun on that spalpeen.
Stop trying to be an acrobat.
You got the wheel?
I guess so.
Keep your foot on the gas. Pull up alongside that car. Go up on the right-hand side.
Axford, be careful.
Keep the eyes ahead. Don't watch what I'm doing.
I wish I were out of this.
I got you. Pull up or I'll start shooting. Pull up there. Come back to your spalpeen. Pull out of there or I'll pull you. Don't try no monkey time. Just stop and keep your hands to the wheel or I'll blow the living daylight out of you. I got him, Johnny. Signal the car.
They're right here.
Come on, you two guys. Holy cow.
It's Axford. Hey, you jughead. What's the idea of driving like a P-40?
He's captured the Green Hornet. Officer, help him.
Axford, what are you trying to do?
What's the big idea, Axford?
No, wait. I thought I had the Green Hornet. Only it ain't. It's Oliver Perry. Put that gun away before you get hurt. Perry? By golly, maybe I didn't make a mistake at that. Maybe you are the Green Hornet.
Axford, are you nuts?
Not by a jugful. That car that Perry is driving is the car of the Green Hornet.
We'll continue our Green Hornet adventure in just a moment.
Going to the store to pick up a loaf of bread doesn't have to mean starting up a $6,000 station wagon or even a Volkswagen. No, Trisport. Trisport averages over 40 miles per gallon, and it's not a two-wheel motorcycle. The three-wheel Trisport is the newest, most exciting personal transportation going. You'll love driving it. It's so easy you don't even have to shift gears. Trisport is automatic, goes anywhere in town for pennies a mile, and you'll have a barrel of fun in the bargain. Trisport is completely safe. You don't have to balance the stable three-wheel Trisport. Stop in at your Trisport dealer and take a free test drive of the new economical Trisport. It had to happen. A great new way to get around town. And now, there's a great new economical way to take care of those heavy jobs. The sturdy Trisport three-wheel truck with heavy-duty quarter-ton bed, tackling those tough jobs. Go Trisport today. Trisport dealerships are still available in certain areas. If you'd like to join this fast-growing Trisport team, call area code 214-264-5841. Collect.
Traffic was snarled for several blocks by Michael Axford's car, the police car that had chased it, and the car that Axford had pursued in the belief that it was the sleek black car of the Green Hornet. Axford was surprised to find Oliver Perry at the wheel.
Axford, you must be a cretin. I'm a what? A moron, an nincompoop. Now get off my running board and let me proceed.
Not so fast, Oliver Perry. Where'd you get this car? And how?
I bought it, you fathead. Bought it and paid for it. I had it custom made.
It looks like the Harlot's car.
Well, it's not. The commissioner had a two-way radio installed for Mr. Perry.
The officer's right. I was just driving around to test the installation.
Oh, golly. I thought I had something.
If you'd brushed a fender with that fugitive from the scrap pile that you're driving, you'd have had a lawsuit.
Oh, golly. Hey, where did Miss Hilton go? She said she'd walk back to the office. I know that's a shame. I wonder if my driving makes her nervous. Hey, Casey! Oh, hello, Reid. I'm glad you're here.
Hello, Axford. Did you prove anything on Crim Coleman?
Reid, I spotted the car of the Green Hornet.
You what?
I took after it and ran it down. Only it wasn't the Green Hornet's car. It was a special job that looked something like the Hornet's. It sure had me fooled. And Reid, Oliver Perry was driving it.
He was?
It's his car. He had a special made.
Oh, so that's it.
That's what?
Well, the commissioner said that Perry had something special that he hoped to use in catching the Green Hornet. He must have meant that car.
That fathead better be careful.
Maybe the Hornet won't like it for him to have a car like that.
Commissioner, I'm surprised that you let Axford carry a gun.
Oh, he's reliable carrying. He's had a permit to carry the weapon ever since he was on the force.
I suppose he'll tell everyone that my new car resembles that one the Green Hornet uses.
Well, he probably will.
As a matter of fact, Commissioner, I want it known that my car is like the Hornet's, at least in appearance.
You want it known?
Yes. You see, my studies indicate that the Hornet is proud of his car. He'll not want another one to resemble it. I think I can bring him out of hiding.
After questioning Axford at great length, Britt Reid spent the rest of the day in deep thought. That evening, after Axford had gone to visit friends in police headquarters, the young publisher called Cato.
I think I have a plan, Cato.
Yes, Mr. Britt?
Maybe we can teach Oliver Perry a lesson, and at the same time, smash Crimp Coleman.
Well, that's good.
According to Rexford, Mrs. Coleman knows all about Crimp's rackets. I'm going to count heavily on that.
Green Hornet is to move?
Yes. Get the mask and weapon and come on.
What is first move to do, Mr. Britt?
We'll stop near Coleman's home and make a phone call. I want him to think his garage is calling.
Yes, to the phone, Clem?
All right. Coleman speaking.
Say, Mr. Coleman, is Eddie Rick's widow a small, dark-haired woman?
No, she's a blonde. What's more, she's in Florida.
Well, that's what we thought. Maybe you'd better come to the garage.
Hey, is a small, dark-haired tomato there? Is she snooping around there as Rick's wife?
You better talk to her yourself.
Keep her there. I'll be right over.
Well, that girl's at the garage. What's she trying to prove?
I don't know, Muriel, but I'm going to find out. I'll be home as soon as possible.
Cigarettes are low. I should have asked Crimp to bring some home. What the?
Skip a cigarette.
Oh, the Green Hornet.
I want to see Crimp Coleman. Where is he?
He's gone out. Gone to the garage.
I don't want to see him when he's with his gang. I'll stick around the neighborhood till he gets home.
No, please, don't hurt Crimp. He's not...
That'll be up to him. He will be all right if he plays my game. Now stand still.
What are you going to do? Please don't tie me up.
Sorry, but if I don't tie him, you'll phone and warn him.
I promise I won't. Let me go. You can't get away with this. You wait. My husband will deal with you.
I guess that'll hold you.
You...
Don't struggle, Mrs. Coleman. You'll merely hurt your wrist. Now to call Oliver Perry. Get going, kiddo.
Very well. Thanks for your interest.
What are you grinning about there?
Commissioner, I've been told that I can smash a racket by parking my new car in front of the Coleman home and watching developments.
You're not going, are you?
Certainly. I'll be the bait in my own trap. This is just what I expected the Hornet to do. Obviously, the call came from him. You have men in squad cars nearby. Have them tuned to my transmitter, ready to close in at the signal. We'll get the Green Hornet.
I wonder.
Don't worry, Commissioner. I've applied psychology to the Green Hornet. He's reacting just as I hoped.
Be careful that he doesn't apply psychology to you.
Muriel Coleman struggled frantically after the Green Hornet had left. She managed to stretch the rope and free her hands. Then she called the garage to warn her husband.
All right, Muriel. Stay there and sit tight. What's up, boss? The Hornet's been at my place. He's waiting there.
The Green Hornet? Holy
Fred, Logan, Pete, come on. What's the Hornet want? I don't know, but he's waiting near the house. We'll take this car.
Pile in, you guys. Hey, fellas, the Green Hornet's near the boss's house. Yeah, maybe he's the one that made the phony call about a dame being here. Maybe that was to get you out of your house. Only wanted to see the boss. Why'd he fake a call to get him away from the house? Hey, boss, do you think Sawyer will pull a double cross? She knows better. Maybe she's fed up with the racket. I never trusted her. She knows better than to try a double cross on me. She knows her life wouldn't be worth a dime. I'll get going.
Dykeman drove with Coleman at his side and 3 armed men in the rear seat. They went past the racketeer's home to observe the low-slung car that was parked at the curb.
I bet that's the Hornet's car. Yeah. Heard about his car, and that looks like it. Yeah, it was too dark to tell if the guy at the wheel wore a mask. Go around the block, Dykeman. Then pull up alongside that car. You guys in back know what to do. Be sure you work fast.
Oliver Perry, seated at the wheel of a parked car, was in constant radio communication with the police cars that cruised in the neighborhood.
Another car has just turned into this block. The headlights are similar to those of the machine I described a moment ago. It's coming down the street. Might be the same machine. The occupants are outlined against the street lamp of the corner. Seem to be 4 or 5 of them. I think it is the same machine. Boys, you better close in. I don't like the looks of this. It is the same. Stopped alongside. Men are leaping out.
Stop that guy.
Boys, come quickly. Hurry.
Yeah, we want you.
Now,
show us the gun and start shooting. Hey, listen to me. Come on, Hornet. Let go of me. Flag him. Right. That's it. I'll throw him in this car. Hurry up. We got to get started. I'll hold the door. Let this feet. Hey, there's the cop's car. Turned into this street. Hurry up. We don't want the cops coming in this reward. We can't get away. The car's turning to cut us off. And there's another car coming from the other way. And a third. What's this mean? How'd the cops know about this? Well, at least they can't jail us for capturing the Hornet. All right. We got your cover. Which of you is the Green Hornet? Take it easy. Put those guns down. Right fun, we will. We got the Green Hornet, and we claim the reward. How'd you cops know he'd be here? Hey, Burke, this is Clint Coleman. Holy crow, are you the Hornet? Oh, you fool. The Hornet's in the back of my car. Show your light in there, Burke. That ain't the Hornet. That's Oliver Perry. What? You're crazy. It's the Hornet. And there's his car. Right fun it is. That's the car that Perry had made so he could trap the Hornet. And by golly, he got you. It's that wife of yours, Coleman. She framed us. I told you not to trust her. She framed this deal. There she is up in that window watching the whole thing. I'll take care of her. Suffering Snakes Reid, what are you doing in the city room?
Gunnigan phoned as soon as he heard from you. I came over to get the latest on Coleman.
Oh, Gotti Reid. Oliver Perry had a call that he thinks came from the Hornet. He went to Coleman's house thinking to trap the Hornet. He had cops all over the neighborhood.
Yes?
Then Coleman got a call from his wife saying that the Hornet was around. Coleman goes with his gang to get the Hornet. Instead, he cracks down on Perry.
Coleman captured Oliver Perry?
No, but he slugged him. Then the cops closed in. Oh, golly, Perry is sore.
Did you get a quote from him?
Oh, nothing we could print. But he's going to see Coleman get all this cover to him for the assault and battery.
How about a quote from Coleman?
Well, he's pretty sore, too. He thinks his wife framed him. It's Burke. Hi, Burke. Hey, Reid. Look who Burke has with him.
Who is she?
That's Muriel Coleman, Clint's wife.
Hey, Gunnigan. What? Get a photographer.
Hey, Mr. Reid. This is Mrs. Coleman.
How do you do?
Hello. Burke got special permission to bring me here, Mr. Reid.
She came into headquarters and squealed on the whole Coleman gang. Turned state's evidence.
Holy crow!
Clint's dead sure I double-crossed him. Daddy'll kill me if he ever gets out of jail.
So she fixes for him to stay in jail. You see, there's no bail on a murder charge.
Murder?
She gave us proof that Coleman killed 2 guys and was involved in the murder of Eddie Rick.
I told the law how Clint fixed the phony alibi. Mary tossed a murder gun registered in his name into a creek.
Don't bother with details, Mrs. Coleman. Take my word for it, Mr. Reid. She's told enough to put Crimp in the chair. That ain't all.
Not all.
She told about some parts that had been put in a stolen car we fixed from the river. With what she gave us, we can prove that the car came from Coleman's garage. We can smash the ring of car thieves and fry Coleman and some of his gang.
But, Mrs. Coleman, won't you be held as an accessory after the fact?
Probably. But I'd rather take my chance in court with Crimp in the pokey than run the risk of having him out on bail. Besides, the right lawyer can do a lot to help me.
Unquestionably.
That's why I asked him to let Bert bring me here. I need cash for a lawyer. Got a way of the story. How'd you like to buy it exclusive for your paper?
We'll make a deal.
Good.
And Burke, When you see Oliver Perry, you might as well tell him I'm putting his picture on page 1. After all, he had a hand in smashing the rackets and Coleman.
That reminds me, Mr. Reid. He says to tell you he's getting his car remodeled so it looks ordinary.
Oh?
He says if Clint Coleman can crack his head with cops on all sides, he maybe better not take a chance on what the Green Hornet would do.
VintageRadioshows.com. VintageRadioshows.com.
Black car of the Green Hornet slid through the darkened back streets of the city like a purring shadow. It was after midnight, and behind the wheel, the Green Hornet himself expertly maneuvered the long, gleaming car. He smiled beneath the grim black mask that covered his features. Then he spoke to the figure beside him.
Hope you're not superstitious, Kato.
Well, superstition not good for logical thinking, Mr. Britt. So I'm not superstitious.
Good. We're in back of the museum now.
Do you have way to get inside?
Yes, the curator's office is at the back. The receiving room where they do the unpacking of museum pieces is just beyond. It won't be difficult to get in there. I'll stop here. Come on, Kato.
I'm coming.
Here's the door. It'll be easy to open.
Well, I understand museum protected by burglar alarm. Well, how will we get by that?
I was here today at a meeting with the curator. While I stood talking in the doorway on the way out, I managed to disengage a certain wire that runs up to the door jamb. I had a feeling I might want to get back in. I'll get the door open. The skeleton key should do the trick.
Will they have guard in museum?
Yes, but he's in the museum proper. He won't come into the back unless he has a reason to. Let's go in. Give me the flashlight and then follow me.
Oh, here, light.
Come on. There's the door to the receiving room. There's what we want to see.
Why we come to look at money case, Mr. Britt?
I'll tell you later. It was unboxed today. It doesn't look as though it's been disturbed. Yeah.
What do you think of?
I'd like to have a look inside, Kato.
The money cases usually seal hermetically. It must be easy to open.
Look here, Kato.
What you have on your hand?
If I'm not mistaken, it's a bit of rubber cement. I rested my hand along this edge of the case.
Well, ancient people not use rubber cement.
I know. Get me a small chisel from that workbench over there, Kato.
Oh, yes, sir.
Hurry, Kato.
Here, chisel.
We'll soon find out how well sealed this is.
Hey, look, lid ready to come up easily.
It's loose enough to lift. Come on, help me lift it open.
Look out! It's Big Black Cat. It's gone over behind packing boxes.
The cat business can wait. Kato, look in the mummy case.
Body of man. Mummy not there.
Well, he hasn't been dead long. Kato, that's the body of Gerald Loomis, assistant to Dr. Kingston, the archaeologist who... The guard coming through the museum.
Put out light. We leave quick.
Come on, hurry.
Who's in there? Hey, come back!
Hey, our sir, read all about it. Famous mummy missing. Hey, our sir, Green Hornet hunted his killer. Search the registry.
Well, here, extra paper, Mr. Britt.
What paper is it?
We're Daily Sentinel.
Oh, good. Gunnigan got a lead on the others with the news. Well, it didn't take them long. We've been here at the apartment only a short time. Let's see. Oh, so they're blaming the Hornet for the murder.
Oh, guards see us as we leave.
Yes.
Oh, Mr. Britt.
Yes, Kato?
You not tell me what it's all about yet.
I'll tell you now. It all started when the Daily Sentinel helped finance an expedition headed by Dr. Kingston, the archaeologist.
Oh, I remember that.
With permission of certain governments, he set out months ago to locate the tomb of King Melican, who was said to have ruled long before King Tut, but whose tomb was never found. You see, Kingston was connected with the army, and during the war found certain parchments which led him to believe he could find the tomb.
Oh, I read about that.
Well, the expedition was successful. And yesterday afternoon, those most concerned gathered with reporters in the receiving room at the museum to review the unpacking of the mummy case. It was a proud moment for Dr. Kingston when the mummy case was finally unpacked.
The mummy case containing King Melican, who ruled about 6,000 years ago.
Holy crow. It don't seem possible.
It's a matter of record, actually.
It will be a great exhibit for the museum, Mr. Reid. As curator here, I wish to congratulate both Dr. Kingston and the Daily Sentinel.
Well, thank you, Mr. Norwich. The discovery is Dr. Kingston's. The Daily Sentinel only made it possible.
Dr. Kingston, do you intend to open the mummy case today?
This is the assistant curator, Howard Washburn. Dr. Kingston and Mr. Reid.
How do you do,
Mr. Reid? How do you do?
Now, to answer your question, Mr. Washburn, I prefer to delay opening the mummy case until my friend and assistant, Dr. Gerald Loomis, is present.
Why ain't he here now, Dr. Kingston?
Gentlemen, so that you'll understand, let me explain something. Gerald has been very close to all this for months. Some of the legends connected with King Melican became almost true to him. In Melican's day, the people worshipped the black cat.
Can you beat that? Must have been a pack of heathen.
Quiet, actually. Go on, Dr. Kingston.
When we opened the tomb, two large black cat figures were guarding it.
Is it true, Dr. Kingston, that there's a fabulous ruby set in a gold crown that was buried on the mummy?
That's part of the legend. We'll know when we see the mummy. But to get back to Gerald Loomis, he became rather superstitious about the black cat, so that this morning when he received a package containing a small figure of a black cat with a printed note saying, "Revenge for Melican," it unnerved him considerably.
Did you go to the police?
Yes, of course. I decided it was the work of a crank or prankster, and the police were inclined to agree. But Gerald wasn't convinced. He stayed away today, but promised to come tomorrow. This information about the threat is off the record, of course.
Certainly, Doctor. Now, who could have done a thing like that, I wonder?
Well, that's hard to say, actually.
Gerald said he felt something would go wrong when the mummy was uncovered, but wanted to be there just the same.
So you'll open the mummy case tomorrow, then?
Yes, without fail, gentlemen. I'm sure Gerald will be here, and I'm sure all your papers will want the story. So I'm inviting all your reporters to be present.
And it was after the hearing about the threat to Loomis and his fear of being present when the case would be opened that made me determined to go to the museum ahead of time and open it. And you know the result, Kato.
Well, then body and mummy case is that of Dr. Gerald Loomis, who received Black Cat as threat?
Exactly. How he got there, what happened to the mummy, and who is responsible is a mystery. A mystery that I'm going to solve one way or another.
Morning, Casey. Reading yet?
Oh, yes, he is, Michael. He's asking for you.
Casey, what do you think about them black cats and all? Believe me, it gives me the creeps, does it?
Don't be superstitious, Michael.
That's what they told that Loomis guy. And look what it got him.
It's a mystery, all right, but there's some logical explanation.
Okay, I'm waiting. Explain it to me.
Oh, go away. I'm busy. But anyway, wasn't the Green Hornet seen leaving the museum room where the body was found?
He was. Of course, the cops think he's behind the whole thing because of some ruby or something the dummy had on him.
Mummy is the word.
Sure. Mum's the word. He won't tell us all.
Oh, look, don't try to be funny. You said the ruby was on a dummy. You meant to say mummy.
Oh, Oh, yeah. Well, I don't know how that Hornet got mixed up with them black cats and all, but he's at the bottom of the whole thing, says I.
Well, it's very simple. He found out about the black cat legend and used it to play on the superstitious nature of Hornets.
Say, no. Maybe you got something there. Casey, sometimes you really talk sense.
Oh, thanks.
But what would the Hornet want with the guy that's been dead for 6,000 years, I'd like to know?
You said yourself it was because of the famous Malcolm Ruby, didn't you?
Sure. But why didn't he just snatch the ruby and did it instead of taking the mummy, too, and then killing poor Loomis?
If I could answer that, I'd join the police department, Michael. Anyway, I think it's about time to...
Here's Dr. Kingston and Inspector Evans. Good morning, gents.
Good morning, Axford. Miss Casey, is Mr. Reid in?
Yes, Dr. Kingston. Just a moment, please.
Yes, Miss Kate.
Mr. Reid, Dr. Kingston and Inspector Evans are here to see you.
Have them come right in.
Yes, sir. Mr. Reid says to go right in, please.
Thank you. Come, Inspector.
I'll go along with you, Inspector.
Well, Dr. Kingston and Inspector Evans, glad to see both of you.
I'm here too, Reid.
Yes, what we have to say is off the record, Mr. Reid. So if Mike Axford might like to leave...
Oh, don't mind me, Inspector. Talk right up.
Goodbye, Axford. See me later.
Huh? Oh, sure. I was just leaving. So long, Inspector.
Axford's quite a chap.
Yes, isn't he? Perhaps we'd better tell Mr. Reid why we're here, Inspector.
Oh, yes, of course.
New developments, Inspector Evans?
Yes. Of course, your paper has played up the findings of Dr. Kingston's expedition to some extent.
Well, that's right. Since the Daily Sentinel financed it, we followed its progress closely.
Naturally. We know that the Green Hornet is mixed up in the murder of Loomis and the disappearance of the mummy. But we believe someone connected with the project must have been working with him.
That sounds logical.
Now, the mummy, as such, is of value only to the museum. So we figure the motive for the crime was to gain possession of the gem, which was said to have been buried with the mummy.
You refer to the Malcolm Ruby, of course.
Yes. If there really is such a stone.
That's a matter of legend, Inspector. The mummy case was shipped unopened right to the museum.
So you've told me before, Dr. Kingston. We're checking everyone connected with the case, Mr. Reid. But in the meantime, the Black Cat, or perhaps we should say the Green Hornet, has reached out again.
Well, what do you mean?
Although Dr. Kingston takes the matter rather lightly, 2 more small black cat figurines have been received.
Really? By whom?
One by the curator of the museum, Mr. Norwich, and the other by Dr. Kingston himself.
Inspector Evans and Dr. Kingston had entered Britt Reid's office for a discussion. And finally, the inspector told Britt that 2 more threats had been received. One by the curator of the museum, and the other by Dr. Kingston. Britt thought for a moment, then spoke.
How does the curator react to the black cat figurine he received?
He seemed a little nervous about it. Of course, a printed note similar to the first one was received with each figurine.
Mm-hmm. Revenge for Malcolm. I believe those were the words, weren't they?
Exactly. It was said that if ever the mummy case of Malcolm were opened, the sacred black cat would come to life and take revenge.
Oh, that's very interesting, Doctor. Who outside of yourself knew of the prophecy in the parchment?
The curator of the museum, Loomis, my assistant, and I were the only ones who were interested enough to delve into the prophecies of the parchment.
I see. Inspector, have you started a search for the missing mummy?
Oh, yes, Mr. Reid. I had men from headquarters turn that museum receiving room upside down, looking into every empty box and crate, but we found no trace of it.
Of course, a mummy is shaped like a body, but is not flexible. It would be difficult either to take away or to hide.
Well, that's a very interesting point, Dr. Kingston. By the way, do you have any idea what would have taken your assistant, Gerald Loomis, to the museum, especially after he was too nervous to attend the opening of the packing case yesterday?
It could have been morbid curiosity on his part,
Sort of a hypnotic state of mind that drew him there, induced by the wording of that note and the little black cat figurine?
Well, I don't believe that. Such a supposition is almost an admission that the black cat legend is true.
People in Milliken's time believed it.
Personally, I like cats, black or otherwise. Oh, what are you going to do about the threats to the curator and Dr. Kingston?
Mr. Norwich is at his office at the museum. We have a plainclothesman posted outside the office entrance. The museum itself has been closed to the public for the time being.
And what about you, Dr. Kingston?
I can take care of myself. We know the Green Hornet was after the ruby and did away with Gerald Loomis.
I've already said we don't believe the Hornet was working alone, Doctor.
I know, Inspector. But I believe he planned it. Perhaps with the help of someone like... there's someone who might have learned the contents of the parchment.
Like Washburn, the assistant of Norwich, for instance?
Could be. I know little about Howard Washburn.
We'll have him picked up for questioning this afternoon. Well, I guess we'll be on our way, Mr. Reid.
I'm glad you came in.
Listen, Sergeant Burke, I've waited all afternoon for you to bring in that assistant curator, Washburn. And now you come in here.
Wait till you hear. We were waiting around that museum for him to show up. I wandered into the receiving room to get a look at that mummy case.
Well?
Wait till you hear this. I heard a whining and scratching coming from inside it. I called Norwich and Cassidy. We opened the mummy case. Glory be.
What did you find?
A black cat jumped out. And there inside that mummy case was Washburn, dead as a doornail.
Kato, I'm going to sit here in the living room and do a bit of thinking. I'd like some coffee.
Oh, yes, sir. I bring it right in.
Perhaps if I could recall some of our conversation today in the office. Let's see now. Kingston made an observation about the body.
Of course, the mummy is shaped like a body, but it's not as flexible. It would be difficult either to take away or to hide.
He's right about that. The mummy would be stiff. They'll hide it in a hurry there in the museum. He had definite ideas about the crime, even threw a hint at them.
But I believe the Horner planned it. Perhaps with the help of someone like... someone who might have learned the contents of the parchment.
Like Washburn, the assistant of Norwich, for instance.
Now Washburn has become one of the murder victims. I wonder... Hello?
Really? You hear the news?
Oh, it's you, Axford. Yes, I heard about Washburn, if that's what you mean.
Oh, you did? Well, ain't me Reid, the cops are all set up about it. They're really laid plans to catch that murdered Green Hornet.
Well, what are they planning to do?
Kingston suggested that him and Norris go to the museum site and stay on the inside alone. Then the truck will be marked out of sight on the road outside. They'll have the murder alarm connected up in case anyone tries to get in.
But the killer might be hiding on the inside already.
No, the cop went through the museum with a fine-tooth comb a while ago.
Well, what about the night guard?
Oh, him. He got scared and quit. I'm going to go along with Norris to see what happens. If anything does happen, I'll let you know, Reid.
Good.
See you later. So long.
Bye. Kato, the Green Hornet's going to the museum to try to prevent another murder and to catch the Black Cat killer. Come on. Kato, you sure this little gadget you invented will actually prevent the burglar alarm from sounding? How does it work?
Oh, yes, sir. You place that small cylinder on windowsill. It set off powerful magnetic field for distance a few feet. The magnetic field reach wires of alarm around window and cause flow of electricity to stop until cylinder removed.
Fine. We'll leave the Black Beauty here in the shadows and go around to one of the side windows of the museum. Let's go.
They're lighting office of Curator Norwich.
Yes. Norwich and Dr. Kingston are probably there. police must be parked near the office entrance and also at the main entrance to the museum, so we'll have to move cautiously. Let's get started. This wide lens just under the windows comes in handy. Here goes. I've got the window unlatched. Now to see if your invention really works. I'll raise the window. Ah, there. I'm going in. Then I'll pull you up, Kato.
I'll be ready.
Okay, come on. Good. We'll leave the window open.
What do we do first?
The Egyptian exhibit is across from here on the other side of this big display hall. There are a lot of mummy cases and mummies on display there. I want to look them over. Come on.
What do you expect to find there?
The logical place to hide a mummy would be among a lot of mummies, Kato.
Well, that's true.
Use your flashlight.
Yes, sir.
There they are. The door over there leads to the receiving room.
Oh, light shine on the door.
Okay. Now we'll look over these mummies. Kato.
You find something?
Yes. I'm sure I found a missing mummy in this case.
Oh, yes. The wrapping around top of head looked newer than the rest.
That's right. But notice how expertly it's been rewrapped. Now we'll go into the receiving room.
Something happened in the receiving room.
The killer. Come on.
Green Hornet. You're in with that killer. It's Mr. Norwich, the curator. He'd been stabbed by killer. He fainted.
Nothing but a superficial wound, Kato. Never mind him. Let's get the mummy case open. Quick.
There's a man in mummy case.
Yes. It's Dr. Kingston. Help me get him out.
Yes, sir.
There. Get some water from that sink over there. Hurry.
Yes, sir. Here, water. Is he dead?
No. He got a nasty blow on the head. But he must have stabbed Norwich in the struggle, and that weakened the blow.
But then Dr. Kingston tried to kill curator?
No. The Black Cat killer is Norwich, the curator. Kingston must have carried a knife for protection.
Why had idea you suspect Dr. Kingston?
I did until I saw the wrapping on that mummy. Only an expert could have done it so well, such as the curator or his assistant. Norwich's hands are covered with cat scratches, and he finally gave himself away by putting Kingston in the mummy case.
Will we leave now?
Well, first we'll bring the mummy back in here. Then I'll leave a note for the police. Kingston's testimony will do the rest. Let's get busy. When we leave and remove your little gadget, the alarm will bring the police in for the catch.
Hey, Inspector. The killer's getting in. Come on.
Hurry, Sergeant.
Wait for me. Here come the rest of the boys. Okay, men. Bust in the door. All right, boys, now. This is the office. The receiver room's through there. One of you boys shut off that bell. Okay. Glory be.
Look there. Kingston and Norwich both lying on the floor.
Kingston, are you all right? What happened here?
Hey, sir, look here. Here's an all pinned on Norwich.
Bring it here.
I'll take it.
Here it is.
What'd you say?
Norwich beat me to the ruby. He's the killer you want. Since I can't have the ruby, I'll see that he doesn't have it either. Signed, the Green Hornet.
It's a trick. He's trying to put the blame on Norwich.
Oh, Norwich, too. Norwich is the killer. He came at me with that chisel there on the floor. I stabbed his arm. He struck me, and then I remember him putting me in the mummy case. That's all I remember.
Hey, Inspector, the mummy's back in the case.
Well, what do you know? Yes, the wrapping's been removed from the head and then put back. Newer than the rest of the wrapping. It took an expert to do that, though.
Meaning Norwich?
Possibly. We'll get the truth from him before we're finished. Now, that heavy chisel is a murder weapon used on the other two. Take up the fingerprinting, Sergeant.
Yes, sir. He must have kept it hid somewhere. We looked all over the museum.
Hey, Sarge, look here.
What's that you got?
Well, see for yourself. It was on Norwich's desk.
Some sheets of paper from the museum heading on them. Put a spring on the top one.
What is it?
It says, Revenge for Milliken.
Norwich was going to pin that to Kingston's body, I guess. Didn't get a chance to set the heading off. We'll match that paper with the other notes. Also the printing. That'll clinch the case. Take them away, boys.
Holy crow. That revenge stuff really works after all. Imagine the Green Hornet doing a job for a guy that's been dead 6,000 years. I guess he's the one who put that dummy back in the case, eh, Sarge? Mummy's the word, Ashford. Huh? Oh, sure. I won't tell a soul, Sarge.
Shut up, you dope.
That's the last street.